Good afternoon, everyone. Monday, end of the weekend. There's actually kind of a lot of stuff that's going on and what happened this weekend. Um, of course, you have everything happening with Iran. I'm still sitting back, kind of waiting to see what's going on with Iran. If anything pops it up or anything happens, we will jump to it. We've got news in Mexico. We've got wars with the cartel. Um, 25 border, I think, or military people were murdered or unalived in Mexico. We'll take a look at that. I mean, on a light note, Trump's talking about wanting to release some alien disclosure, which probably is just another distraction added on to everything. Um, being from that, I'm from Ohio, and that the big name right now that's been floating around, at least for the last few days, has been Les Wexner. When it comes to this Epstein list, I was able to find some stuff about Les Wexner and some things that has to do with the list. We'll take a look at that, and if we can, we'll just watch his actual hearing, because his hearing it's pretty damning. It's pretty foretelling. It's a little bit long, so I'll try to keep that at the end. Um, there was a man, and I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, there was a man that tried to get into Mar-a-Lago. He was also unalived. Got a video of just Robert De Niro and a bunch of lefties just losing their minds. And I don't really know. Whatever. I got it all lined up. Oh, yeah, the UK Prime Minister arrested. He was in the White House on my birthday, so I've got that press lined up. And then Trump spoke today. He had a press conference called the Angel Family's Remembrance. So we've got a lineup going on ahead of us. So let's get into it. But first, I didn't mention this. Ohio parents urge school districts to cut ties with company over the Epstein links. And you're not. And when I heard what company it was shocking. You guys won't believe this one. You won't. It only makes sense though when you really think about it. So yeah, today's gonna be pretty Ohio featured because a lot of this has to do with Ohio, unfortunately. Here we go.
Calling on school districts to cut ties with Life Touch photography. Those parents are expressing concerns over what they say is a link between Life Touch and Jeffrey Epstein. Local 12's Chelsea Sick is here with how local school districts are handling this and why some parents are not happy. Chelsea?
Well, West Claremont School District leaders posted on Facebook saying parents could opt out of having their child's picture taken by Life Touch. That post was met by more than 100 comments from parents, most of them saying leaders in the school district should have completely severed ties with Life Touch. We asked Superintendent Dr. David Foltz to explain why they didn't.
The school district that my kids are in, I would rather them be more safe than sorry.
West Claremont school parents are speaking out, asking the district to completely cut ties with Life Touch. The company, which takes millions of school photos for kids across the country, has been criticized online, accused of having ties to Jeffrey Epstein. School district leaders announced they would allow parents to opt out of Life Touch photos instead.
I think I would rather them just say, hey, we are going to halt pictures for the rest of the school year, and we are going to reevaluate this over the summer, and ultimately we are going to replace Life Touch.
The Life Touch CEO has released a statement on its website saying, quote, the documents contain no allegations that Life Touch itself was involved in or that student photos were used in any illicit activities. The concerns from parents date back to 2019 when Apollo Funds acquired Shutterfly, the Life Touch parent company. Apollo's former CEO, Leon Black, is named in the files, but Black left Apollo in 2021. Life Touch says neither Apollo nor its funds are involved in the day-to-day operations of Life Touch, and therefore no one employed by Apollo has ever had access to any student images. Mom Alex Parsley says with so much information out there, this is a risk she doesn't want to take.
Life Touch is just one small piece of a way bigger problem. And parents want to feel safe. And this is one thing that's going to start to help us make make sure that we feel safe.
I asked West Claremont Superintendent Dr. David Foltz for an interview to address why they didn't sever ties completely. He said he wasn't available but sent a statement. It said in part, quote, "The district has a binding contract with LifeTouch. To date, West Claremont School District has not received information that any of its student photos have been compromised, distributed to any third parties, or otherwise used improperly. As such, there currently is no legal cause to terminate this contract."
I will be opting out of all further photos through LifeTouch.
Now, this is the email West Claremont Superintendent Dr. David Foltz sent me. He said this would be going out to parents this evening. It does include a link to a Google form for parents who feel uncomfortable with having their child's photo taken by LifeTouch or published in the yearbook. Paula.
All right, Chelsea, and Grant County school leaders also released a statement about LifeTouch this week. They are aware of recent allegations, but say they have no information to believe student safety or privacy was compromised. They say they are monitoring the situation.
All right, so that being said, they didn't cut ties with them. Look, there is no proof that there's anything, any kids, third parties were compromised, but how could you do business if the dude Black, I forget his first name, but he's like, when you see what I'm about to present, you'll see his influence on Ohio and Les Wexner and Epstein. They're all combined. And the fact that he is responsible for that he owns the companies that take pictures of our children, how do we know that our pictures or their pictures weren't spread or released or hacked or taken? We have no clue what's going on with that. So, I think, why would you not cut ties? I think doesn't matter what your contract is. If the person is an offender, like, there should be no ties to that. You should be able to just null and void when it comes to something of that nature. So we'll keep an eye out. I'm glad that the parents are waking up. I'm glad that the parents are finally seeing what's going on. And I think a lot of people are going to roll. I think it's starting to happen because the people are demanding it. We'll see who and what. Probably not the people we want, but some people will. We'll see what happens. All right, next. This one's on another lighter note. I think some of y'all might take this a little more serious. I think it's kind of corny, but we will go there. And that is the distraction of, are they out there, the aliens? Trump wants to release them.
Has already, and other government agencies, to start releasing the government records related to alien life and UAPs. And it comes after former President Obama's comments about aliens sparked worldwide interest. Government transparency on UFOs has been growing in recent years, and lawmakers are pushing for increased reporting requirements. For more, let's bring in House Intelligence Committee member, Texas Congressman Dan Crenshaw. Congressman, great to have you. Before I get into the files that the president wants to release, I want to play the soundbite just for our audience about what Barack Obama said and what sort of like started this firestorm. Let's listen here.
Sure. Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51. There's no underground facility, unless there's this enormous conspiracy, and they hid it from the president of the United States.
Okay, so the president says he really revealed classified information. What part of that do you think is classified? Is it the part that he's talking about Area 51?
You'd have to ask the White House on that one. I don't think that I mean, I can say I've visited Area 51 as well, and I don't want to disappoint anybody, but I have the same answer. Again, if they're hiding something there, they're doing it really, really well, and it's just not what the area is used for.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think is going to come out of these files? So he's releasing all
not
these
that
files,
well, because everybody
my
knows
first
what
question
Area
was,
51
but
is.
isn't all the juice in the classified stuff? The classified files is what we really want to see.
Well, and that's probably what he's talking about, is probably declassifying. Look, there's an unclassified version that everybody has seen, and it's somewhat disappointing. Look, I'm on the intelligence committee, so I do have access to the classified version. I will say it's more detailed, but it's equally disappointing in this. What makes it classified is likely the methods by which we have collected some of this evidence. And look, there's plenty of evidence of this anomalous behavior that we cannot explain. I mean, we just can't explain it. We've all seen the videos. We've seen the Tic Tac video. This is all recorded on a number of sensors that are highly verified. It doesn't mean we know what it is, and I think that's what it's disappointing to everybody, right? It's disappointing to me. I want to know. And because the attributes of some of these, whatever it's these crafts, I mean, they defy the laws of physics, and so that's where you get into the sci-fi theories about gravity manipulation, the ability of some kind of engine that can manipulate gravity. And accelerate it at speeds that would kill somebody normally, but because it cloaks itself in some sort of gravitational bubble, that it actually doesn't kill the. I mean, this is all sci-fi.
So, I know it sounds
it.
insane. I mean, it really does, as you're saying it, but it's reality. I mean, this is what our Air Force pilots are seeing out there. So where are you on the spectrum here? Because I feel like more and more lawmakers are starting to, go from, well, this might be technology we have that the government's hiding, another government has, to now this is technology that is non-human. Where are you at in this?
I'm open-minded. Because look, I still have to see some hard evidence. And one of the things that I think the public should know is, look, we've seen a lot of these folks. The Age of Disclosure is a really big documentary right now on Netflix. I was on it. I was surprised I was even on it. I don't remember even doing that interview. I didn't know who I was. I just do so many interviews, and I'm on this documentary, which I thought was really funny. It was a good documentary. I don't think it went too far on theories, but look, there's a lot of people in this space, in this extraterrestrial space, who claim they have evidence. And I recall back in 2022 these famous hearings. You had the two pilots who had seen this stuff, and I think these are very credible witnesses. And you had another guy who said he had worked on the program and had classified material that he was going to give to the Inspector General. I thought I remember him saying he was giving it to the Intelligence Committee, on which I say, and I remember thinking to myself, "You've never given us anything. Where's the classified documents?" He said, "Yeah, you've never given us anything." So, people should know that. I think some of these folks are just not telling the truth. And if there's so many, then why can't we have one piece of evidence besides some of the again, we have evidence of anomalous behavior. Does it mean extraterrestrial? Does it mean it's China? Well, I certainly hope China doesn't have something that good. And look, I can't say for sure, but I'm 99% sure that there's no way they have something that's that incredible of a craft. So look, I mean, we still have the AARO, the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office that investigates these kind of things. I would like our committee to look into it more than it does, to be frank with you. But as President Obama said, it would have to be quite the conspiracy. And
right, and you didn't see anything in Area 51. There were no little green men. You're confirming
I definitely didn't see that.
Very hard turn to a completely different topic before I let you go here. I'm running out of time. On Iran, the military is ramping up assets in the region, clearly sending a signal to Iran that we mean business here. The president and the White House are hoping this is going to get them across the finish line on a deal. What's your take? Is it going to work, or are we going to war with Iran?
Well, there's a lot in between going to a full-on war and doing nothing, right? So, look, the president has this is the president's MO. He wants to exhaust all diplomatic possibilities. That's what he's doing. And he wants to make sure that he has all the leverage possible to do so. So he's already made it clear that we will bomb your facilities if we don't like what you're doing, right? He's already made that clear after Operation Midnight Hammer. And he's making it clear now that we have a lot of resources in the region should you choose not to act in the way we want you to act. But the red lines we've set, and we should set those red lines. We should not go past these red lines. Now, to be clear, that's dismantling the nuclear program, no ballistic missiles, and no surrogate warfare, and supporting surrogates throughout the region. Iranians, I don't think, are ever going to go for any of this.
That's what I keep
they're trying to buy. They're trying to buy time, a couple days here
and rebuilding. Right? They're rebuilding their ballistic missiles.
They're definitely rebuilding.
The
Israelis are very closely looking. So you know, this could start sooner than the president even wants it to start, because there could be a quick shooting war between Iran and Israel.
Right.
And like this would be the time to chop the head off the snake. I mean, if you're going to do it, this would be the time. I don't think half measures are worthwhile at this point. The Iranian people have made it very, very clear back in December that they want a different regime, and they're willing to fight for it if we can just back them up.
Okay. Congressman, great to have you on the program. We'll watch and wait and see what the White House does. Thanks for coming on.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-host Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
All right, now we're moving over to Mexico. We got cartel. This is the next Iran. Once they get done with Iran, we'll be going to Mexico. It's part of the whole 2030 agenda. Here we go.
Live now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. We are following some developing news out of Mexico. Today, the Mexican army says they killed a powerful cartel leader during an operation meant to capture him. The Defense Department says the leader of the Jalisco New Generation cartel was wounded during that operation about 2 hours from Guadalajara, and he later died while he was being flown to Mexico City. And this is a very powerful cartel there in Mexico. The leader now killed by the Mexican army, according to the Defense Department there. For more on this story, let's bring in Chris Dalby. He is an investigative journalist and author of CJNG, a guide to Mexico's deadliest cartel. Thank you so much for being here, Chris.
It's an absolute pleasure, Shauna. Thank you for having me.
So you actually wrote a book about this particular cartel, the CJNG. The Associated Press calls it the most powerful cartel in Mexico. The U.S. Deputy Secretary of State described the leader as one of the most ruthless drug kingpins in the world. Can you tell us more about this?
Absolutely. If you've heard about the worst of Mexican cartel violence, you know, the most abhorrent acts, the bodies, the decapitated corpses, the videos, a lot of that begins with the CJNG. El Mencho is one of the most influential drug kingpins in the last 30 years. I would put him at the same level as Pablo Escobar and El Chapo when it comes to the quantity of drugs that his organization has moved in Mexico, in the United States, and further abroad. He is directly and indirectly responsible for the deaths of thousands of people in Mexico and through drugs in the United States. The problem is that while he absolutely deserved to face justice, removing him removes the man who kept the CJNG united. And while the CJNG is extremely violent, by far the most violent cartel in Mexico, removing him will likely lead to 5 or 6 of his lieutenants turning on each other and ramping up the level of violence to perhaps record levels in Mexico to control the CJNG empire.
And that's exactly what I was going to ask you. Now that he's dead, what does that mean for this operation? Who takes the lead? And will there be maybe more retaliation from the cartel now that this has happened?
You know, President Trump has rightly designated Mexican cartels as terrorist organizations. And El Mencho had a bounty on his head of $50 million for anyone giving information that led to his capture. As I said, El Mencho needed to face justice. But the kingpin strategy, as we call it, which is where you focus on removing the kingpin, the head of the cartel, and that's your sole focus, has a major problem. Because the kingpins are often the ones controlling an organization. And when they are removed, and we've seen it with Escobar, we've seen it with El Chapo, and we're going to see it with El Mencho, that unifying force, that cult of personality goes away. There are 5 or 6 leaders of the CJNG, which I identify in my book, who all have significant manpower drug trafficking potential, contacts in the US, money laundering options, and incredible finances and weaponry that they will absolutely use if they think that they can claim a piece, if not all, of the CJNG. To my knowledge, El Mencho didn't pick a successor. To my knowledge, El Mencho didn't go to his lieutenants and say, when I die, when I'm arrested, this is the next guy. He may have done, but we certainly have no information as to that. So right now, what we're seeing in Mexico, the immediate response is what we call the narco blockades or the narco bloqueos. This happens a lot when these top guys are removed. And the cartel wants to make a big show of, burning cars and blocking highways and blocking access to the airport. That often goes away within a few days, especially because the area in which they're being violent, Guadalajara, one of the biggest cities in Mexico, Puerto Vallarta, a place that millions of Americans go to on holiday, is where the government is absolutely going to want to show we're not letting the cartel dominate this for long. After that, across Mexico, there are so many criminal economies that the CJNG was involved with. We're talking about tens of billions of dollars in criminal earnings that are now up for grabs.
And right now we're showing some video, but you just mentioned those cars set on fire, the killing of this powerful drug lord, setting off hours of roadblocks with those burning vehicles, both in Jalisco and other states. Can you talk a little bit more about this tactic that is commonly used by the cartels to block these military operations? How big of a scale is this? We also want to show a little bit of those images of the smoke that arose from these multiple car fires today. What do you take from this reaction from the cartel, and what more can we expect?
So information coming to me in the last hour has suggested that there's been some movement there. Yes, in the hours immediately after El Mencho died, gunmen took to the streets, imposed a curfew on much of Guadalajara and Puerto Vallarta. Again, these are cities in Jalisco. This is their home turf. This is where we can expect a stronger reaction. But there were videos of gunmen at the airport. That appears to have been substantiated, but that situation appears to have been resolved. Police and army were able to retake control of Guadalajara Airport. We don't have information about casualties yet, but the gunman never reached the tarmac. We're seeing videos shared online of burning planes or the whole city on fire. Those are seem to be fake news. In Puerto Vallarta, the cruise port appears to have had a fire set there, preventing access. But again, those situations could probably be resolved in the next few hours to days, with perhaps some casualties, but a limited number. The problem is that Guadalajara is going to be a World Cup city in 5 months. Puerto Vallarta is one of the biggest tourism destinations in Mexico and a constant place that Americans visit. That sort of reputational damage takes months or years to recover from. So what the CJNG has done here is, in an outburst of violence that might be controlled, create long-lasting economic ramifications for Mexico and the United States. I don't expect the violence in the medium to long term to be in the cities. I expect it to be in rural Mexico, in small town Mexico, where the drugs are going through, where the fentanyl is being manufactured, where the migrants are being smuggled, where the oil is being stolen. Because those are the areas where there are no tourists, there are few cameras, and the violence can happen almost with impunity. And that is a problem that Mexico is going to have to figure out. And I don't know to what extent the US government is going to be interested in helping them, because the US was very focused on El Mencho. What happens next is open for debate.
And the Defense Department says that during this operation to capture El Mencho, the Mexican troops came under fire. They ended up killing a total of 7 people, including the cartel leader. They also seized some armored vehicles, other arms, and rocket launchers, they say. So how big of a blow will this have to the cartel's operation, or might it weaken this powerful cartel there in Mexico?
The arrests and seizures of weaponry and killings outside of El Mencho are trivial. The Jalisco cartel has thousands of members and has enough weaponry to arm a small army.
Are you researching dental implants?
There's a lot of dental offices that'll talk about doing their teeth.
El Mencho was the cult of personality at the center of this cartel. Every video that they did showing their strength, every video that they did killing one of their opponents. Every banner that they put up in their territory always ended with the same phrase, "Somos la gente del Señor Mencho." We are the people of Mr. Mencho. He really ruled with an iron grip. And that's what I mean by his removal is so dangerous. Because when you have a cartel, and it's unique in Mexico, not even El Chapo with the Sinaloa cartel had this sort of sole power. El Mencho founded the Jalisco cartel. No other person has ever come close to toppling him. And no one really knows what happens next. So it is definitely going to weaken the Jalisco cartel. I don't even know if the Jalisco cartel is going to survive in its present form, because it is now very tempting for these lieutenants to go out on their own, either to maintain their own operations and keep the money, or to try and take control of the entire CJNG empire.
Chris, we really appreciate your insight here. Anything else that you want to point out about this cartel, the significance of what happened today in Mexico, or what you're going to be watching moving forward here?
Yeah, I want to make one thing very, very clear. While El Mencho, again, needed to face justice, is one of the most influential drug traffickers in the history of North America. His removal in itself doesn't stop the drug flow. One cartel, temporarily. There are always more kingpins. There are always more drug traffickers. The demand for drugs in the United States and the potential for criminal violence and enrichment in Mexico is such that within a few weeks to a few months, that situation is going to be normalized. So removing El Mencho, but it can cause more instability, and that instability can cause more violence, and that violence can cause money for the cartels. So
we will definitely be watching to see what comes next. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your insight here, Chris.
My pleasure, Shauna.
And we do want to show you this. This is from Air Canada just a few hours ago on X. They said due to an ongoing security situation in Puerto Vallarta impacting the Vallarta airport, Air Canada has temporarily suspended operations there today. We are monitoring the situation and in contact with local authorities who are working to resolve the issue. So violence erupted.
The U.S. State Department is telling Americans in Mexico to shelter in place as law enforcement tries to regain control of cities that have fallen into chaos in the hands of the Mexican cartels. This is after the Mexican military took out a notorious cartel kingpin with U.S. support. And we're learning a little bit more about our role in all of that. Not a lot of detail, but we had one. The carnage, cars torched, roads blocked, banks and local businesses set on fire as those cartels are now fighting for power. It's like everybody else is in the middle of a gang war right now. This is Outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner, here with my co-host, Emily Campagno, and also joining us, Tomi Lahren, co-host of The Big Weekend Show and host of Tomi Lahren is Fearless on Outkick. Cheryl Casoni, Fox Business anchor and host of American Dream Home on Fox Business. And Griff Jenkins is with us, co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend. Mexico's most wanted drug lord, known as El Mencho, was killed in a U.S.-backed military raid. He founded a vast criminal network which has the highest cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamine trafficking capacity in Mexico. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt applauded the move. And here's what she wrote. El Mencho was a top target for the Mexican and U.S. government as one of the top traffickers of fentanyl. President Trump has been very clear the U.S. will ensure narco-terrorists sending deadly drugs to our homeland are forced to face the wrath of justice they have long deserved. Former Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb joined me last hour on the Faulkner Focus.
This is exactly what they're doing in Puerto Vallarta. What they are doing is burning buses, lighting gas stations on fire, because they want to create terror for those who struck a nerve. This will create compression amongst those other cartels. We may see more violence stem from this, but what we're seeing right now is their capability for violence, and this should awake Americans up. This is why it's so important to close our borders.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over?
The borders are essentially closed, and the drugs flowing across, Griff, have dwindled to nearly zero, thank goodness. Not quite there, but certainly the human trafficking. What is there for people on the left to catch on to at this point?
So this is a big deal, Harris, and it couldn't be a more dangerous time to be in Mexico because of what Sheriff Lamb was talking about. So a power vacuum was now created. El Mencho was the top trafficker of cocaine, methamphetamine, fentanyl coming across in the Jalisco New Generation cartel. Now, remember last summer, El Mayo, who was the leader of the Sinaloa cartel, was taken. The U.S. captured him. It led to a spike in 400% increase in homicides in Mexico. Now we're going to see it even more so because Jalisco New Generation is the dominant cartel. And they're going to start retaliating now against Mexican officials because of this. And don't forget, for 4 years under the Biden administration, they lined their pockets with money. That's why you see these stunning videos of the cartel leaders in armored vehicles that rival U.S. military firepower. They're going to retaliate against the officials, but then they're going to fight the rival factions that are El Mencho. And so it's really a lot of unanswered questions of really where and how they're going to retaliate against Mexican officials, and then the war that's going to go on with the cartel, which puts Americans stuck in Mexico at a very, very high risk.
Yeah, the list last night, Tommy, that some of us put out on social media of all the areas that were basically in lockdown, shelter in place, was pretty long. It wasn't just Jalisco and Puerto Vallarta and some of the other areas where we know Americans go, but it was a lot of different states within that country.
I think Americans need to understand something that doesn't feel comfortable, but anytime you as an American travel to Mexico, there is a limited amount of things that the American government can do for you there. Yes, they've put out the warnings. They said shelter in place. They can help you a little bit with the embassy. But when you decide to travel to Mexico, a lot of people think you go to a resort, you're going to be safe, nothing happens there. Well, I think they're finding out the hard way that that's not necessarily true. In 2017, a friend of mine from California was stabbed to death in Playa del Carmen. And that was just walking from bar to bar in a resort area. So I've been sounding the alarm on this for almost 10 years now, saying, if you're an American going to Mexico, have a great time, but understand the risks. And to the point about President Trump and his message, we saw it in the first administration, his message to Mexico was the threat of tariffs if the Mexican military doesn't do their part to secure the border. And then the Mexican military stepped up. Now we flash forward to administration 2.0. President Trump says, I'm not going to tolerate not only the human trafficking, but the drug trafficking. And now the Mexican military, once again, stepping up to do their part to secure their own country. That, in my opinion, is a direct response to President Trump and how tough he's been on this issue.
Talk to me about tariffs, because you knew we'd get there eventually, and Tommy got us there. You've got a new round coming potentially that the president and his staff have worked on to get beyond what the U.S. Supreme Court did. It sounds like from what Tommy's saying, you may need those more immediately, particularly given the situation that's going on
a national security basis, which is the reason that he implemented those tariffs in the first place. Liberation Day, April of 2025. Fast forward to now, the steel and aluminum tariffs, by the way, are still in place. That's a separate issue than what the Supreme Court ruled on, and that is a big piece of it. Those are sectoral. Yes, like and Canada, that's why you've seen more and more auto manufacturing that is coming back into the United States. Again, is this a safety concern? Because before the parts were going back, they were going from Canada to the U.S. down to Mexico and then back. Sometimes these components were going back and forth to Mexico. A lot of that is ending, and a lot of the automakers had expressed concerns for the safety of their employees in Mexico. The U.S. government has not only do you have this designation of a terrorist organization with Jalisco, but you also have them giving us a price tag on the cartel industry as it exists right now in Mexico. It is operations or the avocado farmers. We're just going to walk away from the billions of dollars. And by the way, they have crypto trading operations. Americans, I think, understand.
Yeah. You know, Emily, as we look at these, it's terrifying.
It is. Thank you for pointing out to the vast enterprise network that the cartels have been engaging in for decades. They are illicit revenue that they've been getting for years at all. And they've been exploiting their neighbors who don't have the same drug trafficking and human trafficking and illicit types of data, statistics, and tracking that we do here in the States. The green gold of the avocado farms, the oil seizures, those cartels have that entire country and its economics and ecosystem under a tight fist. And I'm worried that the news cycle covers this as Americans are in the danger that they are, but that it will go back to the thin veneer of safety that we've been enjoying as tourists for decades. We know that power vacuums beget violence and exploitation, and that's what's been happening this entire time. That's why there are those multiple factions, because back in the day, it used to just be one. Now Jalisco's on top, right? It didn't used to be like that, but this is what shifts. The last Mexican elections were the bloodiest of all time, and the amount of journalists that have been murdered, the amount of influencers on live streaming, the amount of targeted, what's the word I'm looking for? When the cartels are recruiting young people there, it starts at a very young age. They hold their families hostage. They have now music and pop culture influences for these kids. It is a reign of terror. And to think, by the way, that the government is somehow distinct from the cartels is a very naive and foolish way of thinking. They are deeply embedded, and I'm not quite sure what our next steps are diplomatically, but it requires a very complex and nuanced approach to this country and to those cartels. I think that takes years of investments. This is not just a current administration diplomatic solution.
It's such a great point. I was just playing for Emily in the green room before he came out, the narco ballad for Mencho. It's called Soy Mencho. It's like a popular song. They start young and influence it. I would just add to, we don't know what's going to happen next. I think one thing that may help tamp the violence down is that President Sheinbaum has a lot of pressure to get this under control before the FIFA World Cup. Because the Mexican people love soccer. And if this continues, there will be questions about whether you can hold those World Cup matches down there. And so she's got a tight timeline.
On my very short walk from one set to the other to this one a few minutes ago, we learned that there were 25 members of the Mexican army that responded and took out El Mencho, excuse me. And that's a high number if you consider that they're going in to get somebody and they take that kind of damage and harm to themselves. So Sheinbaum, I just have a question. They knew that we were going to help them. They knew what the plan was, and still, you've got a situation that is very explosive right now. Can she handle what's going on now across a lot of the country?
Well, in 25 guard members were announced. It was made by Mexico's Secretary of Security. His name is Omar Garcia Harfuch. He was, El Mencho tried to kill him in 2020, failed. He's now the top Homeland Security person, if you will. So there's a lot of motivation to revenge those 25 guard members that were killed.
May I say, just a plug, if you're interested in this, you want to learn more than we have in this time here, listen to the podcast Borderland with Katarina Schultz. She has been on the ground there covering this for years. I trust her explicitly. And she frankly has been digging up all of those horrific details that make us uncomfortable, but that are so necessary for us to know.
Remember when De Niro claimed that if Trump won a second term, he'd come after him and put him in prison? Alas, he's free, and he's claiming now that the president will make it unsafe to vote in the midterms and that he won't accept the result anyway, and he will never, ever leave the White House.
We have to make him leave. He jokes now about nationalizing the elections. He's not joking. We've seen enough already.
Yeah.
And everybody's worried about it. But he means it.
So you don't think he leaves in 3
He
years?
ain't leaving. No way. We used to joke the first time they'd get him in the moving van and he'd be sitting in the back of the moving van. They'd put him in whatever.
Like a fake desk
put
in
him
there.
in his desk and not leaving the White House desk. No, but he won't. He won't leave. Let's not kid ourselves. He will not leave. It's up to us to get rid of him.
Now, you would have seen the equally unhinged Nicole Wallace of MSNBC going along with this delusional fantasy. A sane host may question the veracity of some of those wild claims, but not our Nicole.
What does that mean then? Like, do you think that whatever election is had in the midterms won't be respected? Do you believe that?
He'll attempt that. We have to make sure that, like what he's trying now, that all the polling places have people that can come there safely. That might mean citizens on the other side, whatever they try to do, citizens saying, well, we're just here to watch them, watch you, watch everybody. So they walk in there and feel safe and
like
they can
peaceful
vote.
organizing.
People, yeah.
The Best People with Nicole Wallace. She really called her podcast that. Guess it is shorter than the most mentally deranged fantasists with a tenuous grip on reality with Nicole Wallace. Now, this next clip is hilarious, unintentionally so. This scholar of the far right, as she calls herself, fled Trump's America for Canada. But alas, it's not as she expected.
I'm a scholar of the far right who has fled the United States to Canada, and I need help. The situation in Canada is absolutely dire. For Americans who don't know, the housing crisis here is worse than in the United States. I lived in LA for 6 years, and I have not faced rent as bad as here. My partner and I are here on a visitor visa, which is a 6 months possible stay for Americans. But while you're here on a visitor visa, you can't work. So we are currently surviving off of what savings we could get together before we fled the United States. And that's not terribly much.
So this so-called scholar fled to Canada without doing any planning, any research. Just how thick does one have to be to first call leaving America fleeing the country, but then to go to an expensive country where you cannot legally work? Wonder why she didn't go down south to Mexico, a lot cheaper, but perhaps she prefers to be in super white Canada. But the stupidity does not end there. Get ready to laugh.
In Canada, I think it's actually the cost of living crisis is worse here, especially when you are shut out of the healthcare system, when you can't access any of the resources that Canadians have access to. And that's understandable. You know, I'm not a citizen of the country.
Oh, wait a second. Canada has rules for citizens and non-citizens. You're not entitled to essential services if you are not a Canadian. Gosh, when Trump talks about those sorts of policies, it's considered white supremacy and fascism. And our idiot academic, of course, ends this video by begging for free stuff. So privileged.
Because there are two adults, a cat and a dog, we are looking for more than a room, but a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom for free or below market rates. And I know that's a huge ask, but that's what we need.
Now, talking about buyer's remorse, New Yorkers have that in spades after they elected a commie, Zoran Mamdani, as mayor, thinking they'd be getting cheaper groceries, cheaper rent, free bus trips. Remember the celebrations? They were so happy.
Sharia law starts now. Absolutely. Zoran Mamdani, Islamic Caliphate, our brother in Islam, Islamic Caliphate of New York starts today, baby.
God, there is just something so electric, so satisfying about knowing that my MAGA parents, wherever they are probably having a horrible night tonight. Ah!
Yes, Sharia now, but instead of free stuff, they have rubbish-strewn streets, people dying of hypothermia, and soon higher taxes. They thought only the richest of the rich would be hit with higher taxes. Wrong, dead wrong, and now the regret is real.
The mayor, with the greatest respect, in every campaign speech, in every debate where you engage, we opened our ears to listen. Now today, accept the words echoing from us now. Do your job as mayor and leave our taxes out.
Saving only two options. You're saying if we don't tax the rich, then I got to increase property taxes. We are not a pawn in Southeast Queens. We are not part of your negotiation tactics. Zoran Mamdani, you are out your goddamn mind.
Joining me now is Newsweek's senior editor-at-large, Josh Hammer. Josh, we will get to what looks to be a possible assassination attempt at Mar-a-Lago later, but first, tell me about Mayor Mamdani's first 50 or so days in office.
Well, Rita, there's an old quote from H.L. Mencken, one of my favorite quotes in all of American politics, actually. He's a 20th century newspaper columnist and social critic. And about a century or so ago, in the early 20th century, he famously said that democracy is the theory that the common man knows what he wants and he deserves to get it good and hard. And that is exactly what is happening in New York City. They are getting it really good and really hard. Actually, in fact, not to make this too personal, I was actually set to fly to New York City for a speaking event. But there's a terrible blizzard happening there now, and partially due to the fear as to how terrible the infrastructure is and the complete inability. Apparently, there's going to be no cars on the road, I'm told now, into this Monday here, early this week here in New York, because the roads are expected to just be completely covered with snow. Back in the day, I grew up in the New York area. Something as prosaic as that. Back in the day, New York City was actually renowned for having the most systemic and efficient and effective snow shoveling in the world. I saw earlier today over here back in the U.S., I saw Mark Levine, the New York City comptroller, put out an all hands on deck, a signal blast to the world. Come sign up to be a volunteer snow shoveler for $19 and change an hour, which, by the way, I should note, isn't Mamdani the guy who literally campaigned on a $30 minimum wage? So what, you're trying to give $30 minimum wage to someone trying to fry your french fries in McDonald's or be an Uber driver? But now the city's like actually in crisis. People like me are not coming because we expect it to be a horrific zombie apocalypse during a snowstorm, and you're offering to pay like less than half of the wage. I mean, square that circle for me. So it's absolutely appalling there. The only thing that I can possibly say, Rita, is that it's good that you have a lot of Democrats, especially the ones in the state capital, Albany, who are starting to push back there and starting to say to the communists and Gracie Mansion in Manhattan, they're starting to say no. So New York City actually very well might find itself on its own, even within the state of New York, which would be a really, really fascinating development.
Well, I love this call for the snow shovelers to come forward, but you do need your ID, Josh. You don't need ID to vote, but you need ID if you want to shovel snow in New York City. And the budget that Mamdani is delivering is bigger than Florida, the entire state of Florida. I mean, let's just see where some of this money is going, some of this largesse. $5.6 million for the Office of Racial Equity, $4.6 million for the Commission on Racial Equity, and just a lazy $835,000 for the Commission on Gender Equity. This is what New Yorkers voted for, Josh. I mean, can they really plead ignorance when they knew what a radical Mamdani was, and they backed him?
So I'm glad that you flagged the budgetary metrics, because it's actually quite revealing. This is actually one of the reasons that there is this newfound tension between the city of New York and the state of New York, represented by Kathy Hochul and her Democratic legislative allies in Albany. So the New York City municipal budget last year was, quote unquote, only $117 billion, which, by the way, is still the same size, as you correctly note, as the entire budget of my current state, the state of Florida, where we have a rainy day fund here and money left over because Ron DeSantis just totally kicks butt and the state is governed really, really well. So Mamdani raises $10 billion in the budget from last fiscal year just to this year. And that's apparently that $10 billion and his inability to close that gap. That is why he is saying to his fellow Democrats in Albany, you guys better soak the rich or else ... I'm going to soak the middle and working class with property taxes. But, you didn't have to raise the municipal $1 billion. You could have left it. It was pretty bloated. I mean, I would like to have a conversation. Yeah. I would like to see a conversation begin about trimming the budget. I mean, how about that for a wild thing? Let's get Elon Musk and some mini Doge team there, in City Hall in New York City there. But at a bare minimum, bro, at a bare minimum, can you not inflate on top of a municipal budget that's literally the exact same size as the nation's third largest state, the very free state of Florida there? It's totally astounding. But again, this is what New Yorkers apparently want there. I find it positively horrifying, frankly, but it's what they wanted and they're getting it.
That's it. Elections have consequences and New Yorkers are feeling those consequences right now. Now, let's talk about what happened in Palm Beach, Florida, at President Trump's Mar-a-Lago property earlier today, where a man in his early 20s was shot and killed by Secret Service agents in the early hours of the morning.
So it's very early, and we don't necessarily have there was not like a big FBI press conference or anything like that. So we'll probably learn more exactly as to how law enforcement is going to treat this in the days to come. It certainly looks to me like this man had every intention of trying to assassinate Donald Trump and his wife Melania Trump. I believe he actually drove down from North Carolina. Turns out that Donald Trump was actually not even at Mar-a-Lago. He was in Washington, D.C. at that time there. The details of the story are such that he had a shotgun and a barrel of gasoline. One can only speculate as to why he would have a personal tank of gasoline with him there, trying to get onto the premises of Mar-a-Lago. And apparently when law enforcement saw his weapon and said, drop it, and he kept on raising it, that's when he was fatally shot. These people are invariably mentally ill. Think back to Ryan Routh, who was the man, I believe also who was last actually living in North Carolina, who came down to West Palm Beach, Florida, asking Donald Trump playing on the Trump International Golf Course in West Palm Beach back in September 2024. This guy was lunatic off his rockers. He was basically a Reddit comment section come to life. He was spouting off all these platitudes. The question, Rita, is where are these people getting riled up? Who are they listening to? How are they being radicalized to try to take down Donald Trump, try to, tragically in this case, successfully assassinate my late friend Charlie Kirk? Who is inspiring these people who are already vulnerable, already, frankly, deeply unstable, and probably just mentally unwell? Who is taking advantage of these vulnerable people and then trying to instigate them to attack acts or to commit acts of violence? And frankly, that is a very grave question and has a very, very straightforward answer, which is it is elected Democrats, whether it's Tim Walz and Jacob Fry in the state of Minnesota, trying to kind of borrow the Hamas playbook from the Middle East, trying to get these people to sacrifice themselves in an act of martyrdom for the sake of winning the public relations war. That's what we saw happen with Renee Good and with Alex Preddy there in Minnesota there. Here, we don't know exactly who it is, but I can certainly speculate. I think back to the shooter in 2017 who shot up half the Republican congressional baseball team. That guy, James Hodgkinson was his name, was a dyed-in-the-wool MSNBC viewer. Sometimes, Rita, it's really actually as simple as that. They are trying to get these people to commit terrible, terrible things.
Well, when you have this endless narrative of we're living under a fascist regime and everyone's rights are in jeopardy and Trump is the new age Hitler, then it's not surprising that mentally ill people may take it upon themselves to do something about that. And I've got to say, talk about mentally ill people online, the comments I've seen on pieces about this just again, appalling, but sadly not all that surprising. People saying, at least, oh, you had the right idea. I hope the next one can follow through. That sort of commentary seems to be just so prevalent and so normalized among the left. The left has a problem with political violence. We've seen it over and over again. And it's something that is not widely acknowledged, certainly in the media, Josh.
This is the issue that will tear America apart. I'm really not exaggerating when I say that. If there is any issue that genuinely will take this country down, and I mean that very, very sincerely. Look, Abraham Lincoln, my favorite hero in American history, he gave a very famous speech in 1838 called the Lyceum Address in Springfield, Illinois. He was actually only 29 years old at the time, I believe, 20 or 29. And he famously said that America would never be destroyed from beyond, from without, that she would only be destroyed from within, and would come essentially at our own hands. Now, tragically, Lincoln actually was quite prescient. He, of course, led the country through the Civil War, where we came perilously close to doing exactly that. But now here we are, over a century and a half after the Civil War. And for many people, overwhelmingly, as you correctly note, on the political left, they have made a decision where they are not content to simply let our political disagreements be hashed out in the marketplace of ideas. They will not be settled at the ballot box. And the day that more and more people finally decide to ditch the ballot box once and for all and to take up knives and firearms, and God forbid something even worse than that in its place there, that really is the day that the American Republic becomes perilously close to just dying off there. Famously, this country was made as a republic if you can keep it, is what Benjamin Franklin said back in 1787 to a curious onlooker there in the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. And it really is up to us to keep this republic there, and political violence could easily be the death knell of this country, I fear.
Now to the Supreme Court decision on President Trump's tariffs. Tell me about this decision. The court was split 6-3, and Justice Kavanaugh wrote a very interesting dissent. Explain this ruling to my audience, Josh, and what you expect to see happening next.
So the first thing to know is just kind of before we get into legal weeds is it's going to be a total mess if the government actually has to start offering refunds for the dozens, hundreds, I think it's roughly $175 billion in tariff revenue that they have already corrected through these reciprocal tariffs, which have been implemented through this late 1970s statute, the IEEPA, the International Economic Emergency Powers Act. So the basic legal argument here is that the statute that passed during the Jimmy Carter presidency it allows the president, Congress delegates to the president the ability to regulate importation when there is an economic emergency. Donald Trump, because of his theory on trade, he cares a lot about the balance of trade, cares a lot about the fact that America has been ripped off by the globalist class for a long time there, viewed our massive trade deficits as an economic emergency. And he therefore invoked this statute to impose these tariffs. On the other side, you have the basic constitutional baseline that says that Congress shall have the ability to impose duties, so tariffs and things like that. So the basic legal question is, did this statute carve out a dispensation from the basic constitutional rule? I was very candid with my own audience on my show, Rita. I said this is actually a very close legal question. I also said that the administration is correct. I do think that Kavanaugh has the better of the argument in his dissent. I am hardly shocked, though, if I'm being candid, that the administration law and justice would go the other way and side against the administration. The good news is that there are plenty of other statutes that seem to actually be sure legal footing for Donald Trump to do exactly this. Kavanaugh, towards the end of his dissent, actually lists at least 3 or 4 different statutes. So the good news is that I don't think we will probably get into this very messy, sordid business of giving out refunds, whoever the heck that would possibly work there. I think Trump will probably just try to do this all over again on a different statute. I'm sure some people will sue, to be clear, but some of these other statutes seem to have surely legal footing, from what I can tell.
Well, apparently this ruling did not mention what to do with the hundreds of billions that's already been collected. You would think that would be something to actually, comment on. Before you go, is Amy Coney Barrett Donald Trump's biggest mistake of his first term, or amongst his biggest mistakes? Because she's been on administration for the administration, let's just say.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Look, I will say this. I will say that the 2 most conservative justices on the U.S. Supreme Court by far are Clarence Thomas and Sam Alito. Clarence Thomas has been on the court for 35 years, Alito for 20 years there. All 3 of Trump's picks are correct more often than they are incorrect. None of them is a Clarence Thomas or Sam Alito stalwart. For what it's worth, reading my own personal 2 cents, I think Donald Trump's worst mistake from his first term was the First Step Act, this pro-criminal justice reform jailbreak legislation there. It was kind of ushered in by Kim Kardashian and Kanye West. Unfortunately, it was kind of a bit of a precursor to the George Floyd Black Lives Matter summer. Trump, for what it's worth, has done something of a mea culpa on that there. I don't think that we'll ever see that again there. God willing, we'll continue to do a little better when it comes to judicial nominations, including the U.S. Supreme Court.
Josh Hammond, thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
By the Biden administration. These are the angel families that we love, that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored, and I've seen it. When I first got involved with the angel families, I had a meeting. It was so sad. And they got up and spoke, and the media literally just turned off the cameras. They didn't want to hear them. It was my first glimpse as to what was happening. These are sick people that cover stories like that, or that don't cover them, which is worse. Everyone in this room not only suffered an infinite loss, they were the victims of politicians who put the comfort of foreign criminals before the safety of American citizens and American patriots. Their stories were censored and suppressed like maybe almost never before, so that the politicians could open our borders and allow our nation to be invaded. If we didn't win the election, our nation would right now be destroyed. But under the Trump administration, their suffering is forgotten no longer. In just a few moments, I officially sign a proclamation that I've been waiting to sign for a long time, including my first administration. We got it done, and I'm doing it today. February 22nd is going to be National Angel Family Day. Very important. So many incredible family members and friends, parents and children. On February 22nd, 2 years ago, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Hope Riley went out for a run on a college campus in Georgia. Laken was viciously attacked, brutally beaten, and murdered by an illegal alien gang member who the last administration heartlessly released into our country. No problems. Let them in. They let in everybody. They didn't check anybody. They let in everybody. Among the first bills I signed into law after taking office last year was the Laken Riley Act. So proud of it. To ensure illegal alien criminals are rapidly removed from the United States of America, if that's okay with the media. That bill has already been really playing a big role in the life of our country. It's resulted in over 21,000 illegal alien arrests, 21,000. We're joined this morning by Laken's parents, who I have gotten to know. These are incredible people. And I want to ask Laken's mother, Allison, to please come forward and say a few words, please. Hi, Allison.
Well, this is unexpected, but I think that a lot of people feel like that President Trump is maybe different than the version I've gotten to know. And I just can't thank you enough. You have said from the beginning, literally the day after this happened, that you would not forget about Laken. You weren't president at that time, and you have not forgotten. You have fought a fight that most people would not want to have to fight. Most people wouldn't. They would just say it's just easier not to do this. And President Trump you are doing a thankless job that most people just wouldn't do. And I just can't thank you enough. There are just not enough words to say. Because if you've lived the nightmare that we have lived, you understand the importance of the job that he's doing and securing our nation and fighting for our families, because this could be any family. This happened to my family. This could be any one of your families. And Laken was the most responsible, hardworking, kind, selfless, beautiful Christian. And she wasn't somebody that put herself in bad positions. She didn't make bad choices. She was just a good girl. And she just wanted to go for a run that morning. After she'd gotten up at 4 o'clock to decorate her roommate's door for her birthday. And she did everything for everyone else. She expected nothing in return. She just wanted to be a good friend and a good sister and a good daughter and a hardworking nurse she was working so hard for. And I'm beyond blessed and thankful that you're honoring not just Lakin, because she's one in a ton of people that have suffered at the hands of illegal immigrants. She's not the only one. And so thank you for honoring all of them, not just Lakin. And we're just beyond grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's amazing, Allison. You have to go through this. Doesn't get that much easier, does it? Right? Even with time. It's been a while now, and it doesn't get that much easier. But I want to thank you for your incredible courage. We're all courageous in a sense. Everybody in this room is courageous, and we're willing to tell the story. And that, I don't know why the news doesn't want to hear it. The Democrats don't want to hear it. The radical left, they don't want to hear it. What's not to hear? We want to stop murderers and criminals from coming into our country. I watched the mayor of Minneapolis. I watched these people saying, we want to protect murderers. I don't get it. Something's sick. They're sick. Can't have a country like that. So we appreciate the bravery of everybody in this room, actually. And Christy, I want to thank you, and I want to thank Tom in particular for, we have a border that's 100% closed now, 100%. So Lakin's story is even more tragic because her death was completely preventable. It shouldn't have happened. Guy should never have been here. Not only should her killer not have been released into our country in the first place, but he was released a second time after being arrested in New York City. Here today is a great gentleman, the police officer who arrested that illegal alien, only to watch him be set free to kill. I mean, he was arrested and they let him go free. They release him, knowing it's going to kill again. But they released him and set him free to kill Lakin. So I'd like to have Ethan Carreri come up, please. He's a great, highly respected police officer, and you can explain what happened. Come on up. Thank you, Ethan.
Mr. President, it's an honor to be here today, and it's an honor to be speaking with you guys. My name is Ethan Carreri. I'm a police officer in Palm Beach County, Florida, and a former New York City police officer. While serving the New York City Police Department, I personally arrested Jose Ibarra for endangering the welfare of a child. A few months later, I saw his face again in the news after he viciously murdered Lakin Riley. I did my job. I put him in custody. The system failed. No detainer, no accountability, no deportation, and an innocent American life was taken. If you enter our country illegally, there will be consequences under this administration. The American citizens must always come first. To Lakin Riley's family, your loss should have never happened. We owe it to you and every American family to enforce our laws, secure our border, and protect innocent lives. Mr. President, thank you so much for having me here today, and thank you for all you've done for our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you very much. I notice you left New York to come to Florida. It's in a way it's too bad, right? But you couldn't take it anymore. They don't let you do your job. But thank you very much, Ethan. Great, highly respected person. Have to do a little checking before I introduce people, otherwise I get in trouble. Sometimes I introduce people and they say, sure, did you know this or that? But you checked out very, very well. Wow. Stories like Lakin's are one more reason why my administration will do everything in our power to end the scourge of sanctuary cities once and for all. They protect criminals. Why do people fight? They protect criminals with a vengeance. They fight for these criminals like murderers. They're protecting murderers. They fight for them so hard. There's something wrong with them. We're joined today by so many angel families who are grieving a terrible loss. They've gone through hell. Steve Ronnebeck was the father of 21-year-old Grant Ronnebeck, a beautiful guy who was shot and murdered by an illegal alien while he was working behind the counter of a convenience store in Arizona. He was working behind the counter. Steve, would you please come forward? We'll talk about your boy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good to see you. You know, I spent some time with President Trump in his first election. President Trump talked about Grant even before he was elected in 2016. And finally, we had hope. We had hope that it was going to end. I was just talking to Secretary Noem that we all sat around the table one day during one of our visits to Washington. And again, the word preventable came up. All these deaths at the hands of illegal immigrants are preventable. They could have been stopped. We could have done so much more, unfortunately, at the hands of an election that we question. Somebody took their foot off the brakes and put their foot on the accelerator to let these people into our country. And it wasn't just regular people. It was criminals. It was murderers, killers, rapists. And now today, we are finally going to see that somebody's going to remember all of our loved ones. They're going to remember the names, and they're going to remember what we've all been through. Thank you, Mr. President.
And think of it, I'm not talking politics, I'm just talking life. If that election, it was millions and millions of votes. A guy that never left his basement, it was all run by crooked people. COVID was a little bit of a shield. We had a lot of things going on, but it was rigged by millions of votes. We did great in that election. If that election wasn't rigged, every single one of the people in this room right now would not be here. You'd be home with your son, daughter, family. We had a strong border. You know, we solved it twice, Tom. We solved it in 2016. The border was bad. Nothing like it was this time. It was like beautiful compared to this time. This was legendary. In the history of the world, there's never been a border like this where millions of people poured in, at least 25 million people. And many of them were the wrong people, many. You know, when countries fill up the caravans, they don't fill them up with their finest. I wouldn't. And I would do exactly what they did if the United States would be willing to take all of our criminals and people, or people that don't work. But they are smart people. I got to know most of those leaders. I know them. I said, what are you doing? They said, look, it was a totally open border. They saved hundreds of millions of dollars. And they gave it to us, and we've done a great job. Tom Holman, Kristi Noem, our people, they've been incredible, the job they've done. And they take nothing but abuse, but, you know, they're sort of pretty hardened to that, I think, because they know they're doing the right thing. It just amazes me that there's not more support out there. It's just, we actually have a silent support. I think it's silent. I think well, that's how I won. I got probably 85 million votes. They say 78 million, 79 million. They cheated in this election too. It was just too big to rig. Too big to rig. But they cheated like hell. They can't. We have a new one though, voter ID. I think that's as crazy as They won't approve voter ID. They won't approve proof of citizenship. They won't approve no mail-in ballots, even though they know it's crooked as hell. Where the ballots are sent to, in many cases, Democrats. Republicans don't get theirs, and they're calling frantically to get their ballot. A Democrat will get 3, 4, 5, 6, and even 7 ballots. And then we're supposed to win. That's what they're good at. They're professional cheaters. But we wouldn't be here right now. I'm just thinking as we're going through it, because we've suffered through it together. I suffer for the country. I mean, it's the people I've gotten to know, the mothers and fathers, mostly mothers and fathers, husbands in some cases, wives in some cases, but mostly mothers and fathers, what they have to go through. Also with us is Marie Vega, the mother of Javier Vega Jr., a retired U.S. Marine and Border Patrol agent, so respected, who was murdered in front of his family by 2 illegal aliens, bad ones, really bad ones. People you could look at them and you could say, trouble. Trying to steal his family's trucks. He wanted to take everything the family had, but the trucks in particular. Marie, please come forward. Thank you, darling.
President Trump, on behalf of my family and I, thank you for hosting this beautiful remembrance in honor of our loved ones who were killed by illegal aliens. As you said, August the 3rd, 2014, my husband Javier, my son, Marine and Border Patrol agent Javier Harvey Vega, his wife, 2 of his sons and a friend, and I were fishing in Santa Monica, Texas. Within minutes of settling in, we were ambushed by 2 illegal aliens with many priors. Without warning, they jumped out of their stolen vehicle with guns that were not supposed to be in their possession in an attempt to steal 2 4-wheel drive vehicles. While trying to defend us, Harvey was shot in the chest and killed. My husband, Javier Sr., was shot in the back. Remember, you all, children were there fishing. You could hear the bullets just whizzing past you. Javier Sr. returned fire with this weapon, and I grabbed the AR that Harvey had attempted to defend us with, and I returned fire as well. Had we not fired back, they would have killed everyone there, including the children, so that there wouldn't be any witnesses. And they killed an amazing man, a loving and honorable dad and husband. Thank God we have you in office. Without you, America and the world would not know the consequences of open borders. Thank you for restoring law and order. Thank you for acknowledging us, the angel families. Every day, I can't imagine what it must be like to wake up every morning, work so diligently amid attacks and resistance from the left, to deal with the craziness, the fraud, and the swamp. But you get it done day in and day out, all while finding solutions to making America great again. You absolutely amaze me. Please know that we see it, and we, the masses, your constituents, are behind you 100%. When you were elected the first time, for the first term as president, I remember saying to my boss, this is exactly what this country needed, a businessman. You did an outstanding job then. And although you were cheated out of the second term, by the way, as well, and we know it, I knew the third term was going to be epic. And here we are, mega. Before I end this, I have to share a sweet story with you about my daddy. He absolutely hated the way people treated you and attacked you. On your third run for office, he said to me, "Mijita," which means my little daughter in Spanish, "can you check to see if I'm up to date and still registered to vote? We need to make sure President Trump gets into office." I said, "Of course, Daddy." And I did, and I checked, and he was registered to vote. We lost a great man, April the 3rd of 2025, and that would be my daddy. Again, thank you for everything. Thank you for backing Border Patrol and ICE and backing these families. Thank you so much. I love you.
So beautiful. You know, I was thinking as you were saying that running again for a third time after having gone through what we went through the second time, which was so horrible, so much cheating, so much deception and viciousness, and you could see what they were going to do. And I'm here now, and it's a much more powerful term than my second term would be, and much more powerful. And one of the reasons is everybody sees how bad they were. And I had to go through, and I still do, fake stories, fake polls. I had polls for the election that showed I was going to get swamped, and I won in a landslide. They were fake polls because polls are tough. When you get a fake poll, I get them today. I saw one today that I'm at 40%. 40%. I'm not at 40%. I'm at much higher than that. I mean, I'd love to run against anybody. The real polls say you kill everybody. It wouldn't even be close. But you go through the fake polls, you go through the fake stories. And I said, it was good because this is really a much more powerful term than I would have had if I had run, because it was just one of those things. There would be nothing to compare it to. And now they compare it to Biden and that horrible, horrible administration. And I mean it, it is more powerful. Our military is much more powerful. We rebuilt it mostly in the first term. Then they gave away a chunk of it. And as much as it was, it's very small relatively, Tom. But we gave it to the Taliban. Just walked out. We could have taken it with us. They said, "Oh, I think it's cheaper to leave the planes. Just put a little jet fuel and fly it to a neighbor or fly it right home." "Sir, I think it's cheaper. I think we'll save money by leaving a $150 million jet on the runway." These people are crazy. But I said, and I've said to a lot of people, it's much better what happened, but not for you people. It's not. And then I go back and say, but I wish it didn't, because every one of your loved ones would be alive today. Everyone in this room, I think, maybe there's one where it could have sneaked through during our term, but I don't think so. We had a very tough border. We had we solved it in 2016, and we had a very strong border. I would say nothing is as strong as what we have now, but we had a very strong border. We had a good border. We had a sane border. It was sane. And I say, I like this much better, much more respect. You read about all these crazy shooters, but they only go after consequential presidents. They don't go after non-consequential presidents. If you take a look, Abraham Lincoln, some big one. John Kennedy, in a certain way, was very consequential. He represented something very important. He was there for 1,000 days, as you know, the book, 1,000 days, but he was consequential. There was a glamour. There was something good for our country, right? But they consequential. And I was told that. I saw that the other day. They said they only go after consequential. So maybe I want to be a little bit less consequential. Can we hold it back a little bit, please, Tom? Can we just, nice and easy? Let's be a normal president for a little while. Because we had the greatest first term, I think, of any president in history. A lot of people have said that. Even radical left people have said that. And so it's, but the one problem is that, and every time I say it, I go back to the one thing I said, but we wouldn't have had 25 million people allowed to come into our country, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. And those are the people. They wouldn't be there. So I always say I like it better, but there's one thing I don't like better, and that's what they did. because I think that's the single biggest problem. You know, he gave us inflation, highest inflation we've ever had. I solved that. Right now, inflation's at a very low number. How about gasoline? I was in Iowa, $1.85 a gallon. You know, I solved that. I did a great job with that. Prices are coming way down, and I'll get them down further. But, you know, Christ, no matter. By the way, if I came up with a cure for cancer, they would say, he should have done it years ago. There's not a thing I can do where these people are going to give me credit. And that's okay, because we won in a landslide. So the people understand. The people understand. But the one thing that I regret about the election and the process, because it's a much bigger, more important, you look at what we're doing throughout the world, we're respected like we've never been before. The thing about it is that he allowed 25 million people, many of these murderers, drug lords, criminals, people from mental institutions. They emptied their mental institutions, Tom, is that right? All over the world, not just in South America. They emptied their jails, many of them from all over the world. Why? Why would we do this? And they walk in, nobody even asks for, like, do you have an identification? Do you have an ID? It's so crazy. You know, the mayor of New York, and he's a very nice person. I met him, but his ideology is not too good. But we're having a massive snowstorm right now. And I heard that he's asked people to come out and help shovel the snow. Okay, so you get a shovel and you start shoveling, right? What the hell? You're not going to help too much, but you can help. And hello. And right? Are you okay? Yes, you. Are you okay? Are you okay? Good. Good. Are your eyes okay? I gave her money to get her eyes fixed. A lot of money to get her eyes fixed. That doctor ripped me off, but that's okay. And when do you go? Well, you get them done. It's an operation, but it's 100%. You know, it's great. Good. You're going to have 20/20 vision. She's almost blind, cataracts. She's almost blind. And with one operation, that'll take a very short period of time. Hope you have a good doctor. He's an expensive doctor, top of the line, right? But you know, we have 20/20 vision. Because I noticed you're wearing glasses. I saw you yesterday on television wearing glasses, and I said, well, but anyway. But, you know, speaking of your family, it would be a lot different right now, except for the election. So I always say, it's too bad that happened. And if I had it to do again, it's despite the tremendous job we're doing now, I wish it could have been the other way, because we wouldn't even be having this meeting right now. There'd be nobody. I wouldn't have gotten to know you. But it's gotten to know you under very bad circumstances, right? The worst circumstances. So one of those things. But the thing I can't understand is why the press isn't more supportive. They're so dishonest. The stories, the polls, they polled you. They say, oh, the angel moms. I think the angel moms are the finest people I've met. I mean, the angel moms and families and dads. But these are unbelievable people. Why are they so angry with angel moms? They had their child killed. Stories that are so horrible, I'm not going to mention. A couple of people are in the room. What they did with the child after they murdered the child. It's not even, and these people are actually on the side of the criminal. I don't get it, Tom. Someday you're going to explain it to me. But I don't think you can either. It's crazy. Laura Wilkerson is another American mom whose 18-year-old son, Joshua was horribly beaten, tortured, and murdered by an illegal alien who went totally crazy and just went to school. And I'd like to ask Laura to come up and say a few words about Joshua. Please. Hi. Another one of my friends. One of my original friends, right?
Thank you so much for having me today. My name is Laura Wilkerson, And I want to thank everybody for their help in gathering us here, the American Border Story and the White House and all of your helpers. I thank you for that. I met a man about 11 years ago who was running for office, and he sat with us a couple of days, and he watched as the tears rolled down my face as I told him the story of how our youngest son, Joshua, was brutally beaten, tortured, strangled to death, and his body set on fire. The man next to me was President Trump. He never, ever looked away from my pain. He looked me straight in the eye and he said, "I will never forget the story of your sweet son, and I will never give up fighting for the American family." I looked at him and I believed him. And here we are these years later, and you can tell all of the work he's done. He's never missed a day of fighting for the American family. I don't know if I've ever met a man who is more interested in this country and running this country and getting it back in shape. And I'm so grateful for what he does every single day. I can't even pretend to understand the spiritual battles that swirl around the office of the presidency and the man who owns that office. I would ask that God breathe a fresh breath of air through this administration so that he can calm those spiritual battles and allow our president to continue to do the hard work. Jesus works on my family every day, still healing us today. And I am just so incredibly grateful for the man who's in office, who never quits. He is sidelined so many times, but we know the man, Jesus, who can take care of that. And we pray today in his name that he will sweep through this country and make it right again. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Oh, I just want to thank you. That's amazing. The words are so beautiful, so beautiful. I get introduced often, and I'm getting introduced by people. In many cases, they hate me. And they don't give me nice introductions like that. But all we're doing is the right thing. It's sort of simple, right? It's sort of simple, and but not simple for you. And that's when I was running, actually. That was before I won. I didn't know if I was going to win or not. I was running against 17 politicians. You knew. That's nice. But no, I never forgot that. Jody Jones is a loving brother whose cherished sibling Rocky was killed by an illegal alien real monster, who went on a deranged crime spree after being released from prison as part of a California sanctuary city policy. Jody, please come up. Thank you.
Well, I have this speech, but I'm not going to give it. What I'm going to tell you is from my heart. I want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, first of all, before I do anything. I want to thank the American Border Story, and I absolutely want to thank President Donald J. Trump. Thank you, sir, for putting America first and putting these angel families first and letting everybody know their stories, because we matter. Thank you, sir. My brother Rocky Jones was murdered by a criminal illegal alien. He was simply at the wrong place at the wrong time. This man was arrested, released, and within 24 hours, he went on a shooting spree in Central California. Unfortunately, my brother was in the wrong place at the wrong time. This man shot my brother 8 times at point blank range. I pray that no other family has to go through that. Unfortunately, they will. And just know, President Trump, I want you to know, no matter what the fake media says about you, the American people love you, and we will support you all the time because we love you. I'm sick and tired of hearing these Democratic politicians stand up on these podiums and say how sorry they are for seeing these criminal illegal aliens being ripped apart from their families. What about us? What about the American family? What about us? We mean something too. And this man right here understands it. I was listening to Grandma Cook, and she said thank you to President Trump. And I love that lady. I don't even know her. I just heard her. I just got the fire inside of me. I'm like, wow, that's an American. I love America. I want you guys to understand this. Americans are not racist. We're not xenophobic because we want a safe America and we want to put Americans first. This man's not racist because he wants to put Americans first. Are you kidding me? I know you guys hear it all the time, but we are not. And I'm going to tell you something. I love America. I love Donald Trump. I love my family. And by gosh, I love America. Thank you very much, Donald Trump. President Trump, you are the man. You are the man. I want to say this. I'm going to end here. I want to say this. I love my country. God bless you. God bless Donald Trump. And God bless America.
Well, thank you very much. It's incredible. I want to now introduce somebody that I get to know pretty well. We just had a little discussion. Wonderful mothers, Patty Morin, who lost her beautiful daughter, Rachel, and Tammy Nobles, who lost her daughter, Kayla. Your daughters would be unbelievably proud, and they are as they look down. I'm sure they're looking down. And they'd be very proud of you, and they're thanking you right now for your courage. You've gone through a lot, know you. And I just have to recognize some of the families. I mean, the families that are here this morning, I know many of them, not all of them. And you know, it grows at a pretty strong level, nothing like it was in the past. You remember when during the campaign, Biden would say, and then I guess Kamala, it's the same thing, same ideology, same level of intelligence, I think. But she would say, and he would say, no, it's wonderful to have the people come into our country. These are fine people. These are nice people, and they don't commit crime. And I called Tom home and I said, what's the story on that? Because I think they're really violent. And Tom would say, these are the most violent people in the world. They're coming in. These make I remember you said, these make our criminals look like choir boys. And you know what? You were right. You were right. But I want to thank those two people because what they went through. And I want to recognize all of the families here this morning who have lost loved ones, a lot of families. Thousands are not here, and they're feeling just the way you do, sad. And continue to fight. You know, they say time helps, but I've seen some people, and the time isn't not helping that much. Time, they say it heals all wounds, but it's not. Do you feel better now or the same? You know, you got to feel a little bit better. You got to let it, but it's not like the phrase, wonderful phrase, time heals, like everything's good. Excuse me? Yeah, I know. We'll continue to fight though, and we'll stop this horrible situation, and we have stopped a lot of it. A big thing, you know, you saw that murders are down for the most in 125 years. That's before my father was born in 1905. 5 years before my father was born. My father was great. But so in 1900, 125 years, the murders, the lowest rate. You know why? Because I closed the borders and we got a lot of people out. It's not just closing, we got a lot of people out. Washington, D.C. is now a safe place. We don't want to close the borders with them in here. We got a lot of them out, and we got many of the worst ones out. Go for them first. But I want to conclude by reading part of a letter I received earlier this year from two heartbroken grandparents who will never again see their 8-year-old granddaughter after an illegal alien ran her over with his truck purposely. They wrote to me, we are hurting so badly, and now know that the hurting in our family will never go away. It never, ever will go away. We're not seeking notoriety. We don't care about press coverage, but we do want our girl to be remembered. We want people to actually know how preventable this murder was. And lastly, we want the American government to be accountable to its citizens. True, they should be accountable for what they did. That's my administration, and I will tell you, fighting, and we're fighting so hard. All of them, everybody together is fighting. We're putting American citizens first. We're defending American lives, and we're fighting for every angel family. Angel families are beautiful families. They're beautiful families. That was my first, early on when we first met, that was my first, I didn't know about angel families, you know. I never did this before, right? I was building buildings and things. But I said, I can't believe it. My first meeting, they were so angry at the press, at a mom who lost her daughter so violently, right? You might have been there. The first meeting, I said, this is strange. What's going on? It was anger from the fake news. But the angel families, I realized very early on, I never changed. I could see how you'd change though. You know, you have to go through this stuff. But never changed. I thought they were among the greatest people I've ever met. I've met the heads of countries. A lot of them aren't so nice, but you know, they do have some power. And we've done very well with all of those people. But among the finest people I've ever met are the people in this room and people, many people outside of this room. I know many, many more than just in the room. But we restored our border, and that's now totally secure, and our country is at the safest level it's been in many, many years. How could anyone possibly say we want open borders, knowing, especially, let's say you did that because you're foolish or stupid or something, and you did it, but after a couple of weeks, you're going to know that the people coming here, if you're running a country, you want to send your bad people out. That was the way I looked at it. I didn't know anything about it. I ran for office, but I have a lot of sense. And I said, well, open borders is no good because if I'm running the country nearby or far away, I had no idea how far away. They came from the Congo in Africa. They came from all of, not just South America. Congo let vast numbers, hundreds and hundreds, and probably thousands of people out of jail. They brought them through Mexico and they dropped them into our country. But you would say that common sense, well, and I said it right from almost the first day. I said, how can you have an open border? All the countries are going to be dropping their prisoners into us. That's exactly what happened. And mental patients and others. So we have a country that's now doing well. We have the greatest economy we've ever had. We have the most activity we've ever had. I'm making a speech tomorrow night, and you'll be hearing me say that. I mean, it's going to be a long speech because we have so much to talk about. But Americans like Lakin and Grant and Javier and Joshua, Rocky, Rachel, Kayla, these are great people, and we're never going to forget them. I'll never forget them. I don't know how long I'll be around. Got a lot of people gunning for me, don't I? Huh? But I will not forget them. I'm never going to forget them. And I just think you're among the most brave people. I meet a lot of brave people. I meet warriors. I give out congressional medals of honor where people recommend, like these two in front of me are so wonderful, but they recommend, and I meet the greatest people. But this is a group of people that for whatever reason, I just feel maybe the warmest about. So at least you have one friend, and we don't understand why you don't have many, and maybe you will. I don't know. So I'm going to go sign the proclamation, and then we're going to sit in the audience. I'm going to sit with you for the reading of the victims' names, and I'll then depart to a song sung by our incredible, talented military, Amazing Grace. Okay? Sound good? Now, we could have some of the families come up, some of the people come up, you know who you are, and come on, you can stand around me. I don't use an auto pen, so you can watch me actually sign it. Okay.
I am going to go ahead and pause the music because I am not getting a music copyright. I'll probably just go ahead and go to the next one. Now we're gonna go to a flashback of May 8th, and we're gonna start getting into a whole nother topic.
So you can create the way.
Morning to reach this historic agreement, and it's beautiful weather out. I will tell you that, Keir. Beautiful weather. It's so perfect outside. But it's really, in particular, the agreement with one of our closest and most cherished allies. And we're so happy that that's the way it worked out. I want to thank Prime Minister Starmer and his very talented team for their outstanding work and partnership. Today's agreement with the UK is the first in a series of agreements on trade that my administration has been negotiating over the past 4 weeks. With this deal, the UK joins the United States in affirming that reciprocity and fairness is an essential and vital principle of international trade. The deal includes billions of dollars of increased market access for American exports, especially in agriculture, dramatically increasing access for American beef, ethanol, and virtually all of the products produced by our great farmers. And our Secretary, as you know, of Agriculture is here. Brooke, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, sir.
You'll let the farmers know. In addition, the UK will reduce or eliminate numerous non-tariff barriers that unfairly discriminated against American products. But this is now turning out, I think, really to be a great deal for both countries, because it'll be really great for the UK also. So they're opening up the country. Their country is a little closed, and we appreciate that. They'll also be fast tracking American goods through their customs process, so our exports go to a very, very quick form of approval, and there won't be any red tape. Things are going to move very quickly both ways. The final details are being written up in the coming weeks. We'll have it all very conclusive, but the actual deal is a very conclusive one. We think just about everything's been approved. So good for both countries. And we'll also receive new market access for American chemicals, machinery, and many other industrial products that weren't allowed. And they'll end up getting products that they'll be able to price, and if they like them better and we make great products, they'll be buying those products, but they were not available in the UK. Furthermore, in a historic step, the deal includes plans that will bring the United Kingdom into the economic security alignment with the United States. That's the first of its kind. So we have a big economic security blanket, and that's very important. And we feel very, very comfortable with that because it's been a great ally, truly one of our great allies. I mean, a lot of people say our greatest ally. I don't want to insult people by saying that, but I can say it's certainly one of our greatest, and right at the top. And they're the first one we're talking about. And by the way, we have many meetings planned today and tomorrow, and every country wants to be making deals. And we have a meeting, as you know, Scott will be going over to Switzerland on Saturday, and that'll be very, very interesting. Let's find out. But I think they want to make a deal very badly, too. Both countries have agreed that the economic security is national security, and will be working together as allies to ensure that we have a strong industrial base, appropriate export controls, and protections for key technologies and industries like steel. Steel is a big factor. Both countries will become stronger with steel and things necessary for military. You know, we used to build ships and other things literally at a level that nobody's ever seen. And we haven't, we've eased up. And I would say that the UK certainly eased up, but now we're going to be uneasing both, and we work together. Once again, I want to thank Prime Minister Starmer. He's been terrific for his partnership in this matter, the special relationship and external bond. It's really an external and an internal bond between our two countries will soon be stronger than ever before. And we really do. We have a great relationship. I want to just say that the representatives of UK have been so professional, and it's been an honor doing business with all of them, and in particular the Prime Minister. And I'd like to introduce him now to say a few words. Mr. Prime Minister, please take it away.
Thank you, Mr. President, Donald. And this is a really fantastic, historic day in which we can announce this deal between our two great countries. And I think it's a real tribute to the history that we have of working so closely together. Can I pay tribute, Donald, to your negotiating team as well, particularly yes. Howard and Jameson, who've done an incredible job, a very professional job, and my team as well. Two negotiating teams have worked at pace now for a number of weeks to bring in this deal today. Really important deal. This is going to boost trade between and across our countries. It's going to not only protect jobs, but create jobs, opening market access. And as you say, Donald, the timing couldn't be more apt, because not only was it 80 years ago today that victory came for Europe after and at the end of the Second World War, but of course on that day, the UK and the US stood together as the closest of allies. And Donald, I think even down to the hour, because you may or may not know that it was about this time of day, exactly 80 years ago, that Winston Churchill announced victory in Europe. And that led to great celebrations across Europe, across America, but particularly in the United Kingdom. Literally people going out into the street, putting bunting up, going up to the palace. And so to be able to announce this great deal on the same day, 80 years forward, almost at the same hour, and as we were 80 years ago, with the UK and the US standing side by side, I think is incredibly important and makes this truly historic. That close relationship has endured over those 80 years. As you know, Donald, when it comes to defense and security and intelligence sharing, of course, there are no two countries that are closer than our two countries. And now we take this into new and important territory by adding trade and the economy to the closeness of our relationship. It is built, as you say, on those notions of fairness and reciprocal arrangements. We've always had a fair and balanced arrangement between our countries. This builds on that, hugely important for sectors like car manufacturing and for steel and aluminium and so many others. And yes, we can finish hammering out some of the details, but there's a fantastic platform here, including, of course, on the tech side, where I think I'm right in saying we're the only two Western countries with trillion-dollar sectors when it comes to tech. And in the end, it comes down to, as you say, Donald, economic security is national security. On national security, we've been absolutely the closest of allies for so many years, keeping the peace through that close alliance, that friendship. And now we add to that this deal on trade and the economy. And I want to thank you for your leadership on that, Donald, and for the way in which your team have negotiated this. And I'm so pleased that we've got this deal, we've finalised it, and we've built an incredible platform for the future. So thank you so much. Donald, I'm now going to go and do a press conference. I think you have your press in with you. But on the details, I think if you've got Howard, we can deal with that through one of my team.
That's great. Well, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much. It's an honor. We're going to have a continued, maybe a better relationship than ever before. You know, I don't know if the media knows, but the U.S. and U.K. have been working for years to try and make a deal. And it never quite got there.
Yeah.
It did with this Prime Minister. So I want to just congratulate you.
Well, with this president, this prime minister, we've managed to achieve what many people have tried to achieve for many years.
Right.
And I'm really pleased. And it feels completely historic and on a special 80-year anniversary as well. So, Donald, thank you so much. It's really good to have got this deal over the line. Tribute to both teams, tribute to our countries, and tribute to your leadership.
Thank you. Well, it really is a great thing. And you go do your press conference, and I'll see you soon. Maybe speak to you later. But thank you very much. An incredible thing. I can't tell you that for so many years, even as I sat, everybody talked and talked and talked about a deal with, it just seemed like a natural deal, but it was not done. But now it was done with us. So I feel very proud to have been a part of it. Keir, thank you very much.
Thanks, Donald, and we'll speak again soon.
Very good. So long. Bye. That's very nice. Why don't I do this? Why don't I have our Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, give a little description of the deal pretty quick, and then the good side, the very nice side, we'll be speaking about it also, maybe from so you get a pretty equal. I think it's a very, it's just been a deal that was, we thought very complicated. It became very simple. It's opening up the country that we really didn't have the kind of access to that I would have thought. I was surprised. I think it's why the deal never got done before. It was, you know, they've been working on this deal for 25 years and we got it done and we got it done. Really, it's going to be great for both countries. So, Howard, if you could go and then somebody else, you may have, you'll pick whoever you want who'd like to do it. I have a feeling you're going to do it, right? So you guys go ahead and then we'll take questions right after that. But I think you'll get a pretty good understanding of how big it is. It's a very large deal, very big deal. And Howard, go ahead.
So the UK is the 6th largest economy in the world and the 4th largest that we export to, right? So it's a huge market, a top 10 market. If you remember Liberation Day, they were at 10% because we have balanced trade with the UK, right? They say they have a surplus, but of course that counts gold bullion, which is, so let's just call it balanced trade. So how do you open up a market in balanced trade? People think it's impossible. They've always thought it was impossible until President Trump came on the scene and changed the way things work. So here's what we've got. We've opened up new market access, ethanol, beef, machinery, all the agricultural products. They've agreed to open their markets, and that will add $5 billion of opportunity to American exporters. So the question is, why would they do that now? Because they've never done it before. And we still have our 10% tariff on, which will produce $6 billion of revenue for the United States. So the idea was, how do they keep their jobs, protect their economy, and do the best for their people while opening the market for us? And the ways they studied it, their team was exceptional, and they tried to figure out the markets that they're importing from other people and try to send them over to America. So why were they always favoring others and not us? And what they've done is they've found the ways to do that so that we have new access, right? But the UK workers are protected, and that was the balance. So you've got, we did a deal with them in automobiles, and you know, if you're not building here, we charge you a 25% tariff. But the president, and by the way, I want to make this clear, while Jameson and I worked hard, this was the president's deal. And people think, oh, that's not the way it works. If you got to sit next to him, I have the best deal maker to my left. And if you don't think that we take advantage of him calling the prime minister and getting that deal done, you don't understand who's the president of the United States. So he's the closer. He gets deals done that we could never get done because he understands business, he understands deals, and that's why we're here today. So he agreed they could send 100,000 cars into America and only pay a 10% tariff. and that protects their car industry. And remember, we do 16 million cars a year. So this is only like 0.6%. But for the UK auto people, this is tens of thousands of jobs that the president agreed that he would protect for them. So he made that deal, right? Then steel and aluminum, right? Their steel business has been destroyed like everybody else has been destroyed by people dumping steel into their markets. And British Steel had announced it was closing down. So the British government, as part of this deal, nationalized British Steel, and they're going to match the kinds of models we do. They'll put tariffs on, they'll put quotas on. They want to do it with America so they can be part of the resurgence of steel and aluminum in America. And that saves them, again, thousands and thousands of jobs. So if you go step by step, aero and commercial planes, they sell Rolls-Royce engines to Boeing. We've agreed to let Rolls-Royce engines and those kind of plane parts to come over tariff-free. And what you're going to hear today is there's going to be an announcement at the UK that they are buying $10 billion worth of Boeing planes later today. But I'm going to let the name of the airline announce it because that's theirs to do. But part of this deal was always to do it together and to do it strong. And you can see the numbers on this board. Everything about this board works exceptionally well for the United States of America. It lays out the plan that you can work with us in autos. You can work with us with aero and commercial. You can work with us in pharmaceuticals if you have a supply chain that is secure and protected in national security. So we feel really good about the deal. You've heard the Prime Minister. He feels really good about the deal, right? And we started at 10% and we ended at 10%. And the market for America is better. And this is a perfect example of why Donald Trump produced Liberation Day. People don't understand. He gets things done in a matter of time. This would have taken Jameson and I 3 years, maybe. And instead, we got it done in 45 days, certainly, because we work for Donald Trump. So Jameson, my partner in all this, maybe Jameson, you'd like to talk a little, and then we'll turn it over to the UK.
Sure, happy to do that. Everyone has great remarks. I just have to echo the President and the Prime Minister when we talk about VE Day. This is something we've been waiting for decades, and there's no more appropriate day to do this. And when we step back and we look back a few weeks from now or months from now or years from now, we'll look back at this day and better appreciate the significance, I think. And I'll just say as well, in terms of negotiating, I mean, the UK negotiators, you know, we've got one right here, did an incredible job, right? This is why you win wars, right? When you act like this. And the ambassador, he knows more about trade than a lot of us here based on his background. And I would say on this deal, Mr. President, what we've shown is that it is time to change the way we do trade. People said we couldn't do a global tariff. We did a global tariff. They said no one would want to deal with us. People want a deal. They said no one give offers. You saw that stack of offers I showed you yesterday, all those countries. Said we wouldn't get deals, and here we are with the deal with the 6th largest economy. We've agreed to have fair and reciprocal trade, and we've done it in record time.
Thank you very much, sir. Great job.
Thanks.
Well, Mr. President, thank you very much indeed in hosting us this morning. And thank you very much indeed also for that very typical 11th hour intervention by you with your phone call to the President, demanding even more out of this deal than any of us expected. So thank you for that. The Prime Minister was delighted, obviously, to take that call late at night. But you took it to another level. And I think the point I would make is twofold. One is that if we're going to rebalance and rebuild international trade in a way that serves all our interests, then we're better doing that together than separately and apart. And that's what we're on a mission to do. But secondly, you've done what you said you would do. You said to the Prime Minister when he came and we visited in the Oval that you would do a good trade deal with the United Kingdom, that you would do it at pace, and that we would be first. And you have delivered that. You know, you've been true to your word. So thank you very much indeed for that. For us, it's not the end. It's the sort of
Nano Banana Pro is now on Artlist. Get Google's most up-to-date model.
It's much the end just of the beginning. I mean, there is yet more we can do in reducing tariffs and trade barriers so as to open up our markets to each other even more than we're agreeing to do today. But it also provides us with the platform, the springboard, to do what I think will be even more valuable for both our countries in the future, and that's creating a technology partnership between the United States and the United Kingdom, so that we can harness science and technology in order to create future industries and future jobs. And to do that together in the way we work so closely already in the national security and defense area, we can just take that to yet further areas of science, enterprise, and endeavor. So we're looking forward to doing that in the coming months. You've launched us extremely well today. It just, in my view, as the Prime Minister has said, just shows what two countries who trust each other, who are confident in each other and are familiar with each other can do, not just for ourselves, but for those, the rest of the world, who need to benefit from a bigger and better international trading system.
Beautifully stated. What a beautiful accent. Too. I'd like to have that accent. Thank you.
My mother would be proud.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
James Matthews from Sky News.
Yes.
Can I ask, why Britain and why now? And you described this deal as a full and comprehensive deal, and yet we've just heard from Mr. Michael said it's the end of the beginning. Clearly, there's much more work still to do. With respect, are you overstating the reach and significance of this deal because you're a president who needs a result at a difficult time?
I think that it's a great deal for both parties. It's for us. We're opened up. I didn't know how closed it was. Quite closed, the market, as you know, the UK, and it opens up a tremendous market for us, and it works out very well, and a lot of assets. You see the chart, and those are tremendous assets. But we've been trying, and when you say why us, meaning your country, we've been trying for years, and they've been trying for years to make a deal, including when I was in the, first term. It would always be people talking, but they weren't getting it done. But for 25 years before that, they were trying always to make a deal, a very significant deal. I actually, until I looked at the numbers, I didn't realize this is a very conclusive deal, but we think we can grow it even from that. But this is a maxed out deal, not like you said it. You said it really incorrectly. This is a maxed out deal that we're going to make bigger, and we make it bigger through growth. But we have tremendous assets involved. I was surprised to see how big your country is in trade, actually. One of the biggest in technology and so many other things. It's agriculture. I really didn't know. It's depending on your definition, it's from 4 to 5 to 6. That's pretty big in the world. So I was very impressed by that. But we're going to take it to new levels. It's a very big deal right now, but I think it is going to grow just of its own volition. It's going to grow, and over time there'll be changes made. There'll be adjustments made because we're flexible. We'll see things that we can do even better. But it's very conclusive, and we think everyone's going to be happy, and the people of your country are going to be very impressed with the result, and they'll be able to buy from more people. They'll be able to price things differently. They'll be able to get some products that aren't available to them now that we make better than anybody in the world. And it's just something that it's a great thing that it came together. It's so nice because we have many countries want to make a deal, and many countries are very unhappy that we happen to choose this one, to be honest with you. But it's a long time, our oldest ally, or just about. I guess a couple of people claim that too, but let's put it right at the top. I think it's going to be something very special for UK and special for the United States. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. How close are you to more deals, and when do you expect the next to be announced?
Well, very close. We have numerous deals. I know Howard's going back. As soon as this is finished, your press conference, he's got numerous. And Scott, who's right over here, who's fantastic, by the way, You were great on television this morning. I watched you. Gave them a little lesson in the world and economics. But Scott's going to be going to Switzerland, meeting with China, and they very much want to make a deal. We can all play games. Who made the first call? Who didn't make it doesn't matter. It only matters what happens in that room. But I will tell you that China very much wants to make a deal. We'll see how that works out. Every country throughout the last 40, 50 years has literally ripped off the United States on trade, on military, on protection, on all the different things. And we are now making fair deals. And in this case, it's great because we really weren't very much involved. You have the European Union, which is, I think you made the right decision years ago. I don't know if you remember, I was opening up Turnberry the day that you were voting. And they asked me, would it happen or would it not happen? I said, no, I think they're going to go their own separate way. I think it's better for them. And they did. I think it's going to end up being a very smart decision. But a big part of that decision was always that you'd be able to make a deal with the United States. And they were unable to do that.
TurboTax locations are now open in your neighborhood. So hand off your taxes to an expert today. Now local experts do your taxes with 100% accuracy.
Find your sun with Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea, made with real iced tea.
But now they made it, and it's a tremendous, it's very important. That was always a big part of your decision on Brexit, and they were never able to make that deal. It was a tough one, and this one it's amazing with time. This one just went very smoothly, went quickly and smoothly. And a lot of common sense, as I like to say. It's tremendous common sense, but it's going to make your country much bigger in terms of trade, and it's going to make our country much bigger in terms of trade too. Yes,
Thank you. Tom Bateman at the BBC. Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned meat.
You with who?
The BBC.
Oh, good. Very nice. They treat me beautifully.
You mentioned meat and beef exports. The UK currently doesn't accept American beef because of its own food standards. Are you calling on the UK to accept all American beef and chicken products?
Well, I think they'll take what they want. We have plenty of it. We have every type. We have every classification you can have. As you know, Bobby Kennedy is doing a tremendous job, and he's, I think, probably heading toward your system with no chemical, no this, no that. And I think we're heading that way. It seems to be. And but we have that also. So we're a very big country. We have a lot of beef. We're a very big country. So it'll be great. Yes. Yes.
Do you want me to jump in?
Yes.
Let's talk about American beef really quickly, and it can't be understated. I'm Brooke Rollins, by the way, how important this deal is and what this means to American farmers and ranchers. Specific to the beef, this is going to exponentially increase our beef exports. And to be very clear, American beef is the safest, the best quality, and the crown jewel of American agriculture for the world. So I think a really important part of this deal isn't just the ethanol reducing of tariffs from 19 to 0, which for our row croppers is a huge deal, but also for beef. And as we move forward, I know our incredible trade team is looking at all of the meats, all of the produce, really all of our agriculture exports. And I don't know if there's an industry that has been treated more unfairly and has suffered more than our agriculture industry. So we look forward to, I'll be in the UK on Monday, talking to my counterpart over there for next week, and look forward to moving that out across the country. The president is
I think we could say that we have the best in the world, best tractors, the best everything in the world. And they say that our agriculture is, second to none, you understand, and it'll be a great asset. People are going to be able to have options, choice, and they'll have more of it. And that usually means lower prices. How about we'll do you and then you? Go ahead.
Follow-up question for the Italian TV, Daniele Compatangelo, LA7, TV 2000, Primetime Media. So congratulations for the deal. We'll see a big revenues from the chart. But what's the rest of Europe? It's a victory day, but other European countries, it seems like they're losing the train.
We intended to make a deal with Europe. We have found that the European Union treated us extremely unfairly, very difficult, and hurt themselves in doing so. And they very much want to make a deal. We'll be dealing with them. We are dealing with them currently. So that'll cover pretty much the rest of it. But this was separate because of Brexit in particular. This was a separate a separate deal. It always seems so natural. I mean, all the media would say that this seemed to be like, why did this happen 25 years? Why didn't it happen a long time ago? And it was always amazing to me. Somebody would say, hey, we got to make a deal. We have to make a deal. But this deal just fell into place. The prime minister did a fantastic job. His representatives are total professionals, and they got along well. And it just seemed to work. And I think one of the reasons it did is because we blew up the whole system. If we would have just been dealing with you separately or, country by country, we blew up the whole system. It was very fair to the very unfair to the United States. And I think because of that, this worked out so nicely. And I'm honored that it was the first deal. Please.
Sir, you mentioned.
Well, why don't you go in the back? Yes.
Oh, thanks, sir. I'm with the London Times. I would say this is a great day for James Bond because now Aston Martins will be available to American buyers. But even better by extending it to film. You've talked about a big tariff on films, and we'd like to know if there'd be relief on British.
Well, we're going to have a discussion on that separately. And as you know, we're putting tariffs on that particular film, you said, the movie makers. And we're going to be doing some tariffs to get them because a lot of them have left this country. They all live here. The money comes from here. Everything comes from here, but they make them in other countries. So we're going to do something to bring them back, maybe to a large extent. But James Bond has nothing to worry about that, I can tell you. James Bond. And Sean Connery was a friend of mine. Sean Connery was responsible for my getting zoning in Aberdeen. He said, let the bloody bloke build his golf courses. And, I was like 4 years into the process, and it was impossible in Aberdeen. And he just stood up one day and he said that. As soon as he said that, I got the approvals in about 2 minutes. So he was a great guy, Sean Connery, and great character.
Later in the year, are you going to Scotland and to the UK?
I will be, sure. It's great. We have a lot of investment over there. We have Turnberry, Aberdeen. We have, as you know, in Doonbeg in Ireland, right on the ocean. They're all in the ocean. I only have interest if they're on the ocean. And we have good investments over there. It's been beautiful. Yes.
Mr. President, if the talks go well this weekend between Secretary Bessent and Ambassador Greer with their Chinese counterparts, not preemptively, but if the talks go well, would you then consider lowering the tariff rate on China?
Well, it could be. I mean, we're going to see. Right now, you can't get any higher. It's at 145, so we know it's coming down. I think we're going to have a very good relationship. I always got along very well with President Xi. That relationship was greatly disturbed by COVID when COVID came in, but we get along very well now. I mean, the relationship was hurt with a lot of people, a lot of countries when COVID came in. But I think we're going to have a very good relationship. I expect to have a very good relationship with China, Scott. I think it's a very friendly meeting. They look forward to doing it in an elegant way. China, as you know, has a tremendous trade surplus with us, and we just can't have that. And but I think it's going to be very good for both countries. I would like to see China opened. One of the big things here is, and nobody would know this, but the UK was largely closed. It was very much closed to trade, and now it's opened. And a lot of the financial reporters are very happy about that because so much. I listened to them. I hope they get countries opened up, and then you compete on a fair basis. But you can't compete when you're not allowed to go there. China would be the number one example of that. It's very close. We almost had it last time before COVID, and that didn't work out. But we made a great deal with China. They had to buy $50 billion worth of our food products, and it was a great deal, doing very well for our farmers. And then when Biden came in, as usual, nothing happened. He didn't enforce it, and it got less, and ultimately, it destroyed a great deal. That was a great deal. But no, I think that we're going to have a good weekend with China. I think they have a lot to gain.
And we're sure this is shocking for many of you that just hear the news. And
I do think they have far more to gain than we do in a sense, but we're going to have I think we're going to have a very good weekend.
Will you speak to Xi after the weekend talks?
I might, yeah, sure. Depending on what Scott says, we Scott is doing certain countries and Howard's doing certain countries. I mean, I wish I had like 10 more of each. Then we could do them all at one time. But there will be a time, we'll do a number of them. And then there'll be a time, I think I can say this, Scott and Howard, where we're just going to say, because we understand the countries, we understand what they want, where we're just going to make the deal. In other words, we don't need the country involvement because we've already had it. And we'll say this particular country, which had big surpluses, let's say we had therefore deficits, that this particular country is going to pay a 25% tariff or a 30% or a 50% or 10% or whatever it may be. This was, I think we should explain it now. One of the things we did here that we'll rarely do is on cars, we took it from 25 to 10 on Rolls-Royce because Rolls-Royce is not going to be built here. I wouldn't even ask them to do that. You know, it's a very special car, and it's a very limited number too. It's not, you know, one of the monster car companies that makes millions of cars. They make a very small number of cars that are super luxury, and that includes Bentley and Jaguar. So we have some very special cars. So in order to help that industry, and that's really, you know, handmade stuff. They've been doing it for a long time in the same location. And I said, yeah, that would be good. Let's help them out with that one. But that's different than a car company that comes out and makes millions of cars, which they'll be doing in our country. They're going to build, we have many factories, car plants being built or going to be built very soon. I think we can say that we'll be close to $10 trillion of investment. I think we're actually at that number now if you add up some of the ones we haven't heard about yet. I mean, we have some going up right now. They have plants going up and they haven't even spoken to us. They're doing it because of the tariffs. And tariffs have always been used against us. And I never understood. I used to sit back. As you know, China paid hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs when I was president. But until then, China never paid anything. And, you know, they really did a big number on us from the standpoint of trade. But we are using tariffs now for our benefit. And we have now close to $10 trillion. Think of that, 10 trillion. If you look at the past administration, and we're talking about over, you know, essentially 2 months, because we could say 3, but it took a little while to get the office in perfect shape, right? It took a little while to get things done. But once we started, when you think of that, close to $10 trillion of investment, you've had years where the United States wouldn't do that wouldn't do 1 trillion in a year, wouldn't do anywhere near 1 trillion. We did 10 trillion in 2 months. So it's amazing what's happening. We're getting calls from, and that has to do with chips, has to do with cars. We used to make chips. We had Intel, and we used to make chips. We had a monopoly on chips. Everything was made here. And now, over a period of years, because of presidents that didn't know what they were doing, they allowed that business to be stolen from us. Most of it moved to Taiwan. And you probably were in the same position, right? Because you had a lot of the chip making capacity, but they moved it in. And if we would have said, that's fine. If you want to move it to Taiwan, that's good. But if you want to sell back into the United States, we're going to put a 50% or 100% tariff on. They would have never left. But we had people sitting here that didn't understand that. And it's too bad. But now they're coming back because I'm saying it about 40 years too late. But they're coming back. As you know, we have the biggest chip makers in the world spending, in one case, 300 billion, in one case, 500 billion, same as Apple, and in another case, 200 billion. And we're going to have a large share, a very, very substantial share of the chip making market.
You said that this weekend is going to be a friendly visit, but do you expect that it will just be a formality to break the ice, or are they going to get into substantive negotiations?
I believe so, yes. I believe it's substantive, yes. I think people like to say, yes, we're having a meeting to meet. Well, we're meeting, so what are we going to do? Talk about meeting again? So I think it's going to be substantive. I think we can say that, right, Scott? Very substantive. Now, China wants to do something. And look, they have to at this point. You know, essentially, they made $1 trillion a year, and now they have absolutely, you know, no business because of the tariffs. They have no business. And they want to have business, and we want them to have business. We want them to do well. We want them to do very well. So I think it's going to be very substantive.
Well, because business has slowed down, as you mentioned.
In China.
But we're seeing as a result, the ports here in the U.S., the traffic has really slowed, and now thousands of dock workers and truck drivers are worried about their jobs.
Yeah, no, that means we lose less money. You know, when I see that, that means we lose less money. Look, China was making over $1 trillion, 1.1 trillion, in my opinion. Different numbers from 500 billion to $1 trillion or $1 trillion. I think it was 1.1 trillion. And frankly, if we didn't do business, we would have been better off. Okay, you understand that. So when you say it slowed down, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. But we're going to make it so they can. I'd like to say they can do better, actually, in terms of the bottom line. We'd like to see China opened up so we can compete in China and, give people something that they've never had, access to something. That'd be great for the world. It would be great for our businesses. And I think it would be great for friendship. I really expect a lot of people think I'm a militant guy. I'm really not. I think that trade can bring a greater friendship with China. It can be something good. But, one of the things that I know Scott's going to be talking about very high on the list is open up and let our businesses go into China, because when you talk about a closed country, that's a really closed country. And I think it would be great if it was opened up. It would give people a lot of choice and would create a lot of jobs, a lot of everything. So I think it would be a great thing for China. And that's going to be one of the things we'll be discussing, like we discussed with UK. Yeah, please.
So what does Britain have to do for you to drop the baseline 10% tariff?
Well, I think that's set because that has to do with a lot of different things, including past. There are a lot of past things that we talk. This is very inclusive. We included everything, and that's pretty well set. Yeah, please.
Yeah, Mr. President, the 10% baseline tariff remaining in place, is that a template for these future trade deals? You say you're going to keep it here.
No.
Is it going to stay in every case?
No, that's a low number. They made a good deal. Some will be much higher because they have massive trade surpluses, and in many cases they didn't treat us right. One thing with UK, they had somewhat closed, not like a China as an example, but they always treated us with great respect.
So
they treated us with great respect. The template of 10 is probably the lowest end, and therefore they made that deal. But they. We've had just a very special relationship with them. Like, I won't do that deal with cars. I mean, unless somebody shows me that there's another kind of a car that's comparable to a Rolls Royce, and there aren't too many. This is a good commercial for Rolls Royce. They're going to order a lot of cars.
Mr. President, I wonder whether you'd like to buy.
I mean, well, the last time this happened,
I would be happy to suggest a discount, obviously a very modest discount. We have to protect our profit margins.
I've had many of them, actually. The last time that happened, I ended up buying a Tesla.
I had a question about the UK deal today. I heard there was talk that part of the agreement would depend on whether the UK would respect free speech and freedom of religion. I know the VP is really interested in that, talked about that earlier this year. Was there any assurances that you guys got on that front?
You want to handle that?
Yeah, that was not part of the conversation. Our conversation was an economic conversation from start to finish, closed by the president yesterday. This was a business deal, open their markets and also protect their workers, grow our markets, and help our workers.
This was about business religion. Business is sort of a semi-religion, but not nearly as important. I don't want to get myself into it. Go ahead, in the back.
Mr. President, will you be asking China to help you close, the gap between Ukraine and Russia?
I think so. Yeah, I think it's a natural thing to ask.
What do you expect?
Sure. I don't know. I think we're making good progress. Fighting is a little bit different than it was. I think if we weren't involved, Russia would be, going at it to maybe get the whole thing. Without our involvement, they'd be able to get it, because we supplied a lot of different things foolishly, but we've been sort of paid back by doing the rare earth deal that I talked about before. I think that. I think that we will be very much involved in trying to get that bloodbath. It's a bloodbath. It's a horrible situation. 5,000, it's really more than that. But it's 5,000 soldiers on average a week, mostly soldiers, are being killed. Young, beautiful people. I mean, they're being killed. I see the satellite pictures coming back, body parts lying all over fields, heads and arms. It's so terrible. I've never seen anything like it, actually. And if we can get that stopped, that will be a great accomplishment. And we're trying very hard. And I think we're close. And Mr. Witkoff is talking constantly back and forth. He's a real professional. He's got a great relationship with both countries. And I think we have a good chance. And likewise, we're trying to work on Iran to get that solved without having to get into any bombing, as we say, big bombing. I don't want to do that. I want them to work a deal. I want them to be very successful.
President Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. On the non-market barriers, how did you get the UK to bend, and what was the 11th hour deal or ask?
Well, I think it was really just a part of the overall. I mean, they have so many things that are so good for them. It's going to be so good for the country, and that was sort of easy. It wasn't. We had non-market. I call it non-market or non-monetary. No, I think the overall deal just worked out very well from their standpoint. They were willing to give that in order to get other things, and you might want to speak to that, Mr. Abbas.
Look, the point about the deal is that we will continue reducing.
Why are you not getting powerful erections even after taking an ED medication? It comes down to how arousal really works.
Tariffs and non-tariff barriers. This is a continuing picture. It's a movie. It's not a still picture here. It's a movie. Yeah. It continues. And we're both committed to freeing up trade between our countries. We're both committed to freeing up investment between our countries. And the point about this deal is that it provides a very good template and a very good launch pad for what we can continue to do and build on in the future. And that's what we're both determined to do.
When the 11th hour deal.
You know, many of the, well, we're going to say, many of these, we'll keep it confidential. How about just one more little thing, right? It got the deal closed, and it was handled very well from the other side too. But many of these things that we're talking about, we've been talking about this for 25 years. It's hard to explain when, if you weren't sitting behind this beautiful Resolute desk, you just wouldn't get it. I have been hearing about making a deal with UK for 25 years. And especially around the time of Brexit, they wanted to make a deal. So they came out of Brexit and they make a deal, and how natural. And it just couldn't be done. It couldn't be done. Good people. And this is a bigger deal. This is a much bigger, better, stronger deal for both of us than we ever even contemplated before. It's a big deal.
Virtually everyone said that it would end in failure, it would end in tears, and it's ended in exactly the opposite. Yeah. But Mr. President, can I say that that is due to Secretary Lutnick and Ambassador Greer, who've been absolutely fantastic. But yesterday I received a call, a very diplomatic call that just edged things over the line, and that was from your new ambassador in the United Kingdom.
Who is terrific. Right?
Warren Stevens, he's here.
Where is Warren?
Right here.
Hello, Warren.
He's flying to London tomorrow night. He's going to be very popular with the British people. He's going to be a very successful ambassador.
And
were you disappointed?
And he's got plenty of cash. Plenty of cash.
We need some more big spenders.
You're
going to go ahead fast.
Again, are you planning to meet Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Council anytime soon?
Oh, she's so fantastic, right? She's so fantastic. I hope we're going to meet. Yeah, the answer is yes. I saw her a few days ago. And I think that we'll definitely meet, yeah. The European Union is a big thing. They want to make a deal very badly. You know, everybody wants to make a deal. Look, everybody wants to make a deal with the United States, and we're doing that, and we're going to make fair deals. I'm just honored that this was the first one. Go ahead, please.
The Federal Reserve Chairman, Mr. President, says that you would have to call him for a meeting. You plan to meet with him. What do you think about him?
It was like talking to a wall. He should be.
What do you think about not cutting? The Bank of England cut today.
Well, the Bank of England cut. China cut. Everybody's cutting but him. It's I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's a shame. I call him Too Late, Too Late Powell. That's his nickname, and it's a shame. It's ridiculous. So meeting, he's always too late. But in this case, it's not going to matter that much because our country is so strong. We're so powerful in terms of economic strength and what we've done. And I'll tell you what, if we didn't have our first term, you wouldn't be. We created things in the first term. We cut more regulations than any president in history. We cut the taxes more than anybody in history. And a very big factor is going to be the tax bill that we have right now, the one big beautiful bill, as we call it, which is all encompassing, the biggest tax cuts ever in history, bigger than even the first time. And the incentives, even great for the UK, because it'll make us so strong that we're going to be doing more business with you. It's a very important element for taxes, for every aspect, regulation cuts. That bill is, I believe it's the biggest bill of its kind ever in the history of this country. And Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune have done an incredible job. I mean, I'll let you know, we have to get a vote, but we have a lot of support for that bill. And if that happens on top of all of these trade deals that we're doing, this country will hit a point that you better go out and buy stock now. Let me tell you, this country will be like a rocket ship that goes straight up. This is going to be numbers that nobody's ever seen before. That's a very important element of all of this. You know, if we get that, if you don't, and the Democrats are fighting it only because they want to fight. They have Trump derangement syndrome. You know, if it was somebody else, they wouldn't fight. If you had a normal person, if you had some stiff sitting behind you, they'd be fine. But they have Trump derangement syndrome. You know, Senator Schumer's become a Palestinian. Welcome. I don't know when they're going to give him the ceremony, whatever the ceremony may be. But it's terrible what's happened to the Democrats. So very, very important element of everything, of what we're doing. Unrelated to today, but related in the sense that we'll do, if that passes, we'll do even more business with the UK. We'll have so much. It's the biggest tax cut in history.
Enjoy 24-hour access at most Planet Fitness clubs. $1 down, $15 a month. Deal ends February 27th.
It's going to make our country zoom. It's going to be incentive, as you know, with the deduction for basically for work. You work, you build, you plant, etc. Your deduction. It's going to be the biggest. It's the biggest bill of its kind ever passed. Maybe the biggest bill ever passed. That's why we call it the one big beautiful bill.
You just announced a new nominee for the U.S. Surgeon General who never finished her residency and is not a practicing physician. So can you explain why you picked her to
Well,
be
she's
America's
yeah,
top doctor?
because Bobby thought she was fantastic. She's highly, she's a brilliant woman who went through Stanford. And as I understand it, she basically wanted to be an academic as opposed to a surgeon. I think she graduated first in her class at Stanford. And Bobby really thought she was great. I don't know her. I listened to the recommendation of Bobby. I met her yesterday and once before. She's a very outstanding person, a great academic, actually. So I think she'll be great.
Your nominee for U.S. Attorney of D.C. Do you have a backup plan if this Senate
Oh, I
does
do, yeah,
not?
but he's a terrific person, and he wasn't getting the support from people that I thought. You know, he's done a very good job. Crime is down 25% in D.C. During his period of time. I'm very disappointed in that. But I have so many different things that I'm doing now with the trade. You know, I'm one person. I can only lift that little phone so many times in a day. But we have somebody else that will be great. I just want to say Ed is unbelievable. And hopefully we can bring him into, whether it's DOJ or whatever, in some capacity, because really outstanding. To me, it was disappointing, I'll be honest. I have to be straight. I was disappointed. A lot of people were disappointed. But that's the way it works sometimes, you know, that's the way it works. And he wasn't rejected, but we felt it would be hard. And we have somebody else that we'll be announcing over the next 2 days who's going to be great.
With companies like Ford and Mattel recently saying they're going to raise prices on certain products, how long do you think the American public is going to be patient and wait for you?
Well, I think they're saying that just to try and negotiate deals with me. They're not. Look, tariffs are the most misunderstood thing maybe in any form of business, anywhere in business. Oftentimes the country picks them up. Oftentimes the company picks it up. The people don't pick it up. Okay, the people don't pick it up. And if Ford did that, they wouldn't sell any cars. And if Mattel, I don't know, I'm not so sure. They also said they're the only country I've heard. They said, well, we're going to go counter. We're going to try going someplace else. That's okay. Let him go, and we'll put 100% tariff on his toys, and he won't sell one toy in the United States, and that's their biggest market. I heard that. I mean, I watched this guy talking about how I'm going to go counter. I said, well, I wouldn't want to have him as an executive too long. The Ford people I know very well, what they're doing is negotiating with us by saying that. But we don't think that's going to happen. Look, I put out a truth today, and it said that gas is down, gasoline is down, energy is down, groceries are down, eggs are down. I mean, eggs, thank you very much, but eggs are down. When I came in the first week, you guys hit me with eggs. I said, what the hell happened with eggs? Eggs were up like 170% and going up, and they said, don't order any for Easter. And we were thinking about ordering plastic eggs like everybody was doing. And Brooke did a fantastic job, agriculture. Brooke did a fantastic job. And we had hundreds of thousands of eggs out here on the lawn just 2 weeks ago at Easter. But you take a look at the cost. Energy's down. Even interest rates are down. Now, if the chairman of the Fed, Jerome, if he would lower interest rates like China did, like I think UK did, but like numerous other countries have done, it's like jet fuel. It'd be great. But he doesn't want to do it. I think he doesn't want to do it. Probably he's not in love with me. I think that's right. It's sort of a crazy reason, but that's the way life is. Anybody in his position would be like, it would be like jet fuel. But even without that, we're doing well. But remember this, I've watched you people reporting over the last few months that if we do this, prices are going to go through. Well, groceries are down. All of this stuff is down. Lumber is down. Oil is gone to, we have that thing broke 60, right? $60 a barrel. And $1.98, $1.99 in some cases. And heading in that direction. No, I think it's been amazing, actually. And what that's good for, it gives the consumer more money, and it gives them a better life, because we just came out of the worst inflation, in my opinion, in the history of our country. They say 48 years.
Not knowing the law is not an excuse. And it's one of
But Biden really screwed it up. He screwed up energy. And he also he spent too much money. He was spending it on, a green new scam. And that's like throwing the money. See that beautiful window behind? Take money, throw it right out that window, because it's the same thing. He spent $10 trillion. He wasted it. Not only was it bad, it was a negative. It wasn't even like it helped a little bit. It was a real negative. And then on top of it, they let 21 million people into our country without any identification, anything, just let them in. It's very, very sad. Well, we'll do one or two more. Go ahead. Who are you with?
I'm with the Daily Telegraph. Now, you know me from
Yeah, I do.
How concerned are you about the UK's reliance on China? Chinese money in the money markets, Chinese exports.
We're not concerned.
Is that something?
Honestly, I'm not concerned about anything. If I was, I wouldn't even be here right now. If I was concerned about anything, and it wouldn't be that, but I wouldn't be here right now. No, we're not concerned. We're going to have, I believe, a very good relationship with China, and a fair relationship, and it'll get bigger and it'll grow. It'll grow. As an example, if they open up the country, that'll be the best thing China ever did for itself. They don't know that yet because, it's been a different system. But that'll be the greatest thing that ever happened to China. The people will be happier. They'll buy for less. They'll see things that they never saw before, and they'll be buying them. And it'll really create great long-term peace.
And if I could ask one of the Agriculture Secretary, actually, there's a lot of concern about chlorinated chicken, the import of hormone treated beef. Has that question been addressed, resolved in these talks, or is that something for the continuing negotiations?
Well,
James.
I would just say that it's very clear, and we have in the heads of terms that we are going to discuss all of these types of issues, and obviously the importing country, whether it's us or them, you got to follow the rules on those types of things. But our point is the rules need to make sure that they are based on science, and that's our expectation. We know the UK believes that too, so we want to come to an accommodation. We want the consumers in each country to be able to choose what they want and give them the information that they want.
And we have an incredible EPA led by Administrator Zeldin that is on this. So the talks continue, but we are very, very confident in our products, and what the president has done to open up the markets is unprecedented for these farmers here in America. Thank you.
Wall Street, as they watched this, you saw the stock market decline sharply after Liberation Day, and it's rallied back since then.
Well, now it's going to really rally because, don't forget, they said this is all a pipe dream. And this is a tough one. This is, somebody would say, well, this is easy. This is much tougher, I think, than any other deal because they've been at it for so many years, decades, trying to make this deal. And it's very conclusive and it's a great deal. And it's a very big deal, actually. And no, this is just the beginning. We're going to be having conferences or at some point we won't have, we'll just put out a statement that we just signed this country, that country. And after a number of these are done, nobody has enough people to do it. We're just going to put out X country is going to pay this. And if they open up, they're going to do this and that. And then they're going to be open up. Everybody wants to be here. I say this is where they want to be shopping. They want to shop in this country because we have the consumer. And we have the consumer like nobody else. And, if this country went bad, the whole world would go bad. But we really saved it from going bad. Yeah, please.
So can I ask you about the air traffic control issue? Are you looking at getting new software?
I'm glad you asked me about it because I'm just going to be talking to now the heads of the airlines and everything else. So I was all set before we had the rigged election to give out a brand new gorgeous system to one company that was going to do the whole thing, one of the best companies in the world that you know very well. There are 3 or 4 of them that do it. And when they took over, Buttigieg, who has no clue, he drives to work on his bicycle with his, in all fairness, with his husband on the back, which is a nice, loving relationship. But he didn't have a clue. This guy didn't have a clue. And he's actually a contender for president. Between him and Crockett, you can have that party. But he didn't know what he was doing. And he took what they call dry systems where you have wires in the earth, buried in the earth or whatever. And then you had the open air systems where you have satellites. And you can't mesh them. Anybody would know that if you went through about 2 months of study in school, if you studied that kind of thing. And he did. They spent tens of billions of dollars trying to take old, broken equipment and merging it into existing new equipment with brand new equipment. It's one of the greatest. They spent like $40 billion. And what they did is they made it worse.
Y'all ever heard of a home equity agreement? It's quickly becoming one of the go-to ways to tap into your home equity for homeowners who need cash.
Because it doesn't work together. You can't make it work together. If you have a satellite system, you need satellite. If you don't, they had all these different technologies, some of them 50 years old, and they're trying to mesh them in. And they end up spending twice the money they should have. You could have bought a whole new system. So we have a very good guy who you all know, Sean Duffy, is head of transportation. And I've given him a 10-minute lesson in buying. And he's become really good. And we are now in the market to buy a gorgeous brand new system. The helicopter that crashed into the plane at 400 feet, it shouldn't have been. What would have happened is all sorts of bells and sirens would have been going off 3 minutes before that accident happened, if you had the right equipment, but they did. And the new equipment is unbelievable what it does. You can have, I was going to say something, but you always, in my opinion, you always need pilots. I want pilots. But you wouldn't even have to have pilots. This system is so incredible what they can do. But we have a system that's obsolete. And what they did is the worst. They tried to combine the really old, broken stuff with the new stuff. And you can't combine it. And anybody should have known. So Biden, you think Biden figured this out? I don't think so, fellas. Do you think he has any clue? He doesn't know what the hell's happening. So here's the story. We're going to be buying a brand new, it's going out to bid very soon, brand new state-of-the-art system that will cover the entire world. I'll give you an example. When my pilot, now I have military pilots, but prior to that, I have very good pilots, great pilots. They would land, and I won't tell you which country, but they would use the system of another country. They wouldn't even use the system of the United States. So if I'm landing in New York or Florida or Tennessee, they're using a system from another country. I said, why is that? And they were, they're not into business, but they're just saying, our system doesn't work, sir. And I said, boy, that's pretty sad. But we were all set to give it out to, look, you have a Raytheon and you have different companies like that, numerous companies. And you have companies that would do it, like an IBM, as an example. And you give out one deal, one contract. They gave out hundreds of contractors. They had diggers. They had non-diggers. They had people that focused on satellites. They had hundreds of different contracts. One contract where one guy is controlling everything. You need a trench, then they dig a trench. But if you don't dig the trench, they don't blame you. What happens is you don't dig it, then they say, we want a cost overrun. Now, we have it all set, and we're going to be doing it. We would have done it, except that the election took a little strange turn. But the second one didn't. That was too big to rig. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
We'll be doing most of the questioning for the minority today. We appreciate your time. As you know, our conversation today will focus on your relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. We'll touch on probably your financial and business relationship with him. We'll also discuss your personal relationship with him. You already discussed with our colleagues the way that you originally met Jeffrey Epstein. I would just like to ask a couple of questions on that topic. When you first met Epstein, how did he originally present himself to you? What services did he say he was offering?
Well, when I first met him, it was just alone. He didn't represent anything and I didn't ask anything. I was just meeting a friend's acquaintance.
As that business relationship became closer and you eventually hired him, I assume he pitched his services in some way. What was his way of framing what he was offering to you?
I think it was his experience at an industrial level, like working for a big company like Bear Stearns. And then he had done personal work for the Rothschild family in France.
Personal wealth management, essentially?
I don't know.
Okay. We've seen some reports that he would present himself as a bounty hunter, that he would find people's missing money. Do you recall him saying anything like that?
No.
One of the articles that my colleagues already introduced, I won't make you look back through it, but it was the Vanity Fair article. I will just read you a paragraph out loud. It's the only paragraph I have a question about. But that article reported that during a conversation, Jeffrey Epstein asked Mr. Meister to introduce Epstein to you, Mr. Wexner. And Epstein told Meister that Epstein had learned that Wexner's current money manager was stealing from him. And the article identifies Harold Levin, I think, as your previous financial advisor. Do you have any recollection of whether Mr. Epstein ever claimed that Mr. Levin was stealing from you?
Objection to the article on hearsay grounds. You can answer.
As I recall, Jeffrey never thought Harold was stealing, and I didn't think Harold was stealing.
Okay. Did anybody ever say that Harold was stealing?
No.
Okay. No recollection of that.
No recollection of that.
That article also describes a story where you sent Mr. Levin to meet with Mr. Epstein and just discuss an investment opportunity, but Mr. Levin came back to you and told you to stay away from Mr. Epstein. Do you have any recollection of that type of a warning from Mr. Levin?
No.
Same objection.
No.
Okay. When you initially hired Mr. Epstein, do you recall, and some of this may be repetitive, so you have my apologies. Do you recall what year you initially hired Mr. Epstein?
No.
Would it be right to say that it may have been either 1989 or 1990?
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words,
Yeah, about then.
Okay. Do you recall anybody warning you not to get involved with Jeffrey Epstein when you first hired him?
No.
I'd like to talk about Epstein's roles and responsibilities while he worked for you. You touched on this in the last hour. The total amount of time that he worked for you, how long was that approximately? It started maybe in 1989 or 1990, and I think you testified it ended in 2000 and what year did you say?
They didn't.
Okay, well, what year do you recall the relationship ending?
Could your statement help refresh your recollection?
Whatever, yeah, but whatever I said in the statement would be the correct date. And so whatever period that 89 or 90 would have been about then, and it ended when it ended.
Was that upon his final plea in 2008?
Whatever I said in the statement is accurate. I remembered as being concomitant with finding out he was stealing from us.
In terms of the different things or roles that he would play for you, is it right to say that he acted as an investment advisor or a money manager? What would be the right term for that role?
The term wasn't part of my vocabulary, but he was kind of like the family office manager. And so they oversaw investment, oversaw people getting paid, made sure taxes were done, and talked to accountants. Just then I had, in hindsight, because I had done so well, and I was dating Abigail, and we were engaged, and I was married and running 20 businesses. I was very busy, and just all that just stuff that was in my personal life was either wasn't managed by me. It was like my admin was like which sounds kind of crazy, was the closest thing I had to any kind of supervision.
Would he be making investments on your behalf the way a traditional investment advisor would?
I must have known at the time. I don't recall specifically asking him about investment.
I would like to introduce Minority Exhibit A. And this is an article from the Wall Street Journal titled "Epstein Flourished as He Forged Bond with Retail Billionaire."
Extra one.
And you don't have to read through this whole article. It's just helpful to have it in front of us. But on the bottom of page 3, I will read just a single sentence to you. And the article,
identify where
sure,
it is.
it starts with the word soon. It's the very last sentence on the bottom of page 3.
Starting there.
Oh, and that sentence, I'll read it out loud as well, says that soon Mr. Epstein was presenting Mr. Wexner with a variety of investments, including apartment buildings and a development involving a former post office building, says Mr. Morosky. And we understand that to be Robert Morosky, a former vice chairman of your company. Is that consistent with what you remember Epstein doing for you?
Objection, hearsay, you can answer.
No.
No. Okay. Do you have any recollection of Epstein presenting you with investment opportunities such as these?
I'm sure he did, but they weren't apartment buildings or post office. It would have been,
do you remember?
No, I don't remember.
Is it that you don't recall at all, or that as far as you recall, that statement is just not accurate?
Well, there's two parts of it in reading this. One, not accurate. And I fired Bob Morosky for bad behavior.
But as to the substantive part, Is it that you don't recall whether or not Epstein would present you with these types of investments?
I do not recall.
Okay.
And the quote is from somebody that I fired.
Okay. In addition to the, I guess, family office role that you described, I'd like to ask about whether Epstein provided other services to you. We know that he provided some later clients with tax planning services. Did he ever do anything like that for you?
All right, look, I don't know who need to hear this, but my man just tried that new 100 milligram generic Viagra for only 87 cents a pop from Friday.
Must have, but I have no specific recollection. I mean, somebody, my attorney, tax attorneys, I'm kind of a muddle about who did what.
And so is it fair to say again that you just don't recall either way?
Yeah, I don't recall at all.
Okay. Separately from that, Mr. Epstein was a trustee for various trusts and charities of yours. I'd like to touch on both of those roles, starting with trusts. And so I will introduce Minority Exhibit B. And that article is from ABC News, and it's titled "Billionaire Businessman Leslie Wexner Refuses to Reveal Full Scope of Jeffrey Epstein's Alleged Multi-Million-Dollar Theft," dated January 23rd, 2020. And
it's January 25th.
Ah, great. Thank you. Well, I have January 23rd.
Oh, I'm looking at the date in the upper right. You're right.
All right.
Under the byline is January 23rd.
There you go.
It's got two dates. I don't know which is correct.
All right. On page 3 of this article, and I'll let you take a moment, in the middle of that page, the article says that they identified nearly a dozen trusts connected to you. I don't think.
Where is that?
Sure. It starts in the paragraph, Volsher and Boyd, in the middle of the page.
Okay.
Who are those?
I think they're associated with ABC's investigative reporting team.
Thank you.
And it tells us that they found nearly a dozen trusts with names like health and science interests, arts interests, and community interests connected to Wexner that listed Epstein as trustee and received large gifts of stock in Wexner's company. So I'll stop there. Do you have a recollection of the trusts that are described here?
None.
None. And so do you have any recollection of Mr. Epstein's role with those trusts?
None.
Okay. We will come back to that, but I'd like to touch for a moment on Epstein's role with the Wexner Foundation. And I, for that, will introduce Minority Exhibit C. And this document is titled "Independent Review of Jeffrey Epstein's Involvement and Interactions with the Wexner Foundation." And the document is dated February 24th, 2020. I'm not going to ask you to read through this. It's a long document. I will point you to a specific part of it. But first, we understand this to be an independent review that was undertaken by a law firm at the request of the Wexner Foundation in the wake of Mr. Epstein's arrest in 2019. Is that also your understanding?
I never knew of it. I've looked at this, I'm laughing, because the address is 65 East State Street, and that was the address of my dad's first store when I was 13.
Okay. Well, so is the report unfamiliar to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Completely.
And I think page 4 of the report says that you were interviewed by the law firm for this report. Do you have any recollection of that?
Nope. None.
Do you have any reason to doubt the report that you were in fact interviewed for the report?
No.
Okay.
I don't remember it, so I can't doubt it.
Page 9 of the report simply tells us that Epstein, and I'll let you turn to it if you'd like, but it just tells us that Epstein was elected as a trustee of the Wexner Foundation in 1992, and that he remained a trustee until September 2007. Epstein would not have been the only trustee of the Wexner Foundation, correct?
Objection to, as to hearsay as to the document. The question is fine. Can you repeat it?
Sure. Would Epstein, did the Wexner Foundation have more than one trustee?
I'm sure it did, and I think there was a legal requirement to have 3. And I don't know that. I just think that.
Okay. On the next page, page 10, under the header number 2, there's a header that reads, Epstein played no role in the operation of the foundation's fellowships or other programs. And the first sentence afterwards says, based upon our review of foundation records and interviews with foundation leaders, we concluded that although a trustee, Epstein played no role in the management or administration of the foundation's operations or programs. Now, on that topic, I'd like to introduce one more single-page exhibit for you.
So I'm just going to object to this statement as both a statement and hearsay, but go ahead.
I think as the majority general counsel noted, the objections have no legal grounding in this forum.
I'm making it for the record. It is a deposition, so I'm making an objection, that's all.
So is this
a single page?
Single page. And I'll give you a moment to look it over.
This is D?
That's D. I'll describe it briefly. This is.
You give him a chance and me a chance to read it.
Of course.
Thank you.
I think I just read it. I'd never seen this before, but go ahead.
Great. It's this email chain from 2006 between, starting with Peg Ugland, who we understand was the financial controller for your family office, a person named Darren, who we understand to be Mr. Epstein's lawyer, Darren Indyke, and Jeffrey Epstein. And the chain appears to relate to a foundation grant. And the question is whether the funds should come from the Wexner Foundation or some other related entity. Epstein appears to make the decision that if the recipient is a U.S. charity, then the funds should come from the Wexner Foundation. I'll just represent to you, there are other emails with similar themes. This email chain seems to clearly show Mr. Epstein acting as a final decision maker with respect to the disbursement of Wexner Foundation funds. And that obviously does not square with findings in the independent report. So having been interviewed for the report, my question is whether you had any understanding of Mr. Epstein playing this kind of role for the foundation.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
No problem.
Are you asking me, did Jeffrey decide that money should be given to Abeben? Or do I write a personal check or is it a foundation check?
It seems in this example, Mr. Epstein was deciding whether or not the funds for this entity should or should not come from the Wexner Foundation.
Or from someplace else, not whether the donation should be made itself. Yeah. I think that's the distinction he's trying to draw.
I had no recollection of where it came from. I regularly helped Abba Eben after he retired from government. And I probably would have started with writing a personal check and then I would speculate how it was paid. I don't remember writing the check, but Eben was a very good friend and he had no money. He worked for the government of Israel and Social Security was, his income was nothing. He was living in public housing. And my sense was that it wasn't fair. So I took care of him privately and his wife, Susie, until they both died.
Did you have any knowledge that Mr. Epstein was acting as a final decision maker for whether or not to spend foundation funds?
Not at all. He would never have done that.
He does appear to have done it here.
As a decision maker, no, absolutely not. I wouldn't have not, didn't know it, wouldn't have thought it.
So this role would have, him playing this role would have occurred without your knowledge.
Objection. Seems like that's not in evidence.
It happened without my knowledge, but I did give money to my friend Abba Eben and his wife Susie.
Okay, thank you.
Spectrum Mobile helps us stay connected because when I'm on the road, we can't go to bed without seeing each other's face.
Hit the like, share, sub. Now we're moving on. Now we're going to show you a little bit who is in the files and what is going on, and a lot more about Wexner. And then I have something else about Wexner. And if y'all are still around, we can watch this deposition or watch something else.
Scrutiny. Are we seeing more in one bucket versus another?
Well, I think what we're seeing is a sort of geographical disparity in terms of how Epstein associates are being held to account. If you look at the United Kingdom, for example, you have, of course, Prince Andrew, as you mentioned up front, being arrested on suspicion of violating the law when he was a trade ambassador, potentially sharing confidential information with Jeffrey Epstein. He's under investigation now. You have Pete Mandelson, a very prominent UK Labour politician, have to resign and step down after revelations of his ties to Epstein. In Norway, you had a prominent politician having to step down. Whereas in the US, the accountability has perhaps been less so, perhaps in part because there's just so many US figures who have ties to Epstein that the public, as well as justice systems, are trying to dig through all the documents and understand the nature of Epstein's relationships with all these individual people. And, we should note up front that his relationships with people really did vary in terms of the extent to which he knew them, the extent to which he interacted with them, because he was a serial networker in addition to being, a serial sex trafficker. He was somebody who was constantly emailing, constantly setting up dinners, constantly trying to enmesh himself in the lives of the rich and famous, which he achieved to varying degrees of success depending on those people's willingness to engage with him. But yeah, in the US, we're still sort of seeing the fallout live. Of course, the president, Donald Trump, was, a longtime friend of Epstein before that relationship fell apart for somewhat mysterious reasons around 2005, 2006. And so, of course, that figures into, the Justice Department's handling of the release as well. There are a lot of redactions that folks who have been reading through the files don't believe should be there. So, it's really a chaotic situation right now as governments around the world and institutions around the world grapple with these revelations.
That's really good context. And let's get into some of the details. You mentioned Les Wexner, but he testified in front of U.S. lawmakers on Wednesday, and he says that he visited Jeffrey Epstein's island for, quote, a few hours, but denied any knowledge of alleged abuse. I think other reports say that he said that he was naive, foolish, and gullible, or he confessed to feeling that way for trusting Jeffrey Epstein. But John, take us through who is Les Wexner and why is it so important to know about his appearance in the Epstein files?
So let's back up to the late 1980s, early 1990s, when Epstein and Les Wexner meet. At the time, Epstein was a little-known former Bear Stearns trader who kind of cast a mysterious personality and figure on Wall Street. Didn't seem clear where he was getting his money from, but clearly was wealthy. But by no means was he wealthy like Lex Wexner was at that time. As I mentioned, he's the founder of The Limited. He built a massive retail empire of thousands of stores, and he was one of the wealthiest men in the world by the early 1990s. And Epstein and Wexner meet, and they develop a relationship, a friendship, it appears. And before long, Jeffrey Epstein is managing Les Wexner's finances, and he's doing so with the extraordinary power of attorney that was given to him by Wexner. So this means that Epstein was in full control of Les Wexner's finances. He could borrow money, he could sell assets, he could basically do whatever he wanted with Les Wexner's extraordinary billionaire portfolio. Wexner ultimately paid Epstein something to the tune of well over $100 million, I think approaching $200 million. And Wexner was Epstein's key client during the 1990s while Epstein was creating, with the aid of Ghislaine Maxwell and other co-conspirators, his global sex trafficking network of minors. Wexner denies knowing anything about it, but he was an unindicted co-conspirator in U.S. Justice Department investigations of Epstein. But there is no Epstein without Wexner.
There is no Epstein without Wexner. Do we know what happens next for Wexner? He just testified this week. Do we know anything about what next week or the following look like? Does he have further testimony that we can expect?
Not that I'm aware of, but I mean, he will continue to be under the microscope, I think, for as long as the Epstein files fallout continues. People are going to be following Les Wexner and trying to dig up more information on the nature of their relationship. Why did Les Wexner give Jeffrey Epstein power of attorney over his entire finances? Why did he give so much trust to Epstein?
When we talk about the flow of money to Jeffrey Epstein, I think it's very important to talk about Leon Black. And you had a really interesting story, John, with the headline, How Picasso, Van Gogh, and Cezanne Helped Finance Epstein Client Leon Black's Billionaire Lifestyle. Can you break that down for us? Who is Leon Black and what was his relationship to Jeffrey Epstein?
The number one reason that construction companies miss out on their revenue goals isn't because of sales, it's hiring. And it almost always comes down to these three things. You hang on to C players because you...
Leon Black is a private equity billionaire. He founded Apollo Global Management and was its largest individual shareholder. He and Epstein met in the 1990s. The two became friends. And, in 2008, Jeffrey Epstein pleads guilty to counts of prostitution and procuring a minor in Florida, serves jail, is on house arrest. And, while he's trying to restore and rehabilitate his reputation in the 2010s, Epstein and Black rekindle their relationship. The Epstein files show that the two were close and were often getting drinks, getting dinner together, getting breakfast together around this time. And between 2012 and 2017, Epstein and Black enter into a formal business relationship together in which Epstein is advising Black, who is becoming wealthier all the time. His firm Apollo had just gone public in 2011. He's sitting on a massive multi-billion-dollar fortune. And Black hires Epstein as a tax and estate planning advisor, somebody to work with folks in Black's own family office to not just help manage money, but to devise creative ways to grow his fortune. So, for example, Epstein was involved in helping to collateralize Leon Black's massive art collection in order to take on hundreds of $millions of debt, so he could, avoid selling capital gains taxes on this tremendous art collection that Leon Black has built up over decades. He's really used that as a piggy bank in a way to get loans from banks. And Epstein kind of helped with that. Epstein helped advise on various estate planning matters. Black has said that Epstein ultimately did help Black save up to $1 billion in taxes that he might have owed through estate planning means. When Leon Black was ultimately, retired from Apollo in 2021, the firm hired an independent law firm, which also found that Epstein had helped Black save a lot of money on taxes. But I mean, it was an extraordinarily costly service that Epstein provided Black. Black paid Epstein $170 million between 2012 and 2017 for purported tax and estate planning services. And that's an extraordinary number. It's not a number you see with other sophisticated financial advisors and analysts hired by billionaires to help manage their finances. And so it does beg the question of, what exactly was Leon Black paying Jeffrey Epstein so much money for? And Black has denied all wrongdoing in connection with Jeffrey Epstein.
And are we close to getting an answer to the question that you just asked, or are we not going to see U.S. lawmakers interrogate Leon Black?
We might. I mean, it is clear that the two had a social relationship and that women were involved in that social relationship. Bloomberg recently reported on a woman who was affiliated with Epstein, who ultimately received over $1 million in gifts from Leon Black during the time that Black and Epstein were in business together. And so, the nature of that relationship might be opened up further. Leon Black has a lot to answer for. He has denied all wrongdoing, but his money really helped sustain Jeffrey Epstein from 2012 to 2017. He was Epstein's primary client, bankrolling his advisory and tax business. And during this time, we know, according to lawsuits, documents, that Epstein continued to operate a sex trafficking network. He was no longer focused on minors, but he was essentially importing women from Europe through modeling agencies and through contacts to sort of be a part of this trafficking network. And that dozens and dozens of women were abused during this time. And, Leon Black has claimed to not have knowledge of, Epstein's activities here, and that he, did not participate in any wrongdoing in connection to Epstein. But the two were close friends, and it does raise some questions.
It raises significant questions given the financial involvement and the friendship. You wonder if he has told the truth. But let's deal in facts and not speculation and move on to Bill Gates and Elon Musk, two of the world's wealthiest men. We've seen their names connected to Jeffrey Epstein in prior document releases. But John, take us through, what do we know about Bill Gates and Elon Musk's appearance in the Epstein files?
Well, let's start with Musk, currently the richest person in the world. Musk is interesting because you'll recall, was it just a couple months ago when Musk split from Trump that, Musk issued that scorching tweet that, Trump doesn't want to release the Epstein files because he's in it. And Musk has long fanned the flames of, release the Epstein documents. Like, there is a cabal out there that needs to be uncovered. And Musk has long positioned himself in that way. What the recent documents reveal is that Musk felt differently around a decade ago when he would occasionally email with Epstein. Emails from Musk show that he had wanted to visit Epstein's island at the time and was looking to have a good time on Epstein's island. There's no evidence that he ultimately did visit the island, but it does contradict what Musk has previously said, which was that he had been that Epstein had tried to get him to go to his island and Musk had refused. The emails actually show the opposite of that. But there's no evidence from the emails that Musk and Epstein had any sort of long-term relationship, or that Musk was involved in any of Epstein's wrongdoing, or even was aware of any of Epstein's ongoing wrongdoing, or the extent of Epstein's crimes.
At this point, you're probably not avoiding therapy because of stigma. You're probably avoiding therapy because you've become...
Bill Gates is a bit of a different matter. Bill Gates and Epstein did have a close relationship. The two often met and spoke about philanthropic issues. Of course, Bill Gates has been a huge philanthropist, giving away billions of dollars to various causes around the world. And Epstein, during his rehabilitation tour post-2008 guilty plea, really tried to style himself as a philanthropist and as somebody who cared about these weighty global issues. And that ultimately served as entree for him to get on Bill Gates's radar, and the two men did develop a relationship. And Gates has denied all wrongdoing. There was an interesting email in which Epstein, emailing apparently to himself, but a note essentially to Gates, saying that Gates had protracted an STD from a Russian woman that he had slept with, whom he met through Epstein, and that Gates was surreptitiously giving antibiotics to his then wife, Melinda French Gates, in connection to that STD. Gates has denied all of this, called it patently false and absurd. But what is clear is that the two men did have a relationship, and of course, ultimately, that relationship played a part in the ending of the marriage between Bill Gates and Melinda French Gates. They divorced a couple of years ago. Melinda French Gates, now one of the world's wealthiest women, one of the largest philanthropists as well. And so, formerly the world's richest man, global renowned philanthropist Bill Gates has crafted this amazing reputation for himself ever since leaving Microsoft, when he was known as the sort of bullying wannabe.
We all know Bill Gates is disgusting. What do you want me to say? How are we even going to sit here and act like, like we didn't all know? I hope you guys knew. If you didn't know, then there's problems. I don't know how much longer I can watch this. This is getting very monotonous.
Computer monopolist. He's really solidified his image as a global philanthropist, but his Epstein connections are tearing apart that image, and he is definitely going to be continue dealing with the blowback for years to come.
It's interesting hearing you talk about Bill Gates, John, and I'm wondering, when we think about the ongoing fallout as it relates to him specifically, what do you expect? Are there legal consequences, or is it more in the realm of his public image? Is his legacy effectively ruined because of these close ties to Jeffrey Epstein, because of what we know has been implied about his divorce from Melinda French Gates? Will the world ever look at Bill Gates the same way again?
Probably not. I mean, I think like anyone who is close with Epstein, this is now part of their story. The Epstein story will never really go away. At least probably not in our lifetimes. And anyone who had a relationship with Epstein will be marked kind of like a scarlet letter in that way for the foreseeable future. As for what can Bill Gates expect, like Elon Musk, he's not somebody who's been accused of any sort of criminal wrongdoing. I mean, there are lots of men in Epstein's orbit who've been accused of rape and of sexual assault. And Bill Gates, as far as I'm aware, is not one of those people. So I don't think he has legal repercussions that he needs to be worried about, as far as I know. But reputationally, Epstein association is devastating, and it's been devastating to him for years, as the slow drip of revelations about his ties to Epstein have been coming out over the last couple of years. And, this most recent release is just sort of a crescendo of that.
Another name we've seen in the release is Howard Lutnick, the current United States Secretary of Commerce, the former CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald. I checked his real-time net worth, according to Forbes, is $3.3 billion as of about 45 minutes ago. But what is important to know about Howard Lutnick and his appearance in the Epstein files, John?
Well, there's no evidence that, Lutnick
I'm switching it over. This might either end it or make it fun, but we're going to watch some Mandami. Let's see what he's promising New York. I can't watch this no more. We all know what's going on with this stuff. I don't even know if I feel like doing the deposition. I just feel like kind of being like hearing what these cats got to say. This shit's way too slow for us. Hit one in the chat if you agree.
The world listened. Time and again, we knew that hope still lived because Reverend Jesse Jackson kept it alive. I know that I'm joined by millions of New Yorkers in sending my deepest condolences. Now, I want to turn to today's budget presentation. As I share our preliminary budget for the upcoming fiscal year, I want to be clear about the moment we are in and the two paths that lie before us. As the mayor of New York City, I have a legal obligation to balance the budget. I will meet that obligation. This administration will govern with the seriousness, responsibility, and accountability that has too long been absent from City Hall. When we took office, we inherited a historic budget gap. Our aggressive savings plan, daily incorporation of updated revenue and bonus estimates, and our deployment of in-year reserves, in tandem with more than $1 billion in additional aid from Governor Hochul, have lowered that deficit from an initial $12 billion to $5.4 billion. While considerably less, it is still a significant chasm. I know that for those who have watched budget after budget, it is tempting to assume that we are engaging in the same dance as our predecessors. Let me assure you, nothing about this is typical. That's why our solutions won't be either. There are two paths to bridge this gap. The first is the most sustainable and the fairest path. This is the path of ending the drain on our city and raising taxes on the richest New Yorkers and the most profitable corporations. The onus for resolving this crisis should not be placed on the backs of working and middle-class New Yorkers. If we do not fix this structural imbalance and do not heed the calls of New Yorkers to raise taxes on the wealthy, this crisis will not disappear. It will simply return, year after year, forcing harder and harsher choices each time. And if we do not go down the first path, the city will be forced down a second, more harmful path. Faced with no other choice, the city would have to exercise the only revenue lever fully within our own control. We would have to raise property taxes. We would also be forced to raid our reserves. To balance the budget as required by law, our preliminary budget takes the only path within our control, the second path. The options of the second path are the options of last resort, options that we will only employ if there is no other means of arriving at a balanced budget. We will spend the coming months doing everything in our power to ensure that our final budget reflects the first path. We remain firmly within a budget crisis. It is a crisis that we can and will overcome, but we cannot do so without either significant structural changes in Albany or painful decisions of last resort here at home. I am encouraged and heartened by the relationship that we have built with Governor Hochul and the state legislature, and hopeful that we can arrive at a fair solution at the end of this budget process.
You introduce your buddy to TTF St. Louis. Whoa. He goes on this.
Now, let's walk through what we inherited, what we have done so far, and what lies ahead. We begin with the budget crisis we inherited. This crisis did not materialize overnight. It originated with Mayor Adams' 2025 November plan. The city's budget at the time was $118.2 billion. That plan projected a $4.7 billion gap in fiscal year 2027 and a $6.3 billion gap over fiscal years 2028 and 2029. We now know that those gaps were significantly understated. To understand the magnitude of what we inherited, the deficit left to us was larger than the gaps left by both Mayor Bloomberg and Mayor de Blasio to their successors. And that's even before accounting for enormous under-budgeted needs by the prior administration. Adams' November plan left the city with a $12 billion budget gap. When we took office, our team scrutinized every facet of city spending. What we found was in line with what former City Controller Lander found on December 16th, what State Controller DiNapoli found on December 22nd, and what City Controller Levine affirmed on January 16th. The $12 billion budget deficit confronting our city was historically vast. After incorporating $4 billion in revenue above what the November plan had assessed, and after taking standard budget actions, our administration found that our city's deficit was in line with the controller's projections. Today, as we lay out our preliminary budget, every decision we have made has been informed by this context and the challenges we inherited. This was a historic deficit, larger even than those faced during the Great Recession. Much of this gap came in the form of significant under-budgeting for major expenses. The prior administration ignored projections that estimated costs would rise. Across 6 foundational city services, like cash assistance, rental assistance, and shelter costs, more than $7.5 billion were left unaccounted for. The consequence was an enormous deficit within our budget. Beyond those 6 areas, there are additional major unfunded needs. The city must fulfill more than $6.6 billion in additional unfunded needs and state mandates, the most sizable of which are detailed on the screen. While we had no say over the budget crisis we inherited, we have taken a number of steps to address expenses and are monitoring our revenues daily to tackle the gap. In January, in this very room, I promised we would continue to incorporate up-to-date Wall Street revenues into our budget. That is exactly what we have done. Part of our ability to shrink the gap has come from incorporating higher than expected revenues from Wall Street. Wall Street profits are at a record high, surpassing any projections and allowing us to incorporate more revenue than anyone anticipated. Those record profits translate into increased tax revenue, $2.4 billion more than anticipated in fiscal year 2026, and $4.9 billion more than anticipated in fiscal year 2027. That's on top of revenue already added in the November plan. We are being as aggressive as we can in recognizing additional revenue and have surpassed the state in our estimates of personal income tax, corporate tax, and sales tax. But responsible governance is not only about revenue. It is also about discipline. That means finding savings across city government, reducing bureaucratic waste, and rendering agencies more efficient and cost-effective. That is why I signed an executive order establishing a chief savings officer in every city agency. Chief savings officers, or CSOs, have a simple remit: identifying savings within the agencies they serve. They will consolidate redundancies, insource programs that have been outsourced to bloated consultant contracts, and eliminate extraneous programs. Each CSO will issue a public report by March 20th, detailing the savings they have found and provide updated assessments every 6 months. These CSOs will have clear goals: 1.5% in savings in fiscal year 2026 and 2.5% in fiscal year 2027. Our work to find savings, however, is not limited.
Okay, can somebody say liar? I've been reading lie, liar all day long. And this dude is just talking out his ass. How am I supposed to keep listening to this? For real, who wants to keep watching this? This is horrible. Who the hell wants to keep watching this? This is absolutely trash. Honestly, this is freaking trash, yo. Do you believe any of this stuff? People are leaving New York in like fucking groves. Bro, ain't nobody to believe you. How did he get elected, New York? How? How did this man get elected? I need to know. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything else I got. I got one other thing I was going to show you. I do got this. You know what we can do? Is we can watch this and then I'll get up out of here. But yo, you should. This dude like I'm not reading it. I found this dude who breaks down what's going on in Mexico. He has the actual press conference, but he interprets it. It's pretty insane. All right, so I'm gonna play this. This is like in Spanish. So homie's like, yeah, here it is. Homie's like coming in. He's just reading the subtitles of what the president of Mexico was saying and what and there's other people that were speaking. I don't know who the hell they were because it's all in another language. But yeah, let's get to that. Let's see. I was watching it earlier. It was really good. I saved it just in case I got bored with the topic we were on, and I did. I'd rather just end the show and keep moving on watching Mandami and listening any more about that PD shit that we've been fucking having to listen to. I'm good on that too.
Okay, now here we go. So let's get into this. This is President Sheinbaum. She says also present our Admiral, the Secretary of the Navy, she says, is there. She says Secretary of Security is there, and Citizen Protection, Secretary of Security and Citizen Protection is there. And she says, General Trevilla will inform us about yesterday's operation. And then Secretary Garcia Harfuch will inform us about the various events that occurred yesterday, and also that today we woke up without any blockades, that's nice, on any of the highways, and practically all activity has been restored, she says. Then the Defense Secretary will report, followed by Omar. So let's just take a few questions. We're going to take 3 or 4 questions, she says, for today. It is important to know there is still a command center, a national coordination center, where the secretary, the 3 secretaries, their teams, and the Ministry of the Interior are located to be in coordination with all the state governments. Yesterday, after the operation, this command center was set up, and I want to thank all the governors because honestly, governors, everyone was in coordination with a lot of information, she says. This is President Sheinbaum speaking. I want to give special recognition to the National Defense, to General Ricardo Trevilla Trejo, to the Mexican Army, to the National Guard, to the Air Force. And Mexico really does have extraordinary armed forces, she says. They are well-prepared professional men and women with great vision, a lot of patriotism, with enormous preparation. Our condolences to the families of the members who lost their lives yesterday. We're going to hear about people losing their lives, I believe. And our greatest recognition, the people of Mexico should feel very proud of our armed forces and the security cabinet we have. They are great men and women who are always willing to give their lives. And the most important thing at this moment is to guarantee the peace and security of the entire population of all of Mexico. And that's what's being done today. Hey, a quick question. Okay, so this is how I've set this up. Again, we're listening to President Sheinbaum. It's in Spanish, so we have to do something to translate it. I'm using the captions that are auto-translated by YouTube, and I'm reading them for people who are listening. Is everything going okay? Are we? I don't know that we've ever done it this way.
This is lightweight boring too, I'm not gonna lie. It's almost better to just talk to you guys than it is to this is boring. I don't know. Let me find something else, or I don't know. What's up, David? How you doing, bro? What's good with you, man? No FEMA, not funded by Democrats. Why? Hey, hold on. I wanted to say something to the person that said, if you're so unhappy living in NYC, then move. Dude, I hope everybody that lives in NYC moves. What do you mean? I would never live there, let alone go there. Get out of here. Shoveling? Oh, yeah, man. I could look at some other shit. It's like we're past all this. Like, I've already pretty much ran through it all. You know what I can do? I mean, I want to BS with y'all for a minute. Alienated, what's up, bro? How you doing, brother? What you up to, bro? I just smoked a pre-roll of some damn something from Michigan. And damn, yeah. Give me my Ohio stuff. I'm good. Give me my Ohio flower. I'm straight. I am straight. I'm trying to think of what What's popping? Tomorrow, the State of the Union's at 9 o'clock. Yes, that means we can watch the Cavs game. That's dope. That's dope. Okay, here, check it out. This is what David's going through right now. I'll show it. And if it's dumb, I'll just mute it and watch it. But here's where David's at. Oh, shit. He fired up Pete Cagseth has a speech. What? What am I missing over here? We got an ICE whistleblower. We got Pete Hagseth. Hold on. Let's watch this real fast. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll go ahead and go with the whistleblower because that seems kind of cool. All right. So anyways, Pete Hagseth. Yeah. Let's see what's going on with the weather over on the East Coast. Yo. Bow. What are you up to, Alien? You doing all right, bro? Here, we'll do this right now. Let's get it in. East Coast, here we come. Here's what it looks like. It's snowing here. It's 20 degrees. It actually stopped snowing here. But we got like a good couple inches after it was just 70 degrees and it all melted.
Record-breaking blizzard slamming much of the East Coast, packing more than 2 feet of snow, 80-mile-per-hour winds, and knocking out power for 500,000 Americans. Whiteout conditions and zero visibility in Massachusetts, power lines down, cables whipping in the wind, huge trees falling across roads and into homes, windows frozen shut with snow as the snowfall climbs to 30 inches in some parts of that state. In New York, cars stuck in heavy snow in many parts of the state,
30
drivers
inches,
digging,
bro.
pushing, and pulling their way out. A rare thunder snow lighting up the stormy city skies, and this frightening moment, a tree fell in the middle of a street. New York City now digging out after one of the biggest storms in its history. And in New Jersey, power lines sparking during dangerous winds, snow falling at rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour today. New Jersey, one of 7 states to issue a state of emergency. Those intense winds knocking out power for more than 500,000 customers across the Northeast. And this nasty winter blast sparking travel chaos. Nearly 6,000 flights canceled, more than 3,000 delayed nationwide, and it's not over yet. We're tracking 2 more storms that could hit the same areas already buried under feet of snow. Bill Cairns standing by with the timing on that. We've got full team coverage tonight. Our reporters spread out from state to state to bring you the very latest at this hour. We're going to begin right here in New York City, and Emily Ikeda leads us off.
I've been on sildenafil for years. It handles the blood flow, but my mind just doesn't stay in the game. You do realize.
Tonight, a record-setting blizzard bearing down on millions of Americans and turning travel treacherous in the Northeast with zero visibility. Drivers pushing and pulling cars stuck in snow. You barely can make out this one. And first responders braving brutal conditions. Overnight, rare thunder snow lit up New York City.
There it was again. Wow.
While wind gusts topping 80 miles an hour wreaked havoc along the East Coast.
Oh, it's getting strong here.
Downing trees and power lines. More than 500,000 Americans without power today, from Virginia to Massachusetts. Look how these windows froze over.
When it comes to power restoration, the issue really isn't going to be crews. We've got the crews. The issue is going to be access. So when does the wind die down enough so that it's safe for people to get out in bucket trucks?
7 governors declared states of emergency as some plows and emergency vehicles struggled to navigate the snow, falling at 2, even 3 inches an hour today. More than 2 feet of snow has been recorded in parts of 5 states. Nicole Motor is in Rhode Island.
Here in Rhode Island, this blizzard is shattering records. Providence getting more than 30 inches of snow, the most it's ever seen.
The nor'easter crippling air, rail, and roadway travel in one of the most populated corridors of the U.S.
I've got another scarf. I've got on 2 pair of pants. I have on a T-shirt, a sweater, and a coat.
Evan Blair dug out his car from nearly 20 inches of snow in New York City.
The road conditions are pretty slippery, pretty wet, so it would be very difficult to drive or even walk through any of the roads.
Well, here's an unusual sight in New York City, quiet roadways because of a travel ban impacting part of today to make room for snowplows and emergency workers in these treacherous conditions.
Our teams capturing similar scenes in cities across the region facing travel restrictions, including in New Jersey, where coastal residents are also contending with flooding as this February blizzard carves a path of destruction.
And Emily Ikeda joins us now from New York City. Emily, we know the city officially experienced one of the top 10 worst snowstorms in the city's history. How long could the cleanup take, and what will it be done before more snow might move in?
Well, Kate, with snow just about everywhere you turn, it's a race against time for officials to clear the roadways before, as you mentioned, more snow is on the way. You're going to find these massive snow piles across the city with some 2,300 snow plows working to clear the roads on top of concerns around cleanup and cleanup in time ahead of that additional precipitation. Power outages remain another big concern tonight. Crews are waiting for roads to be cleared and the winds to die down in order to restore power to hundreds of thousands of people, Kate.
All right, Emily, thank you. And right now, parts of New Jersey are buried under 2 feet of snowfall, neighborhoods left unrecognizable. Our Valerie Castro is in the hard-hit town of Freehold tonight. Valerie, you've been monitoring the conditions. I've seen you all day long, people still digging out. Talk to me about what you're seeing, what you're hearing from people who live there.
Yeah, Kate, this is actually a county vehicle behind me. They've been working to plow this street all day long. But you're right, this is one of the hardest hit areas when it comes to snow totals. Freehold recording 26 inches of snow, burying cars just like this one. This is actually a Kia underneath this snow, and this snow is wet and extremely heavy. It's perfect for maybe building a snowman, not so much for trees and power lines. There were a lot of power outages reported throughout the state today. At one point, more than 100,000 customers without power. We have seen the utility crews out working today, working to restore power. But for people in neighborhoods like this, they will be digging out for at least the next several days. The family that owns this truck tells me it took 2 hours to make just this much progress. They say they started plowing the driveway and their other vehicles out. They started digging those things out last night when the snow began to fall. Kate?
Well, that was smart. Valerie, thank you so much. Let's go further north to Massachusetts, where parts of the state are still under a blizzard warning at this hour. I want to go to Oscar Margain from NBC Boston. He's in the town of Winthrop, which is on the coast just north of Boston. Oscar, good to see you. Tell me about conditions where you are right now.
Hey, Kate. Well, the snow continues to fall now for the last 20 hours here, and it continues to pile on a lot of the snow we already had from several weeks ago, maybe another foot or two on top of all of that. Now, this is also an issue when it comes to storm surges and also high tide. The winds have also been relentless here, and it's also made it very difficult for the plows across the state to try to get through all of that snow. The governor here issuing a travel ban for the southern western part of the state because of the current conditions. Kate?
And Oscar, Winthrop experienced, I know, multiple water main breaks today, in addition to severe coastal flooding, because you're right on the coast there. What is the latest on how long it's going to take to recover from this?
Well, the folks that I've been talking to here on this street, they are seeing some relief here after the town did deploy some water pumps. Now, there have been 4 water main breaks here in town today alone. A lot of that was prompted by power outages. And so folks here are having to deal not just with the snow, but also with a lot of the water that seeped into their basements in the places that it did get flooded because of these water main breaks. Now, a couple of neighbors do have some water pumps. They were prepared for that. Some other neighbors do not have any pumps. They also don't have any power, and they're currently trying to find another place to stay for the night.
Yeah, it's
Kate,
really
back to
cold,
you.
really cold there too. Oscar, thank you so much. Let's get right to NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Now, Bill, some of these areas, we just painted a picture. They're getting hit really hard. Walk us through the snow totals, the wind speeds we've seen.
Yeah, we're not done yet. We still have another couple hours to go in Southeast Mass. I know you're just waiting for the storm to end. It's been ridiculously long-lived. So we did set some records. We mentioned the Providence, all-time highest ever. New York City, top 10. Newark Airport, second all-time. So it wasn't just an isolated area. This was an historic blizzard by any accounts. The max wind gust, Montauk, 84 miles per hour, and Nantucket, 83. This is why we have so many power outages in areas of the Cape Cod, Southeast Mass, and out on Long Island. We still have this one last band of snow that's still sitting here. The south towns, just south of Boston, have been extremely hard hit by this storm. Not just the power outages, but the snow, the heavy, wet, pasting snow. So this storm will be exiting tonight, Kate. The winds will die down. I know schools are canceled tomorrow for the Boston area, while in New York City kids, you have to go back to school.
Okay, and I heard you say there might be some more snow. Please tell me it's not as serious as what we just went through.
Not even close. More of a typical fast-moving storm. So this is what we call a clipper storm. Yes, the blue shows you the snow. It's more the timing. I just mentioned schools canceled in a lot of areas of Southeast and Mass. Then when you try to get back to school on Wednesday morning, here comes another 1 to 3 inches of snow. It's just the timing of it makes it kind of messy. There's a bigger storm as we go throughout Thursday into Friday. Mostly notice the green colors. That's our shading for rain. That's good, but there's a little narrow blue strip to the north of this. We could have some more additional snow, New York City to southern portions of New England. That wouldn't be till Friday morning. We'll pinpoint that for you as we get a little closer.
All right, Bill Cairns for us. Bill, thanks so much.
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube.
Spectrum Mobile helps us stay connected because when I'm on the road,
This might be funny. I don't know. If not, I'm gonna end the stream. And if you're on my Discord, you could just come chill with me. I'm just gonna smoke. But I want to watch something. I was gonna roast something up, watch something kind of this. I don't know if this would be funny or not. Hopefully he roasts these cats. We'll see. How you doing, Mimsy? What's up, Alien, David, Ryan, whoever else is in the chat? I can't really see right now. I'll check it out in a minute. But yeah, I kind of got a headache smoking this Michigan. I'm not gonna lie. Give me my Ohio. Give me my Ohio. All right. Here's one. Let's see how this goes.
We're hearing from Sheriff Grady Judd on the arrest of a group of undocumented immigrants.
Investigation that was led by my organized retail crime team. And this investigation began in October of last year, and it involved the TDA. This is a very violent Venezuelan gang. This gang originated out of the prisons in Venezuela. It's recognized in the United States as an organized, not only an organized gang, but they're also recognized as an organized terrorist organization. Now, you watch the national news and you think, oh, that's something that happens someplace else. But I can tell you that this violent gang was alive and well in Central Florida. And I want to show you, this is Alexis Benavides, and I'm going to introduce him to you in a minute. This is his gun. I want to tell you that these folks came across the border illegally. I want to give you details. This started with 32 cases that we worked, and there were 4 cases worked by other agencies. And it was with them stealing high-end liquor. But it started out something as minor as grabbing beer at convenience stores, and it elevated to robbery. And then not only was there a robbery here, but we worked with Osceola County because during the process of this in Osceola County, they committed robbery with a firearm. It's a violent group. So how did we come into contact with these folks? Through Public's Organized Retail Crime Investigation Unit, who noticed a trend of people stealing high-end liquor from them. And during the process of us investigating this, we determined that they were also stealing from Sam's and Walmart, the same trend. We also learned that other agencies had made 4 arrests along the way. And I really want to underscore and highlight the Lakeland Police Department, because when they went to Sam's in the city of Lakeland to steal, they actually robbed the clerk, injuring her hand. They had loaded this high-end liquor into a basket, were trying to leave with it. She tried to stop them. They literally ran into her, injured her hand, and fled. The Lakeland Police Department immediately started investigation, learned when they fled, they damaged their vehicle, which ended up in a crash, and then they scattered like rats on a sinking ship. They ultimately got an Uber and fled. Lakeland Police Department had suspects, and they were onto this case. They worked hand in glove with us. We explained to them there was a long-term investigation that we were doing as well, and they wanted to make sure that not only did they have a successful arrest, but that they worked with us so that we could wrap up this entire organization. But I want to stop just a minute. It's not just the Lakeland Police Department and the Sheriff's Office. It's DHS. They were involved in this investigation. The Orange and Osceola Sheriff's Office was involved in this investigation. Florida Department of Law Enforcement was involved in this investigation. The U.S. Marshals Task Force was involved in this investigation. ICE put holes on all of these folks, and I'm going to talk in detail about that in just a few minutes. The statewide prosecutor is working with us, and our detectives are currently working with them because we're seeking to file not only organized retail theft charges, not only robbery charges, we're seeking also to file racketeering charges, which is a 30-year minimum mandatory. We couldn't do that without the cooperation of first our state attorney's office and ultimately our Florida statewide prosecutors, who works under James Uthmeyer, our attorney general. So when you look at this investigation and you look at all these investigations, no one agency does this. So I want to underscore and recognize each of them. Osceola, Orange, when we were picking up 3 of the 5, 2 were already in custody in Osceola County, by the way, for a robbery. They sent teams of people out to help us with surveillance and with entry to make sure that we had sufficient help to do this appropriately, because these folks are violent and they're dangerous. But once again, I want to introduce you to the different individuals that you see here. And I'll start with Samuel Charlie. He's 25. He is a documented member of this gang task force, of this gang. We have designated him as a terrorist federally. He has a criminal history in this country. We don't know about his criminal history in Venezuela. He came here through El Paso in 2023, walked into the border. It was wide open. It was not difficult. He was one of the leaders in these theft operations. He's unemployed, and that's a common theme you'll hear throughout the day. None of these people are working in the United States, but they're living high. So what does that tell you? They're committing crime. They came here illegally through the Biden open border, all but, I believe, one. They're robbing and stealing from those of us in the United States who behave. And at the end of the day, we didn't have to search far for him because he was already in the Osceola County Jail, charged with a robbery that occurred during the period of time we were investigating this organized retail theft group. Then there was Ramon Luna. He's 26. He is an associate. So why do we call him an associate? Because he has not been certified yet, but he's running with these gang members. When we finish our investigations and we finish working with the feds, we anticipate that all of these folks will be documented as gang members. Only 2 are, but he's an associate of theirs now. Interestingly enough, even though they claim not to have known each other, guess when he came through the same month, September 2023, in El Paso, illegally. And at the end of the day, you're going to see pictures at the end of them partying. They've got time to steal, they've got time to rob, they've got time to party in this country, all while they're here illegally, all while they were allowed to just walk into this country. Then there's Aldemaro Mendoza. He's 26. He is also an associate. Now, he's the exception. He came in 2016 as a Detroit Tiger minor league prospect. He didn't make it. He didn't even make it to the minor leagues, but he was a prospect when he was brought here. And guess what? He failed to deport. So while he had a legal status in 2016, he failed to deport. Now listen, 2016 to 2025, okay, I'm not real good at math, but that's about 9 years, right? The federal government has him in deportation procedures, but in 9 years, they can't get him out of here? Come on, man. If you don't think the federal immigration system is messed up, here's your sign. All the while, he wasn't hard to find because he was in the Osceola jail for robbery. That's right. Charlie and Mendoza together robbed a person at gunpoint in Osceola County, neither of which should have been here. Then there's Darwin's Leon. He's 28. He's also an associate. He crossed in December of 2021 at El Paso. There was a warrant for removal for him. But despite that warrant for removal, he was here wandering around, committing robberies, committing organized theft, partying. We also know that he was in Aurora, Colorado at the time of the takeover of the apartments. We cannot, and I underscore, we cannot tie him directly to the TDA that was doing the takeover, but he was there during that time period, and he was an associate, and he's running with them. He's also showed up in other areas of the country. So is he employed? Of course, none of them are employed, because why bother working when you can come here illegally and just steal from those of us in this country? Then there's Alexis Benavides, who's 27. He's a documented TDA member. He's also, I might highlight, currently a suspect in a murder in New Mexico. But he's also been to Illinois. You know that state that thinks you ought to protect illegal immigrants? Maybe there are other suspected murderers in Illinois they want to protect. I mean, just thinking out loud. He's supposed to be higher up in the organization. And when I asked, what does higher up mean? They just said, well, I said, is he a leader? Is he a boss? No, he's just well respected and higher up in the organization. So when did he come across? August 2023 at El Paso once again. So while he's got a criminal history in Illinois, we don't know what their criminal histories are out of the country, but he's pending a federal warrant for removal. So at the end of this operation, we have these 5 people who are in this country illegally. And not only are they in this country illegally, they're not working, they're not pretending to work, but they're stealing. One of my detectives, and by the way, my detectives are the very best, and this is just one more example of their brilliant work and their relationships with other federal, state, and local law enforcement and prosecuting groups, said they continued as the investigation went on and we tried to tie them together. They continued to become more violent and more violent and more violent. Now we know there should be one map here that shows the state of Florida and the different areas. So regardless, we don't know what all they did in Illinois. We don't know what all they did for sure in New Mexico. But what we do know is the whole time they're here, they're committing crime. And that is just one more example of that. So I want to share something with you. I want to share, Ramon Luna, you see some of them are smiling here. But I want to focus another picture of Ramon Luna. You see, it's not such a happy time. Life as he knew it is over. Is he crying because he can't steal from Americans anymore? Is he crying because he can't rob people in the middle of the night anymore? Is he crying because he can't rip off high-end liquor? This is the end of the road for him and his companions. I hope he has his traveling clothes on, because we want to charge them with racketeering and send them to state prison for a very long time and then deport them. Now, some would say, why don't you just deport them and not spend any more taxpayers' money on them? Well, first off, if you deport them, there's no guarantee that they won't try to find their way back. And there's no guarantee that we won't be dealing with them again in murder, robbery, or theft, just as they make their way here. So he's going to be locked up for a long time. We know that 4 of the 5 of these folks came across during the Biden era of totally open borders. You've heard me stand here before and say we don't have a broken immigration policy or a border policy. We have one that's non-existent. This is the kind of people that are coming across. At one point in time, this rascal got on his hands and knees after we arrested him, and he was begging. He's not so bad. Now look, here's the guns they like to carry as they torment people in the street. But he's not such a big bad guy when he's locked up. Maybe he's having visions of El Salvador prisons at some point in time in his future. We know that sometimes 2 of them, sometimes 4 of them, sometimes all 5 of them did these grabs at the same time as they would enter and rob and steal. We know 2 of them, as I said, robbed at gunpoint. But they're not smiling anymore, you see? They're crying. They were smiling during the Trump era. I mean, during the Biden era. They were smiling when they came across. I think we have a picture, another picture of that too, of some of their smiling and their partying. You see, they came across illegally. They were stealing. They were partying. They weren't working. They weren't adding anything to this country. And then you see how cool they are as they sent their pictures back to their buddies in Venezuela and how they bragged about being here. And at the end of the day, they thought it was real cool. We're bad dudes. And they're playing people for a fool. I like to think about, who is it? Van Hollen, that just went to visit this illegal in prison, okay? Well, let me tell you something, Senator Van Hollen. You come here to visit these guys, you'll be talking to them through a glass. There won't be any handshaking. There won't be any politicking. You know, these are criminals and they're dangerous.
Blue Chew Gold is a staple in my house. Why? Because they really work.
And when are we going to figure it out as a nation? These people don't belong here. I'm thankful that President Trump said enough is enough. I'm thankful that, you know, when he came here, all of those smiles turned to cries. They know it's coming. We're out arresting people. Right now, I think today I have about 70 or 72 on ICE holes in the county jail. Make no mistake about it. You come here, we're going to enforce the law. We're going to notify ICE. We also, because of the leadership of Governor Ron DeSantis and our legislature with current legislation where they provided enhancements, we have enhanced all the levels of those we have charged. So thank you, Governor DeSantis. Thank you, Florida legislature. Ben Albritton, our president of the Senate. Daniel Perez, our Speaker of the House. Thank you all for giving us the tools to keep the people of Florida safe. So my last editorial comment. For those of you across the nation that think this is okay, why don't you find you some violent gang members that we have also designated as terrorists and take them into your home. Let them sleep in the bed next to your children. Let them drive your car, illegally, by the way. Let them live with you, because when you ignore the
Hit the like and sub. Yo, how many subs am I at, David? Ryan, how many subs are we at? We're trying to get to 12,000. Yo, somebody just said that he literally lets traffickers go. Here, this is for you. Whoever said that, this one's for you, bro.
today, we're going to roll out in the next little while an unbelievable operation. This operation was only possible because of remarkable work by a lot of professionals. I'm excited today. As you can see, a lot of people fooled around and found out. And I want to start for just a couple of minutes and go down the list because this is very important. I want to make sure that we recognize, for example, our NGOs, One More Child and Heartland for Children, and you'll hear from them in a few minutes. Heartland for Children is contracted to DCF because when we do these human trafficking operations, we make sure that we're able to begin services immediately as soon as we discover them. So we couldn't do these at the quality and the level we do without them. There's been a change of administration, I don't know if you noticed, in the White House, and now we are allowed to have ICE with us. ICE was embedded with us for the first time. Now there's two groups of ICE that you'll see and hear from, HSI and the ERO side. Then, as you see in front of you here, my colleagues from around the state and around the country, we have a National Innovation Academy. They were also embedded. It's part of their training curriculum. We have an 8-week program, and it is a high-end program for those who are in leadership positions in law enforcement agencies around the country. And it's important that we give them some real-world, hands-on technology experience. We appreciate them being there. And by the way, if you've not sent people to this NIA, this National Innovation Academy, you're just not as cool as you could be. I just want to add that, okay? For the first time, our Sheriff's Artificial Intelligence Laboratory helped set up the infrastructure for this. It's a first of a kind. For those of you who are local, know that we spoke about artificial intelligence and starting the cell unit not so long ago. And I do want to add, we partner with the Polytechnic. They give out 3 major awards, and we are excited that our students assigned to us as a capstone course embedded in our cell unit won 2 of the 3 top awards. The other one was won by NASA, so I thought they were in pretty good company with that. Chris Hansen from True Blue was with us on our Predator side of the operation, and I'll talk more about that. Angie Morchi for Sinclair Broadcast, which has 90 television stations, was also embedded with us, and you may recognize her from Spotlight on America. So why do I talk about all of that? Because it's the partnerships and the relationships and the trust that make successful operations occur. That is foreign to some law enforcement agencies in some parts of the nation, but it's not foreign to us here. It's how we've done business for a very long time. I'm going to go through real quick. You've already heard from one more child. There's going to be 2 speakers, Jody Demangi and Stacy Ham will speak with us. The Hardy County Sheriff's Office is here with Vint Crawford. Osceola participated with Sheriff Lopez. ICE, David Gritty, who is the Assistant Field Office Director, is going to speak. DCF is here with Amanda Wilson. The Attorney General's office is here, and Rita Peters is going to speak. She, by the way, I like to brag on Miss Peters. That's her professional name. We call her Rico Rita around here. If you're involved in an organized criminal enterprise and she hasn't prosecuted you yet, she will. Just wait. Homeland Security, Tom Fowler, Haines City PD, Zephyr Hills PD, Chief Derek Brewer. Haines City PD was Chief Hopwood. Lake Alfred PD, Chief Bodenheimer. Lake County Sheriff's Office, Captain Ron Patton. Lake Wells PD, Captain Stephanie Cook. Bartow PD, Captain Bill Stevens. Davenport PD, Captain Don King. Auburndale PD, Lieutenant Skinner. Now, the other agencies that aren't here that also participated, the U.S. Army CID, Pasco Sheriff's Office, Hillsborough Sheriff's Office, Claremont Police Department, Marion Sheriff's Office, Winter Haven Police Department, Tampa Police Department, Pinellas Police Department, and obviously our state attorney's office, Brian Haas, who is the absolute very best. Now, I'm going to go off script here for just a second, because whenever we do these operations, there's a mastermind behind it that you never see. Well, our mastermind's about to retire. Bobby, come stand up here for a minute. Lieutenant Bobby Kirkpatrick is simply the very best. So when you see this operation today, I want you to know that the silent genius behind all this is this man right here. He's been with us an entire career, and retirement time's come. We're not going to let him stay retired long. We're going to bring him back doing something somewhere. But I want you to see all of this magic and know that it doesn't just happen. He coordinated it all, from those that made the undercover operations to all of the infrastructure, except for the posters and stuff. And the magic of this room today, obviously, is Director Scott Wilder. Bobby, thank you for your crew.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'm very humbled.
You're the best, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right. So the important thing to remember with this operation, there were 3 components. There was a human trafficking component, a child predator component, and an illegal immigration component. We arrested 255 people in 9 days, 141 Johns, 93 prostitutes, 10 others that drove for proceeds, and et cetera. We had people come from 12 different states to be arrested in Polk County, Florida. Obviously, they must live under a rock, but now they live in the county jail. They also came from Puerto Rico. We arrested a huge number of child predators, 11. What's important about this is arresting child predators is very difficult. It takes a talented group of folks. You're going to hear more about these child predators because they're the most despicable. And I can tell you that if we didn't make any of these arrests and only had one child predator we took out of circulation, all of the resources would have been worth it. Illegal immigration, as you know, is on everyone's mind, and you can watch the evening news depending on what you watch, what you want to hear. But I can tell you that about 15% of all of our arrests in the human trafficking operation and our predator operation, about 15% were here illegally in this country. You'll hear more in a minute. They came from Venezuela, Cuba, Honduras, Mexico, Haiti, Colombia, Guatemala. 22 of these folks were receiving government assistance. That's right. We work, we all work, we pay taxes, and then that tax money was given to these folks to use to come commit crime. I want you to think about that the next time you look at your pay stub and see your money going out to the federal government. Know that the federal government is giving money to these folks so that they don't have to work and can come here and violate the law. The youngest we arrested was 17. The oldest was 70. Our folks stand in the gap between good and evil. They took 8 firearms during this operation from 8 different suspects. 25 people were charged with narcotics. We filed 386 new charges, 102 felonies, 284 misdemeanors. Now, there's always some that say, oh, it's low level, you know, it's consenting partners and yaddy. And once you get over that, understand these folks had as many as 919 previous criminal charges. One guy, who we'll discuss, had 2 murder charges. And by the way, he spent a long time in prison, but he got out just in time to fool around and find out. You'll see occupations from military, 1 active Navy, 13 veterans, a medical doctor, a retired NFL player, engineers, insurance brokers and agents, regional vice president of a timeshare, Walmart store manager, party planner, IT database, IT software engineer, an IT guy that works in a technology area at an international airport. Now, that gives me comfort. IT database guy for the federal government. Crane operators, business owners, and in the medical field, RN, CNA, medical techs. We had a lot of different people from a lot of walks of life here. But you can see how remarkable this operation is. And I am going to go over in just a few minutes some of the things that you just can't believe. Now, I'm going to start with the predators. They're the ones that obviously worry me the absolute most. I'm going to go through these quickly because we have several of them. This is Arthur Denard. He's a registered sex offender already out of Tampa. And he's registered because he had sex with a minor in 2007. He's been to prison on 2 different occasions, and he's out. We've said it over and over. If a sex predator is out, he's dangerous. And he came here thinking he was going to have sex with a 15-year-old child. In fact, he didn't actually travel. He just talked online, and Tampa police, one of our colleagues in this operation, picked him up. And he told this 15-year-old child, I want to put a baby in you. Well, we put a gel in him. So there you go. Then there's Eric Corliss. Eric Corliss is a regional executive for Red Cross Disaster Relief. Think about this. Red Cross does marvelous, beautiful work, and we're so proud of them. But this guy has embarrassed himself and embarrassed his family and embarrassed the Red Cross. He's a big boss. He's an Army veteran. He's married. He was, are you ready for this? Get a grip. He was married to a law enforcement officer, a supervisor in Hillsborough County. That's right. He left his phone at home so his wife, I'm sure a trained detective, wouldn't know where he was. When she heard about it, she's absolutely mortified, and she packed up and left, and she said, sayonara, I'm taking the kids and leaving. This didn't appear to be the first time. He was experienced at what he did. And he also went to great lengths to try to hide his identity when he was online. But think about this. A professional man with the Red Cross married to a professional lady, and he took advantage of her, embarrassed her and the children, and he went to jail. Then there's Vern Cunningham. He's 26. He's an illegal alien. Our ICE partners put a hold on him. He came for sex with a 15-year-old female. He brought cookies. Wasn't that nice? You know, I mean, after all, she's a child. She may want a cookie. You know, where's the milk? You know what I'm saying? But he wanted to bargain. I'll pay half up front and half after it's over. And when we arrested him, we asked this guy, well, why did you do this? He said, well, curiosity killed the cat. Well, you're going to have cat people on you now. So Gregory Cooper's from Wesley Chapel. He's married for 31 years. He's got 2 adult daughters. He was in the Air Force for 20 years. He had a top secret clearance. That's interesting. He came thinking he was going to have sex with a 14-year-old male. And since it's a kid, he goes, what might he like? I'll take him an orange soda and some fruit gummies. Was that before or after? You know, I'm just saying. He's a regional manager for Enzer Roller in Lakeland. At least he was. He was very nasty and very graphic with what he said and did. They're in prison. County jail, actually, now. Prison's where we're going to do our best to send them. Nicholas Capart's 46 from Riverview. He's married. He's got 2 children. He spent 10 years in the Marines, and he wanted sex with a 14-year-old girl. And he said, hey, if this goes well, I'll permanently make you my girlfriend. His chat was remarkably nasty as well. Then there's Domingo Francisco Miguel. He's married with 3 children. He has a legal green card. However, upon his conviction, ICE has agreed to relook at him because he's not a U.S. citizen, but he has a green card to be here. He traveled to have sex with a 15-year-old girl. He told his boss, now he lied to his boss too, by the way, I just thought I'd share that with you, that he needed to go get some medicine. I guess he didn't realize that his medicine that he'll get will be at the county jail. But he was a jolly old soul. He said, you know, when I get out of this, I'd like to be a detective. I really would. He said, I like your work. I don't know if he's trying to, you know, grease us up or if he's just a nut job. Doesn't make any difference. He's going to the county jail. Aston Mack, he's 35 from Deltona. He wanted sex with a 15-year-old girl. He ran from us. Can you believe that? That wasn't nice, but he did. He thought he was talking up a deal with a family member. Well, you know, I'll pay you and I have sex with a child. What? What are you thinking? Now, he worked for the Opportunity Community Ability Group, OCA, in Orange County. And that's a group that helps special needs children. They say he never had any contact by himself with the children. Mostly he was admin support. But I want to brag on OCA. The second that we notified them, they terminated him. They were totally cooperative. They were mortified. They were glad that we found him and arrested him. But he's in jail, charged with human trafficking. Matthew Klein is 48. He's a receptionist at Guard Law Legal Group in Lakeland. He's shouldn't have to go far to find an attorney to represent him. He wanted to have sex with a 14-year-old male. He thought the child was home alone. He admitted that he had had sex before with children. That's still under investigation. He was also looking for children on 2 different apps. We found him really working hard to find children. He traveled, and he, by the way, neglected to tell us in our undercover capacity that, oh, by the way, when I have sex with you, I'm HIV positive, which that is a criminal violation of law in the state of Florida, not to notify your partner that you are HIV positive. But there are several things before I go on to the others that I think you should know, because these people are unbelievable. I picked out a few of their quotes I thought I'd share with you. Y'all get a 10-star rating for customer service. This is really awesome. Not for me, but for y'all. Oh, by the way, can I do my volunteer time with you guys? No. This guy said I had the option of going to church or coming here. I picked here. So, wrong choice. He had a choice. He had a chance to be in church, talking with Jesus, worshiping, doing what's right. Instead, he wanted to be on his knees in a brothel. I don't understand it. Just thinking out loud. Altar, brothel, altar, brothel. This guy was a realist. Well, this is God's sign not to do this. He thought that was a bad idea. And just thinking, God spoke directly to him. It's amazing how God comes in clear focus when you're under arrest. I used to always say, Jesus lives in the county jail because everybody I took there found him. So this guy says, oh, we're in Pulk County? My friend was just arrested here last night. You got to be kidding me. Now, I'm going to start to introduce you to some of these morons. But here's the one that I think is just super cool. This is like mother, like daughter. So we're talking to a mom. She's 48, Sherry Pena. She's on public assistance. She's living at a DV shelter in Central Florida. She drove her daughter, Haley Pena, 23, to have sex. When we ask her, you're a mother to this young lady, what are you thinking? She said, oh, whoa, wait a minute. I just thought I was taking her to buy drugs. Oh, that's better. You're taking her to her drug dealer, right? So anyway, the mother and daughter were also arrested in 2024 for battery over 65 years of age person. She's arrested. Did I tell you she's on felony probation already? Yep. That's right. She's on felony probation. So that's just a little color there, but let's get to the stack and go through real quickly, and then we'll turn it over to our colleagues here. Oh, some other things. Let me get this out of the way.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Hello.
All right, I'm going to go through these. How about Jason Bathis from 43 from Davenport? This is our human trafficking and prostitution folks. He's charged with offering to commit. This Jason Bathis, okay? When he walks in, you think, well, I have set up a deal with an ugly woman. And I think you would all agree that this guy's an ugly woman, right? This is what you really get when the makeup comes off. This is Jason Bathis. Now, I want you to think about this a minute, okay? You decide that you're going to hook up with a woman. She comes in, and she's already uglier than a mud fence, right? And then, as you start to engage, you find out, hey, this dudette is a dude, and look what he really looks like. Yeah, he looks like he should have been in a Scarface movie someplace. I don't know. This is what's happening. People think they're getting this, and many times they're getting a really bad guy. So this is the before and after. You know, when you find them in the bar at night, you know, you try to drink them pretty, and you wake up the next morning and you see this. Yeah, that's what we call Rolex ugly. Rolex ugly is you wake up the next morning and they're laying on your arm and your Rolex is there and you just chew your arm off and leave the Rolex. You just got to get out of there. You don't care about the Rolex. But that's the kind of people we're going to talk about today. Then there's a Darius Taylor. He's 34. He played at Lake Gibson High School football. Went on to have an outstanding career in the NFL. He played for the Carolina Panthers, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Cleveland Browns, and he was a linebacker. But listen, the dude made a lot of mistakes. He not only brought his 6-year-old child to the operation, but he left his 6-year-old child in the car when he went to do the operation. The 6-year-old child has a lot of medical issues, and he left this child alone that should have never been left alone because of medical conditions. DCF was on site, took possession of the child immediately, found mom. Mom came and got the child. The child is doing fine. This guy here, you know, obviously he must have hit one too many people as a linebacker because his brain cells are scrambled. He shouldn't have shown up in the first place, but to leave that child, my goodness. So he picked up a child neglect charge along with everything else. Then there's David Michael. He's 35. He's a medical doctor for Orlando Health. He showed up. He's got dual citizenship. He's also from the country of Egypt. And he decided to, hey, you know, I'm not saving any lives or making people feel better tonight, so I'll go make sure I feel better by going to this house of ill repute that turned out being law enforcement officers from all over Central Florida doing what's right. Then there's Namish Patel. Namish is 53. He's an event planner. He didn't plan on this event, but he is an event planner. He's on public assistance. Yep. We asked him, dude, what are you doing here? He says, you know, my wife's being treated for cancer at Moffitt. Well, number one, if you have cancer, there's not a better place, any place, than Moffitt, okay? Highly recommend that. But since she's being treated, I thought I'd just show up here. You got to be kidding me, man. You're not home taking care of your wife, somebody who's done everything for you. You're out scallydogging around, and your wife's sick. Nasty people. Then there's Patrick Dang. He's 40. He's from Newport Richey. He's married. And he owns Dang Good Sushi in Trinity, Florida. Yeah. He came for a dang good time, but it didn't work out that way. Next time you go there and get sushi, you may want to make sure that he's wearing gloves or washed his hands. And by the way, I had some law enforcement officers that had been at his restaurant, said it's pretty good sushi. Alphonse Ibua, 37. He's an IT tech for Paragon Systems, and he's contracted by the federal government. He's married. He's an 8-year Army vet. His wife thought he was at the gym. Well, he was going to do some exercise, I got to admit that, until he found out it was us. So we asked him, okay, why did you do this? Well, you know, my wife's indisposed this week, so I just thought I'd come down here for some stress relief. Well, his wife ain't happy. Just thought I'd add that. And he went to jail. Then there's Jonathan Epstein, who's 38. He's a Walmart manager. Now, he came and he said, oh, I'll pay extra because I don't want to wear any protection. Well, that's just dandy, you know. I guess next time you go to Walmart, you know, and he greets you, hi, I'm here for, you know, you can say, do you have any protection? Ahmad Ansat, 22. He's a registered nurse for Tampa General. And Tampa General, by the way, I didn't come here to advertise all these wonderful places, and they're professional places. Tampa General, if you get very sick or have a significant injury, you want to make your way to Tampa General. It's top of the line. Not so with him, but the rest of them do good. Isaac, he's unemployed. Now he's going to spend money, understand, but he's unemployed. Okay. And you go, well, his wife at that moment in time is working at Lakeland Regional Health. She's 8 months pregnant, working while he is spending money because he's unemployed, right? Spending her money on prostitutes. When we asked him why, he said, I had a lot of spare time. Okay. I don't even know how to explain that. Then there's Arthur Lark II, 54, from Haines City. He's married. He was charged with soliciting sex. But this guy has, instead of doing minor crimes and working up, he did major crimes and is working down. He was first arrested in Orange County in 1990 during a drug beef. He shot at his person he was fussing with and missed and hit and killed a 16-year-old boy. An innocent person he killed. Now, while he's in jail and they're doing an investigation, jail and prison, they determined that he had also committed a 1989 murder. And in that one, he and some friends were trying to steal a vehicle. A neighbor came home and said, hey, they're stealing my neighbor's vehicle. So he confronted them. Lark pulled a gun out. The neighbor says, whoa, this is all the good news I can stand in one day. He turns and runs. Lark chases him down and kills him for trying to be a good neighbor. He did 26 years in prison. That sounds significant, but it's only 13 years for each murder. And one is an innocent kid that he missed and hit, and the other is a neighbor that was trying to help. And now he's out and involved again. And then there's Robert Burnett. He's 30. He's works in IT for the St. Pete Clearwater International Airport. He's married as well. The detective said he cried a lot and he peed his pants. I understand that. I'm married to an Auburndale girl. I would think this is the end of my life because if I go home, she's just going to kill me. I don't think that happened to him. At least there's no death reports yet, but he did go to jail. That's just a snapshot. They all have a story. We just picked those out. Now, I want you to hear from some of our subject matter experts that worked with us today. We'll start with Jody and Stacy from One More Child. Jody?
Thank you, Sheriff. Good morning. My name is Jody Domingue. I am the Acting Chief Operating Officer at One More Child. One More Child has been providing services to vulnerable children and struggling families for over 120 years. This includes advocacy and direct care service to survivors of human trafficking throughout Florida, North Carolina, Tennessee, Ohio, and several countries around the world. The Pulk County Sheriff's Office still remains one of our closest partnerships, and I would like to congratulate them on another successful operation. Once again, we were able to join them at ground zero every night, providing opportunities of hope and a future by those who are impacted by sexual exploitation. Because of our incredible partnership, One More Child spoke and offered services to over 90 individuals, 19 of which have already agreed to services that include connection to safe shelter, advocacy, mental health counseling, and mentorship with a lived experience expert. One More Child provides immediate and ongoing services not only to those who are able to be identified as victims that night, but also to individuals who are not ready to identify and who are still in a life of sexual exploitation. I say this every time. The individuals who walk through that door might not be ready to be identified that night, but what we know is that statistically, there is a history of abuse and sexual exploitation in their past. No one grows up wanting to sell their bodies for profit. And we are committed to providing opportunities for a life outside of sexual exploitation and human trafficking. Critical partnerships and collaboration like what you see up here today is very important, but we are only one piece of the solution. We have to set a precedent in the state of Florida that the purchasing of a person should be more than a mere misdemeanor. Advocates have introduced legislation for the past several years to try to increase penalties that are worthy of the trauma that impacts every individual that is bought during these operations, and to make the first charge a felony. This is a standard we must set in the state of Florida to put a dent into this problem. Legislators, we need your help next year getting this over the finish line. Now, the true heroes in this collaboration are our survivor leaders and our lived experience experts. They bravely utilize their history of pain and trauma as a bridge of connection for those who are recovered in all of these operations. They use their life experience to inform every aspect of our work, and they are the only real experts in this field. One More Child ensures that a lived experience expert is on the ground every night of these operations. And I would like to introduce you to one of our most incredible survivor leaders, and she's lent her expertise for many years to these operations, Miss Stacy Ham.
Once you click this video, you'll be taken to uscca.com/maps. From here, you can click on any state.
Good morning. I want to first start by thanking Sheriff Grady Judd, the Pulk County Sheriff's Office, all the other law enforcement that assisted with us, and to the NGOs that we continuously collaborate and partner with. Your dedication is what really makes a true difference here today. I stand here before you not only as a survivor of human trafficking, but as someone who once believed that's all my life would ever be. My story began before I even had a voice. I come from 3 generational cycles of familial sex trafficking. By the time I was just 2 years old, my father sold me to the first time to one of his friends in the neighborhood. My siblings and I, we grew up with abuse, abandonment, and fear. We were often found sleeping at parks or wandering downtown alone. The times we weren't needed, we were held in closets or locked up in a backyard. I grew up expecting fear at any moment, and I was eventually removed from my home. I was separated from my siblings and placed into the foster care system. While I spent my time in the foster care system, we continued to be exploited, and even one of my siblings continued to be sexually abused, and the case never went anywhere. I was then adopted into a home, and I'm often asked when adopted, is that when my rescue came? And it wasn't. That's when my abuse continued to happen and my exploitation continued. I grew up thinking that this was normal, and this left me open to be susceptible to be a vulnerable target. I was so desperate to be seen and to be loved, and this led me right back into a cycle of trafficking. We often imagine traffickers to present certain stereotypes or to be a certain gender. But my trafficker as a young adult was a friendly female who was the retail store manager of where I applied an interview. She hired me, gave me a place to live, and provided me a sense of family and protection that I was so desperate for. But really her kindness masked a vulnerability of her luring me back into the life of trafficking. During this recent sting operation, I heard story after story that echoed so much of mine. So many of the victims that my team and I got to work with shared childhood abuse, time in the foster care system, times their family members were selling them, times that nobody would look and listen at them. 2 of the survivors that we got to talk to shared how they were offered false promises. It was prostitution, they were told, but really what it was is they were being exploited, they were being sold, and they were being faced with threats, and they were being feared. We often ask, why don't they leave? Why are they choosing to stay? But I can tell you, as someone who was pulled back into the life of trafficking, it impacted my housing, it impacted my job, my transportation. So where was I to go? It took several people coming into my life, trying to make a difference and trying to show me that there was positives, there was an outcome, and there was a way out of this. They say it takes an average of 10 points of contact for someone to feel comfortable and safe to finally speak up to be seen. When I found the courage to try to find and leave my trafficking situation, I was met with fear and I was met with threats. There was a threat that they would release the content that I had created during my exploitation, and I had no clue who would get that. I was faced with the very real possibility of losing everything. And as someone who had lost so much in her life, the little bit of stability I had was what I wanted to cling to. That's the reality for so many of the survivors that we work with each and every day. It's the choice between staying in a dangerous situation or stepping into the known with little or no safety net to catch them. And that's what my team and I do. And everything changed for me when the right people came along. They didn't ask me why didn't I leave sooner, but instead they asked, how can we help you? How can we give you the tools for you to create the life that we know God gave for you? They helped me with resources, with therapy, and most importantly, a belief that God has a true purpose for my life. The operation we're discussing today, it's more than just a news headline. It represents lives being saved, generational cycles being broken, hope being rekindled and restored to survivors. But this is just the beginning. True justice doesn't end with the arrest. It continues with our survivors receiving long-term support, rehabilitation, and the unwavering belief that every person deserves freedom, dignity, and a future. To the survivors watching and the survivor sisters here with me in this room, you have value, you have worth, and you have purpose. And to everyone else, I ask you, keep showing up, keep fighting for survivors, keep fighting for us to be seen in spaces where you don't see us. Every voice and every action, it matters and it does make the difference. Thank you.
If there's any doubt in your mind why we do these human trafficking operations, there's your sign. If we only saved one, it's worth the whole operation. And I can tell you with Jody and her team, we're saving a whole lot more than that. And that's very, very important to us. Next, I'm honored to introduce David Gritty, the Assistant Field Office Director.
Good morning, David Gritty with ICE Enforcement and Removal Operations here in Tampa. Just wanted to start off, thank you, Sheriff, and all the agencies here for allowing ICE Enforcement and Removal Operations and Homeland Security Investigations to be part of this well-executed operation. ICE is in a unique position to enforce U.S. immigration law in the U.S. interior with its broad investigatory authorities and law enforcement capabilities. Our congressionally mandated mission is to preserve public safety and national security by keeping dangerous criminal aliens out of our communities. ICE uses data-driven, fact-based intelligence to identify, arrest, and remove criminal aliens from the United States. It partners with local, tribal, state, and federal law enforcement agencies to keep our communities safe and preserve national security. We prioritize public safety over politics. Brave officers are on the streets every single day, risking their lives to locate, arrest, and remove the most egregious criminals in line with the president's policy of the worst first. Throughout this operation, ICE ERO officers encountered over 50 foreign-born aliens and placed detainers with the Pulk County Sheriff's Office on over 30 of them. ICE enforcement and removal operations, as well as Homeland Security investigations, are committed to our partnerships in the effort to identify and combat predators engaged in human trafficking and child exploitation. Once again, Sheriff, just thank you very much for allowing us to be part of this operation this year. We look forward to our continued partnership. Thank you.
We're going to show you 13 mind-blowing use cases for creators using the new AI Workspace 2.0 from GenSpark, Silicon Valley's first AI.
Thank you, sir. Now, I'm going to say some things that our colleagues, our federal colleagues, are not permitted to say because they work for bosses who work for bosses who work for bosses. I can't say enough good about ICE, the ERO, and the HSI guys and gals. They are hand in glove with us every day. They have a mission from the President of the United States. We also have another mission at the state level from Governor DeSantis, and that is to keep people safe. Now, I want to underscore one more time, 15% of the people that we arrested weren't even supposed to be in this country, but they were in this country committing crime. 26 of the 36 here were not documented at all, which means they didn't come across the border illegally and then check in. as we were led to believe they were doing. But 26 of the 36, they had no information on them at all, which means they snuck in the border and they're in the country. So we really don't know how many illegal immigrants are in this country. We know how many came in and checked in. Several of the comments that these illegal immigrants made is, yes, they're feeling the pressure, but they're not going any place. We asked them, hey, will you take the $1,000 and go home? And they go, of course not. No, we're not doing that. We're staying here. They're going to stay here until we make them leave. We heard stories of why they were crossing, as they were making their way to the border, that people dying at various crossings in Mexico and Central America. One told us that he made a $20,000 payment to a coyote to get him into the United States, and he walked for 5 days through the desert. Another said he paid $10,000. Now, he's been deported 3 times and he keeps coming back. Another paid $7,000 to come across. When we ask one, why do you keep coming back? He said, oh, I always keep coming back. I'm in construction. I can make $60,000 a year here under the table. And I can make, $6,000 in Mexico, $10,000 in Mexico. I'm always coming back. Even when y'all send me away, you're going to have to stop me again. Ladies and gentlemen, another reported that he came here illegally from Cuba and saw 2 people drown along the way. They shouldn't be here. They're committing crime. They're taking up resources of United States taxpayers. They're not coming here the right way. We open our arms to those immigrants that come here legally and appropriately. But the ones that come here and commit crime, that is 100% totally not acceptable. Now, I would ask if Ms. Peters, Rita Peters, from the statewide office of the Attorney General would come. James Uthmeyer, our Attorney General, is always eager to send people and to help us with these operations. And Ms. Peters, as I said earlier, is just simply the best of the best when it comes to prosecutors.
Thank you, Sheriff. I am very honored to be able to have a nickname from one of Florida's favorite sheriffs. So I'm going to boast in that a little bit and live in that glory. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you to all of the heroes that were part of this operation. I have the honor, along with my co-worker, Paige Tucker, to be here on behalf of Florida's Attorney General James Uthmeyer. You hear a lot that Florida is a law and order state, and never is that more apparent than in this operation, and all of the agencies that worked tirelessly hand in hand to ensure that Florida is made safe. Agencies from our sheriff's offices around Central Florida, our police departments around South Florida, our organizations that offer victim services, the Department of Children and Families, and the prosecution partners, not just statewide prosecution, but also Brian Haas, our local state attorney. Because of that partnership and that shared mission, we were able to be part and honored to be part of an operation that kept Florida safe, took individuals off the street that were trying to make victims, that were trying to seek victims. And we were able to assist in getting victims some assistance. And so for that, we thank all of our law enforcement partners. They are the line between good and evil, and we thank them every day for that. And we are very privileged to be part of that machine that happened and fool around and find out. Thank you.
As we wrap up today, I want to underscore that not any single one of our agencies could have done this alone. It's the partnership and the teamwork. And we all serve the same people across the county, across the state, and across the nation. The people of the nation trust us to keep them safe. And that's what we do here in Polk County and in Central Florida and in the state of Florida. But good things don't just happen. Good people have to make good things happen. And these are good people representing their agencies. So I'm eternally grateful for the partnership and the teamwork that they have provided once again in a major operation. And I want to underscore and end with this, because these broadcasts will go nationwide. If your community is not partnering with and creating these operations across the United States. Why not? You need to be asking your chiefs and your sheriffs and your state police, your prosecutors, your mayors, your city and county commissioners, why aren't we doing that here? And when you hear the statement, well, we don't have that problem here, know that that's not the truth. There's nothing unique about the people in Florida other than we seek them out. They hide under rocks and in bushes. This is a stealthful undercover operation. Every community in this nation has this issue. Now, very few of these people, I think like 21 or 22, came out of our county, out of the 255. But they came from all around the Florida area and the other states. So lean in to your leaders in your communities if you don't have these operations, and understand when a police chief says, I can't do that. Well, none of us can do it either alone. But when you create that partnership and friendship and you go after the bad guys, you save these victims of human trafficking, you find these illegal aliens that are here committing crimes, and you deal with ICE. I can't say enough good work about ICE. They are really, really, really going above and beyond to help us all. So thank you. God bless you. It's good that you came with us to be with us today. We'll see you. And a word to the wise. There'll be another one. Fool around and find out. About a horrible event that you all followed with us from January the 3rd. And let me go back and refresh your memory. On January the 3rd at between 1:30 and 1:45 in the afternoon, a horrific event occurred at 7462 Berkeley Road in Polk City, where we found one person who we later determined to be William or Bill Reese, who was deceased from a horrific murder, and a friend that lived with him by the name of Kenneth Mayer was shot and left for dead at the residence. If you remember, at that time, we talked about how Kenneth had staggered out to the road, was leaning on to a large garbage utensil and trying to flag down help. 3 Good Samaritans stopped to help him, summoned EMS, and certainly the sheriff's office, and he began to deteriorate. The EMS rushed him to the hospital, where at Lakeland Regional Health, he underwent surgeries and was in tremendously critical condition. Well, I'm here to report to you today, he's still in tremendously critical condition. We don't see any improvement. We're praying for the best. And I'll give you some more information on that in just a minute. But I can tell you at this hour, he's fighting for his life. So our homicide detectives began their investigation. And I'm going to give you a synopsis of what we found out and where we arrived. And I'm also going to tell it to you as it began. And here's how it began. There was a hurricane, Hurricane Irma, in 2017. It did great damage to Polk County. Subsequent to that hurricane, FEMA, through their contractor, Vanguard, sent some subcontractors in to do damage assessments. And what we found out was Jerwan Jackson did damage assessments for FEMA. And he went to Bill's house and he did a damage assessment, and he learned at that time that Bill had a collection of firearms and frequently sold firearms. So about 2 weeks after the damage assessment, Jerwan came back to the house and he bought two 45 caliber handguns from Bill Reese. Then he returned to Alabama. Sometime after arriving in Alabama, he was arrested for improper possession of those two firearms. Time went on, and Jerwan told some of his buddies, hey, I know where we can go hit a lick, where we can commit a robbery, where we can get a lot of firearms. And he told his buddy, Kenley Campbell and Daryl Rankins, come on, let's go to Florida. And they conspired. They set their plans to leave Mobile, Alabama, in a small gray Chevy Sonic and drive all the way to Polk City, Florida, which they did. They arrived on January the 3rd at between 1:30 and 1:40 in the afternoon. And while they were riding down to Florida, they talked about the robbery, and they were going to rob if conditions were right. If not, he had the money to buy a gun. And along the way, Jerwan told his two counterparts, Daryl Rankin and Kenley Campbell, he said, I tell you what, I'm just going to kill him. And they arrived. Daryl Rankin stayed in the car with Kenley Campbell, and Jerwan went to the door. Well, Jerwan knew our victim. Jerwan had purchased guns from our victim, so the victim obviously opened the door and let him in and went back and apparently sat in his chair, his lounge chair. A conversation occurred, and we don't know what that is because neither of them are here to tell us that. We know what Jerwan said, and he pulled a gun and promptly shot Bill. Shot him 4 times in the head and once in the hand. But he didn't just shoot him 4 times in the head and once in the hand. He said he shot him once and noticed that he was suffering, so he continued to shoot him because he didn't want him to suffer. When the shooting was occurring, then Kenneth hears the noise of the gunshots.
Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free. Plus, get your biggest refund.
Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only.
File now.
In the living room, and he comes into the living room, and Jerwan starts shooting him and shoots him twice in the head, shoots him once in the shoulder and I think once in the arm, shoots him 4 times, and he goes down. Well, Daryl and Kenley, who are waiting on the signal to come on in and get the stuff, hear the gunshots. Jerwan comes outside and tells them, come on in. They go inside, and we think, we don't have an accurate tally because obviously we've not been able to recover, but we think these 3 murderers stole someplace around 20 or 25 firearms. In addition to the 20 or 25 firearms, they stole a flat screen TV. They stole enough property that it wouldn't all fit in the trunk of their Chevrolet. So they go, well, we'll steal the victim's car. or truck. So they stole the victim's blue pickup truck, which there's a before and after picture. That's what it looked like when they drove it away from Polk City. And that's what it looked like after Juwan torched it in Mobile, Alabama. So they robbed, packed up, and drove directly back to Mobile, Alabama. They arrived in Mobile, Alabama. Our detectives, our homicide detectives, which are simply the very best in the business. Have I mentioned to you lately, it's been 8 years since we had an unsolved homicide? We have, for the last 8 years, solved 100% of our homicides. They began the investigation. And here's what they determined. They determined that both of our victims were shot with the .25 caliber, what we believe to be a semi-automatic pistol, and we have recovered one that met that description. We don't know if it is the firearm until we send it to the lab, and that will occur. But they tracked these guys from Polk City, Florida to Mobile, Alabama. And here's how they did it. We cannot say enough good things about the people of this community and the business owners of this community, because guess what? Surveillance video of residences and businesses showed us that our suspects immediately left northbound on Berkeley Road to Highway 33 in Polk City, where they turned and made it east, and then a northeast streak up Highway 33 through Groveland. From Groveland, they went on Highway 50, and they worked their way back Highway 50 toward the north end of the state and ultimately back to Mobile, Alabama. It was an amazing piece of work by the detectives. They immediately contacted the Mobile Police Department and said, hey, we need some help. The Mobile, Alabama Police Department was just absolutely fantastic. They piled in and helped us. We identified Daryl Rankin, Juwan Jackson, and Kenley Campbell as being the people who arrived in the Chevrolet and departed in the Chevrolet and the Dodge Ram. Kenley and Daryl are only 22 years old. The murderer is 18 years old. So here's what happened. We arrived in Alabama and we figured out that the owner of the car was Kenley. So we worked and we were able to arrest Kenley and Daryl, and both of them confessed. They told us exactly what they did. And they go, we aren't the shooter. Juwan Jackson is the shooter. Well, of course, as detectives, they think, yeah, that's convenient. He's not here to tell his story, but that's okay. They confessed. They're the ones that said, Juwan said, here's where we can go hit a lick. Kenley said, I've got the car. They put their plan together. They drove to Florida. Juwan says, wait here for me. And left.
For most people, their roof is out of sight, out of mind, until there's a problem like major storm damage.
Kenneth for dead. He then said that when they arrived in Alabama that he sold the guns and the flat screen television on the streets in Mobile and burned the truck up. We have recovered the clothing we believe was used in the murder, guns, rubber gloves that they actually purchased and took with them to the murder. We've recovered about 1,000 rounds of ammunition, obviously their electronic devices. We have recovered what we think is clothes with our victim's blood on it. Now, here's the thing that's interesting. So the murder weapon, where did it come from? Kinley bought that murder weapon on the streets of Mobile and then sold it to Juwan for about $25. So it was a street gun to begin with. All three of them are charged with first-degree murder and all kinds of other charges and are now in the Metro County Jail in Mobile, Alabama. Interestingly enough, we don't have their juvenile records, but when you look at their adult records, both Daryl, Juwan, and Kinley, these guys don't have a long, violent, extensive record that we can see unless there's one in the juvenile system. But their adult charges are relatively mild. They don't fit the normal, what we call horrific murderer. And that's what they did. They calculated and planned this very carefully. I can only imagine that they were shocked when only 3 days later, here's the Pulk County Sheriff's detectives in Mobile, Alabama, putting them in handcuffs. I can tell you that when you look at this case, as I've had the opportunity to be involved in it, and you see here's two guys minding their own business, no one out here selling drugs, violating the law, just the man he's a hobbyist and he buys and sells guns, perfectly legal. We've not seen that he did any illegal purchases or sales. He deals with somebody who FEMA sends out with appropriate identification, and the sale went fine. He had no way to know when he sold those two guns for $800 that guy was going to come back and murder him and try to murder Kenneth and take all of his guns. But that's exactly what happened. So the investigation goes on. We still have the science that we have to plug into this case. But when you look at how awesome this case came together, and you understand that our state attorney's office, the prosecutors assigned to this were phenomenal because we were doing probable cause affidavits and building probable cause through our different pieces of the puzzle we were putting together. The state attorney's office was working with us around the clock. Had it not been for our state attorney being all in and being accessible to us 24/7 and giving us all these arrest warrants and search warrants on the fly, we'd still be up there in Mobile trying to figure this thing out. But it's a great case, and it's going to get even better once we get our science back from the labs. Is there any questions?
Sheriff, why? Armed robbery is one thing. First degree murder, you said these guys don't have a past like this.
Why is the question for all of us? I mean, they talked about, and Juwan told them, I think I'll just kill him on the way to Florida. I mean, they could have robbed him of those firearms and left. Of course, the problem is with that, he knows that Juwan was a licensed subcontractor doing a FEMA job. So obviously that would lead to who he was. So he thought, in my estimation from experience, if I'm going to rob this guy, I got to kill him. I can't leave him alive or they'll know who I am. But they planned, or at least Juwan told Daryl and Kinley, and they did nothing to stop it and continued on to commit this horrific crime, knowing that they were going to kill this man or men. I don't know if he knew that two of them were there whenever he arrived.
Yeah, our Facebook friends are chiming in. They're asking, how many people did this guy have contact with in the area? How many?
Yeah, we don't. Well, and quite frankly, we don't know that yet, because our total investigation from January the 3rd has been to chase the suspects and grab the evidence. Now we'll go backward. And we're also interested in providing all of this to the people in the Mobile, Alabama area, because, and all over the Southeast, I mean, did he hit a lick out in Texas with a hurricane out there and figure out, hey, here's somebody to hit out here? I mean, he traveled a long distance, what, 12, 13 hours, and turned around and drove straight back.
Sheriff, I understand how you were able to track the cars, but how were you able to identify the three people? Did you get them on camera or what?
Well, it took a great deal of intense investigative follow-up. We ran the tag registration. It's registered to him.
Registered to who?
Kinley.
Kinley, yeah.
And from there, it just pieced together.
What did FEMA have to say about all this?
FEMA has not had anything to say about it. We did notify the contractor that we were going to wear him and FEMA out this afternoon. We're still in the phone queue at FEMA, but I bet they'll see it and call us back after today.
You have to be wondering how he.
You can tell FEMA, we've been trying to call you, but customer service is like.
MedVet is 24/7 emergency and specialty veterinary care for the curveballs you don't see coming.
You don't answer your phones.
You have to wonder how he could get that position, how he could interact with people.
He's 18 years old. He's an adult. FEMA's got to put a lot of people on the ground in order to do these damage assessments quickly so that they can help. I don't know what kind of backgrounds they did. That's a question for them, if you can get them to answer their phone.
But did he have any background in construction or anything that would?
I have no idea. We haven't done any of the background on their experience or their training or any of that at this time. But we do know this, that the contractor and FEMA gave him the credibility to get to the house, to be involved in the process. Now, in defense of them, they had no way in the world to know. And they couldn't have looked at a criminal history and have had any way in the world to know that this guy was capable to be so violent to come back and do this. Because the information we have of record, and I don't know whether or not it was available to FEMA during a background investigation or the FEMA contractor, but I don't know if that was available to them, but even if they'd have seen it, it was like, no big deal. These people did not meet what we traditionally think of as the fit the mold of the person who's normally a vicious, relentless, cold-blooded murderer. But that's what Juwan Jackson was. And Daryl Rankin and Kinley Campbell. That's what they were. Cold-blooded, vicious, calculated murderers.
These guys drove from Alabama all the way to here. Do you believe that this was one-stop shopping, or obviously the investigation is continuing? Do you think that they may have made other stops, possibly burglaries, went into other houses that this guy?
We don't know. It appears that this was a direct trip to Polk City and a direct trip back, but this is just one day. How many other direct trips did they make throughout the Southeast or throughout the hurricane-ravaged areas? And you had Texas. It was just a few weeks before that. We don't know, and it would be presumptuous of us to state that. But we will be following up to finish dotting the I's and crossing the T's. Other questions?
There were hundreds of these contractors in Florida, during the storm, and if you can't trust them, FEMA, I guess, or the contractor protecting the people here, I mean, what do you tell the people? Because they can't just not let people into their homes who are supposed to be trusted.
Certainly, Juwan was an aberration. I mean, most of the FEMA people that came here were honest people trying to help. But you understand where we're all sensitive. All but one that we know of. We're here to help people during a desperate time when they were at their weakest point. But here's one subcontractor that took the opportunity to not only buy the guns, but to figure out there's lots of guns here and I can steal them all. And you can't rationalize that because he in his mind knew he had to kill this man or men because otherwise, you know, it is a big, broad highway from the suspect to the victim if you just go rip off his firearms because we know who he is. We got all kinds of FEMA documents. Firearms.
I was going to ask, do you have any idea about like the street value? I mean, it's hard to, I'm sure, calculate exactly what that would be, but the street value roughly of those 20 to 25 firearms, like what they thought they were going to get.
No, what they were going to do is turn around and sell them on the streets. And I have no idea what they were going to sell them on the streets for. But, you know, you understand that if you have 20 firearms and they bring you, you know, $300 or $400 or $500, in our world, it's not a lot of money. Maybe they thought 20 or 25 firearms was going to make them some kind of rich, but it got them in some kind of jail for the rest of their lives. These folks are done. These folks are vicious, calculated murderers, and our goal is to make sure they never walk the face of the earth free again, where they'll have the opportunity to murder others. And like I said, we've got one murder now, one attempted murder, and he's literally fighting for his life.
Do not wait until you have dry lips to start treating them. You want to prevent your lips from getting dry. For keeping your lips healthy, I recommend Blistex.
Welcome to Sunday at full throttle.
Every day, and we're told, and it's limited information that I can give you, that he is still extremely, extremely critical.
How worried are you? You only recovered 6 guns. You fear there might be 25 or more out in the streets. How worried are you about that?
There's a possibility that Mobile has approximately another 15 to 20 firearms on the streets of Mobile, Alabama, and they didn't go to Sunday school teachers. They went to criminals and criminal elements and will show up at some point in time in and around Mobile and maybe across the United States involved in some other criminal conduct. We also have with us today Bill's daughter, Katrina Urso. She lives in Tampa. Katrina and her family came to be with us today to hear the press conference and hear for the first time the details as I've described them to you, although our homicide detectives have been in close touch with her. But Katrina is ready to come speak to y'all today. Katrina, you want to come on up? And her husband.
A lot of information, and I'm so appreciative to the sheriff's office. I couldn't imagine this going longer. He didn't deserve this. And I'm grateful that they were caught and we can just start to mourn my dad, grandpa, son. It's unreal. He was a good man.
I asked the sheriff, is it difficult not knowing why this happened?
He was the biggest teddy bear. He wouldn't have hurt anyone. He wouldn't have. It's amazing to me. I'll always live with why. I don't know.
How upsetting is that to know that this was a FEMA subcontractor?
my dad, he's really big into ham radios, and he would help people, like for Hurricane Andrew, he would go for hurricane relief and like set up the communication and it's kind of ironic that but he wouldn't want people to think, oh, it's bad. I mean, there are good people.
Do you know how long he was selling guns?
It was a hobby. It was a hobby. It was my whole life. It was gun safety. Like my brother was a explorer, and like it was just my kids. It was he was an advocate, like being safe and being responsible, and he wasn't a gun collector, and he had a lot. He's like, I don't need all these, so he started, but it was not like something he advertised to everyone. He was very conscious about like being safe and being responsible. And so it wasn't like that was his job. It's just, he loved, it was a collection. He didn't sell like all the time. It wasn't like, it was just, he had a lot, and he's like, I don't need all of them. I'll start getting rid of them.
How do you wrap your head around the fact that this was someone who was supposed to be helping him and then could turn around and do the exact opposite of that?
To be honest, it makes more sense because I'm like, he's a smart man. He's not just going to let anyone in his house. He's not going to invite a stranger here, come look at my guns. He wouldn't do that. So it kind of makes me feel a little better to know that like that piece of the puzzle, that wasn't him. And now he trusted someone and this man's here to help me. And I help people in the hurricane. That makes sense. It makes so much more sense. It's hurtful. There's bad people in the world. Not everyone's bad.
What do you want people to know about your dad?
He was a good man. He was a great grandfather. He loved motorcycles. He loved Facebook quizzes. He liked and Ken is an amazing man. He has treated my kids.
Business evolves. New tools, new trends, new expectations.
Like they're his grandkids. And they didn't deserve this. Gentle teddy bears and a lot of information to process, but it's awful.
Was Ken his caregiver?
Ken was his best friend, and they were roommates. And Ken, I don't know he was such a good friend. He did take care of him. It wasn't a job. It was a friendship, and they're both, he's a good man.
How long had he lived?
I'm not sure. 5 years. I mean, they've been friends for a long time.
Okay. Any other questions?
Can you spell your last name for us?
URSO.
URSO.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Katrina, Katri.
And you live where?
Tampa.
Okay, the investigation goes on. We still have to put the reports together, dot the I's, cross the T's, get the science back from the labs, work with the state attorney's office. We'll continue to work with the victims and keep them in our prayers. And we certainly are keeping Kenneth in our prayers now because he is exceptionally critical. And we have absolutely no idea whether he's going to make it or not.
Sheriff, can you, how long were you able to track these vehicles? All the way back to Mobile, just out of the Pulk?
That's an absolute great question, but we're going to keep some things a secret for now.
Can you tell us how many?
More than just the Pulk County border? Would that be a fair statement?
Well, if I were to tell you, That might be a fair statement, but I'm not going to tell you.
Are there any federal authorities involved? I mean, other obviously than like FEMA was somewhere involved in this
Yeah.
situation.
No.
Not the marshals. Not
The marshals helped us catch our third suspect. The marshals were totally awesome. As you know, we have one of our deputies on the marshals task force. The marshals are the best in the country at catching wanted people. And when we wanted them, the marshals piled in there with us and with Mobile PD, and working together, we got them in custody.
Do you know where he was?
He had a couple of residences, but he was near one of his residences, actually in the car with his brother, who had an outstanding warrant, and his mother at the time of his arrest. And by the way, it was, the work was remarkable. The fact that Mobile PD has their own caseload. They've got significantly more homicides than we do, but they stopped their work to help us. And I can't say enough good about that. But this could have been a very challenging case, except for the talent of our people and operating with a sense of urgency. And it absolutely, when you go looking at what we call the profile of a vicious murderer, these three guys don't meet the prerequisites to be put in that position, but they are now. They're now cold-blooded, calculated, vicious murderers.
And just to clarify, he had no criminal record that FEMA could have found? Or?
There was some criminal record, but it was minor as an adult. I don't know if he had a juvenile record. It's not accessible to us. Yeah, we can get that to you. We'll get it to you. It's pretty minor.
So could you see why FEMA would accept him as a contractor?
But you'll have to ask FEMA why they accepted him as a contractor. I can tell you that, you know, and on balance, you got to understand that FEMA came in here and did a lot of good work. And if FEMA had have been able to tell in advance that this guy was a calculated murderer, they certainly wouldn't have hired him. And he had done nothing that I see at that point to give anybody any indication that he was capable of doing that.
Sheriff, can you tell us just approximately how many surveillance videos you looked at in terms of businesses?
More than one.
Hundreds?
More than one.
Dozens?
More than one.
All right. Can you tell us, before we wrap up, can you tell us?
I can, maybe I can, and maybe I can't.
Are the men still in Alabama or are they here now?
The men are still in Alabama at this time.
When will they be extradited?
Whenever the paperwork is processed, and they also have a right in Alabama to fight extradition or waive extradition. If they waive extradition, they will arrive in Pulk County sooner. If they fight extradition, it will take longer because there will have to be some court hearings to move them across the state line. We don't operate in silos as separate law enforcement agencies. We're all friends. We all respect and love each other, and we all work together. And you're going to see the outcome when you have great police agencies work with you. I'm going to give you a lot of information quickly, and then the reporters can narrow in on whatever they're interested in. 228 arrests. 66 prostitutes, 50 Johns, and 12 others. This time we identified 13 potential victims of human trafficking. But I want to make this statement today. In 1 year, we have identified 58 potential victims of human trafficking in 1 year with these operations. What's significant about that? That is the most ever we've been able to identify. And why were we able to identify this many potential victims of human trafficking? Because of these ladies that's standing with us. We do something that most police agencies run from if they do these kinds of operations at all. We embed our counselors with us from the absolute very beginning of the operation, even before. They are every bit as important to our investigation as our detectives that go undercover and in many times risk their lives. So I want to once again thank our social service organizations for joining us from the beginning. 42 of the 228 that we arrested were from Pulk County. Now, those of you from Pulk County know better. We talk about this, we don't hide it. And if you don't know about it, you obviously live under a rock. So you had to learn the hard way. But for the rest of you, pay attention, because this is not the last operation. We'll have more, and we'll give you the opportunity to be arrested if you're stupid enough to show up. That's a guarantee. In addition to that, 42 of these folks were married. And I've got some quotes from wives that I'll give you in a little bit. And some people say, well, this is not a big deal, but at the end of this operation, I'm going to talk about the 21 illegal aliens we arrested in much more detail.
Attention, have you been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma after using the weed killer Roundup? Nearly 11 billion.
Criminal charges. Oh, it's a low-level misdemeanor, and these aren't violent people. These people had a previous history of 2,038 arrests. Did you hear what I said? These people are criminals in their own right, most of them, not all of them. 879 previous felonies, 1,159 previous misdemeanors. We dealt with 17 firearms this time by 15 different suspects. 44 people brought narcotics. 12 people came and had outstanding warrants. We appreciate that. They came to us. We didn't have to chase them down. One was a commercial pilot. We had a branch of the military and teachers, and I'm going to talk specifically about those in a minute. But the comments. One wife sent the detective a message the next day. She said, "Good one, guys. Thank you for helping me in my marriage. Keep doing what you're doing." One John said he worked overtime today and he just needed to blow off some steam. Well, we gave him a chance to also cool his heels in the county jail. Another one said, well, I came here because I'm going to be incapacitated for 10 days. I got to turn myself in Monday at the county jail for 10 days. The judge sentenced me to previously. Wait, you don't have to turn yourself in. We're going to give you a ride and some additional criminal charges to go through it. One John who was married said, well, sometimes you just need to see something different. Well, he did. He saw a different woman, but she was undercover. Then he got to see the jail. I would hate to see what it's like at his house when his wife, who's obviously going to watch this, finds out that he just needed to see something different. And then there was a John that was married for 26 years. He said his wife was at the Hard Rock Casino. And he was at, y'all thought I was going to say something, but I'm not. But it didn't turn out to be the Hard Rock Casino. It did turn out to be the Rock, known as Grady Town or the county jail. One John was married. He said he came here to play golf. Well, I got to tell you, I've heard it called a lot of stuff, but never playing golf. And there was no hole in one. One John said he left his wife and 5 children at home. One prostitute said she'd only been here 2 days. She was here from New York to make money. And instead she came to New York on vacation, and she's going to leave here on probation. But let's talk about specific people real quickly as I go through this. Here is, first we'll start with our athletes. This is Edwin Madrino. He's 54. He's from New York City, New York. He's self-employed, according to him, as a volleyball tutor. He used to be a coach at Monroe Junior College in New York. We don't know if he's still a coach or not. He said he tutors children as young as middle school. He came for sex with a lady. He wanted to pay $150. Oh, by the way, in January of this year, he was arrested in Hillsborough County for what? The same thing. He's married, but his wife's proud of him. 2 arrests in 2 counties in Central Florida. I don't know if this gets to New York City or not, but we'll put it on social media and she'll have all options. Benjamin Johnson, he's from Plant City. He's a golf pro. He's also an athlete at Eaglebrook in Lakeland. That's right. He's PGA specialized teacher and coach. And he came for sex with a female, $150. He has a criminal history of cannabis and dealing in stolen property. So he can teach you to play golf, or he can teach you how to deal in stolen property or how to get caught at dealing in stolen property. Then there's Wilman Santa Cruz, not to be confused with Santa Claus. He's 50. He says he's a triathlon coach, a certified triathlon coach, and he's a triathlon athlete. You know what's strange about this? The dude showed up with meth. I mean, does that help you perform better when you're a triathlon athlete? Or do triathlon athletes, who you would think would be the kind of people who took care of their body, was using meth and seeking out the interest of a lady of the evening? Then there's Sergio Collins. He currently is a progressive insurance claim adjuster, but he's married. I bet his wife's not happy. And he says on his LinkedIn page that he's a middle school football coach at Lakeland Christian School. They said, no way, he is not a coach at Lakeland Christian Schools. So when you're doing your press, don't look him up online and take Sergio at his word. The school says absolutely not. He thought he was going to come have sex. But then, of course, if you're going to have coaches and teachers, you might as well have a straight up teacher. This is Gene Ahume. He's 26 from Auburndale. He's a teacher at New Beginnings High School, where he teaches math and science. He came to have sex. He called it a quick visit for $60. Well, since he's able to teach math, he can figure out that it didn't add up when he came to this time. Then Brandy Barnes. She's an IT specialist at Tampa General Hospital. We're going to get to the medical world for a minute. You know, we did the coaches, we did the teachers. She has a criminal history of meth arrest, and she agreed to provide sex to an undercover for 1 hour.
They don't want you to know about it.
Hey, did you know you might get a big cash payout if you were in a car accident up to 1 year ago, even if you weren't driving?
Okay. Then this is Luxon Jean Brinville. He's 38. He's married. He's in the medical field. He's a RN, a registered nurse at Manatee Springs Nursing Home. He wanted to have sex. He has a criminal history of DUI. So you can still work as a RN. If you get drunk and drive, I'm interested to see if they're going to do anything to his license for a morals act of trying to have sex. We'll find out. Luis Navarro, he's from Puerto Rico. He's 61. He's a veterinarian. He's retired from the USDA. He came over to have sex, but his veterinarian license is still current. Maybe I can talk the judge into putting him in the county jail, because we always need help with spay and neuters at animal control. This is Traycon Giles. He's from Tampa. We're going to the military now. He's a staff sergeant in the Air Force. He came for sex. And he said, well, he's done this before about 6 months ago. He doesn't learn very fast. I can't believe the Air Force would have a slow learner, but I guess they do. And then there's Jaden Hall. He's 19. He's scheduled to begin his Air Force training in May. And oh my goodness, he had a meltdown. This can't happen to me. This can't happen to me. I'm going into the Air Force. Well, maybe you are, maybe you aren't. Who knows? And then there's Brandon Bush. He's active Air Force as well. Air Force was the only branch of the service we caught this, or Air Force wannabes. He's scheduled at MacDill. He's an airman first class. He's not only in the military, but he's a military police officer. So since we talked about military and he's a military police officer, let's get to our law enforcement officer. Y'all Kusi, he's 23. He used to be a detention deputy for me. We fired him when he was arrested in Orange County on February the 9th. No, I take that back. He resigned before we got around to firing him. And then we arrested him again on February the 23rd. So on the 9th, he got arrested in Orange County and resigned. On the 23rd, we arrested him again. And he said, hey, is this a felony now that I'm arrested the second time? He didn't pay attention in the police academy because he hasn't been convicted yet. So while we were interviewing him, and we go, like, dude, what are you doing? You went from being a stellar employee to committing morals crimes, and it's 2 in a month. He said, I got a problem. No kidding. You got a big problem. Then there's Alex Everett. He's 34. He says he's on disability. He doesn't work, so that we're paying him to do things like have sex. He called it a quick visit. In his car, we found cocaine, fentanyl, cannabis, a gun. He picked up an armed trafficking and cocaine and fentanyl charge in addition to his misdemeanor soliciting charge. Oh, he's got a criminal history of robbery, fleeing, armed trafficking, and he spent 8.5 years in prison for some of those violent things. He says he's on disability. He's not disabled, folks. He's able to commit crime. And if you're able to commit crime, you ought to be able to go to work. He just doesn't like to work, obviously. And then there's Joseph DeBello. He's 46. He's from Wildwood. He's married. He's a plumber. He also said, let me see if I can find it here. He also said that he's a pagan. He's a member of an outlaw motorcycle group. Now, he said a lot of things, you know. They said he, by the way, he was super nice. He's a relatively new member of the Pagans. And he explained all of this. He was very proud of his outfit. They call it colors. See, we asked him about this, and he said, well, because I have this safety pin here, we thought maybe it was for big underwear or something. He said, when you have it like this, you're sending a message to all the other different motorcycle gangs that you're just passing through and you're peaceful and you don't want any problem. So he had his diaper pin, so he didn't want any problems, but he got problems. But he told our undercover, you see, there's rules about this jacket. The rule is that, well, no one is supposed to touch this jacket. Okay, but the member, you see, no one. And you must turn the jacket inside out to hang it up. We chose not to do that too. Why we're not touching it. He said that his wife was going to really be mad. And he used other words. Well, we called her. And guess what? He was right. She was really mad. And I bet the Pagans are really mad because, see, he's not been a member but just a few months. And here now he's disparaged them. And the cops have one of their jackets. and they've been handling it. And, you know, we didn't hang it up backwards or any of the other rules that they have. But hey, Joseph, I don't know how well you do plumbing business, but you don't do very well at following the rules with your outlaw motorcycle getting.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over?
I'm going to go over this really quick. These two guys are brothers. Omar's 16, Caleb's 17. They came down from Wesley Chapel, which is in Pasco County, and guess what? They came down to rob us at 16 and 17. We saw them slinking in the hallway, listening through the door. They set up the deal, but it just wasn't right. They were dressed all in black. They had their face covered. And when we took them down at their car, they had a BB gun that looked like a real gun. That could have gone really bad for them. But instead, they're just charged with soliciting and a bunch of other stuff. Oh, by the way, they have a criminal history for burglary and larceny out of Hillsborough County just recently. They're juveniles. We're going to see how the system deals with them to get them in line so they don't end up with the rest of their life ruined. But before I turn it over to my colleagues here, they worked with us to make this happen. And what this is, and I want everybody to see it clearly, federal policy drives illegal immigrant crime and victimization. And that's the focus, other than our victims of human trafficking. Listen, folks, I want to introduce you to Andres Gill, okay? Here's this guy. He's also on this board, but get a look at him for a second. He came down here from New York with 3 females. All of them are in the country illegally. Did you hear what I said? They're all here illegally. He's the one that comes with them to drive them. These ladies are all controlled by a human trafficker. We think their human trafficker is a female. She sets up their appointments. She puts their ads online. She tells them where to go. And by the way, on Friday, the victims of human trafficking, and we've grayed them out, 3 of them that are here illegally from Venezuela, 3 of them have to pay her $3,000 a piece on Friday, or else they're threatened. So they're not free. They're really indentured, and they're quote unquote paying off their debt. Now, here's what they told us. All right. I'm sure the federal government will verify that this is not true, but you decide who you want to believe, whether you want to believe these victims of human trafficking or the whitewash the federal authorities give you. They said that when they came into the country illegally, DHS gave them a form, an ID, paperwork that allows them to fly for free. You know, Southwest would let your bags fly free. Well, the federal government will let your illegal immigrants fly free. And they operate out of New York. And they were working up there, and the New York authorities said, hey, if you don't have identification, you can't work in our sex trade up here. You know, we don't allow sex trade here at all, but New York will allow you to do some stuff if you got the proper authority. So they say they make a lot of money. They're addicted to it. These ladies are going to give you more details. They tell us that they fly to major metro centers for free on the federal government, where they set up their appointments for sex all around the country. Did you hear what I said? Listen, folks, if they don't pay $3,000 a piece on Friday, they're in trouble. The human trafficker sets up the deal. Hey, this deal is just outside of Tampa. They say they show this ID, this card, this paper, they fly for free down here. Then they fly back. But we heard a similar theme from all 21 of these folks. We can't work legally. We're addicted to this cash. It's a lot of cash and it's quick. So we have to give $3,000 a week. We get to keep everything above that. We have a crisis at the border. And because of the crisis at the border, we have people that are victimizing illegal folks, forcing them into the sex trade because we allow these criminals in the country illegally. We all rail about this and nobody pays any attention.
Enjoy 24-hour access at most Planet Fitness clubs. $1 down, $15 a month. Deal ends February 27th.
And then we want to politic everything. Oh, we had a good piece of legislation that limited the average to only 5,000 illegals a day in the country, and then we can shut it off. Well, if you can shut it off at 5,000 people illegally coming in this country a day, you can shut it off at no people illegally coming in this country a day. But the politicians are politicking while the victims are being victimized. I read an article this week that says, well, the illegals coming here aren't committing crime at any greater percentage than the people who are here legally. What they didn't tell you is if they weren't here illegally at all, the crime they would commit here would be zero. So we're being victimized. But that doesn't make any difference on the national level. You see, because they sit up there behind their gated communities and in Congress, and they play politics back and forth between the two parties, while illegals are victimized, citizens are victimized, children are victimized. And you got this goofy looking kid here who's making sure that they come up with $3,000 a week apiece, and he's here illegally. It's a mess, and it doesn't have to be. If we can deal with it and catch it on the local level, they can stop it on the federal level. Shame on all of them, every one of them, for not getting together and saying, you know, there are things bigger in this country than my individual politics. So now we'll start with Jody. Jody, come on up.
Good morning. My name is Jody Domingue, and I'm the Executive Director of Anti-Trafficking at One More Child. We would like to thank Sheriff Judd, the Pulk County Sheriff's detectives, and the various agencies that are represented here today for their continued partnership and for the ability to affect those who are being impacted by commercial sexual exploitation at their most critical moments. One More Child has been serving vulnerable children and families for the last 120 years. Last year, we served over 250,000 individuals. 776 of those were survivors of human sex trafficking that we served in Florida, Tennessee, North Carolina, and Ohio. We walked alongside these individuals with survivor mentorship, advocacy, and mental health counseling. Several of the survivors that we came alongside of came from operations just like this one, including Amber. We met Amber at the last Pulk County Sheriff's operation. And although Amber wasn't ready to disclose her victimization, she was ready to receive help. And we were able to wrap around Amber with advocacy with her criminal court case and provide her necessary resources that began her path and journey to healing. As a result of this, we were also able to help Amber identify a local church that she was able to plug into for her forever community. And now she's got a hope for her future. During this operation, we provided follow-up services to 62 individuals who came to be purchased for sex. We met with over 23 women while they were incarcerated to let them know that they had better options, that there were resources out there for them that could lead for their healing and for them to be self-sufficient on their own. We also helped identify as many as 14 potential victims of human trafficking who now have ongoing investigations. I will say, with all of this great work in this operation, there were a lot of people who were arrested for purchasing sex, coming to purchase sex. And the sheriff has asked us to address that this is a significant problem that must be addressed at all levels. Lucky for us, we were in the rooms embedded during these investigations. So not only are we able to present those that are vulnerable with necessary resources, but we're also able to provide education to the buyers that what they're doing is not a act between two consensual adults, that people on the other side of that transaction are being victimized time and time again. And we are begging, imploring for our advocates around the state to utilize the resources at their disposal, including the state's attorney's office, to make sure that we are implementing the fines associated with buying commercial sex. And also that we're utilizing registries that we have. The Pulk County Sheriff's Office is one of the very few that utilizes those types of resources. And we are asking that other advocates around the state do the same as well. Now, none of this great work could have been possible without our expert team. We dedicated a total of team members, including advocates, mental health therapists, and lived experience experts who were embedded during this operation on the very night of the operation happening, and then also did immediate follow-up visits afterwards with every individual we encountered that we could. I would like to introduce you to one of our lived experience experts, Stacy Ham. Stacy had a pivotal role in leadership during this operation, and we are grateful that she utilized both her lived experience as well as her expertise in providing support to those who have been affected by commercial sexual exploitation.
Planning to publish your book? You could reach 3 billion more readers. If you've written...
Good morning. My name is Stacy Ham, and I am here today as a survivor leader and mentor with One More Child's anti-trafficking mobile team. I'm honored to stand here today with the Pulk County Sheriff's Office and so many amazing organizations who are continuously fighting for our survivors to be seen and heard. I can tell you that human trafficking is very rarely what we often see in movies, social media, and online. It often depicts children being kidnapped, held in cages, taken against their will, teens being stalked at stores or when they leave schools. While this may happen, this is not the case in the majority of our trafficking victims here in the US, and this can sometimes lead to our victims being misidentified. As a survivor of human trafficking, I grew up with my exploiters and my traffickers. I was born into a multi-generational cycle of familial trafficking where I began being exploited and sold for sex by the age of 2. What I've learned throughout my trafficking experience and from my brother and sister survivors is that so many of us have personally known our traffickers. Many of us develop relationships with our traffickers, and many of us have felt a sense of belonging with our traffickers. I can tell you many traffickers are men, women, boyfriends, girlfriends, family members, pimps, and people that we are meeting online, all who are using grooming tactics to prey on our vulnerabilities. Any race, age, and gender can become susceptible to being targeted for human trafficking. It typically takes an average of 8 to 10 points of contact for someone to feel comfortable to come forward and speak on behalf of being a survivor or a victim of human trafficking. And I can tell you this is true. Throughout my life, I've had so many amazing people pouring into me, encouraging me to speak on my experiences and to seek healing for my recovery of human trafficking. I've had amazing mentors who have taught me great life skills and therapists that have helped me process the trauma that I endured. I stand here today as a survivor of human trafficking to share there is light and that there is hope at the end of the tunnel. To any survivor that is out there listening right now, I want you to know that all of us, we see you and we hear you, and we have teams of experts here ready to meet and serve you 24/7. We are ready to come alongside you towards your hope, your healing, and your restoration. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Katie Parchment. I'm the co-chair for the Human Trafficking Task Force for Polk, Highlands, and Hardy counties, as well as the Resiliency Coordinator with Heartland for Children. Heartland for Children is the lead community-based care agency under the Department of Children and Families that oversees the child welfare system for Polk, Highlands, and Hardy counties. On behalf of Heartland for Children, I would like to extend a warm thank you to Sheriff Judd and all the law enforcement personnel standing behind me. The strong partnership between the Sheriff Department, Heartland for Children, and the other NGOs allows us to be on the ground floor of engagement with potential human trafficking victims to provide them with the immediate resources and help that they need. That's unique to this area. Other areas don't give that opportunity for NGOs to be right there on the ground floor to really pour into people who are being victimized in that moment. So we thank you and appreciate that. This operation continues to be an outstanding example of collaboration, compassion, and community engagement. Each and every law enforcement officer, detention deputy, and volunteer operated in grace and professionalism, and we appreciate it. During the course of the 8 days, we were given the opportunity to engage with and get to know every individual that came through the door. I would like to thank them for being open to speaking to us about their current circumstances, engaging in discussions about human trafficking, weighing out the implications and safety concerns of being in the life, and briefly unpacking the trauma associated with it. We were also able to discuss what adverse childhood experiences are and obtain a few attendee scores. Several of the people who completed the ACEs screening had a score of 4 or more, which is considered a high ACEs score and indicative of a history of trauma. Not only were we given the opportunity to speak to potential human trafficking victims, we were also able to educate the buyers on the role they play in the cycle of abuse and trauma that may have endured over years. There was one common thread that was quite evident when speaking with the women in the life, and that was resiliency. I would encourage you to continue to build on that resiliency and reach out to our partners for help. Hope Florida is a free program that is designed to help individuals work through barriers for self-sufficiency and community resources. With the help of resource navigators, we are committed to staying engaged with families beyond the first phone call. If you need help, contact Hope Florida at 850-300-HOPE. United Way of Central Florida 211 hotline is a 24-hour, 7 days a week resource dedicated to helping people find community resources and local programs that helps with everything from everyday basic needs to more complicated necessities. And then findhelp.org is a free comprehensive website with a variety of resources and providers that are unique to the area in which the users live. These are just 3 among many outstanding programs that are doing the work in our communities. Please take advantage of these free resources to help strengthen your resiliency and respond and reposition your life to a sustainable and safe occupation. In closing, please remember, and I'm speaking to anybody who may be in the life or may be being trafficked, that you are more than your current circumstances. You are loved, you are wanted, and you have an amazing testimony ahead of you, but seek the help because we are here to help. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Batchelder, and I am an advocate with Sail of Freedom. Like many of these ladies said, when we meet individuals who are being trafficked during these operations or through other means, they don't often raise their hand and say, I'm a victim of human trafficking. It takes many different encounters for them to feel comfortable enough to share that, or even to understand that that's actually what's happening to them. So if you are out there and you feel that you may be being victimized, please reach out. Sail of Freedom offers safe homes. We offer therapy. We assist people in attending court hearings where they're able to testify against their traffickers. And we can be reached at 1-888-FREE-ME.
Morning, Assistant Chief Pacheco with the Lakeland Police Department. Just want to thank Sheriff Judd and all of his team and my team that participated in this operation. What's disturbing to me is that this was just one operation, and look at how many people we arrested and how many victims of human trafficking that we identified. What happens on the other 364 days a year that we're all driving around our city and our county and what's happening right underneath our noses. So there are tons and tons of victims out there who we have yet to identify. And it's only through these operations that we're able to at least identify some who we're able to help. So from our agency, from the Lakeland Police Department, we're proud to partner with all these other agencies to be a part of these operations, and we'll continue to do so as long as there's a need to do so. Thank you.
Good morning, Steve Parker, Chief of Police for the City of Davenport, and the Davenport Police Department, and I've said it before and I'll continue to say it, we stand alongside with Sheriff Judd and the rest of these other law enforcement agencies in these kind of operations. I mean, you can look at the numbers and tell it's a needed task. It's something that needs to be done. And, in Polk County, we are blessed to have law enforcement agencies that work well with each other. We have that great partnership. But I think what's important in these operations to note is the collaboration and the partnership we have with these organizations behind us. It's without them that we don't see the after effects. We don't see the hard work that goes into helping these victims get out of these kind of scenarios. And I think for me, I think that's the key to these operations, identifying them and getting that help that they need afterwards. And that's where these ladies come in at. And again, I just want to say thank you to Sheriff Judd and to our partners here for all the work that we did this past week. Thank you.
Now what happens is we gather all these cases together and we send them to the state attorney's office. And we're fortunate in this state to have Brian Haas as our state attorney. He is simply outstanding. His team is outstanding. He gets it. He gets the 30,000-foot picture. He gets the ground picture. He is an advocate for the victims, and he's going to prosecute the suspects to the fullest extent of the law, for which I'm grateful. But with that, do you have questions of any of us?
So within the span of a year, you were able to rescue or identify 15 victims, potential victims of human trafficking. This is a new record for you. So is that indicative that this problem is growing worse year after year? Or?
I think it's indicative that we are finding the victims. We have seen, and you have covered for years in the media, about the human trafficking problem across the United States. And Florida, being a vacation state and a sunny state, is certainly no exception to that. It is also an attribute to our NGOs because, as Chief Parker said, they see them for the long term. If it was a one and done on the night of the arrest, these numbers wouldn't be 58. We'd be lucky if they were 3. But they continue to follow up and continue to follow up to rescue them. So while I'm totally excited because we've never seen these numbers, the biggest problem we have in this type of investigation is getting the victims to admit they're victims because they're more afraid of their pimps and the human traffickers than they are of the criminal justice system. And it's only through the work of these ladies and their teams that happens. Yes, ma'am.
You said you think you know of a woman who, like you just said, was human trafficking and controlling these women. How important is it to you for you to find those people and arrest them?
Oh, absolutely. That is the next wave of this investigation. We know she's Dominican, and we know she is currently in Miami. So if she doesn't get her illegal Dominican butt on a plane and fly back out of this country, we're going to be on her like a good hound dog on a trail. That's a guarantee. Anything else? Thank you. God bless you. I'll see you next time. Case I'm going to talk to you about is the ongoing saga of illegal immigration and the efforts in order to remove people that are not supposed to be in this country. Let me introduce you to Dennis Miranda. He's 21 years of age. Do you notice that he's standing there smiling along with our deputies? Well, let me tell you about Dennis. He's from Nicaragua, and in 2021, he was stopped by Border Patrol as he was coming into this country. This was the Biden administration, so they gave him a court date and they released him. That's right, catch and release. And isn't it interesting that he came into this country in the area of Chula Vista, California? So in 2021, he's in this country illegally. He's caught and released as opposed to being taken into custody, and proceedings began at that time. Let's fast forward to July of 2024. He's arrested in Galveston, Texas for DUI. Apparently, he doesn't show up for court. Now, I don't know whether or not Galveston reported him to ICE when they arrested him for being in the country illegally or not. I can tell you in 2024, we always reported people to ICE that we came into contact with. In fact, we did a daily report of everybody we arrested so that they could interconnect it with their database. So I'm going to presuppose that happened in Galveston, Texas as well. But not only did they not hold him when he was arrested by the local authorities, he was released apparently on bond or promised to show up at court. Did he show up at court? No, he didn't show up at court. So Texas issued a warrant for his arrest. However, it is a no extradition warrant, which simply means if they get outside of the jurisdiction, whether that's the state or the county, then if you come in contact with this person, they will not take them into custody on those particular charges. So in 2024, he's arrested for DUI. He fails to show up. There's an outstanding warrant, and he disappears again. Now I want to bring you to Polk County, Florida. This morning, HSI detectives, investigators, special agents have a lead that he is at 1009 Buccaneer Drive in Lakeland. Now, I must tell you that Buccaneer Drive is a pretty rough area. So they send 2 agents by themselves to Buccaneer Drive because they have information that he's there, and now there's a warrant for deportation. So the agents set up, and sure enough, they see him get in a vehicle with 2 other people and leave. They follow him out to Reynolds Road, which is on the east side of Lakeland, and they perform a traffic stop. The truck pulls over. They determine Dennis is in the passenger side of the truck. The female ICE agent or HSI agent is on that side of the truck. So the male ICE agent walks around from the driver's side to the passenger side, where they immediately inform him that they're going to take him into custody. And he tries to run. When he tries to run, then the male agent grabs him and goes to the ground with him. And a scuffle ensues. I'm told that the fight lasted about 5 minutes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a 5-minute fight is a long time. During the fight, finally, the female ICE agent is able to spray with pepper spray, and Dennis turns loose of the ICE agent, who he has successfully gotten on top of and is holding down. Then Dennis Miranda jumps up and he runs into the woods. The HSI agents chase him into the woods until they lose sight of him and ultimately summon the sheriff's office. We sent a legion of people. We sent a helicopter. we send drones, we send canine, we send supervisors, we send deputies. So we're creating a walled off area in efforts to take this guy into jail who's now not only wanted on his deportation order, but now he's committed a battery on a federal agent. That is a third-degree felony, except he's illegal, which makes it a second-degree felony. It's serious. And now we know that our male agent has an injured shoulder. I don't know the extent of whether it's just dislocated, but he's injured and he has to be transported to the hospital. In the meantime, Dennis Miranda goes up onto a loading dock and hides among some 55-gallon drums on the loading dock. An employee sees him hiding and asks him what he's doing there. And he asks for a glass of water. So the employee goes back in, locks the door, dials 911 and says, hey, I've seen the deputies out here. There's this really strange person on our loading dock, and we send resources there. He's fled again. We continue the pursuit. While we're setting up with our canines to deploy, he runs out toward the edge of the perimeter, and Lieutenant Katsoulis takes him into custody without any further problems. Now, we have him under arrest. He's smiling. I bet we've wiped the smile off of his face. And the reason I think we've wiped the smile off of his face, he's charged with battery on a law enforcement officer. That's now an F2 instead of an F3 because he is illegally in the country and the state of Florida. He's charged with resisting with violence, which is now an F2 instead of a F3. He's charged with resisting without violence, which is now an F3 instead of a first-degree misdemeanor. He's charged with false imprisonment, and he's charged with burglary of an occupied structure. Very serious charges. The burglary of the occupied structure is now an F1, a felony of the first degree, as opposed to a felony of the second degree. Now, he's not even yet facing his federal charges for all of his actions that day. So here's what he looks like after he's under arrest. We read Dennis Miranda, his Miranda warnings, and he totally confessed to us. He told us he was here illegally, and he told us all about the fight and the resisting and trying to get away because he didn't want to be deported. The other two people in the vehicle were also here illegally as well. They were taken into federal custody and transported to either Tampa ICE or over to Pinellas County Jail, which is a federal lockup. But they sent two folks after three people who were here illegally, and obviously this guy wasn't going to go. The other two cooperated. They stayed in the vehicle. They did not resist. They did not run. They did not fight. This guy has a lot of charges that he's facing now. Once again, had this guy been dealt with correctly, he had been touched at least, I underscore, at least 2 other times when he came into this country illegally, and nothing was done. And now he's injured federal agents trying to do their job and take him into custody. Are there any questions?
How does that make you feel? That he had other instances being taken into custody before he came in?
Well, it's a clear indication that the system, as I've said back for years, is broken. The federal immigration system is broken. Had they appropriately dealt with him instead of catch and release in 2021, none of this would have happened. None of it. But as we all know, people were allowed to violate the law and flow across this border illegally. And you see the end results. We have an injured federal agent. We had a great deal of resources that the local taxpayers had to pay for in order to take him into custody with a smile on his face. And now the state of Florida and the taxpayers of Polk County are going to have to pay to hire him a defense attorney, to try him. We're going to send him to state prison for a very long time, which is our hopes upon his conviction, not counting what the federal government may want to do with him before he's deported. So it's cost the taxpayers untold hundreds of thousands of dollars before all of this is over with, and it never should have happened in the first place.
Do you lay out a timeline of the time they tried to arrest him on a warrant to when they contacted Polk County, and then from when Polk County was contacted to when he was taken to custody? How much time lapsed?
Yeah, I don't have the timeline, but it was relatively quickly. Whenever they called us and called for assistance, then we immediately responded, and we responded with resources. And the first thing you do is set the perimeter, because you have to set a large perimeter and then you start marching the perimeter in. What helps speed it along is when the employee of the business noticed this guy was, ostensibly in their business hiding, and notified us, which sped the process up. So I don't know the exact times, but we can get that to you. He was taken into custody rather quickly.
Can you remember another instance in Polk County where an ICE or HSI agent has been allegedly assaulted by a suspect?
To my knowledge, this is the first time we've had an ICE agent injured in the line of duty, and he was significantly injured. He had to go to the hospital, and he's going to make a full recovery. But the reality of it is it shouldn't have happened. And the people need to know this in the community. There is this illusion that all of these folks that are here are just wanting to work and do good. Well, a percentage of them are. But a lot of them are here and they don't want to go back, and they'll do whatever they need to do, including resist arrest and fight with the federal agents. It's HSI. I think it was one of them may have been an ERO ICE agent, but they came from two different investigative teams from HSI. But they'll fight in order to keep from going back. Well, they're going to go back. It's whether they want to go back tired or bruised up or both. But fortunately, when he encountered us, he didn't resist. He didn't give us any trouble at all. He was totally cooperative. We read his Miranda, and he confessed.
I mean, yeah, 5 minutes seems like a long tussle.
5 minutes is a very long tussle. And I know that they did not summon us until after the tussle, after he ran, and they pursued him, and he was lost in the woods. That's when they notified us.
So then it begs to ask the question, you've also spoken publicly about some of your frustrations with the federal government, for lack of a better word, poaching some of your votes, with huge bonuses, et cetera. How is that relationship now, especially since, you went public trying to get, some public awareness?
Oh, our relationship is wonderful. I said at the time, and I'll repeat for you now, whenever they offered their hiring bonus, because they received the ability to hire a lot more ICE agents, which they needed, I had no problem with their hiring bonus. I had no problem with them recruiting. If they run ads on television, put up billboards, that was okay. What angered me was when the Washington decision makers decided that they would take data off of government forms that we submitted to them so that we could be trained to help them, and then emailed our deputies directly. That was low rent and unprofessional. I said it then and I say it now. Kristi Noem needs to get a grip on that. We're her best ally. We are her force multiplier. And then she's here poking us in the eyes, and she knows better than that. And she gets the credit for it or the blame for it because they work for her. Now, let me flip the coin here. Garrett Ripa is the field office director. He's the big boss in Florida. and all the ICE supervisors here, and CBP chief, Denise, all of them are tremendous. We enjoy working with them. We're hand in glove with them. They didn't create any of this problem. In fact, when I called Fuad Ripa, I'm the one that told him. He didn't know that they were recruiting out of Washington in that manner using government documents that we gave them so we could be trained, so we could help them. He had no idea, and he was very angry. He apologized profusely, but he had nothing to do with that. And our work ethic is that we're mission oriented to do what's right. And ICE needs help, and we're going to make sure that we help them. And we enjoy working with them, quite frankly. There's not enough of them, and there's not enough capacity. But Governor DeSantis made it clear that the agencies across the state of Florida are going to help ICE do their job. And we're eager to keep people safe, starting with the worst first, and take them and turn them over to ICE. Had they called us ahead of time and said, hey, we think we got one, maybe two, maybe three, we don't know, in this house, we could have sent resources with them. We would have assisted them just like we would have assisted a police department or any other law enforcement agency. Okay?
Can you describe the distance that he ran through the woods until he got to that business?
Do you know, I don't know how far it is, but I think it was right. I'm familiar with the area. I believe it was across the street so what I believe he did was ran across the road into the woods, and then he circled back and got onto the loading dock at the business, and that's where he was discovered. Then he broke and ran again.
Can I also ask, and this may be out of your jurisdiction, which I totally understand, but you said that they used pepper spray. Why weren't more lethal actions taken to try and apprehend this person? In a 5-minute fight, and you got 2 agents, I don't understand why 2 agents can't get one person down.
Well, they've got 2 other people to worry with at the same time. So it's not like you can just focus on this one person. You also have to be concerned about the others breaking out on you at the same time. So they absolutely had their hands full. And they did a remarkable job. They stayed in the fight. And even with a dislocated shoulder or a broken shoulder or significant injuries, he still stayed in the fight and chased the man down while they were calling for help. So they were just overwhelmed, because they had 3. Fortunately, the other 2 did as they were instructed. But here's the issue. The issue is that ICE needs help, and we're willing to help. There is a capacity issue. But make no mistake about it. If you're here in this country, in this state, and certainly in this county illegally, and you're violent, you violated the laws, we're going to take you into custody. There's a warrant out for you for deportation. There's about 1.5 or I've heard 2 numbers, 1.4 and 1.5 million ICE warrants in the National Crime Information Center nationwide. A proportion of those, and I don't know what that is, are in this state. So when we find that there's a deportation warrant for you and or you're violating the law here and we bump into you through our normal course of business, we're going to take you into custody. Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask you, talk about the cost of today's operations to taxpayers, but you also mentioned making sure that he has a public defender or that he's constituted the funds that have to be constructed today.
Yes.
Before deportation.
Yes.
Isn't that an additional cost to Pulk County taxpayers in line?
Most of this cost will be to the state of Florida, because the state's got to provide him with an attorney to represent him, and then the state's got to prosecute him, and upon conviction, then he's got to go to state prison. Then, of course, the county had all the resources that we had to put in place to take him into custody after he fought with, injured, resisted arrest, and fled from the 2 HSI agents. So the bottom line, it's the cost of doing business. But it's business that we should not have had to have done had the federal government done their job the right way in 2021.
I guess my question is, why not let him go to ICE custody and let him be deported?
He would have gone to ICE custody and been deported until he committed these other crimes. Now he's going to go to state prison once we convict him. And then when he gets out of state prison for his transgressions, then he'll be deported. But the bottom line is, when you lay your hands on a federal or local law enforcement officer, when you resist arrest, when you commit felonious battery, when you break into an occupied structure, that's serious felonies. And now your simple, not much of a criminal history that we know of just turned into big time criminal history, and you created that. And that's what he did. Dennis created every bit of his problems today, and the thought would never enter my mind to now put him on a plane and ship him away after his felonious conduct this morning until he pays the price. And everybody needs to know that's here illegally in the state of Florida, because of the great work by Governor DeSantis and our legislature, that your first degree misdemeanor is now a third degree felony if you're here illegally. Your third degree felony is now a second degree felony, and your second degree felony is now a first degree felony. So a first degree felony is 30 years that he could get, not counting his federal charges. So first time out, will he get 30 years? Probably not. But the rule of law is important. And that's what keeps us all safe. And that's why Polk County crime is at a 53-year low in our jurisdiction and our service cities that we police. But I am angry. I'm angry anytime somebody jumps on a law enforcement officer and injures them. Now, whether he's my deputy or a federal agent or a state trooper, makes no difference, or a city police officer. We're all in this together to keep people safe and to safely remove those from this country that are here illegally, starting with the worst first, as I quote President Trump. And this guy was pretty bad this morning.
Sheriff, definitely acknowledge the catch and release issue that you made earlier. You did say, though, that, in this particular case, it would have been nice to have, to get a call and to be there so you could help them, with this arrest attempt. Is that something you communicated subsequently to ICE here locally? Like, why didn't you call us? We could have helped you.
Do you know, I have a very close working relationship with the ICE supervisors, and I cannot say enough good things about them. And certainly we will have that conversation again. They already know, and we've already espoused to them, look, if you're going to a home and you have a warrant and you ask for backup, we will go there and back you up while you do your federal job. So they decided not to do that on this occasion. I don't know why. But the bottom line is they don't have to notify us. What we do know, anytime you have a show of force, you're less likely to have resistance. And that's not just for this, that's for any when you're dealing with anyone that has a proclivity to violate the law or be dangerous. And this guy just wanted to get away. And he was going to do whatever he needed to get away. He didn't pull a knife or a gun and stab or shoot these folks. He fought them. He's 21 years old and he's a strong young man. He fought them to get away from them because he wasn't going to be deported. He wasn't going to be taken into custody. Surprise, we gave Miranda his Miranda, and he's now in custody.
Do you know if any body worn camera was recording at the time that was taken in for your investigation?
Our investigation is still ongoing, and we will gather up any camera footage that's in the area, and we're still working with the federal government to get any camera footage they may have had.
And then finally, my last follow-up, has DC knocked it off?
Excuse me?
Has DC knocked it off with trying to email?
Oh, they've not emailed us again, but they doubled down and just said, yeah, our job is to hire people and we do what we need to do. So they were not responsive to the Florida sheriffs at all. But you know what? We have to compartmentalize that immature, unprofessional conduct and put it where it needs to be. And that's with the leadership in Washington, D.C. of ICE that approved that. And that's where it should be. But that would be like blaming all of the ICE agents and their hard work for some bozo breath in Washington, D.C. making what I think is a very immature decision. But the reality of it is our field office director, Garrett Ripa, his supervisory teams, the ICE folks, HSI, they're remarkable in every sense. They're responsive to us in every sense. I could not be more pleased. Their frustration, I'm sure, is the same as our frustration. It's lack of capacity. And that's the issue, lack of capacity. Okay? God bless y'all. Have a good day. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us today. I have two of my colleagues who I highly, highly respect, and Director Byrd from Winter Haven. He is the Director of Public Safety for not only the police department, but the fire department. If you find me calling him chief, he said that's okay because he was the chief before he was the director. And Chief Andy Ray, who I've worked with for many, many years. They epitomize what professional law enforcement is all about. They joined us as well as members of the Orlando Police Department and the Orange County Sheriff's Office to do our Operation Child Protector. And once again, Child Protector is very important to us. It's very important to the community. Most importantly, it's important to the children who we saved. What you see on this board here, and I'm going to go over this individually, are deviants, incredible deviants.
This season, you've got places to go, people to see, and things to do. You may have already gotten vaccinated for flu and
They travel from as far away as Clewiston, Florida. One even came from Los Angeles. He was in the Orlando area, decided that he'd stop in and engage a 13 and 14-year-old child in sex. But much to their chagrin, instead of meeting with children, young children, they were met by law enforcement officers from the police departments as well as the sheriff's office who were online, undercover, posing as children. I'm going to introduce you to these folks for just a few minutes and give you some of the information that is pertinent to their deviant conduct. These are nasty, nasty, nasty people. And when we go through this, understand that obviously we can't even use the words that they used. We obviously can't show you the pictures and the video clips that they sent to what they thought were 13-year-old little girls and little boys. But we'll start with Jonathan McGrew. Jonathan works for Disney. He's a custodian. He works at Hollywood Studios, and he dates Savannah Lawrence. Guess what? She's a custodian. She works for Disney Hollywood Studios. So this pair showed up thinking that they would have a threesome with a 13-year-old little girl. The suspect sent videos of he and Savannah having sex to what he thought was a 13-year-old child. In fact, he said to the child, We want to enjoy this opportunity. We don't want to rush. And then at the conclusion, maybe even we'll cuddle a little bit. Are you kidding me? That's how you're talking toward 13-year-old children. He went on to say that our fantasy is to play stepdad, stepdaughter, stepmom, teacher, student, maybe even shoplifter, where we do a strip search. So he gave all of these details before the two of them showed up. Well, guess what? Savannah said, I'm just a follower. But she admitted and confessed that they came there to engage a child. Well, if that's not enough, Disney employees, how about another one? This one is a lifeguard at Disney Animal Kingdom Lodge, Kenneth Aquino. He's 26. He left his girlfriend, who was 7 months pregnant with his child, in order to go have sex with a child, a 13-year-old. He bragged about his prowess and how wonderful he was. He's a Navy veteran. That's right. He was working toward a dive team or a SEAL team or some kind of special ops job. They did a background on him and found out that he had friends or affiliates that were gang members, and they tossed him. But that didn't stop him from showing up in his work clothes from Disney in order to have sex. He confessed. And then we have Juan Guadalupe Aurora. He's a registered nurse for Advent Healthcare and Celebration. Now, don't you know that you want to wake up in a hospital with a registered nurse that was just visiting a 14-year-old to have sex? Well, Juan was locked up and he didn't have the opportunity to do any kind of thing with a 14-year-old. And then there's Philip Nelson. He traveled to meet a 14-year-old girl. He left his 7 and 8-year-old children with his mother so he could show up to have sex with the child. That's right. He's employed by Powertown Line Construction, and he confessed that he left his children with his mother so he could have sex. Did I mention our detectives that work this operation are simply the very best? They're skilled in talking as if they're 13 and 14-year-old children. And they worked around the clock for a week in order to arrest 17 people. So now we'll introduce you to Carlos Flores. He is a store manager for Starbucks. I bet they're proud. He's assigned to the Orlando International Airport. He has a 13-year-old female who he was pursuing and thought that he was going to engage in sex. But he did not want to come inside the building. He wanted the girl to meet him in his car because that was his fantasy, to have sex with a child in the car. Now, because of HIPAA, I won't tell you which one, but I can tell you that one of the people that we are talking about today was HIV positive. Did you hear what I'm telling you? He's HIV positive. He showed up to have unprotected sex with what he thought was a child. Now, if that's not the worst of the worst, I can't imagine how it gets any worse. The guy is HIV positive. Let me say that again, because, you just can't believe it when you hear it the first time. He's HIV positive. He shows up to have what he thinks is going to be unprotected sex with a child, with a little girl. Fortunately, our detectives were there instead of a 13-year-old child. But guess what? Had it been a curious little girl as opposed to our very experienced detectives, she would have been directly exposed to HIV this weekend. And then there's Thomas Snyder. He is a custodian. There's something with custodians, this operation. But he works for Valencia Hills Nursing and Rehab Center in Lakeland. He thought he was showing up to have sex with a 14-year-old boy. In fact, he was at work when he was carrying on the conversations with the undercover operatives. You can't make this up. You can't make up what I'm about to tell you. He says, I like smelly feet. Did you hear that? He likes smelly feet. He wanted to smell the little boy's feet. And then he wanted to play with his toes. This dude right here, 5 brain cells, 4 aren't working. All of these guys, 5 brain cells, 4 aren't working. These are dangerous people. He talked really, really nasty during the undercover conversations, which tells us that that was probably part of his fantasy or his sexual desire. And then there's Jeremiah Davis from Clewiston. He came from Clewiston. He is a garbage truck driver. That's what he does. He hauls garbage to the dump. Well, we hauled him to the jail. He's also an Army veteran, and he thought he was going to show up for a 14-year-old girl. And then there's David Ring. David Ring's not employed, but he sent videos doing nasty things to this child, what he thought was a 14-year-old girl. He liked to talk nasty. He had a lot of deviant comments that he made along the way. He said his fantasy was to meet her in a pharmacy bathroom to engage her in sex. This guy's got a problem. The reality is they all have a lot of problems that they've created for themselves by violating the law. And we want to send them to prison. We want to keep them away from little girls and little boys. Then there's Jared Justice, all the way from Los Angeles, California. He showed up on vacation, but he only needed to buy a one-way ticket because he's not flying back to Los Angeles anytime soon. He's married. Mrs. Justice, did you hear that? Your married husband showed up from Los Angeles thinking he was going to have sex with a 13-year-old little girl while you're in Los Angeles behaving and holding the house down. His last name is Justice. That's what we're going to get. Justice for justice.
Trying to predict the future is a hazardous occupation. The only thing we can be sure of is that it will be...
And our justice for justice, we hope, will be 10 or 15 years in prison. This ain't California. You know, there won't be a wave and a smile and out the back door here. Oh, he brought condoms and candy. Sour Patch Kids. I don't think they came from Los Angeles. He stopped at the convenience store. And there's Julio Cedeno Jr. He's a contractor. He's from Zephyr Hills. He's married. He thought he was going to have sex with a 13-year-old. Now, all he did was transmit harmful materials. He would not travel. So he's married. He talked about having sex with a 13-year-old child, but he only transferred harmful materials. What does that mean? Nasty photographs, usually of himself or of some other deviant sexual acts. I don't think his wife's going to be happy about this. Then we have Lior Inbar. He delivers pizzas for Domino's out of Orlando. He thought he was going to have sex with a 14-year-old child. And he wanted to have a safe word for her. Well, we have a safe word, jail. He's in jail. He can't hurt her or anyone else. He lived with his parents. A lot of these folks live with their mom or live with their parents. Then there's Joshua Ortega. He says he worked at the L House. He lives with his mom. He wanted to have sex with a 13-year-old girl. Mom, you need to have a talk with this dude. He's your son. He was living at home and he wants to have sex with a little girl. You need to have a talk with him. You need to tell him that he's going to prison for a long time. The last one I'm going to speak about here is Edward McGaffigan. He's from Orlando. He says he's a professional poker player. He lost. It didn't work well. He doubled down and we trumped him. He sent harmful material. He thought it was a 14-year-old girl. So when we went to pick him up, we actually showed him the chats. You know what he said? Oh, this is real bad. No kidding. It's real bad. Now you say to yourself, self, why didn't he travel? He couldn't travel. Somebody stole his car. So he just talked nasty and sent harmful material. So at the end of the day, this is just one more investigation of many that we have. But the strength, once again, of our investigations are with the men and women of the police departments who work very, very hard alongside of us to make this successful. Let me turn the podium first over to Chief Andy Ray and then to Director Byrd for their comments.
Thanks, Sheriff. Good afternoon. Just wanted to say thank you to the Sheriff for his leadership on this particular operation, operations of this sort. Operation Child Protector is another success, obviously. Our concern is, we all share the concern, and that is for kids. We know it's parents and grandparents' jobs to look after their children, to try to give them guidance and to protect them from things that are out there. The web is a dangerous place. There are lots of places that people like this, bad actors, can get to children, and it's important for them to understand that and to reinforce that with their kids. There are lots of opportunities to get in between that, and so we want parents and grandparents to do that. In addition to that, it's our job to help protect those kids from people who would prey on them. And so we're always glad to work with the Sheriff's Office. We have a great relationship in Polk County, all the agencies here. And anytime we can work together to make the county a safer place, especially for children, we're going to do that. So thanks for the opportunity to work with you, Sheriff. And we look forward to the next time.
Built for your casework, grounded in the record. That's Rev.
Thank you, Sheriff. First and foremost, I think the message needs to be parents, wake up, pay attention. These weren't actual children that were victimized here, but these predators are out there. Don't forget that. Pay attention to that. Listen to this. That's what these messages are for. The second thing is, it absolutely baffles me that we continue to do these things and we keep having results like this. Right here. It's not going away. Again, parents, pay attention to the message. They're not going away. And the next thing I want to say is I appreciate the relationships in this county with our fellow agencies, the sheriff's office. I think you're going to have to go a long way. Actually, I don't even think you'll be able to find one with relationships that we have in the county anywhere in this country like this. We work together. And I want to commend the detectives that put their heart and soul into this. And y'all need to remember something as well on these detectives. They're dealing with these guys and all that nastiness that they're doing. They got families at home. They got children at home, grandkids at home, and they're having to deal with this nastiness. And they're going to continue to do it. And for that, I appreciate all of y'all because I got grandkids that age and I appreciate that. So, Sheriff, thank you. And we will continue to be a part of this. And we'll keep putting people in jail if they want to keep doing this.
I have one other case that I need to talk about, but are there any questions for the chief or for me before we get to that? Yes, ma'am.
Was contact made via social media, and if so, what site?
Yes, ma'am. Contact was made on several different social media sites, and we don't tell which ones for obvious reasons because there will be other investigations on other days. You know, that's the downside of social media. It's made the predators easier to get to the children, and they are online scouring for children. So don't think that this was their first time, and don't think that they haven't found some child in the past to attack. But on this day and this time, the detectives from Orlando, Orange County Sheriff's Office, Winter Haven Police, Auburndale Police, and the Sheriff's Office stopped them. And our goal is to send them to prison for a long time. Other questions?
Sheriff, the pool seems to be getting smaller. I mean, you've done a ton of these over the course of years. Do you think some of these guys are finally getting the message?
You know, you would like to think that the ones that weren't locked up, maybe they've gotten the message. Some of them have gotten a little more difficult to arrest. Some of them just won't come to Pulk County any longer. But my colleagues do these operations around the state, and we partner up, like we'll go help other jurisdictions and other parts of the state, just as Orlando and Orange County came to help us this time with Winter Haven and Auburndale, who's there every time with us. So at the end of the day, when we started this, it was not unusual, as you said, to arrest 30 or 40 at a time. But 17 is the most we've gotten in a long time, unfortunately. So they don't go away. And as you can see, these are not kids. These are not kids doing stupid stuff. These are adults, at least chronologically. I'm not sure where they are mentally to do something like this, but.
So why the difference in numbers?
I think that we are effective at locating them. There's a lot of these folks that are currently in prison from past operations. There are a lot of them that are now designated sex offenders that may be out of prison, but we watch, and they can't legally have access to technology, which that cuts down the population. I think our colleagues from around the state are arresting people, but we are happy that we caught 17, but normally a good operation is anything around 8 to 10 now. And we really arrested more than that. I'm sorry there's any on this board. I'm sorry we found one. but they're there. And they're online 24/7 looking for your child to sexually batter or worse.
Are they themselves on their profiles or are they posing as others?
Well, they do it different ways, but no, usually they just hit us up and communicate, but they like to get off of the social media and then chat or move to a different platform. So they may find us in one platform, then they want to move to talk. A lot of them like to talk. They like to talk nasty. They may move you to another platform and or through whichever social media. Then they start sending pictures of themselves nude and themselves doing deviant acts or participating in deviant acts. You can't imagine, because normal people can't, the things that they were doing and saying to what they thought were children. Yes, ma'am?
At Great Lakes Hyundai in Dublin, you already know the savings are so good. How good?
Well, when you think about it, ask me again, because I'm not going anyplace.
Okay, so, yes, do these people, I'm sorry, I don't know how to word the question, but, what?
Let's hang in there. And if this one gets past you, we'll have another operation. Just write it down and save it for the next one, because it'll be applicable then. Yes, ma'am.
So it sounds like you all posing as a child reached out to them, or did anyone first reach out to the posed child?
We post, and sometimes they post. So we search the web, and they're searching the web, and then you meet. What normally they go to childlike places where children would be. And it may be game rooms, it may be just where kids chat, and then they start communication, and it works from there.
What would you tell parents, how could they better keep their kids from ending up talking to someone like these people?
Absolutely. First and foremost, you may have seen some advertisements we've done through billboards. We can't even get the cell phone providers to provide the cell phones with the child lock on their cell phone. So we tell everybody to lock the children's cell phone. You've got to know who your children are talking to, who they're communicating with. There's several professional apps that you can, as a parent, get. So if your child has a cell phone, you can see who they're communicating with. So you've got to be in charge of your child. And I tell folks what I learned from my dad a long, long time ago, when he looked me in the eye as a young man and said, "Son, it's not my job to be your friend. It's my job to be your parent. And if I parent you right now, when you grow up, we'll be friends." And my dad and I were best friends my entire adult life. We weren't best friends all the time when I was a teenager. But I tell parents, be a parent. Be all up in your child's business. Know who their friends are, know who and where they're communicating. It's the only way to keep these folks away, because they know how to talk kid. They have charisma, they have personality. And it's frightening how convincing they can be. Yes, ma'am?
I hope I'm not jumping the gun on this one, but is this what the sheriff's office is working on with Tim and the upcoming public service announcements?
Yes. Yes, and Tim is working on a phase of this whereby we're trying to get parents, and really we'd like internet companies, cell phone companies, just send the phone to your provider to be retailed with the child locks in place. Adults can unlock it. You can go on and unlock it, but just send it.
The data is something like 90% of all children with a cell phone don't have the child lock in place. And it's a dangerous adult tool. Any other questions? I want to talk for just a minute about a sexual predator, a child sexual predator. Now, it's separate from this investigation. Our detectives just did a remarkable job making the arrest of Eric Rowe. Let me tell you about Eric Rowe. He's 32 years of age. We have him charged with capital sexual battery of a child that he had access to. He has been inappropriately touching this 8-year-old child. He has been inappropriately touching this 8-year-old child since she was 4 years old. And we have documented by his own admission that there has been at least 10 molestations during that period of time by his statements. When it was discovered that he had actually sexually battered this child, who is now 8 years of age, he made the statement that his conduct was animalistic. I agree with that. He said he's ashamed of himself. I agree with that, but it's a little too late. So when you think that this guy was attacking a girl, a baby, from the time she was 4 until she was 8, when it just came to our attention the other day, and he actually made a statement that the victim would need psychological counseling, then he said, for what we did together. Not what we did together. That baby will need psychological counseling for what you did to her. He told the victim, we got to keep it a secret. It's our secret. Well, it's no secret. The most we can do with him legally is to lock him up for a capital felony, hope that he's convicted and spends the rest of his life in prison. But I want you to get a close look at a very dangerous, deviant child predator. This is what one looks like. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. We'll see you the next time. Take care.
Sub, everybody, hit the like, hit the sub. Can somebody tell me if we hit 12,000 subs yet? I think we might have did it. Chilling. This one should be wild. The cover was. Let's go.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for being with us today. As you can see, we have a team of folks here from the federal government, the state government, and certainly the county and city government. So I'm going to introduce to you those that are going to speak and the other members that were part of this extensive investigation. Mark Brooknell from FDLE will speak. We were also joined by Central Florida HIDA, who's not here today. Statewide prosecutions is represented, certainly our Attorney General. We're so excited that he's with us today, General James Uthmeyer, and he will speak first. ATF, Bureau of ATF, federal government was here, but they're not here, was with us, but they're not at the operation today. The Auburndale Police Department, Chief Terry Story's with us. He's not going to speak. State Attorney's Office, my State Attorney, Brian Haas, who simply is the very best, is here, and he's going to speak. Medical examiner's office was involved in this investigation. DEA was involved in this investigation. They're not here today. The Winter Park Police Department, we are honored that Chief Tim Volkerson is with us today. Pasco Sheriff's Office is not here, but they worked with us. U.S. Marshals, Deputy Commander Diamond is here. He's not going to speak, but once again, we can't do this without our federal partners as well as our state partners. Florida Highway Patrol's Sergeant Steve Gaskins, Sergeant Malloy, and Trooper Jeremy Fields are here today. They had a really important part in this operation, and certainly the Florida Department of Corrections, their intelligence team. So after introducing all of them, you can see that no one person, no one organization can do an investigation of this size. It's just impossible. But when we all work together, good things happen. This investigation began in April of 2025, and it culminated with 2 court-ordered wire intercepts at the end of the year. This is an organized gang, and this is gang members, and they're not all from the same gang. They're actually members from different gangs, but it's an organized criminal enterprise. That's why you'll see that we're charged RICO in a lot of these. We focused on trafficking in fentanyl and trafficking in methamphetamine. As a result of this investigation and thousands of hours, investigative hours, we made 51 arrests. We charged 10 with racketeering. There were 78 pounds of meth seized, 14.55 pounds of fentanyl, enough, as you can see, to kill 3,300,000 people. 13 firearms were seized, $20,000 in cash. We did a drug roundup that began on January the 30th, and part of these 51 arrests occurred with 32 warrants being attempted, and we served all but 5. There are 5 folks that are still wanted. You see them on the board here. Those 5 suspects, even though they're at large, they won't stay at large. We will find them. But it's important, and I highlight, and the reason for this entire operation, fentanyl traffickers are killing people across this county, this state, and this nation just as sure as someone putting a gun to our victim's head and shooting them in the head. So that's why we're here. We're of one heart and we're of one beat as we go after these fentanyl traffickers. Today, we're going to, as they say in the gang world, lace you up. We're going to talk about the gangbangers who are selling this poison and who won't sell this poison any longer. Let me explain that Operation Flatline was the second T3 or wire intercept, but I'm going to speak briefly about it first so that you will understand how urgent what we do is. And then I'm going to turn it over to the Attorney General and the other speakers. But it's important to understand that these are our victims. Terry Morris, who's 50 years of age, is dead. He got his drugs from a guy who goes by the name of Knowledge. Angela Valente, who's 42, is in a nursing home, unconscious since she overdosed in mid-December, and there's no indication that she's ever going to recover. Dante Trenton Neoff is 21. He's dead. He's from Haines City. He died in his bedroom. The drug was supplied by Knowledge. Madeline Smith, 21, from Winter Haven, is dead. She died at the hospital from a drug overdose from drugs she got from Knowledge. I was actually at the hospital and saw them trying to save Madeline's life. However, that didn't happen. Folks, I want you to look at this. This is someone's grandchildren. This is someone's children. This is someone's brother and sister. These are real people that these folks are killing with their trafficking in fentanyl. And that's why we're here. So who is Knowledge? Knowledge is William Newton Jr. He's 39. He's from Winter Haven. He's currently on probation for sale of cocaine. Did you hear what I said? He's already on probation for sale of cocaine while he's out dealing in fentanyl. We also have him under investigation, as you may understand, for murder. He has new charges of sale of fentanyl that we filed, trafficking in cocaine, trafficking in fentanyl, violation of probation. But I want to talk to you a minute about the quickest T3 or wire intercept the sheriff's office has ever done. It may be one of the quickest ones ever done across the state or the United States. And I want to brag on Brian Haas and his team. So we're in the middle of what we call Operation Bloodline, doing this investigation. And all of a sudden, mid-November, 1st of December, people are falling over dead. These folks, they are in serious shape. Others that we've not even listed here went to the hospital and recovered. But all of a sudden, we have this real upsurge of fentanyl overdoses. We do something that I hope is not unique. Not only do we send our homicide team out to do the death investigations, but we send a narcotics team out to work with them. So we immediately, through our homicide detectives and our narcotics detectives, determine that William Newton is supplying the fentanyl. So we tried to go undercover and arrest him. He's too smart for that. You see, he's been to Florida State Prison for trafficking in cocaine on a minimum mandatory before. He has 8 previous felony charges. 8 previous arrests, 7 felonies and 1 misdemeanor. So we had to do something proactively and quickly to figure out how to stop him from dealing this fentanyl, because he was killing people. We were watching them die before our very eyes. And that's when Nicole Orr, who's one of the directors for State Attorney Haas, received permission and immediately did a T3 order. We literally went up on this order on a Thursday. It was written just as quickly as we could get the data together. By Sunday, we went down on this order and we caught him. That quick. Brian Haas and his state attorneys, our detectives, saved untold lives because we did a proactive T3 in order to stop this guy from spreading all of this horribleness throughout this county. Make no mistake about it. Lives have been saved because of the hard work of our undercover detectives, who are the very best. Now, it's important to understand that that is only part of the investigation. The other part of the investigation, I will end with my flashcards. Y'all would be very upset if I didn't have flashcards, okay? After we hear from our speakers. First, I want to introduce James Uthmeyer. He is the Attorney General for the state of Florida. He simply is the very best. He works every day with his team in order to save lives, prosecute bad guys, and make Florida, the free state of Florida, the best place to live. We turn to him and to our state attorney, Brian Haas, who I will introduce second, immediately. And what we receive is yes, yes, and yes, let's prosecute them, let's hold them accountable. As you'll hear later on, if these people aren't locked up, they're selling drugs and killing people. this Attorney General and his team make sure that we lock them up for just as long as we can. So it's an honor, General, that you join us today. So let me turn the podium over to you.
Glad to be here. Thank you, Sheriff. It's great to be back in Polk County. I was recently in the Atlanta airport on a flight connecting back to Tallahassee, and a woman came up, asked me where I was from, didn't know who I was. I told her Florida, and she said, it's really remarkable what's going on in Florida. The leaders down there, they stand by law enforcement, and what you guys are doing to drive down crime rates is incredible. I said, yeah, I hear they've got a good attorney general, just kind of trying to see what her response would be. She's like, yeah, I don't know anything about that guy, but this sheriff you guys have down there, Grady Judd, fantastic. She says, I don't know why anybody would be dumb enough, to commit crimes in Polk County. I said, well, if they had any wits about them, I don't think they'd be committing crimes at all. But here in Polk County, we send a message to the whole country. When you support law enforcement and your investigators, when you have their backs, when you give them the tools to be successful and do their jobs, we have results like today. I mean, this is one of the biggest gang takedowns over the last year. And you can see from what was seized here, this isn't child's play. This is not small stuff. You've got enough meth and fentanyl to kill millions of people. You've got over a dozen firearms, thousands of dollars of cash. These guys were not doing just street level drug dealing. This was advanced trafficking, conspiracy, RICO. We're going to go after these guys with everything we've got. We're going to throw the book at them because these guys on these charts, these are career criminals. The sheriff said it right. If they're back on the streets, they're doing drugs and people are losing their lives. So God bless these investigators and law enforcement that took these guys down. They put their lives on the line every single day to keep our streets safe and to get all this stuff out of our communities. So we're going to keep sending a message in our office. I think the state attorney's got similar results. We've had record arrests, convictions, and sentences over the last year, and that correlates perfectly with a decreasing crime rate. It's not complicated. When you lock people up that are dangerous for a long time, crime rates go down. We send a message, stay out of the state of Florida. So it's good to be here today. You got a wonderful state attorney. I think we got over 51 arrests here. We'll be working with him to split these things up and prosecute to the fullest. So thank you.
Thank you, General. Our state attorney, Brian Haas, is remarkable. We talk almost every day of the week about strategies. Who are we going to put in jail? How long can we keep them in jail? Can you help on the T3? And his answer is always yes, yes, yes. I hear some sheriffs from around the state, around the country saying, hey, it's a frustrating thing to work with our state attorney's office or our prosecutor's office. That doesn't happen here. It's nice to have a state attorney's office and Brian Haas as our state attorney and his team that instead of looking for ways not to prosecute cases, look for ways to prosecute cases. And that's unique. So if you want to see a real prosecutor, you look at General Uthmeyer and you look at Brian Haas, our state attorney, the state attorney, because they understand that we are concerned about the safety and security of the overall majority of the people in this state. And we're not worried about the criminals except when they're not locked up. And these guys do the very best. Mr. Haas?
Thank you, Sheriff. I think it's important to start with acknowledgement and thanks to all law enforcement who was involved with this. These are not easy operations. They're high risk, very stressful, and what an amazing job everyone involved with this has done. It starts at the top with Sheriff Judd and the leadership that he gives, and everyone bringing everyone together. And you read these reports, and you can just picture how terrifying some of these moments can be, because these are bad people that we're pursuing. This is not just some kind of academic exercise. This is for real. And I think about the number, the quantity of drugs that were found here and the circumstances that led to it. We all know people who have been addicted or having a difficult time with substance abuse. And guys like Newton, they prey on those people. They know exactly what they're doing. They take advantage of the fact that people are having a hard time, and they exploit it for their own personal financial gain. And you just look at what a pathetic situation we had here with this guy, kids in his car, and just that he would put anyone in that type of situation is just so troubling. So if you read through the reports, he was at this motel, that hotel, this place, that place. And I think our goal here is to give him a permanent address. That's going to be at the Florida State Prison. We have great laws in Florida. We have great judges here in the 10th Circuit. But if one of them decides that they're going to go light on this particular individual, we have mandatory minimums that are going to say otherwise. And it will ensure that this fellow is going to end up in prison for a long time. So I'll conclude with this. We've been here before. We're here today. We'll be here again. And right now, somewhere in Polk County or across the state of Florida, there's another Newton who's out there deciding to sell drugs, whatever it might be. My advice is find something else to do, because before you know it, you're going to be on one of these boards and you'll be headed to prison as well. Thank you.
The Florida Department of Law Enforcement and the Sheriff's Office here work hand in glove on operations almost nonstop. I brag on them. They work closely with all law enforcement agencies, but I think we occupy a lot of their time. Our special agent in charge, Mark Britnell, is fantastic, and he's going to speak to you about the extra efforts that they bring to the table, not only through their remarkable investigators, detectives, special agents, but with other resources. Mr. Britnell?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Sheriff. AGF Meyer, Mr. Haas, thank you, guys. On behalf of Commissioner Mark Glass, I'm Mark Britnell, Special Agent in Charge for STV Tampa Bay. I'm proud to stand here today to announce the impressive results of this operation due to the hard work of investigators and analysts. These partnerships continue to lower the risk of fentanyl and gang violence endangering our communities. None of this would have been possible without the support of Governor DeSantis, General Uthmeyer, and our legislatures continuing funding of the State Assistance for Fentanyl Eradication funding, also known as SAFE. Once again, the SAFE program has delivered. We stood here for years with the sheriff and other agencies across the state touting the SAFE program. It works. As you see the numbers of arrests going up, deaths going down, seizures going up. SAFE is here and it is working. I'd also like to take a brief moment to highlight some of the amazing investigative techniques and tactics that were utilized by the agencies we see here today to completely dismantle this organization. Early on in the investigation, investigators conducted undercover purchases of methamphetamine. These purchases ranged from 4 ounces to 14 pounds. Think about that, 14 pounds of methamphetamine. Also, fentanyl undercover purchases were made. Again, 2 grams to 2 pounds of fentanyl. As the investigation proceeded, the team developed enough probable cause, as the sheriff mentioned, to initiate a Title III wiretap investigation with the goal of targeting the hierarchy of the organization and completely crushing them as an organization. In the middle of that Title III, as the sheriff spoke about, they gleaned some information about a possible overdose. Agents immediately acted, identified the target, working side by side with the state attorney's office. An emergency order was authorized and initiated. Because of the vigilance and attention to detail, as the sheriff spoke about, William Newton was apprehended with over 6 pounds of fentanyl and 1.5 pounds of cocaine. I can't underscore enough of the efficiency and the urgency by this team displayed during that time. There is no doubt they saved lives. So on January 30th, and I'm sure the sheriff will talk about the roundup day, over 24 agencies came together to take down this organization. And as the sheriff spoke earlier, 78 pounds of methamphetamine, 14.5 pounds of fentanyl, 20,000 in cash, 13 firearms. When there's drugs, there's always firearms, and 51 total arrests. As the sheriff spoke earlier as well, there's 5 members still currently at large. I have no doubt that there'll be a guest of Sheriff Judd's jail very soon. I just want to take the time real quick to say thank you to everyone that worked on this case, the team, all the analysts, agents, investigators, true team effort. This is a great, great case. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, sir. Before I start, you know, I continue to see in articles across the state and nation about drugs are low level and nonviolent. I want you to look at this. Look at this gun. Look at these guns. Look at this fentanyl that enough to overdose and kill 3.3 million people. And the next time you hear someone suggest that drugs are low level and nonviolent, you too can clearly understand that they're a nut, that they need mental health counseling. Because our agents and deputies and detectives are facing this kind of firepower to bring these kind of people into custody. They're very, very, very dangerous people. And I'm about to go over the cards with you. And I think you'll understand when you see the cards why these people are very dangerous. Because they have guns and they don't mind using them. And I think it'll be interesting. I'm going to just flip through them very quickly. I'm not going to try to make the lineage and tie all of that together. We can give you that through the PIOs. But I'm just going to give you a snapshot. This is Eric McCaskill from Winter Park. He's 36. He was released from the Florida State Prison in 2020 for trafficking in meth. He was sentenced on a 3-year minimum mandatory. He drove to Pulk County with 14 pounds of meth. When he was arrested, he said, well, I knew not to mess around in Polk County, but he did, and he's caught. He is a gang member. He's charged with RICO, with trafficking, and he's facing a 15-year mid-man. As State Attorney Haas said, what's important about these minimum mandatories? Because judges can't listen to family members and sob stories and alligator tears and to go, well, heck, he's such a nice young man, and end up giving him 2 years. When what he is, he's a drug dealing person who's responsible for the deaths of folks. But he's got a criminal history. He's got 30 other felonies, 26 misdemeanors. He's been to Florida State Prison 2 times, once for trafficking and once for fleeing arrest. And then there's Spencer Leonard, 37, in Bartow. He was released from Florida State Prison in 2020 for trafficking in heroin on a 5-year minimum mandatory. Oh, he fled from us when we went to arrest him. Now he's charged with RICO and trafficking in fentanyl, over 28. That's a 25-year minimum mandatory. He also has a criminal history of 12 felony arrests and 12 misdemeanors. He has been to state prison on 2 other occasions. Now, you hear and you're going to hear this drumbeat. They've been to prison. They've been to prison. When they're not locked up, they're out peddling drugs and peddling violence. Stephen Jackson's 32. He's from Winter Haven. He's a gang member. He stole a kilo of fentanyl from an associate. That usually doesn't bode well for your life expectancy. We probably saved his life when we arrested him from being shot by another gangbanger. He traveled to California as a connection from the California to Polk County to bring the drugs. He has a criminal history of 23 felonies, 14 misdemeanors. He too has been to Florida State Prison on 2 different occasions. This is Umbuju Grant. He's 34. He's from Lakeland. He is second in command of this gang whose name we're not going to give. We have him charged currently with conspiracy to traffic in meth. He's had 17 felony arrests, robbery with a firearm on 2 different occasions, and 7 misdemeanors. If you don't think this guy won't point a gun in your face before quick, just encounter him on a dark alley one night. Michael Wells is 34. He's a gang member. He's a meth supplier. We have him charged with RICO, trafficking meth. It's a 15-year minimum mandatory. On one occasion, when we were monitoring his phone calls, he was talking to one of his associates, and he said, "Man, my phone connection's bad. I guess maybe they're tapping my phone." He might have been a prophet also, because he was right. We were listening to his phone call. He has a criminal history. He's known to be violent. He has 11 felonies, 4 misdemeanors, and he did an armed burglary with a firearm. This is Tonyo Cortez Evans. He's 40, from Eagle Lake. He's a gang member. He fled from the deputies when we tried to take him down, tried to run over a deputy, rammed another deputy. There were multiple shots fired on this particular occasion. He has a 15-year mid-man. He's also charged with attempted murder on law enforcement officers. He is a bad guy. He's got a criminal history. He doesn't want to go to jail. He's had previous drug arrests, resisting arrests, VOPs, fleeing. He has 35 felonies and 39 misdemeanor arrests. He's active committing crime. This is Joshua Puckelwarts. Yeah, common spelling. He's 33, from Tampa. He is a rapper. He's known as Tommy Boy Wayne. Well, if my last name was Puckelwarts, I'd probably go by Tommy Boy Wayne too. But he's really a popular rapper in Central Florida. He's also a meth supplier. He fled from the highway patrol. That didn't get him very far, because they caught him. They crashed him into a bridge, or he crashed into a bridge. He had 11.8 pounds of meth. He's facing a 15-year mid-man, so he can rap his way all the way to state prison. This is Jamarian Young. He's 36. He's known as Shiesty. He's the highest ranking member of the gang in Florida. They call him the landlord. He's charged with RICO, trafficking in fentanyl, trafficking in meth. They're 25-year mid-mans. But he did tell the detectives when we arrested him, "Hey, you all did a really good job of catching me." He's already served 15 years in the Florida State Prison sentence for armed robbery with a firearm. And he's on his way back. There's Jarrell Carr. Jarrell Carr's 35. He's from Mulberry. And Bruce Young. Bruce is 37, from Lakeland. Pay attention to this. He's released from the Florida State Prison on November the 29th of last year. Got that? On the very same day, he started negotiating dope deals. The day he's out. We have him for conspiracy to traffic, racketeering, 15-year mid-man. Newsflash, he's a gang member. He has a criminal history with 11 felonies, kidnapping for ransom, traffic, 21 misdemeanors. And then there's Jarrell Carr. He's known as Solid. He's a gang member. He was released from Florida State Prison in June. He was serving 7 years for a trafficking in meth. I forgot to say he was serving 7 years for trafficking in meth. He fled from the highway patrol, didn't do any good. They caught him because the highway patrol catches people they pursue. He was charged with racketeering, trafficking in fentanyl, trafficking in meth. He's got a 25-year mid-man. Look, folks, I want to end with this. These folks just got out of serving 7 years in prison for trafficking in drugs, and they're back trafficking in drugs. This is your poster child or poster children. If you don't lock these people up, they are going to commit crimes. They're prolific criminals. That is their career. That is their business. They're gang members. And they work together. They say one heart, one beat. But what you see here today is one heart, one beat to arrest all of them that are doing their best to kill folks like these people here. So with that, you have all the information that we have. God bless you. Have a good weekend.
Sup, Reed? Sup, everybody? Here, this one's gonna be a gang one. I got this gamer one where this gamer like threatens to murk everybody. I don't know if that's something y'all want to watch or not. Hit one in the chat if you do. He's gonna roast a bunch of gang members. The only reason why I'm gonna play it, but the gamer one sounds like it's gonna be a funny story. But he does unalive people.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for being with us today. I'm going to give you a 30,000-foot overview of the work that we have been doing for a very long time. And then as you have specific questions, I have Detective Hermelbrock here. He was one of the detectives that brought all of these cases together, a lot of these cases together. There's 2 or 3 different operations. And he'll be able to drill down a little bit and give you some details. But I want to tell you that our concern started July 17th, 2019. Dartavius Outsey drowned.
Enjoy 24-hour access at most Planet Fitness clubs. $1 down, $15 a month. Deal ends February 27th.
This young man was 16 years of age, and he was given an appropriate burial by his family and friends. And guess what happened? Some gang members disrespected his grave. They danced on it, they took videos, they posted it. And as you can imagine, that would set us all on fire. It certainly set his brothers and friends on fire, and a huge conflict began. And I give that July 17th, 2019 date as the beginning, and I'm going to read through some of the timelines after that, and then I'll introduce my colleagues to you. So beginning in 2019, there is rumblings among the different street gangs, and most of them are what I call the kid gangs, the younger group. They're in their teens and early 20s. Where we started an investigation in 2019 against a nationwide gang. Now, normally I don't use their names. I've already done a press conference on this, but it was the Sex Money Murder Gang. This investigation began, and ultimately we ran it between 2019 and 2022, and it culminated in what we call a T3, or a communication ordered intercept by the courts. We made 41 arrests in that particular operation. And during those 41 arrests, we arrested the entire hierarchy of the gang in the state of Florida. The president, the vice president, the secretary, the treasurer. We also arrested the president of the North Carolina chapter. So we decimated that gang, and we were very proud of that work. And we saw a lot of their gang activity diminish. We also still to this day see a lot of conflict that is occurring between the gang as they try to restructure. But still, with that magnificent investigation by our detectives, and you see the organizational chart over here to my right, the gangs went on. In 2020, we had 6 drive-by shootings, and that's a low number for the entire county. We credited a lot of the work that was ongoing at that time into the Sex Money Murder Gang as a reduction. During 2020, we also did another T3, or an intercept in investigation, called Operation Hotwire. Now, why did all of this occur? Because we saw this bubbling up. and we heard the chatter in the streets. In 2021, we went from 20 drive-by shootings to 16. And then during that year, when we went to 16, Daron Altsy was killed. Okay, this is Daron. He's only 20 years old. He was shot and killed. And he was in this vehicle, in this drive-by. They left the bowling alley in Winter Haven and had a running gun battle up and down the road all the way into Florence Villa. That was worked by us and the Winter Haven Police Department together. It started in the city. As soon as they left the parking lot, it ended up in the county, and ultimately we worked that. Now let's progress. In 2022, we jumped to 63 drive-bys and gang shooting. And in that year, Ira Footman was killed. Okay, I'm sorry. Ira Footman was killed in this car. Darren Outsey was killed in Haines City. There was an arrest made in the murder of Outsey. And of course, we made the arrest of Footman. Footman was shot up in this particular car. Still, the event went on. In 2022, on one night in the Lake Wells area, in the unincorporated area, there was 2 drive-by shootings. Those 2 drive-by shootings occurred, one on Laura Road, and a 19-year-old young lady was shot. And you go, well, what was she doing out late at night? Well, she wasn't out late at night. She was in her house. And then a few minutes later, there was another drive-by shooting where a 12 and a 14-year-old girl were shot. And that 12 and 14-year-old girl were shot. And you go, my goodness, what are they doing out? Well, they weren't out. They were in bed. And had they been sleeping traditionally in the bed with their head up at the headboard end, you can see this particular picture, certainly one of them would have been shot in the head and there would have been a murder, but they happened to be sleeping sideways in the bed. So when the bullet came through, it hit them in the lower extremities and they survived. That was a gift from God. But the interesting thing about that particular shooting is those folks in that house had nothing to do with the gang. They meant to shoot up the house next to that house, but they didn't. They ended up shooting up the wrong house to get back at a gangbanger. So in 2023, between January and July, we had 32 gang shootings. These shootings were not only in the cities of Haines City and Winter Haven, the unincorporated area. The police departments are working their investigations and coordinating with us. We're working our investigations. But at that particular time, I met with my colleagues from the churches, and 2 of the representatives are here today. The vice president of the Ministerial Alliance for Polk County, Pastor Johnson, Curtis Johnson is with us, and also Minister Irvin Mahoney. They're going to speak with you in a minute. They were among those that we met with first. And I said, gentlemen, I need your support. We've heard you and we've heard from you because the community saying, we had a grandmother's house shot up in Winter Haven, in the city of Winter Haven. When a grandmother can't sleep peacefully at night because she catches an errant bullet, that's over the top.
I'm Steve Ballmer, and here's a quick take from my teammate at USA Facts. Take it away, Lucia.
Thanks, Steve. Here's what I got.
I work for these gentlemen as well as the rest of the people of Polk County, and when they said, Sheriff, we need to step it up. And even though they were cognizant of, and we had been working hard doing T3s, what we found, we were getting the more organized folks, the older folks, but we weren't getting these kids that were running and gunning. And as I said at the time, we are not going to allow kids to shoot kids. We're not going to allow kids to kill kids. So as they met with the ministers, and they were not only totally supportive, but then they said this, we'd like for you to report back to us. So the investigation goes on. We created a gang task force, and we talked about that. Every police agency in the county joined with us at the gang task force. FDLE put resources to it. Our Attorney General Pam Bondi, also the U.S. Attorney's Office. We all work together in order to deal with this running and gunning. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that we hear that, oh, these are just kids. They're 16, they're 17, they're 18, they're 19. I want you to see something here. When all of a sudden you have this kind of gun pointed in your face by a teenager, and you go, how did they even get this gun? They're not allowed to even possess it. But they were running and gunning and shooting. But that's not all. If these guns aren't cool enough, here's another gun that we see. This is a Glock. It's got an extended mag, but it's also got this. It's called a switch. This is a fully automatic handgun because of this switch. Now, this is an older model switch. If you can afford the newer model switch, you cannot tell that there's a switch here at all until you take the firearm apart. And this is what these kids are shooting at each other with. Our deputies seized 57 guns, and there's a group of the guns there that they seized. I also would like to point out, as you see these silhouettes, those are folks that were innocent victims. They had nothing to do with the shooting, but they just happened to be there. So the investigation went on. You're going to hear from Detective Hermelbrock in a minute. We centralized all these investigations. And Detective Hermelbrock did a remarkable job, and he is the one that put this together. It was called Operation Drive Bye-Bye. And we certainly weren't going to allow Operation Bye-Bye to occur. So now the investigation is ongoing. We have several different operations underway, and the results were this. Between February 2023 and August 2024, we've seen a 30% reduction in the gang shootings from the previous 18 months. We've seen 45% less gang drive-by shootings than in the previous 18 months. We made a total of 144 arrests with a gang task force. But I want to pause here. If you don't think we have a forgiving criminal justice system, listen to this. Of the 144 arrests we made, they had a total of 1,599 previous arrests. Let me say that again. The 144 who we have arrested again already had a prior 1,599 arrests. And when they not only had this 1,599 arrests, that amounted to 2,835 criminal charges. That was before they were arrested in these operations. And only 67 of the 144 had been previously adjudicated of a felony. Their charges had been dropped to misdemeanors, or maybe some of them had been no-billed or null-prossed, and you go, my goodness, how's that happen? Well, I can tell you how it happens. When somebody sticks one of these guns in your face and goes, you really don't want to testify against me, do you? Oh, no, sir, I don't. And you don't want to tell anybody I've threatened you, do you? Because, you know, if you send me to jail, my brother here will be back. So sometimes when we see these charges go away, it's because the state attorney's not left with any witnesses. I can tell you clearly and unequivocally that a lot of this activity you see is on the east side of the county, but we also saw a reduction of drive-by and gang shootings in the west side of the county, the Lakeland area. We saw that reduced by about 64% during this time. I want to share this with those that are watching today. There's more arrests to come. I'm not here today reporting the end of this operation. I'm here reporting back. I met with the Ministerial Alliance last night, and I gave them a report to the community. I call it a report to my bosses. And I told them what all we had done, and I thank them for not only supporting us, and you'll hear from them, but requesting that we make sure every neighborhood in the county is safe. Our crime is at a 50-year low. So let me put this in perspective. This is really a small number of people shooting up each other and tormenting each other. And a lot of times they didn't call, they didn't want to be a victim, they didn't want to be a witness, and we had to dig these victims and witnesses out. And that's why some of this occurred because and was figured out because of the work we did. But before I get to the chief and then my colleagues from the community here, I want Detective Hermerbrock just to give you a brief overview of what he did, because he took events from all over the county, brought them together, figured out the timeline. So he's going to give you a brief understanding of what he did to bring all of this together. And I believe it's safe to say the overwhelming majority, if not all of them, that have criminal charges pending are still locked up in jail. That's another reason this year we've seen our shootings go down, because it may come as a shock to some people who want to hug a thug. But when you're locked up in jail, you're not shooting up kids in the neighborhood. When you're locked up in jail, you're not robbing people. When you're locked up in jail, you're not shooting into little old ladies' houses. When you're locked up in jail, you're not murdering people. So, Detective, come talk to him for just a minute.
My heart's fine.
I'm only 40. Ignoring your heart health.
Thank you, Sheriff Judd. Good afternoon. My name is Detective Hermelbrock with the Major Crimes Division. On July 5th of 2023, I began a drive-by shooting investigation in unincorporated Winter Haven. During this investigation, 2 residences were shot, and we determined that the target location was a known gang member's residence. Just to be clear, this residence has been shot at 4 times within the past 2 years, reference to gang retaliation and gang violence. Unfortunately, as I said, 2 residences were shot. The intended target's neighbor, unfortunately, their house was also shot with an elderly couple asleep inside. From that investigation, I was able to link, as the sheriff said, working with Winter Haven, Haines City, and district detectives, to link 5 other drive-by shootings in relation to gang violence. In a lot of these shootings, automatic weapons were used, as the sheriff said. These are illegally altered firearms, making them fully automatic. They are able to shoot a rapid number of rounds in a very short period of time. From that investigation, we were able to also solve other violent crimes, to include possession of the machine gun, armed burglaries, grand thefts, carjackings throughout this from 2022 up until the current time. Let it be known that these gang members did target other gang members, but unfortunately, 3 innocent people were shot during this violence. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vance Monroe, Deputy Chief of Winter Haven Police Department. I'm just here to say I am thankful for the leadership of the Sheriff's Office and the Sheriff for bringing this task force together. We can look around this room and see the results of their efforts. But What you can't see here around the room are the young men and women whose lives were changed, who are not taking that path. That's why it's important that these partnerships continue. This has just strengthened our resolve at the Winter Haven Police Department to continue with these partnerships in this task force. And Sheriff, once again, thank you very much for your leadership in this area.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, now we're going to ask our Vice President, Curtis Johnson, to come up here and speak with us.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'm the Vice President of the Pulk County Ministerial Alliance, and I came to support our great sheriff in this endeavor because it's not only one community, it's all of our communities. And I think that we must band together as a church. And this is why the Polk County Alliance have met with the sheriff on more than one occasion. And we believe together we stand, divided we'll fall. And we are not going to back down with crime. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. We have Minister Irvin Mahoney.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Minister Irvin Mahoney of the Parkview Christian Life Center in Haines City, Florida, where Pastor Davis is my pastor. I wasn't one of those guys, but I have a testimony that these guys in the early 1990s, they changed my life, and they changed my life forever. And they took me to jail, and they talked to me, and they told me things about my life that I wasn't doing right. Officer Riley carried me to jail. He knew my family. Officer Riley knew the Marksby family. My uncle is the big city commissioner in Lake Alfred. But Officer Riley carried me to jail in 1990. He went by McDonald's on 6th Street, Grady, and he bought 2 Big Mike hamburgers and French fries. Y'all know Officer Riley. And I was handcuffed in the back. I said, well, maybe Officer Riley gonna feed me a little bit before I get to the jail and get locked up. But Officer Riley stopped beside the road before he transported me. And he ate both of those hamburgers and all those French fries, and he didn't give me a drink of the Coke. And that right there was one thing. But then when I went in the courtroom, Miss Frazier was in the courtroom, and she said, you come from one of the best families in Florida. Why are you doing what you're doing? So that began to, while I was in Orange and stuff in the early 1990s, changed my life. And now I have an organization that I mentor with in Detroit, but we're going to bring that organization to Florida. And I want to be deputized here in Polk County, like I've been deputized in Michigan. We got an organization in Michigan called Come Out, Stay Out. Bishop T.D. Holden, and we got the sheriff up there, Chris Swanson, in Flint, Michigan, who are partnering with the jails. We had Jelly Roll, we got guys who have ex-offenders who have made mistakes in life, and now they are got their husbands, they've got families, their grandfathers, and they living a different life. And there was an old saying that says, if you can't beat them, join them. I got a job with Polk County some 15, 16 years ago, and nobody would hire me but the landfill. But Mr. Palmbach, Larry Palmbach hired me. Kim Byers was assistant director at the landfill before Ms. Anna Woods came in, but they gave me an opportunity. And I saw then that I had a chance. And then, Mr. Grady, I began to work for worked for the guys that was on probation. And they sent me one day to pick up 13 guys from the jailhouse one Saturday. And I realized that I have a rose, that I'm not the same gangbanger. I'm not the same cocaine addict that I used to be before 1990. because of these men arrested me and because of Officer Riley eating those 2 Big Mac burgers in front of me and carried me to jail, and I was hungry. But it changed my life. And now I have a book out that's called I Left the Jailhouse on My Way to the Crack House, but I stopped by the church house. I partnered with Michigan, but I want to partner with Polk County right here. I'm a minister. I'm preaching funerals of young men going out, coming back from jail and prison, getting on fentanyl, and they're dead. And we got organizations in Detroit, whereas we got Arcans and we got things that we're trying to make a difference in Saginaw, Lansing, and Detroit, Michigan. But I live here in Polk County. My main objective, Mr. Grady, I'm going to join forces with you. The church is going to join forces with you, and we're going to stop this gun violence. We're going to stop this stuff that's going on in this great community, Polk County.
Thank you, Minister. And that's one more example that it's not just the arrest, it's the aftercare. Now, these 3 young men here that I pointed out, Demetrius was 16 when he was stabbed to death inside the Publix on 6th Street in Winter Haven, and the Winter Haven police made an arrest. Ira was 22 and Iran was 20. They don't get to grow up. They don't get to grow up because people had guns. And I want to say this one more time. This menacing gun was taken off of a 15-year-old boy. Now, can you imagine a 15-year-old boy running with a gang and how dangerous that is? That's what our law enforcement officers are facing every night in order to keep the community safe. So crimes at a 50-year low, we're thankful for that. But I pray every night for the men and women in law enforcement as we're going to make a positive difference. And these folks that think they're going to run and gun and get away with it, they're wrong. They're super wrong. I'm going to send them to prison for a very, very long time, just as soon as our prosecutor, Brian Haas, who's the best, gets a conviction. He's all in on this with us, and he has vowed to stand shoulder to shoulder with us and make sure that we don't allow this community, as it continues to grow by 100,000 people in the last 4 years, to become the next Detroit or Chicago or LA. Okay? Are there any questions for any of the team here?
Your youngest arrest is a 15 or 16-year-old. Has your investigation revealed how they are being recruited? And also, are there any intervention measures before they even enter a game?
Sure. A lot of this is communication now is social media. They, like everyone else, are on social media. They're making their rap songs and they're disrespecting other people or other gangs. For example, in the city of Lakeland, and I don't give the name of the gang, but one street is named for one gang, the very next street over. Now, these young guys grew up together a block away, but they're in a totally different gang. So at the end of the day, it's all about being cool. Look at this picture. That's why when people say, oh, my grandson, he's 15, he's 16, he's just a child. This is what people are seeing in the streets.
Wherever you are, we're 0 miles from everywhere.
Even way out here?
Oh.
This is what these kids look like in the streets, and they will kill you graveyard dead. And unfortunately, we have the evidence to prove that. So, but they've got to outcool each other. So a lot of it is social media. That's how they brag. That's how they market. You know, back in the day, we used to fight a lot of gang graffiti spray painted on the side of walls. Well, my goodness, it's hot outside. Now they do it online. They've made it real easy for us to keep the neighborhood clean. So that's how a lot of it occurs. And then it gets to be retaliation. Keep in mind, when they disrespected Outsie's grave, this is a 16-year-old kid, a boy. Then the shooting started. And then this gang shoots, and this gang retaliates, and this gang shoots. And we're arresting people. But they have no conscious understanding what the rest of their life in prison means. Because despite this gangbanger being shot and killed at a very young age, one of his buddies goes and shoots another one, knowing that we're arresting people and they're disappearing into the system for a very long time. So they're brazen, they're bold, they're immature, they have no understanding of life, that a life term means a life term. And that's why we're trying to educate on the backside. Let me close with that. We have a GRIP unit. It's called Gang Resistance Intervention Program. And every day we counsel and we mentor these kids in our school system. We have a prolific program to work with these kids at the schools. Now, here's the news that I can't share with you because you can't measure it. You can't measure the absence of an event. So we can show you what shootings occurred. We can show you who we arrested. But we can't show you the dozens and dozens and dozens of kids that didn't get in the gang or got out of the gang or didn't get shot or didn't shoot, because we can't measure the absence of an event. But we can tell you that all of that working together, our school system is remarkable. They not only want us there to protect and keep the kids safe, but they want us there to counsel and mentor the kids every day. That's why we have a 50-year low in crime. But if you have one kid that shoots one kid, that's unacceptable. So when we get to 0 drive-by shootings, 0 gang retaliations, and 0 kids being shot, and 0 kids getting these guns, and they're getting them off of the streets, they can't walk in and buy them, then we know we're successful. But as long as you have anyone shooting at anyone, it's not acceptable.
So I'm looking at all of these photographs, and it's almost all Black males. What are you doing for that particular community to try and prevent this beyond GRIP? I mean, do you have community partnerships?
You know, it's interesting that you say that. First off, you see we're here with the Ministerial Alliance. So we are dealing with our intervention at every level, starting with our ministers and the communities, and all of our programs are focused. And as I explained, the question was asked last night, I know there's got to be gang members other than these Black kids committing crime. And we see one-offs, but these are the organized, structured people that are local, that are prolific. We see a group of gangbangers show up one weekend at a party here and they shoot, and we arrest them, but they're not from here and they don't camp here and they don't continue their crime sprees here. So we see what we call pop-up crimes. But this is folks from the community. That's why we went to the ministers, or the ministers came to us 18 months ago and said, hey, you know, we need to step this up. We need to get everybody together. So we're doing mentoring through the schools every day. And that's where all the kids are. When these kids aren't in jail, they're in our school system. We are having interventions at the churches, at the communities. We also have our Pulk Sheriff Charity, where when we learn of families that don't have food, that don't have clothing, we take food, clothing to them to help them out, and we mentor and coach along the way. I believe that's why when you look at the overall volume, not only have you seen it decrease, but you've seen a remarkable response to us. Before we made the first gang task force arrest, we took our known, what I call our kid gangbangers, from teenagers through our early 20s, and we went to the mom and daddy's house and we knocked on the doors. We had some mamas and daddies slam the door in the face. We had one mama say, I wish you'd hurry up and arrest him because he'll be alive and safe in the county jail, and he's going to get killed if he keeps running the street doing what he's doing. So we got the door slammed into our face. To the mom, when we went there and said, hey, if you don't keep your kids home at night, we're going to arrest them, because we'd rather have them arrested than either shot dead or locked up for a very long time for shooting someone. So we had mothers that were of the gangbangers who said, look, I'm 5 foot tall and 100 pounds. He's 6'3" and 230. I can't control him anymore. And we've been making a positive inroads with all of them.
Is there anything that you would ask from community leaders? I know like Hal and Lakeland would like a new building, and they've been asking the city commission. Is there anything that the county commission could do for these young men to keep them off the streets?
They do. Most cities do a great deal, and Powell and Lakeland is one example of great work. But if you see something or hear something, say something. That goes for crime, but it also goes for children in need. If you see something or hear something, say something. We will.
Okay, before this is over, I gotta play this. It's from 1987. It's CNN it's Trump being interviewed by Larry King. Now, if you follow and you watch me if you watch me tomorrow, don't get pissed if I play it during the State of the Union, because I would just want to watch it now. So I'm gonna play it now, but I might play it tomorrow though, for real, during the State of the Union, afterwards or something. So don't hold me to it. Hold on, guys. Where the hell did it just go? All right, hold on, guys. Sorry. Here we go.
State developer is sounding more like a politician these days than America's most grandiose and controversial builder. When he disagrees with a matter of policy, he does it in a big way. Today, he sunk $95,000 into a full-page newspaper ad appearing in many papers criticizing the administration's foreign policy. Rumblings in the Trump camp point as far as the presidency. Could the Manhattan magnate be eyeing the White House, or is he just calling a bluff? Are you a Republican, Donald?
I'm a Republican, yes.
So if there were politics, it would be as a Republican.
It would be, I guess, as a Republican, but I don't see that there will be politics.
Why the ad then? I mean, you said you wanted to say it. There's a lot of ways you can say things. I guess an ad is one way. You could have called up shows like this who would have been trying to have you come on. Why now?
Well, it was very easy. I was tired, and I think a lot of people are tired of watching other countries ripping off the United States. This is a great country. They laugh at us. Behind our backs, they laugh at us because of our own stupidity. And the leaders, I mean, what we have a Persian Gulf situation. You saw what happened today. Billions and billions of dollars are being spent on getting oil for Japan, and they're not paying anything for it. Essentially, they're paying nothing for it. We have tankers going back and forth that our men are protecting, losing their lives. I mean, they're losing their lives, Larry. We're spending billions and billions on protection, and those tankers are going over to Japan. It's just preposterous. I watched the Kuwaiti oil minister the other day laughing as he was explaining how much money they intend to make with the Bridgeton, which has been a total disaster, the Bridgeton. And I said to myself, isn't that a shame? He's talking about how much money they're going to make, and here we are. He's smiling and laughing. Why don't we get some of it? Why is it that we're protecting? We have frogmen, we have helicopters, we have aircraft carriers, and all sorts of ships all over the Persian Gulf, so that this man and his little group can make a lot of money. I think it's ridiculous.
Well, one of the reasons we say we're doing it is because we've been doing it, that all previous presidents have endorsed doing it. I guess the kind of thinking of an entrepreneur is because somebody else said it was right, doesn't make it right, right?
Larry, the country is losing $200 billion a year. $200 billion. This country cannot continue to lose $200 billion. Japan is one of the wealthiest machines ever created. Saudi Arabia, and it's not, hey, let me tell you, I'm a big beneficiary of Japan. They buy my apartments in spades. They're fine people, but they're laughing to themselves as to what's happening over here. We're not kidding ourselves. They're laughing to themselves, Larry, as to what's happening with this country.
But Donald, a lot of people feel the way you feel, and a lot of people maybe with as much money, or certainly some people with as much money feel the way you feel. Why did you go public?
because somebody had to, Larry. I watch it again, and it's a very important point. Japan is a money machine. Saudi Arabia is a money machine. Kuwait, these are money machines, the greatest ever created. The United States is, if it were a corporation, it would be bankrupt. It's losing $200 billion a year. For years now, it's been losing that. What right do we have to go out and defend? Why aren't these countries, these wealthy money machines, paying us for the defense of their freedom and their nations? Why aren't they paying us?
We are kind of the world's keeper, are we not?
I don't believe we should be. I think Japan should certainly make a contribution. Japan is one of the reasons they're so successful is they don't have to worry about defense, because why should they worry about defense when the United States will do it for nothing? I mean, it's crazy. Saudi Arabia, I mean, you saw what happened with Saudi Arabia. We're going through the Gulf. We have old-fashioned, obsolete minesweepers. We ask Saudi Arabia for the use of their minesweepers, which are the best made, the most modern, the best, and they say no. Who are they to tell us no? We're not going to give you our minesweepers. It's ridiculous. They're only there for the sake of us as far as that's concerned. We are protective of Saudi Arabia. They should pay for that.
Are we going to be hearing more from Mr. Trump on issues like this as we go along?
I really don't know, Larry. This is an issue that's been bothering me. It's been bothering a lot of people that I know, and I think it's an issue that had to be brought out to the fore. The concept of America financing and paying and losing lives for countries that won't even allow us to use their ships. And these are the countries that in 24 hours, they'd be wiped off the face of the earth if it weren't for America. It's ridiculous.
By the way, a couple of other things, then we'll take some calls for Donald Trump. Is it true that you're going to go to New Hampshire in October at the invitation of Mike Dunbar, who's heading a group called Draft Donald Trump?
Well, I was asked about 3 or 4 weeks ago whether or not, by a very good friend of mine, whether or not I'd go to New Hampshire. That's turned out to be now a much bigger deal than I had ever anticipated. And perhaps, I don't know, I am going. I made the commitment to go. I made the commitment about 3 weeks ago, and I will go, yes.
You will go, even though you realize now in just stepping foot in that state, people are going to presume things.
Well, they can presume whatever they want. I have no intention of running for president, but I'd like the point to get across that we have a great country, but it's not going to be great for long if we're going to continue to lose $200 billion a year. You're going to get into the early 90s, 1990, 1991, and the whole thing's going to blow because this country cannot continue to support Japan and Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and many other countries that are much wealthier than we are. We're not a wealthy country. You can't be a wealthy country when you're losing the kind of money that we're losing.
We're a debtor country. A couple of other things, then we'll break and take some calls. Don, why don't, there are some who said this, why don't people like you, you and people like you, build low-income, medium-income housing?
Well, as far as building housing is concerned and low-income housing, I've built a lot of it. I haven't recently, but I've built a lot of it. I built senior citizens housing and beautiful, beautiful housing. I built low-income housing, and I'm very proud of it. The policies of the government right now just don't allow it because really what's happened by the tax incentives that were taken away and by the lack of federal programs. You used to have federal programs, you don't have them anymore. And it really doesn't allow it to be done on any economic basis. And it's a pretty rough situation. I mean, you just don't have subsidized housing, low-income, moderate-income housing, and it's a really big problem.
And if they did, you would do it?
I would absolutely love to do it. I'd be honored to do it. I used to do it. I mean, people think of me in terms of Trump Tower and all the other jobs. I'm just as proud. I mean, you folks don't talk about it because maybe it's not as interesting to some people. I am, frankly, just as proud of all the low-income and the senior citizen housing I built.
Well, so far, it's the only buildings I've asked about.
Yes.
Casinos, you're very big in Atlantic City. You're going to Vegas?
Well, I don't think so. I'm not looking to go to Las Vegas. I have stock in companies that are in Las Vegas, and I'm not particularly looking to do it. We've done a great job in Atlantic City. I'm very proud of the results. We have just about the best casinos, I think, anywhere in the world as far as that's concerned, hotel casinos. And we're very proud of it, and that's really pretty much where I want to be.
What's the drive, Donald, that you don't have to do this anymore, that keeps you wanting to build more and more?
Well, it's a creative process. I enjoy the creative process. I like building things. I like building beautiful buildings. I like doing other things. I've been doing a lot of other things. It's a creative process, Larry, and it really gives you something to do with your life, and it's something that you can feel fulfilled and proud of when you're finished, if you do a good job.
Do you want to break because of what you do? In other words, are you saying to New York and other places, I'll come in and do this, please give me what you will not give someone else?
No, I'm not looking for breaks. I think I probably would have a harder time getting breaks. I mean, you talk about Ed Koch. The man tried to fight me on so many different things, and he's failed. In each case, he's failed, and that's nice. I like being, I really get a a charge out of beating Ed Koch. And, it's just one of those things. But he's fought me on a lot of different things. He's consistently fought me, and he's consistently lost.
Nurse, you don't want more or less than anyone else would get.
I don't want more or less than anybody else, no.
Donald Trump is our guest. He spoke out quite vociferously today in the New York Times and other papers in a major statement on American foreign policy. He's the noted, of course, builder, and we're going to take your phone calls for Donald Trump. Our guest, the famed developer, Donald Trump of New York. We're ready to go to your phone calls. Redlands, California. Hello.
Hello, sir. Comment and a couple of quick questions. I think it would be really a big mistake for the United States to attempt to tax its allies for protection, because that would demote them to the role of a client state of the United States. And secondly, I think it'd also be pretty unconstitutional, because the Congress has the authority to raise armies and support them with taxes for the defense of the United States, not to be hired out as a mercenary force.
All right, Donald.
Well, number one, it wouldn't at all be unconstitutional. And number two, if you're talking about taxing, I'm not talking about taxing. I think that people should make a contribution, and a major contribution, other countries, to this country for what we're doing to keep their freedom and to keep them free and to allow them to be free. And would you rather have that, or would you rather see this country to go totally bust in another couple of years, because this country cannot afford to defend Japan and every other country in the world? It just cannot afford it.
It wouldn't be a tax. It would be more a payment in kind, like for landing space at airports, right?
It would be, you could call it anything you want.
Yeah.
To be perfectly honest, I don't care what it's called, but I think that Japan and all of these other countries should certainly pay. They can well afford to pay.
Donald Trump's our guest. This is Larry King Live. We go to Toronto. Hello.
Yes, good evening, Larry. My question for Mr. Trump, it's a two-part question relating to international trade. Is the solution to the American trade deficit to restrict trade through protectionist policies, or to train American business to be more aggressive and entrepreneurial? And I'd also like to know if Mr. Trump would support a Canadian-U.S. free trade agreement.
Well, I think, just to answer your first part, I believe it's very important that you have free trade. But we don't have free trade right now, because if you want to go to Japan, or if you want to go to Saudi Arabia or various other countries, it's virtually impossible for an American to do business in those countries. Virtually impossible. And I have many friends, they go over to Japan. They can't open up anything. They need approvals. They need this, that. In the meantime, Japan comes over to this country. They're buying up Wall Street. They're buying up all of Manhattan's real estate. They're buying, which is fine as far as I'm concerned, because they're paying premium prices that put people like myself in a very good position if I ever want to sell something. So the fact is that you don't have free trade. We think of it as free trade, but you right now don't have free trade. And I support anything having to do with Canada, because I think they've been one hell of a good ally.
Do you do any business in Canada?
I do a little bit of business with Canada, and the Canadian people are wonderful people, and they're with us 100%, as opposed to many other people in the world. We support so many countries that, I mean, you walk out on the airport and they say, Yankee, go home. They have signs all over, Yankee, go home, and we're giving billions. We don't give anything to our farmers. Our farmers are dying. There's no question about it. Farms that were in for generations and families, they're being taken away. The homeless are all over the streets of the major cities, the sick and the problems, and yet we'll give billions of dollars in defending countries that have 5 times more money than we can ever hope to have. It's ridiculous.
By the way, if you put up one of your properties for sale, let's say Trump Tower, would the Japanese be at the head of the line bidding for it?
It would be very tough to compete with them or some other countries, some other European countries right now, because of what's happening with the dollar and the yen and the mark and the various other currencies. But the Japanese are at the forefront, and it's very, very tough to compete with them in terms of the purchase of anything in this country that's prime.
Middletown, New York, for Donald Trump. Hello.
Hi, Mr. Trump. Knowing that you have differences with Mayor Koch in New York, would you be interested in a mayoral race against him?
No, I don't want to run for the mayor of the city of New York. Being mayor of New York is certainly not an easy job, but it's a job that's very possible to be done correctly. We have a man who's not a competent mayor. I think most people that live in New York know that. He's been bad for the city. He's losing a lot of business in the city, and he shouldn't be. And he's really been a pretty big disaster. And I think that probably over the next period of time, something's going to come out where he will not be the mayor of the city of New York, hopefully much longer.
Should the mayor of the city be someone who knows business?
Well, what we need is competence. We don't have that. We have a one-line artist. That's all he is. And, you know, he's got sort of one-liners that are okay but not great. And that's all he's got going, and it's a problem. It's a problem because we have the greatest city in the world. It's an incredible, incredible city, and I'm proud of the city. And I hate to see the job that he's done because it's really been pathetic.
You have said you have offered to build a huge metropolis on the west side. NBC apparently... Officials at NBC told me a couple of years ago that that's where they'd like to move. And now there are rumors that NBC may leave 30 Rock and go to New Jersey. But I had a top NBC official tell me he wanted to move to your plan on the west side. Where is that now?
Well, I think we have a real good chance. You know, again, no thanks to Ed Koch, but I think we have a real good chance of getting NBC to stay in New York, and we're fighting very hard for it. We have a very, very good shot, and I anticipate that they'll be making the decision over the next 4 or 5 weeks, and it'll be a very, very big decision, very important to the future of New York City.
Lowell, Massachusetts, for Donald Trump. Hello.
Yes, hello, Larry.
Hi.
Donald, first of all, I want to commend your stand in regards to the other nations should take part in the expense of helping the Persian Gulf. But my question to you is the following. You are a very wealthy man and have many contacts. Why can't you do more for the hungry and the homeless in New York?
Well, I think it's a very good question, and I'd like to. The problem that you have, and you have a major problem, the problem that you have is it's such a big, big dilemma. You really need federal government assistance, not even city government. The city governments have to be competent, capable, etc. But you really need the federal government to step in. That's why it bothers me so much that when we give this kind of money to the wealthiest countries in the world, and yet for our own people, the homeless, the sick, the poor, the farmers who are really going through hell right now, those people we're not helping. And why should we? I think it's ridiculous. And this country shouldn't be raising taxes. We ought to be lowering taxes. We should have a surplus, not a deficit. Because the kind of money that I'm talking about, and you can call them, as the gentleman before said, you can call it a tax, you can call it whatever you want to call it. But those countries should be paying us major billions of dollars, and you won't have any deficits whatsoever. And then we'll be able to help the poor and the sick and the homeless and the farmers and everybody else.
Donald, what were you hearing today after that ad appeared? What were people telling you? I imagine you got tons of calls.
It was unbelievable, to be perfectly honest. I put the ad in thinking maybe a couple of politicians would see it, and maybe they'd say, hey, you know what? That happens to be a great idea, and he happens to be right. We've gotten thousands of phone calls. We've gotten tremendous support. I've never seen anything like it. I have literally never dreamt that this kind of reaction could have happened from taking a newspaper ad essentially saying, hey, we're making a mistake, and this is what we should be doing.
West Patterson, New Jersey. Hello.
Hello, I'd like to, hi Larry, I want to ask Mr. Trump a question about the Japanese, and if they keep on buying up all the real estate in Hawaii and in New York, won't it come to a point where they will be dictating our policy and we'll be afraid to move against them? I think it's almost to that point now, isn't it?
There's a book out, Don, that says that already exists, that Japan.
Everybody, JB Buno here with you live on WFLA Now. We are awaiting a Sheriff Grady Judd press conference here in Pulk County for a gamer that made allegedly violent and disturbing threats. Here's
Good
Grady
afternoon,
Judd.
everyone. Thank you for being with us today. I'm going to lay out for you why it's so important when you see something or hear something, you say something. Let's start with this. I want so many people to die by my hand and then play with their guts while they're still alive. That's just one of the quotes. Or how about this? I want to strangle so many people to death right now. Nobody understands me, but they will understand how dead they will be in a minute. I'm going to kill so many people. At this point, I've given up. There's nothing left for me but anger, depression, and suicide. I feel like if I ever took over the world, every person that treated me like crap, I would take them and make them suffer and make them have a slow death, and I would enjoy every single minute of it. Right now, I got nothing that makes me happier right now but death, or to make those people suffer. That's all I got right now. That's what Nathaniel Burkett was putting on a gaming site. Fortunately for us, the game moderator and other gamers who tried to talk to him on this gaming site called Crime Stoppers, and or the moderator actually called the Raleigh police in North Carolina and said, hey, we see some really freaky stuff. There's a lot more than I just read to you. That was a few of the highlights. So from the Raleigh police, they received information through their tip that maybe this was Winter Haven, Florida. It went to the Winter Haven Police Department, who turned it over to us. We had very limited information and a false name. We worked with 6 different social media networks and our gaming sites. Some of them cooperated a lot. Some of them cooperated a little. Some of them didn't cooperate at all. I want to call out Steam and their parent company, Valve. Finally, after a great deal of work by our real-time crime center, we were able to work our way through the 6 network sites and figure out that Steam and the parent company, Valve, were who we needed to get the information from. After hours and hours and hours of work, they said, we need a subpoena. It was 4 days. 4 days until they responded to us. Despite us sending the subpoena and saying, we've got someone who's talking about mass murder, it took them 4 days. So here's what I'd like to ask Steam and Valve. If he'd have been threatening to come into your business and shoot up everybody, would it have taken you 4 days to have provided that data to your local law enforcement agency so we could identify him? That's part of the problem we have. We have a social media world, and in that world is a lot of good people that are using that social media to work, to communicate, to do good things, to have fun. People violating the law in the social media world. We also have criminals that are threatening to kill people in the social media world. And yet you want to shut us out, law enforcement, from being able to go online or gather data from sensitive spots with court orders in order to communicate. Fortunately, after 4 days, we got additional information, which led us to believe Nathaniel Burkett was not in North Carolina. He was not in Winter Haven, but in fact, he was in Sparta, Illinois. So we started working with the Sparta, Illinois law enforcement. They said, oh, we know him. We've taken him for a mental health evaluation. Along the way, we also determined that a church in Illinois had said, hey, don't come back to our church because of his outrageous comments. Think about that. But did the church call anyone? When the church saw something or heard something, did they say something? No, they didn't. They simply put him out of the church. Isn't it fortunate for all the members of the church that he didn't shoot the church up, that he didn't come back and shoot the church up, that he didn't shoot up somebody else that he could have prevented? So after tracking Nathaniel Burkett through Illinois, we finally found his dad, who said, look, he's with his mother, who's my ex-wife, and they're down in Florida on vacation someplace. So now we arrived back at Winter Haven after tracking him all around the United States. And we found him. And he confessed that he, in fact, was the one that did all the threats. I want to underscore that his mother, Sharon, was totally cooperative, was totally remorseful. She said, I've had him in mental health counseling in Illinois, and maybe this is God's way of getting him help. This guy here was not an active shooter, but this guy here was checking all the blocks in an effort to move toward being an active shooter.
Take the next step in treating your moderate to severe ulcerative colitis with Entyvio, the only gut-focused.
This person here is the one that all of you would have been standing at our doorstep saying, when they're saying this stuff, why don't you take them serious? When they said this stuff, why didn't you do something before they started shooting? Well, I can tell you, our great detectives and our intelligence analysts in our real-time crime center, our 24/7 crime center that we just recently opened, did something before he escalated to actually shooting. Oh, he told the detectives once he was called, I didn't mean it. I was just angry. I don't have any friends. People reject me. They make fun of me. He was bullied. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here today because this guy was checking all the blocks. I'm here today because many of the social media companies, which make millions and millions and millions and more millions of dollars, didn't cooperate or just cooperated enough to say that they checked the box. The one, despite us saying, we fear that we may have a mass murder any day, Valve and Steam took 4 days to get us this information. Here's a word to the social media companies. When we come with these urgent requests, we're not doing it for an exercise. We're not doing it as a sporting event. We're trying to intervene in advance and save people's lives. Now, would he have ever, or will he ever, manifest into an active shooter? We have no way to know that. But we do know this. He's now on the radar screen. We now have the opportunity to get him help, to track him, to watch him. He is just a few days away from his 18th birthday. So the issue that we're wrestling with today, and we've got the state attorneys involved, does he need to be waived to adult court and treated as an adult with his second-degree felony, or can we get him better services in the juvenile system? Our goal is to solve this problem. But I want to start by thanking the gamers, the moderator, who said, whoa, this is dangerous. He's dangerous. His communication is dangerous. I want to thank them for saying something. I want to thank the Raleigh police for not setting on it. They moved this information to Winter Haven. Our colleagues at the Winter Haven Police Department said this needs to go to the Real-Time Crime Center. Most police agencies in this country don't have the staff. They don't have the technical expertise to do what our team did here. We depend on the experts at these tech companies to help. Nobody went out of their way to help. Nobody went out of their way to say, we need to be game on and find this guy. They all hid behind the cloak of lawyers and smoke and mirrors and did just exactly what they had to, acknowledge nothing, give us a subpoena, and we'll get to it when we can. The community did what they were supposed to. They immediately called. The local police department started moving this thing around the country in an effort to identify this person. But we literally took no IP address and a wrong name and figured out who this guy was. But ladies and gentlemen, why do I ask you to come here today? Why do we do this on Facebook Live? This is the new normal. This is the new world, and words matter. When people threaten and write and say they're going to shoot and kill, we must take them at face value. Now, we hope that we can get this young man's life straightened out. But you know what? Today, he can't do a mass murder because he's locked up. He wasn't locked up for 4 days after we could have had him locked up. And thank God that he's talking. And we don't know when the talking ends and the shooting begins. And that's why words matter, and we have to take everyone serious. Are there any questions?
You said 4 days. How long does it usually take?
It was literally when we got the subpoena to them was immediate. It's keystroke. So they could have given us that data that quick, but it just got stuck in the line with everything else. Despite us communicating and finally getting a live person to talk to and saying, this is for real, 4 days.
Sheriff, the app that the conversation was taking place over Discord is, I think, one probably a lot of parents aren't familiar with. I assume there are a lot of those apps out there parents aren't familiar with. What is there a safety message for parents out there?
Sure, there is a safety message. First off, you should never let your children on any app if you're not monitoring it. If your kids want to play games, let them play games offline. But these games, not only can they game online, but they can text and type online, and they can communicate verbally depending on the game. These kids get very angry. They say lots of ugly, ugly stuff to each other sometimes. But this was a protracted period of time, and we only pull the highlights out. Thank God that the moderator on Discord, who tried to work with him, and other gamers told him, hey, what you're doing is wrong. It's way over the line. And the moderator went forward and didn't stop until she got someone's attention. But it was a challenge to get any attention from the social media people. They've got to join us. They've got to quit fighting against us and understand that we're glad to get subpoenas or search warrants or whatever government document you want from the courts to give us this information. But when we're saving people's lives or trying to save people's lives, we need help in minutes, not days and weeks. And what we experience is a response that typically takes days or weeks. Now, some of the sites, and that's why I haven't mentioned all 6 of them, they were as cooperative as they could be, as quickly as they could be.
Why were there so many sites? I mean, did you not know?
Because we didn't know where it was, and all this data was moving around. AT&T was wonderful. It was moving through their site. Google was wonderful, but they didn't have the information. When we got to Steam, that's when we knew and could have gotten the information a lot quicker. Am I hot about this? You bet I am. But here's a word to the wise for these social media folks. If you don't cooperate on your own, we get legislation and force cooperation. But for the sake of humanity, why wouldn't you want to help when someone's out here threatening mass murder? Why wouldn't you want to help right now? And here's my statement to those social media companies. If they were threatening mass murder in your home,
my wife was initiating, but I couldn't get in the mood. I honestly thought that part of my life was over.
In your business, in your house of worship, in your children's school, how long would it take you then to help? I bet it wouldn't take 4 days. Heck, I bet it wouldn't take 4 minutes if you could do it in anything less than that.
Yeah, who was just at the MSD meetings when we were talking about the revolving door, you know, and how does this not just a revolving door situation with him where he just goes in, he comes out, he's more angry than before because he got caught, and then acts on his ultimate goal?
I appreciate you asking that question. The reality, he would be part of the revolving door had he hooked up with most police agencies in this nation, because most of them don't have the talent, the resources to deal with this. The social media companies weren't pushing. Why aren't you guys finding this guy? Why don't they have algorithms when people start talking about shooting and death and murder and mass murder that they go, whoa, wait a minute. It's like screaming fire in a crowded theater, only worse. But the community did what was right. They saw something, they heard something, they got the message. This person scared them. I can tell you the police in North Carolina did what was right. The police in Winter Haven did what was right. And our deputies could have easily, and our analysts could have easily thrown their hands up with all the roadblocks that kept coming to us and said, well, heck, we just can't find this person. But you know what? Our analysts, our detectives in the real-time crime center investigated this case like this guy was coming to shoot up their children's school. And that's why we found out who he was. Now, you say, well, he's got mental health issues. Well, duh. Of course he does. Normal people don't do this. We're going to do everything we can to help him, but he's got to be held accountable. And the criminal justice system is the only system that can force him to get help against his will. It's the system that can force his parents to ensure he gets help against their will if he'd been younger. But this is the new normal we're in. This is the prime example that I'll share with you that had, because I'm on that Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Commission, had someone taken an interest in that Nicholas Cruz early on, in all of those different times it was brought to their attention that we're taking with Nathaniel Burkett, maybe MSD never would have occurred. Now, I can't speak for the future, but I can tell you this. We're putting everyone on notice. The prosecutors in line, the public defender, DJJ. We're going to put the judges on notice. This guy's threatening. It's not far from this to this. He's threatening. Let's don't let him turn out to be a Nicholas Cruz or one of the other mass murderers. We've got to identify these people. This system worked today like it was supposed to, despite the social media people having no sense of urgency.
So he was here vacationing?
He was here with his mother, and they were spending some time with a friend of his mother. His mother was totally cooperative. I would even say she's relieved. We told her there was going to be a press conference, and she said, it's going to be embarrassing, but if it saves his life or makes a difference and saves somebody else's life, it's worth it.
Did she have any idea what was going on?
She had him in counseling in Illinois for the same thing, but he's back behind this again. I mean, he's 17. He's not 6. He's a man. But his mother was so cooperative and so concerned, and she understood. She said, look, if I'm embarrassed, if our family is embarrassed, that's okay. if he's helped or we stop another person from victimizing or shooting someone up. His mother gets it.
What was it that pinpointed Winter Haven?
He apparently gave some indication that he was in the Winter Haven area in some of his communications, but he was using fictitious identifiers and we didn't have the IP address. So we went all around the country and through 6 different social network sites before we figured out who he was. The work by this 24/7 RTCC team of ours was unbelievable. Unbelievable.
When did the investigation start?
I believe we started about the 17th of October. Any other questions?
Was he using a computer in Winter Haven?
Yes. Yes.
He was still in Winter Haven when you
He was in Winter Haven when we found him. Once again, it's a tough situation for mom and the family, but I appreciate what mom did more than you know. And if there are other moms out there, understand, we got to get these kids fixed before it goes from fantasy to reality. And we have no way of knowing if or when it goes from fantasy to reality. But he was talking the game. Okay? Thank you very much. Have a good day. Thank you for being with us today. I am going to introduce you to a child predator, an evil, mean, nasty human being. This man's name is Kansas Sadler Jr. It's really a sad story because at 41 years of age, he had just retired out of the military where he was an Army Ranger. That's right. He was not only an Army Ranger, but then he was an Army Ranger trainer. So he went from a decorated war hero to a deputy sheriff for the Okaloosa Sheriff's Office. And from there, we determined what his inner soul really is, and that's to be a child predator. He was online. He went online to a gaming app where there's interactive gaming called The Wolf. That's where he interacted with our victim, who was a 9-year-old female. She pretended to be an 11-year-old female. So he goes on this app and he pretends to be a 11-year-old female by the name of Jade. Jade was not an 11-year-old female. Jade was an Okaloosa deputy and Army Ranger, retired. So then as he's carrying on the communication between the victim and him as Jade, he says, "Oh, I'd like to introduce you to my dad's friend, Jason." And then he says, "And I've been having sex with Jason, my dad's friend, and he'd like to have sex with you." They exchanged text back and forth between Jade and our victim. And Jade, who we know is Kansas, all of a sudden started grooming our victim, who's only 9 years old. And then he introduces her to nasty terms about photographs. And then he also wants our 9-year-old to take pictures of herself and send to him, which after he grooms her sufficiently, she does. So now we've got a 9-year-old little girl who's our victim, a live victim, who's being groomed by a Okaloosa deputy and retired ranger and is a child predator. And so he advances this to nude pictures of himself or someone else and asks our victim for nude pictures and successfully obtains those. So all of this goes on for a couple of days. What occurred next was the older sister to our victim tells mom, hey, I don't know what's going on, but sister is talking to a man online. Mom immediately gets the child's cell phone, is looking through the communications logs, and the phone rings. And she answers it. And it's Jason wanting to talk to our victim. Well, of course, mama just has an absolute total meltdown, says lots of things to him, none of which were nice, and then says, and I'm calling the cops. And she called us. You already know that our detectives that investigate sexual abuse of children and child predators and pornography are simply the very best in the business, and they were on the case instantly. It didn't take them very long to figure out that Kansas Sadler Jr. was the suspect, and they tracked him to Okaloosa County. We contacted our colleagues at the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office, and let me tell you, Sheriff Ashley and his team are simply the very best. They're game on. They immediately were as angry and mad as we were. No, they were more angry and mad because it was one of their rookie deputies who had worked with him less than a year and was still on probation. But they hired him because he had an illustrious history and a good background. They immediately began their investigation and we teamed up. They filed charges there ultimately. We're filing charges here. Brad Copley is prosecuting this case for us, and he will work with the prosecutors out of North Florida. Now, you know Brad Copley is the best in the business, and he's as upset about this as we are. And upon conviction, we're going to send this guy to prison. So he can say in his resume, I was in the Army for 21 years. I was a ranger. I fought wars. I was a deputy sheriff. I was a child predator. And now I'm a prison inmate. That's a sad commentary to what started out as a remarkable life. But I can tell you, you don't arrive at the age of 41 years old and do this for the first time. He didn't just happen to be on a gaming site grooming a 9-year-old child, and that's what he did. When he groomed her, he told her he wanted to meet her for sex. He being Jason and Jade, he was playing two roles. When he found out our victim lived on the east side of the county, he said, oh, I live in Lakeland. Of course, mom in the meantime answers the phone when he thinks he's going to talk to the 9-year-old. That's right. He wasn't just doing a mind game online. He was grooming this little girl on the telephone. Well, guess what? The Okaloosa Sheriff's Office and the Pulk County Sheriff's Office are grooming him for state prison. And that's where he's going to go. But there's also a message for the parents here. And the message for the parents is simply this. If you're going to allow your 9-year-old child to have a phone that connects to the internet, that connects to gaming apps, you've got to know what they're doing. Because if you're not watching every second of every day, there's another child predator like this looking for your little boy or little girl. We're excited. For those who question Well, you arrest these people, you go online, you pretend to be a predator, but they've really not communicated with a real victim. Why do you do that? He's why we do it. Because he was out after and actually hooked up with online a child who was naive until he educated her and sent her pictures that a 9-year-old little girl should never see. Talked this little 9-year-old girl into taking pictures of herself. This is a bad man and a new criminal in the Okaloosa County Jail. So I compliment my colleagues at the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office for their professionalism. They've got a great ICAC unit. They're game on up there. Sheriff Ashley runs a professional shop. And the biggest part of the conversation was, how can we work together to make sure we can charge this guy with as much as we can charge him with? And now we want to tell parents, you got to know, these deviants, these worthless deviants are online looking for your children. I tell folks, lock your car doors in the neighborhood or somebody's going to steal your stuff. Well, they don't lock their car doors and people steal their stuff. That's cool. But when I tell you, lock your child up or somebody's going to steal your child, understand if you don't lock up their cell phones, somebody's going to steal your child. Even if they steal their innocence online, and great detectives get them in jail before they actually get to your child. But make no mistake about it. This guy had a daughter who was 16, or has a daughter who's 16, and he has a daughter who's 11. And he's been ostensibly in this area for his children's activity. So he's been in this area. Don't think for a minute they won't advance to that next step, because they will. And this guy here was stopped because of an older sister that said, "Mom, this ain't right." And a mom who said, "I'm calling the cops." And sheriff's detectives who were game on, not the day, not the hour, but the second we heard about it. And when we figured out who it was in Okaloosa County, they were game on. But we've got to know, we've all got to work together to protect the children.
Sup, everybody? What's up? Hit the like, share, subscribe. Good morning. Sheriff Grady is the man. That's for sure. Hold on. There it is. Dude, there's so many of them. You could go all day. This might be my last one for sure.
Thank you very much for being with us today, ladies and gentlemen. First, before we begin, let me introduce to you Robert Miller. He's with the statewide prosecutor's office. And I asked him, I said, "Are you going to talk, Robert, in this press conference?" He says, "No, I'll do my talking in court." And we also have my dear friend, Mark Brutnell. He is the special agent in charge out of the Tampa office. This investigation absolutely unequivocally would not be possible without the cooperation and the teamwork and the partnership of our folks. It also wouldn't be possible without Governor Ron DeSantis and the Florida legislature. This is a safe case. As you know, it's money that was created by the legislature, signed by the governor, so that we could go after these folks dealing fentanyl and killing people across the state of Florida. This was one of the very first cases that you see here today. So I'm going to give you the highlights of this case, and then we'll accept questions after the fact. And I want to introduce you to Operation Ruski. It is a family affair. And it all started with Pilar Rivera, and she's married to Hector Baez Torres. And they apparently, or wanted everyone to believe, only ran legitimate businesses. On Highway 98 North in Lakeland, they had the bait shop, Ruski's Bait Shop, and Ruski's Motorcycle Parts and Repair Shop. And their people would have legitimate business. We find it ironic that why these businesses appeared legitimate, this is how they washed their money from their dope deals. So these businesses are operating. In fact, Hector got on to people for smoking marijuana. He said, we can't have the odor of marijuana in our business. It's bad for business. So why he's telling his legitimate employees, which have nothing to do with the dope world, hey, no marijuana smoking here. It's bad for business. Here's what's really going on. When you look, there's Hector and his wife. That's the CEO and the CFO. His wife took care of all the money. She took care of the money not only for the legitimate business, but for the drug trade. And then you come down and you look, and this Jimmy Lee Baez Riviera, who's 23, she is the daughter of Pilar and Hector, and Miguel is her boyfriend. She is an assistant to Miguel. Miguel is the one that actually received the dope from the big time dope dealers. And then he would distribute it down to the lieutenants, who would then sell it on the street. So Hector would order the drugs. He, for the most part, kept his hands off of the drugs. However, Miguel would be the one who made sure the drugs got to this level. Everyone boxed in red here is charged with racketeering. So when the investigation began, we thought, well, heck, we've got street level drug dealing. We were buying fentanyl. Do you see this? I mean, what else do you put in a Ziploc bag? Yeah, that's right, a commercial Ziploc bag this size. So this is about 0.2 of a gram of flour that's to imitate 0.2 of a gram of fentanyl. And these are the people they're selling to. This was totally a street operation. So we started this investigation arresting people that were buying drugs from their dealers and distributors. We saw these folks. They were also entrepreneurs. Many of them would buy 5 bags for $25, maybe 10 bags, and then they would use part of it and sell part of it. So even though they were paying $5 a bag, they would sell it for a profit, at least enough to pay for their drug deal. So when we started this in January 12th, 2021, we were working the street, and all of a sudden, our detective said, oh my gosh, these folks are cranking out 500 to 1,000 bags of this a day in Lakeland from this one operation. So they needed to go further. So we set up wiretaps or communication interceptions through warrants. We saw that this immediately went across county lines. We were already working this investigation with FDLE and the safe money, and we always need our statewide prosecutor. Ashley Moody is the best, and she's on this, and she gave us the team of statewide prosecutors. So what did this tell us? It told us, okay, now we figured out that Pilar and Hector are the top of the organization. We defined the hierarchy. We figured out the next level was part of the family affair. We figured out who they were. Then we figured out the operators, and two of the operators are boyfriend and girlfriend, Wilma Fuentes and Luis. We also figured out that as these people at this level were arrested, they would quit letting them deal dope. They would distance themselves. We also figured out that because of the intricacies of this operation, our interception of communication solidified our racketeering charges. Now it's interesting. On June the 20th, our folks served a total of 6 search warrants. One was served by FDLE and Osceola. We served the other 5 here. And we seized a lot of things. We seized motorcycles. We wiped out and seized everything from the bait shop because we were able to funnel the money and see it follow back up to be laundered at the legitimate places. We seized guns. Ladies and gentlemen, I say this every time, and I'm going to say it once again, and you'll hear it the next time. People who want you to believe that drugs are low level and nonviolent are either mentally insane or they're flat out lying to you. We see 2 names in red here. This drug killed at least 2 people from fentanyl overdose. Now, we didn't track all of these folks. We arrested a total of 64 people. So we don't know how many others we Narcaned or were Narcaned to save their lives, or how many of these others of just this snapshot, because we quit arresting these street level people because it was putting heat on our ability to move up the chain of command. And then you have the guns. You know, Louis Vuitton. How many of you have a Louis Vuitton semi-automatic rifle? Hey, you ought to be trendy while you do this. Or when we went to serve the search warrant on Miguel, here's the interesting thing about Miguel. You know what happened? He had his gun. That's right. He had his gun he hid in the attic. We were sure that our detectives were going to end up in a shootout with Miguel. But after an hour and a half, our hostage and our negotiators, our hostage negotiators, and in this case, our barricade negotiators, talked him out of the attic, and we were able to arrest him and take this gun without a shootout. That's the talent of these detectives that worked this case. We seized legions of property, as I talked about. I've got to tell you about Miguel. Miguel earned $1 a bag for every bag he sold. Well, you think about it, $500 to $1,000 in cash a day is not bad. And Miguel told us upon his arrest, 30 years for $1. That's what he told us over and over and over after he was arrested. He should have thought about that ahead of time. Then he would have put his head in his hands and tell the detectives, I can't believe it. 30 years I'm going to get. 30 years for $1. Finally, he figured it out. But that wasn't all. He managed to have his wife tied up in it, or his girlfriend tied up in it, and her mama and her daddy. We figured the gross income was about $2.7 million during this operation. It's interesting that as we served the search warrants, that you had Wilma. Wilma wanted to kind of be on the sideline, but she delivered dope when Lewis was not available. Let me tell you what we discovered during the investigation. Lewis didn't miss his meals. Everything stopped while he had a lunch break. Everything. Well, Wilma would deliver the dope when he was on a lunch break. So his lunch got her wrapped up in a racketeering charge. We thought that was humorous. It's interesting that they said that when they were doing the undercover operation, they would see these folks buy 1 bag, 5 bags, 10 bags, resell. Then when their IRS money came, they would be buying 100 bags or 150 bags at a time. So IRS money contributed to the drug running and the drug using and the drug selling on the street level. Now, we could literally talk for a long time about all of the nuances of this case, but I think you've pretty well figured it out. Guns and dope equal violence and death. And why these fools can't figure out the obvious that we all understand is a surprise to me every day. But I want to turn this over once again to my colleague and my friend who is in charge of a great group of agents for FDLE who work with us every day on long-term, big-scale investigations.
Thank you, Sheriff. Good morning. On behalf of Commissioner Mark Lass, I'm Mark Brutnell, the Special Agent in charge for FDLE Tampa. I'm honored to be here today to stand alongside Sheriff Judd and our investigative team in the back. You guys did an amazing job on this case. Today's arrest, as the Sheriff spoke about, is a SAFE case. The SAFE program, otherwise known as State Assistance for Fentanyl Eradication, was signed into law by Governor DeSantis a year ago, this upcoming Monday, July 1st of 2023. The Pulk County Sheriff's Office was ready and willing and able to help out in this cause. This case here was the first SAFE case in the state of Florida. It was signed on in July 14th of 2023. And like the majority of our SAFE cases, this was a case that was targeting drug trafficking organizations that were peddling poison to our citizens. So I pulled the numbers for the statewide SAFE initiative for the first year, and they're very, very impressive. So to date, we've had statewide 110 SAFE investigations across the state. We've had $14.7 million obligated towards these investigations. And the numbers speak for themselves. We seized over 37 kilos of fentanyl, 30,000 fentanyl pills, 55 kilos of cocaine, 20 kilograms of methamphetamine, almost $500,000 in currency seized. To the sheriff's point earlier, 72 firearms, and an astonishing 410 arrests. And that does not include this case. Again, these target the drug trafficking organizations to try to keep our families safe. I'm not going to say that the sheriff and I are very competitive, but we're very competitive. So those cases, the Pulk County Sheriff's Office has been a stalwart in this. They have probably the most cases of any agency in Florida. The Tampa Bay region, I'm proud to say, has had a very good response to this SAFE program, and we've put a lot of bad people in jail that deserve to be in jail, and we've taken a lot of drugs off the street. It's not for a lack of trying, it's for partnerships at the Sheriff's Book between Attorney General Moody's office, FDLE, the Pulk County Sheriff's Office. The teamwork is amazing, and I do expect us to be here a lot more with SAFE cases moving forward, as the legislature and the governor have, for this upcoming budget, have again assigned us lots of money to keep this initiative going. So again, I want to thank everyone in the back room, investigators, great job. I'm very proud to stand here for this case. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sheriff.
Before I open the floor up to questionings, I want to highlight once again, the safe money allows us to operate at bigger levels, at higher levels, because it allows us to deal with kilos of fentanyl and to be one of the big guys, one of the big dope dealers, except that we're not, we're the dope cops, and we're able to interact. So the legislature, which normally doesn't get the credit, the Governor DeSantis, which normally doesn't get the credit for a big drug case, understand that because of their leadership, we're able to save lives in the state of Florida. And that's what we've done by taking this fentanyl off of the street. And once again, look at the guns and look at the drugs and look at the dead people and tell me, why is it a good thing to legalize mind-altering drugs? And all across this nation, in Oregon, in California, we've seen them either decriminalize or reduce felonious drug charges to misdemeanors in California, where they don't hold people accountable. While the people of this country and of this state and in this county are dying from drugs. We're going to do all we can to protect your children and keep them safe. We're going to do all we can to make sure that people don't die as a result of the drug or of the gun. But look at this once again. When you have this kind of gun, we have detectives that are facing this in order to keep this country and this state and this county safe. And they do it every day and every night while you're able to sleep peacefully in your home. Questions?
Sure. A lot of us know Pilar and her daughter because they were related to that 3-year-old boy who was tragically killed in Lakeland earlier this year. Should we assume, what are your thoughts about any connection between fentanyl trafficking and that shooting?
Well, Hector and Pilar are the grandparents of the 3-year-old that was murdered in a shooting in the city of Lakeland. The city police department is investigating that case. That is their other daughter, not this daughter. How did the shooting occur? Guns. Why did the shooting occur? Drug deal gone bad? Death of a 3-year-old baby, a beautiful 3-year-old baby? Guns? Drugs? We've got to understand. You've got to hold people accountable and make them responsible for having guns and selling drugs and moving drugs in the community. Because if it weren't for these people using, these people couldn't sell drugs. But it's already cost Hector and Pilar a beautiful 3-year-old grandchild. But it's not related to this investigation. That was his other daughter. And I'm not saying it was not part of their drugs someplace else, but it didn't wrap in this investigation. I'm not sure the current status, but I can assure you of this, that we report to DCF. And there are some of the charges. This is why, you know, they just don't pay any attention, okay? They don't think it's going to occur to them, but let me show you this picture once again. If you see Jimmy Lee, who is a beautiful young lady, and Miguel, a sharp-looking young man, you think, oh, that's a nice couple. They had a room dedicated to packaging this. It was the room directly across from the playroom of the 2- and 4-year-old child that they had together. And DCF knows that, and that was reported to DCF when we arrested them. So they are packaging fentanyl that he's wearing a mask for to protect him. And yet that's going on in the room adjacent to where the 2 and 4 year old children played. You think it's a problem? I know it's a problem.
So all those people on the bottom 2 rows were buyers
And
also maybe sellers?
yeah, they were reselling on, some of them were reselling, but they were purchasing to use. And some of them, the entrepreneurs, were purchasing enough to resell so that they could make enough money to pay for their drug habit.
Do you know which 2 died?
They're in red here. Okay?
Sheriff, I was just wondering, where was the fentanyl coming from? Is there ties or connections to another country?
Right. Well, obviously, here's this drug supply, but we know that the fentanyl's coming out of Mexico. As we've discussed in our other investigations, it's coming out of Mexico. Sinaloa is where a lot of it's coming from, and it's coming into California. It's being distributed. I had an ABC Los Angeles reporter here 2 or 3 weeks ago talking with me because they're distributing it all over the nation through LAX. And in addition to that, if you watch that 3 series or look it up, nobody's policing for it at LAX. No one. At the end of the day, that's where it's coming from. We, on one of the previous operations, safe operations that we worked with our colleagues from FDLE, we tracked it to a safe house and couldn't get the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office to knock on the door with us to serve a first-degree felony Florida warrant because they don't knock on doors because it's dangerous. Well, that's why it's dangerous, because you're not putting anybody's butt in jail. It's not dangerous here because we arrest people and take guns away from criminals that don't have any business with guns. But that's not happened in Los Angeles. So the flood of drugs here is being enabled by the crazy policies in California, and it's flooding across our porous border. It's a train wreck every day. And yet we watch government officials elected at the national level, the federal level, and the state level do nothing while your relatives die in the United States because of their lack of interest. That's not happening here. We care about your relatives and your children, and we're going to do everything we can to keep them safe. But when the sale of drugs like this can cause a 3-year-old baby to be murdered, that's a scary thing.
Why did this take 3 years? Is that typical for an undercover investigation?
Because we started working this at a street level thinking it's just another street case, okay? And then it was, whoa, this is not just a street case. And then it was, well, there's legitimate businesses that are fronts that are being used to laundry. So then we go through the wiretap process, and that's another process. And then we end up with the search warrants. But this is not the only case we're working on in the last 3 years. You have seen us over and over and over do big, safe cases with a lot of fentanyl. And it's not just because we were working on this one case, but we're working on a lot of other cases, just like we're going to be here before you in the future months talking about other big cases. Well, they're being worked on while this one's being worked on, while the others are being worked on. So quite frankly, there's enough volume of this, it just takes a while to get to it all. And this one we saw got extra complicated. These people were good. You didn't see them selling drugs at a local level out of their legitimate business. Now, why? Because they didn't want to put heat on the legitimate business. Hector's getting on guys, don't smoke marijuana here. It's bad for business. So it was a complicated investigation. The detectives were fantastic, but they were working a lot of other major investigations at the same time as well. So when you put it all together, it took a little while to get it to where it is today.
Sure. Did you say how long they've been doing this? Like how long they've had the legitimate businesses? How long they've been?
I don't know how long they've had the legitimate businesses. We started looking at it as a street case in 21. And then during this investigation, because our detectives are simply the very best, we go, hey, this is tied to these guys who are running this business. Then then it takes a while to develop and write your probable cause. It's not easy to get an intercept.
Right. It was like millions of dollars they've laundered, you said. So
Yeah.
they've been doing it for a long time, do you know?
Not a long time. I mean, when you're selling 500 to 1,000 bags a day, they're cranking out some street dope. If you don't think that there's a lot of street dope being used and sold, that means you're either naive or we've done a real good job of keeping these dopers away from what I call civilized, normal, law-abiding society.
Sure. Is anything the department can do to stop the drug floating over here before we go to this kind of operation?
Yes, sir. Thank you for asking that. Is there anything we can do to stop the drug flow? Yeah, we can seal off the border. We can quit letting the criminals flow across this border and bring in their drugs. We can cut that. It's a wide open faucet now. We can ramp it down to a drip. I'm not naive enough to tell you we can stop it all, but we could bring it down to a drip. But that gets into other policy, federal policy. What's the president doing? This political office, that political office. But the bottom line is the criminals are pushing illegal immigrants across here. And these illegal immigrants want to come here to do better for their family. So while all the officials are tied up with the infrastructure and dealing with these folks, then they're flooding victims of human trafficking and drugs and guns across the border here. The cartels are manufacturing floods of people to tie up the resources while they flood dope across this country to poison us in the United States. So the cartels are taking advantage of the horrible border policy, and the federal government gets an F.
So, in reading the affidavit, a lot of these deals took place at McDonald's, Walmart parking lots, Publix parking lots, and clearly could have gone sideways very quickly.
She said this took place in Donald's parking lot. I thought she was about to blame Trump. I was like, he's not even president.
Who picked the drug deal spots?
Usually the drug deal spot is picked by the guy that's delivering the drugs where he feels comfortable. If we can control the drug deal spot, we want it in the most remote area possible. The drug dealer doesn't want that. He wants the crowds of people around so he or she can blend in. So that raises the risk to the community as well. We have systems and processes in place to minimize the exposure and the risk to the public. But understand, these dope dealers want to do their drug deals in a very crowded parking lot. They're evil people. They don't care about you. They don't care whether you die or a 3-year-old dies. They don't care whether there's a shootout. Do you think these shootouts in the streets that you're seeing over in Tampa right now are because the chess game went bad last weekend? No. It's a drug deal gone bad. Are gangsters fighting for territory for drug deals? And until we turn the heat up on the rule makers across this nation that, hey, we're tired of it. We're tired of the shootings. Now, do you see them running and gunning every night in Polk County? No, because we're on their butt every night in Polk County. But you see it all across the nation, and you see innocent people dying. And it's all about this and territories. That's what it's about. Anything else? God bless you all. Have a great weekend. We'll see you when the next fools violate the law. Take
Man, gotta love Sheriff Grady. Gotta love him. He's a good one. He's definitely a good one. Anybody that comes in here and says that, you know, he talks too much, etc., that's called transparency. And like, we don't get enough of it. Not even close. I look forward to hearing his stories. I played a bunch of ones I've heard before. I just wanted to entertain. I wanted people to see from around the country, around the world, that not all of America is insane. You know, I first came across Sheriff Grady back in, a while back. I would say definitely before the BLM stuff, you know, pretty far back. I think one of my first ones was the one where he was talking about FEMA. That was one that was big. And then, of course, when he talked about if you come to our house during these riots or whatever you want to call them, then, you know, I'm telling my citizens, the people from my state, my county, to blow your ass off the porch. And when he said that, I said, what a gangster. You know, you got the people in Cali who pulled out their pew-pews and got arrested for it. And they were in their own house and they were getting mobbed by a giant mob. That's the difference. That's the difference. It's a big difference. Who do I got in the chat? Yeah, AJ, what's good? Humongous, what's good, man? How you doing, Hugh? Welcome, man. Cool Theory, what's good, man? What's good, brother? Man, you know what? Do you guys remember? I'm only going to talk for a few minutes. Do y'all remember the Alabama brawl? Who remembers that? I don't remember how far back it was. I'm not going to play it right now because I'm not playing it right now, but I will do it. Like, Hugh, remind me tomorrow night. I'm going to do the you guys don't know about it? AJ does, bro. The Alabama brawl was like, all right, I'll give you a synopsis and I'll show it tomorrow night after the State of the Union. But you don't remember the little like riverboat brawl where there was that riverboat going down the river in Alabama, and there was like them white dudes on their little like mini yacht, and the big old black dude with the hat on told him to move, and they all got out and were like in his face and like whatever, and dude took off his hat, remember, and he threw it up in the air, and then the one black dude jumped off the boat and swam his ass all the way to shore, and they all just like, man, how long is the video? What time is it? It's 9:50. Man, gosh. If I find it, y'all better get me to like good damn likes. Hit the like button if I find it. I gotta find it to where it's like, I might have to like Alabama riverboat. Bro, remember, man, and the chick hit him in the Hit him with the damn, hit him with the damn, he hit him with the damn, chair, bro. I don't know how y'all don't remember this. I gotta get y'all hip to it while it's in my brain. All right, I'm gonna show it to you guys. We're gonna laugh straight up. This is a fact. We are going to laugh. I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna make it all the way. I can't believe I'm doing this. Only reason why I say that is because wait. Is this not it? Oh, this is just a bunch of people crying about it. It's not the actual. It's not the actual river brawl. Hold on, guys. That's not it. I'll give you a short version. How about this? Let's see if this does any justice. Let's see if this does it any. All right, hold on. There's got to be a better version of this. Man, I wish I had somebody awake right now that could send it to me. Bro, it's one of the funniest fights. This dude picks up a chair and just starts smashing people with it. All right, here we go. Here's one. Here's something that might work. Here, this might work. It's not too long, and it's going to have clips, and they'll probably highlight it. Oh, look, it's baseball. Man, it's baseball season, you guys. Let's go. It's freaking baseball season. I'm excited. All right, you guys, I'm going to get you hip to that. I'm going to put it in the thing, too. Alabama River Bowl. Y'all about to get riled up. Spark went up if you got it. Because this is wild. This was back before there was so much going on in the world that you could actually sit back and watch this and then be entertained. And this be like the headline for like a grip. And we all like could have fun with it. Not like it be some sort of racial thing. It was just a good old fight. It was great. Here we go. Let's go.
Viral. Take a look at your screen right there. 3 men now charged after a brawl captured on camera along the riverfront in Montgomery, Alabama. It happens Saturday as police say a group of white men attacked a black dock worker. At a news conference, Montgomery's police chief Tuesday announcing assault charges against 3 men and said
those white dudes got their asses stumped.
Krista Owen witnessed the attack and took this video that's been circulating all over social media and different news outlets. She joins us now to talk more.
As soon as that dude threw up his hat, y'all. Look. They're over there like talking. They're talking. Watch
announcing
this.
Assault charges against
Watch
3 men
this.
and said more charges here
throws
are
up the hat.
expected.
Watch.
Krista Owen witnessed the attack and took this video that's been circulating all
Soon as
over
he throws
social
up
media
that
and
hat,
different news
it's
outlets.
over with,
She
right
joins
there.
us now to talk
Over
more
with.
about what she
just
saw.
called
Thank you
it.
so much for taking the time to be
Squad's
here.
coming.
My pleasure.
So first off, just kind of break down for me how this played out, what you saw, and why you started recording.
River, and we were headed back to the dock, and so my husband and my 12-year-old daughter and I were just up against the railing, watching as we approached the dock, and suddenly you heard the captain over the intercom say, "Black
I want the
move
full
your boat."
video, not just
And he
these
said
little
that a few
clips,
times, and
dude.
so we're watching, and there were a couple of women and a few men just getting off of this black pontoon boat, and they seemed to be disregarding his request. And so I think all of us that were standing there on the boat gave them the benefit of the doubt that maybe they didn't hear him. So we all in unison said, move your boat, move your boat. And they shrugged their shoulders. You know, they were looking at us, they made some gestures, and they left. They left the boat, they left the dock. And next thing you know, a small blue ferry, which is the beginning of my video, shows up to take our captain's first mate off the ship and ferry him to shore. He gets off at the dock and goes over to the black pontoon boat to move it himself. That's when I start video recording, because that was nuts that the gentleman wouldn't move their pontoon boat 2 feet forward so we could park. So I'm recording just to show my family at home, you know, the crazy situation that ended Mary's birthday night. And then when the first punches were thrown, I thought, oh, I have to keep recording. This is gone mad.
Are you surprised at how fast it all escalated and how far it went? And really now at this point that this video has gone viral, circulating everywhere, and people across the country are talking about it.
It's absolutely old news.
Incredibly
I
shocked at
just
how
asked
fast.
if these people
Punches
ever
were
heard
not
about it, and they
necessary.
did, so I'm
You just
showing
needed
it
to
to
move
them.
your boat
So what?
2 feet forward. And it was clear that the men who were on the boat and the man who owned the boat were simply angry that anyone had the audacity to touch their boat and move it. But what did they think was going to happen when a 3-story riverboat with 200 people couldn't come to shore? Like, what did they think was going to happen? We needed it to move. And we were cheering on our crewman when he was doing this. And my audio, as I'm narrating it in the original clip, is I'm talking through that. And I think it's funny that we're going to move their boat for them. But yeah, to turn this into a physical altercation was completely unnecessary, and it did escalate very quickly.
We know right now that at least 3 people have been charged, facing some misdemeanor assault charges. Is that something you expected to come from this as you were watching it happen?
Oh, goodness, yes. When I saw the first 2 punches, and then another guy come, you know, off from the side, I was like, that's felony assault. What on earth? And I made sure before we left the boat ourselves that the 2 gentlemen I saw throw the punches were handcuffed. I needed to see them detained before I felt comfortable leaving the area, because I showed my video quickly to a police officer because they were very confused. They didn't know what was going on, and I had seen everything and I had it on video, you know, what started it. And I did see the men in handcuffs sitting on the ground when we left. I was shocked to hear they weren't arrested at that time, but I did just hear from the news press conference that they were, there was a warrant for their arrest, and that pleased me. I thought that's exactly what should have happened.
And a lot of people have been, as you have in a situation like this, posting memes all over social media and making a joke of it. But from your perspective, having seen it unfold, of course, as you're there to celebrate a birthday of all things, it was a very serious situation, and I'm sure fairly scary as it was happening.
Yeah, the scary part was the brawl that ensued after. This part was so disheartening, you know, when this poor man is just doing his job, and all of us on the boat were helpless. And he's helpless, but we can't do anything.
The
We're
brawl was
spectators.
definitely necessary.
And it was really
lady.
difficult.
I'm sorry, but the brawl was most necessary. I'm sorry. It was just good old fight. There was nobody hurt. It was just, it is what it is. It's Alabama. Come on, yo.
Well, I understood, you know, the anger that was brewing in the people watching this, because I'm watching it too. This poor man, none of us can do anything. But then I saw one of our crewmen jump off and swim to shore. I'm like, okay, there's our hero. He's doing something to help. But it was very disheartening, and I felt so bad for the gentleman just trying to do his job. He did not need to be assaulted.
Reflecting on it now,
it was
it's been a few days
unnecessary,
since all of
but-
this unfolded. Does it seem a little
It
bit
was
more real?
unnecessary,
Because I imagine
but,
as
you
you're
know,
watching
It is what
You're
it
really
is.
trying to process it,
There's
and
more.
it probably didn't seem like it was really happening. But now, have you had a chance to kind of process?
There's a
what's
lot
happened?
more to it.
I would say the opposite.
There's a lot more to it, and I'm gonna play another video, and I'm gonna narrate it before I end it. There's way more, dude. There. One dude picked up a chair and was smashing women with it. So don't think that this was just the innocent. No, it was an equal fight. It was an equal fight.
It was pretty real feeling when we were watching it. You know, you're kind of in shock, like I cannot believe this is happening. But I knew, I mean, that was a real thing. And my brain,
I agree. Nobody wants to
but my
fight
brain
at
is
work.
my daughter's on this boat. Are we?
I agree. Nobody wants to fight at work at all.
Going to be able to get off this boat safely? Now it's when I watch the video, it's more like, wow, I'm so glad this was caught on tape. I'm so glad the authorities can see what I saw.
And in a sense, I mean, you've helped the investigation because it could have been a he said type situation. But do you almost feel like, I don't know if
No, it wasn't. Actually, the white dudes were outnumbered by like 10-1.
hero is the right word. I don't know if you'd call yourself
Oh
that.
gosh,
but,
no.
but do you almost feel like you have helped in the investigation and made sure that folks are charged for this by, taking out that phone and hitting record?
Well, that's been my goal since the very moment I got off the boat was the police officer's going to see this video. I'm going to call a news agency to see this video. I'm going to send it to the police. They're going to see where this started. I don't have the brawl on video. I only have what started it. And to me, that was all that mattered. I was
Exactly. You only have the very cherry-picked part of it all. It's okay.
wasn't going to rest until it got out. And
I'm not saying that the dude deserved any of it, but I'm just saying there's two sides to the story.
that's why I've been so generous with my time to say, hey, I'll interview anybody who wants to hear what we saw.
I mean, a firsthand account always helps. So the fact that you were rolling definitely did help in the investigation. I'm sure police have probably told you that they are very grateful. What did you say to your daughter as, all of this was unfolding? I'm sure you're also thinking about
I've seen it a
her as
million
well.
We
times.
had her close between
Trust
my
me,
husband
it
and
was-
I have the video.
Trust me, the old dude who picked up the chair and smashed the woman with it in the head. Yeah. Okay, I don't hear nobody bitching about that. An argument compared to smashing somebody with the head, let's just call it an equal fight.
Video camera, so I'm on the phone, I'm recording.
I don't
he's
recall
kinda got good
nobody
hold of
picking
her
up
and
chairs, bro. Nobody had weapons. The only weapon was the one older dude who smashed the woman, dude. Come on.
I'm sure he's assessing the situation like a good dad and a protector does. I really just felt my mission at that moment was to capture everything I could to defend this man who was just trying to do his job.
And again, I'm sure police are very grateful for you getting that.
True.
And thank you so much for taking the
That's
time
true.
to join us here. Is there anything else that you want to add about all of this before I
See how they're look, it looks like it's just a whole bunch of white guys beating up a black dude. No, that's not how it went though. It started off like that, but that's because there was other people involved. That was so cherry-picked. I hope people understand that. That is media right there causing division. No way. That's not how it went. I'm going to show you guys. I hope they show it, but I'll show you. I'm not going to give you the sound because I'm not going to let all the swear words, but I'll show you. I mean, like, this was... they're trying to make division out of that shit. No, it was just a fight. They're trying to make it look like it was some sort of something that it wasn't. I mean, you see the guy walking up, he's asking them to move their boats. Clearly the white dudes are inebriated. He's saying, come on, man, we got this big river boat coming in. Please move. They're like, nah, bro, not having it. Dude said, okay, well, whatever, took his hat off. When he took that hat off, right then and there, he was wanting to fight. That was telling all of his people, yo, come on, let's fight. What do you think that meant? What do you think that meant? And I'm not saying he's wrong or he's right. I mean, I feel like he doesn't deserve that. He doesn't need it at all. Like, they're not jumping him. Now, this part gets a little wild because the son comes in, right? Right? So it's like not cool. The woman's trying to pull him off. They're like trying to pull the one dude off. It's like the dad and son or something. Everybody else is trying to pull him off. Then here comes dude. It's about to come out of the water here in a minute. If he didn't already do it. Yeah, he's already out there smashing on cats. There he is, swimming. There he is. Getting up. Look. There he is right there. Boom. He's swimming his ass over. This is why I said this is America. This is just America, bro. Hey, no, y'all stop being so sensitive. This is just America, bro. Swam over to help his homie. Like, bro, I got you, bro. Next thing you know, he's like, all right, let's go. Let's go. Look, everybody's separated. They're like, all right, let's do this. Like, dude, let's fight. This dude don't want no parts of it. The other dude is ready. Now, here comes the artillery. Here comes the artillery. I hope they show where they throw the chick off the dock and the dude picks up the chair and just whaps her one. There's like 800 different angles of it. I'm definitely not doing the sound, though. I'm going to do my own sound because there is no way you're going to catch me hearing some racist stuff that I have nothing to do with it. Yeah, the white dude started it. I'm definitely not saying they didn't. I'm just saying it was drunk words. What really started it was the kid coming up to help his dad. That's what really started it. They didn't need to jump the guy. That's what started it. I agree. I was the most proud of the kid that swam over. I thought he was gangster, man. That dude gets props. He was a real one. He jumped off the boat and swam all the way over there to help homie. That is a real one. I want him in my foxhole. When you liberals decide you feel like you want to do something, I want him with me. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. Me and him will go to Pulk County and we'll add stuff up. I rock with him. Shoot, I'm not taking. Look, bro, I'm on the black dude side. Y'all think I'm taking the white guy's sides? No, I'm taking the black guy's side. The only part that I thought was messed up was the chair, and it's still hilarious. It's still funny. Bro got smacked with the chair. So what? It shouldn't have got a man's fight. Stay off the man's fight. Go make a sandwich. This is man time. This is what we do. We're American. It's summer. We're drunk in the middle of Alabama on a damn river. What are we supposed to be, civil here? Come on now. I think that's pretty damn civil. They're discussing what shall we do now, dude. This is the corniest video. It gets so much better. I'm glad. I don't want to see a bunch of violence anyways. It's cool. It's cool. Where's the video that... All right, I'll play this for you guys on my way out because I'm going to end it on this. But, yo, I live in Ohio, right? And, of course, there's the Epstein scandal going on right now, right? Check this stuff out. Hold on. Let me get to this. This was at the very beginning of the video, but y'all ain't gonna see it because y'all ain't gonna go back and watch the beginning. So I want to show you. This is right here in Ohio. Everybody's gone and gotten their school pictures. Hit the like and share and sub and all that stuff too. I keep forgetting to ask. I forget all the time. Ryan, wake up. That's your job, bro. Keep forgetting. Anyways, so Ohio parents urge school districts to cut ties with the company over potential Epstein links, ties to Epstein. Listen to who it is, what the profession is, and why they won't do it. We'll discuss it, and then I'm out. Let's do this. Yo, I want to know if I'm the only one that thinks that they should be cutting ties like ASAP Rocky. Are you kidding me? This is going to piss me off.
Parents are expressing concerns over what they say.
Talk yet.
Patients across the country parents are calling on school districts to cut ties with Life Touch photography. Those parents are expressing concerns over what they say is a link between Life Touch and Jeffrey Epstein.
First off, the name Life Touch photography already is sketchy. It already sounds not trustworthy.
Local 12's Chelsea Sick is here with how local school districts are handling this and why some parents are not happy. Chelsea?
Well, West Claremont School District leaders posted on Facebook saying parents could opt out of having their child's picture taken by Life Touch. That post was met by more than 100 comments from parents.
So yeah, you heard it right. Life Touch is a photography company that takes your kids' pictures.
Parents, most of them saying leaders in the school district should have completely severed ties with Life Touch. We asked Superintendent Dr. David Foltz to explain why they didn't.
Yeah, Dr. David
that my
Foltz,
kids are in, I would rather
explain.
them be more safe than sorry.
West Claremont school parents are speaking out, asking the district to completely cut ties with Life Touch. The company, which takes millions of school photos for kids across the country, has been criticized online, accused of having ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, so a photography company that takes pictures of kids, that's millions of kids around the country, and they don't know why they should cut ties with them or would think that anything could go wrong. I got to read the chat. I'm not reading the chat right now. Chat, am I tripping right here? Am I tripping? No, this is my local news. I told y'all want the real news. Y'all want the real truth. Go to your local damn news. Go to your local news. You're not getting it off the damn MSN. We can watch it, and then we can study it, and we go do our research. But you want to find these crazy stories, it's your local news. All the crazy stuff is going on right in your backyard.
School district leaders announced they would allow parents to opt out of Life Touch photos instead.
I think I would rather them just say, hey, we are going to hold pictures for the rest of the school year, and we are going to reevaluate this over the summer, and ultimately we are going to replace Life Touch.
The Life Touch
Okay, so you're going to replace it, so now the kids are going to not get school pictures, or they got to go get them at Walmart. And that's even sketchy, to be honest.
EO has released a statement on its website saying, quote, the documents contain no allegations that Life Touch itself was involved in or that student photos were used in any illicit activities. The concerns from parents date back to 2019 when Apollo Funds acquired Shutterfly, the Life Touch parent company. Apollo's former CEO, Leon Black, is named in the files, but Black...
If you watch, I already talked about Leon Black a lot. He's connected to Les Wexner. They're two billionaires out of Columbus. They're good friends. Gets deep, guys.
Black left Apollo in 2021. Life Touch says neither Apollo nor its funds are involved in the day-to-day operations of Life Touch, and therefore no one employed by Apollo has ever had access to any student images. Mom Alex Parsley says with so much information out there, this is a risk she doesn't want to take.
Life touch is just one small piece of
Hold on. Sorry, woman, for interrupting. But do you guys believe that? Let me read the chat. Do you guys truly believe, chat, that if there is a Epstein, there is Black, and you've got Les Wexner all involved in a business that takes millions of children's pictures across the country, that there's just no way there's a leak or anything going on? Do you hear how, like, they sound so sure of it? They sound so sure of it. Like, come on, dude. And then when they said this shit goes all the way back to like 2019 or earlier than that, what? And we're just now hearing about it? That's crazy. Yeah, definitely a leak. And that's the one good thing about these that's the one good thing about these files that I will say is it's waking people up. Parents, people that don't know much, that weren't listening to what we were saying. Now they're getting it. Now they're getting it. Thank God. Let's finish this up. All right.
way bigger problem. And parents want to feel safe. And this is one thing that's going to start to help us make sure that we feel safe.
I asked West Claremont Superintendent Dr. David Foltz for an interview to address why they didn't sever ties completely. He said he wasn't available but sent a statement. It said in part, quote, "The district has a binding contract with Life Touch. To date, West Claremont School District has not received information that any of its student photos have been compromised, distributed to any third parties, or otherwise used improperly. As such, there currently is no legal cause to terminate this contract."
Okay, so they said from their understanding, there's been no leak, no third party, etc., etc. So that gives them no reason to be able to break the clause. So basically, chat, what I'm getting out of this is unless they actually catch the people doing some filthy shit, they're not held accountable. And then what? If they get caught, then what happens? What's the repercussions going to actually be? I mean, come on, dude. They should respectfully just go ahead and bow out. We're talking about kids here. We're not talking about like a food stand or something. We're talking about photography on children. They've got the negatives. They've got, dude, I don't even want, bro, I can't even, this is in my backyard.
Personally, I will be opting out of all further photos through Life Touch.
Now, this is the email West Claremont Superintendent Dr. David Foltz.
I wouldn't just be opting out of the damn photos. I'd be opting out of that damn school district and anybody that supports it.
Sent me. He said this would be going out to parents this evening. It does include a link to a Google form for parents who feel uncomfortable with having their child's photo taken by Life Touch or published in the yearbook. Paula.
All right, Chelsea, and Grant County school leaders also released a statement about Life Touch this week. They are aware of recent allegations, but say they have no information to believe student safety or privacy was compromised. They say they are monitoring the situation.
Okay, what do you guys think?
Jeffrey Epstein.
And we are going to...
Attendant Dr. David leaders posted on
concerns over what they say is a link.
Okay, what do you guys think? Before I end this, what do y'all think, man? If they were using their computers to commit tax crimes, they would be in jail for years. But hey, man, it's crazy. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. I mean, when I saw this story, that's what I opened up this show with today, and I'm gonna end it with it because I need everybody to know. We are never, ever, ever going to get this truth, ever, without digging, ever. We would have never known this. This was probably, I bet this was played, this probably had 50 views. I bet you I got, I don't know, 100 times more views than they did on their own video. That's sad. That's sad, dude. That's really sad. So thank God that I'm able to go ahead and put it out there that a lot of people got to see this today. Hopefully now they go home and they check out who's taking their kids' pictures. And that goes back to all this stuff that we watched. We need to protect, and I've been said it many times, we need to watch what our children are doing online. We've had, I don't know how many different stories that we heard, and every one of them involved the internet. All of them. I have Discord. I have multiple Discords. I have YouTube channels. I talk to millions of people, and they're, like you just said, they're creepy mother uffers, dude. There's sick people out there. And when that dude was talking about the video game person and the mod stopping them and I knew right away that was Discord. When it first started off and they said, oh, this dude was going crazy and saying all this, I said, that sounds like Discord. That was what I said in my head. And then he goes, yeah, that was Discord. I was like, that makes sense. Once you hit certain parts of Discord, you see how dark kids are from the age of like 12, dude. When I was 12, there's no way I would know the stuff that the kids that are 12 know now. And I'm not trying to sound like some old man, like, oh, when I was no, really. I mean, I had zero hate in my body when I was a child. I didn't even know, color wasn't a thing. We never used hateful words. Everybody smiled. Bro, I mean, you hear kids coming in and saying, like, I don't know, someone says, I don't play video games. So what's the video game where they Fortnite and they say all that crazy stuff? Bro, we would have never said that stuff when we were kids. We would have never said that stuff. Like we like never had that disrespect. Like, dude, I don't know if it was just my generation, but I never heard like people use the hard ER until like a couple years ago. Honestly, that's real talk. I never heard none of that stuff, and it blew my mind when I did. And then when you're on Discord, dude, you hear it from like all these young people from all around the world. It's crazy. It's like, really, man, it's desensitizing, right? It really is. Because I don't think they understand what they're actually saying. And it's the same thing as us watching Epstein video after Epstein video. And even if we don't, like, I try to show you the stuff and when I try to show you Sheriff Grady, I want to show you the other side of it. Because when we watch this shit on Fox and we watch the CNN and whatever they're showing us on TV and whatever, bro, they are desensitizing us just like we are to words, to what they're doing, to, they're desensitizing us to all this. And it's like, they're trying to normalize it. And what I see, in my opinion, we're not having it. And I'm so glad. I really thought that people would just be on that go along, get along gang, because that's how people are. They're followers. They're not leaders. Most people are not leaders. They're not to be the first one to stand up and say, yeah, I'm not doing this because it's not right. A lot of people do it because that's just what other people do. They don't know how to just be a leader. And yeah, man. Yeah, Skippy, you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. So it really just falls on your character. It really does. So I feel bad for these young kids. So it goes back to, we got to keep these devices. If they're in your child's hand, we got to control it. Because like the dude said, they definitely know how to do stuff behind our backs. They're smarter than us. They're smarter than us. They are. I mean, you could give a young child a damn one of them little tablets, and they could do more on it than I can from a young age. So if you don't think when we were kids and we wanted to do something that the older people were doing, like smoke a cigarette, you know, like you didn't steal a cigarette from your mom way back in the day and go smoke it behind the barn and cough and get sick as hell because you wanted to try it. Kids do kids things. And now we're dealing with the internet age. So if you don't think that kids are if you don't think, they can't get onto a Roblox site and they can't do things behind your back or even to your face and you're not even catching onto it because it seems innocent to you, pay attention. Pay attention. Because your kid doesn't even know that they're being groomed or whatever you want to call it. They don't even know. They don't know what type of danger they're in. That's their kids. It's our job to take care of them. I've watched all of these, and I think the main, one of the main things that I get out of all this is where's the parents? Where's the parents? And I just feel like, the parents need to play a bigger role to these child's lives. And all of them. So yeah, I mean, that's just stuff that we can do as a community, as a society, is definitely keep this shit out of here. Hey, it's almost 4:22. Who smokes? No, the school can't be raising our children, though. That's the thing, because then they're raising exactly what they are. A bunch of low IQ. No, I don't think they're low IQ. I think they're victims and they're I don't know what to say. They're just kids. They're just raised in a different kind. Hey, man, you can go back and listen to it too, bro. But look, tell your son, Cool Theory, man, at the end of the day, the internet is it's not a toy. It's for grown people take advantage of good people on the internet. And that comes in many forms, whether it be scams, whether it be befriending somebody and catfishing them or luring you in to do things that you would never do or your mom and dad would never want you to do. So like, yeah, to your son or to anybody that, it's you gotta just listen to your parents and the parents, you gotta listen to your intuition and just do the right, do that much. I see it every day. I see it every day. The kids get the hold of the cell phones. They get a hold of everything. And, you don't want to be a dick. You don't want to be like, take it away from them. You can't do this because it's in their dude. That's what they do now. So, I mean, we got to become Inspector Gadgets with all that, whether you like it or not, we just have to. All those stories today is a big mind opening. It was yesterday. It is every time I go down the Sheriff Grady rabbit hole or the California rabbit hole, or we'll go down plenty of them. You're welcome, brother. We'll go down plenty of these rabbit holes. So like when people come in like, oh, well, I wanted to hear about, you're just skipping the files. Yeah, you didn't watch the beginning. I give the files the attention they deserve, which is very little, And I give this stuff way more attention because there's lessons to be learned. I look at Prince Andrews and Bill Gates and I'm desensitized. But when I look at Sheriff Grady showing pictures of dudes that are right down the damn street, that makes you think a little bit harder about what's around you. You know what I'm saying? Life Touch appears to be in debit card transaction statements. Oh, Lord. We need to look into Life Touch. I just found out Life Touch. Let's see how old the story is. I just found out about it, honestly. I think I found out about it today. Let's see. Real fast. Let's see how old this 16 hours old. So it's not old at all. This is 16 hours old, and my show is 10 hours in. So this was like hours old when I presented it. Yeah. So it's 16 hours ago. This came out. Again, you had the Les Wexner stuff. You had, the Life Touch, and Victoria's Secret, Abercrombie and Fitch. The headquarters is here in Columbus, Ohio. I'm wondering what's going to happen because Lex Wexner is all over Ohio State. Like I said in the chat, Les Wexner, the doctor's office I go to, the hospital, whatever, it's called the Wexner Center. Look it up, guys, while I'm talking to you. Look it up. Ohio State Wexner Center. He literally has his name all over Ohio State, bro. He owns Abercrombie and he owns freaking Victoria's Secret. Dude, he runs Columbus. Always has. He's a huge donor for Ohio State Buckeyes. That's my squad. And think about Larry Nassar and all the weirdos that came out of there too. You put all these things together, you're like, oh my God. All these universities. And then it involves children. All of them. New Mexico State University with Epstein. You got Harvard and Stanford with Epstein. You got Yale with the Bushes. Bro, all them universities are crooked as hell. All of them super crooked. They all got all the people that we don't like are all donors or graduates of these schools, and they make all of our laws, and they don't deserve to be walking the same ground that we walk on. They don't at all. That's why I don't understand why Trump even defends any of the people. Yeah, man. And that was the one thing that was dope though, AJ, about DC is in 2023, it goes all the way back to 2016, really. There was about 4 kids that went completely missing a day out of Washington, D.C. Missing. Never found, missing, gone. Now, him going in and cleaning up D.C. like he did, I'm sure, I guarantee that's not like crime stopped. But I wonder, I don't know the stats, I just wonder if him doing what he did in D.C. might have helped clean up all these kids that have gone missing in D.C. And I would, it's not the politicians. Yes, it's the freaking-ticians. It is. Because the reason why I bring up 2016 is because the RNC, the Republican National Convention, was held in Cleveland, Ohio. Do you know how many kids went missing in this part of the country while they were here for a week? And all the stories that went down that week? Same with Philadelphia when it was at the national or the Democratic National Convention. Same thing. The crime went down in DC because they were all in freaking Ohio and they were all in Pennsylvania. That's real stuff, y'all. That's all stuff that I've already do. 2016, that's 10 years ago. I knew those stats 10 years ago. That's how real this shit's always been. That's why I always say none of this stuff, like, bro, none of this stuff is really like, I'm really am like not desensitized, but I'm definitely like, as far as the list and all this stuff goes, I don't trust it. I trust my own brain. I trust my own brain. You know, there's just so much that could be contradicted and all that, man. That's why I'll pay attention to it for certain things. What's up, Greg? How you doing, brother? You know, certain things. He said Andrew Mount betting Winker's picture was put up in. No, I didn't. I didn't, bro. I have my Instagram. Look, my Instagram is in the description as well as my Discord. It's a public Discord. If y'all got good information and ever have any good stuff, you guys see what I like to rock with. If y'all ever got any good shit, send it my way, especially your local stuff. Join my Discord and, you know, hit me up. Or my Instagram. I don't check my Instagram as much. You're better off catching me on Discord than you are on Instagram. But do it. Do it. You know? I would appreciate it. I'm always looking for new stuff, especially like-minded people that are able to like produce, you know, material that maybe I can't find. Someone slapped it up and it was there for long enough to be seen. What's that, bro? Oh, the picture. Yeah. $106 debit purchase. That's the only time Life Touch appears in files. Oh, it actually was in the files? Huh. I want to know the context of that, Hugh. I want to know the context of that in the files. That's crazy. No, I'm not familiar with the Franklin cover-up either. Hook it up. I'm down, man. I love true crime. I love doing reactions. I like doing everything. Just like with the river, bro. I can sit here and make y'all laugh and react and do all that. I like presenting stuff too, though. And my main thing I really like to present is press conferences and the actual stuff that I don't really, I like hearing it right from their mouth. So, like, that's why you don't hear from me a lot during the thing, because I'm not going to interrupt somebody's speech. But if it's a river brawl video or it's a video about the, you know, the photo place and stuff like that, dude, I'll stop it anytime. I mean, bro, it is what it is. You know, dude, hook me up, man. I Franklin cover up. What? Can you like hook me, like send it to my Instagram or something, just so I could look into it? If Ryan was awake, I'd tell him just to screenshot it, but he's not awake, so it's okay. That's only what they allow us to see. There's more of those files. Oh, yeah, dude, listen. I don't believe that there's even any anyways. I think everything is just everything. He said I get all my... Look, you know what? I'm not even going to lie at this point, Cool Theory. If it's not YouTube, bro, there's the banned ones. And there's like a couple of other good websites you could go to. I go to like, look, man, when I want to talk about CERN, I go to CERN's website. I go to their YouTube page. You know, I go straight to the source. World Economic Forum, I go right to their damn webpage. I read what they say every day. Larry Fink, what you got to say, bro? Did y'all see the new rituals they're doing with CERN? Woo! I can't even play it for you. They're doing a symphony inside of CERN while they're opening up a portal. Look it up. Look it up. Look it up. I can't play it for you, though, because it's music. It's got too much music in it. She said, nope. 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 Yep. 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 They always have their little rituals. They had the Gotham Tunnel ritual, and it's all of it is to so Trump's talking about these aliens, and this is where I'll end it. I'm gonna go ahead and keep it at 12 minutes. Don't let me go longer. So like Trump and Obama are talking about, and they've been said, oh, we're gonna talk about aliens, etc., etc., etc. And the aliens are demons, bro. They're just fallen angels that we brought in that they're summoning. That's what it is. It's good and evil. That's what I see. I don't think it's little green Martians running around like, no. No. Not at all. I think it's demons. I think it's fallen angels, whatever you want to call it. And I don't get fooled. Demons are just every human without skin. No, those are demon crats, son. I mean, humans are, dude, humans are pretty effed up, man. The people that we're talking about, yeah, they're soulless. Yeah, you're right, bro. Like, a lot of these people are soulless. They're walking this earth knowing that when they die, they will never ever prosper. They'll never go to heaven. This is it for them. They sold their soul. This is it. This is why they don't give a damn what happens. This is why they live their life like heathens. Because we live our lives because we want to live in prosperity. They are living their prosperity right now. Right now. And are you willing to sell your soul for happiness for 80 years? 30 years? How long? Some people make it what? They unalive at 27, so they sold their soul for 5 years? 6 years? Nah, I'm good. I'm good, man. Money's not worth it. No shots worth it. Nothing. Nothing. I'd rather go down with the ship. I'd rather go down with the ship. You're not catching me doing none of that stuff, bro. So yeah, man, don't get fooled with this whole alien stuff. Because it's coming. It's another sidetrack. It's another distraction. And they're gonna try to fool us with it. Yep, money and idols, lowercase g gods. Even Donald Trump, man, he loves gold. He loves the lowercase g god. If you look at his Trump Towers in New York, that's all he has on his walls. Go look at his old interviews. He doesn't have any pictures of Jesus Christ on his walls. Go look. He doesn't. He's got ISIS. He's got I don't want to even, I don't feel like doing it, but yeah, he's got multiple different gods, and a lot of the stuff's in gold, and it's no Jesus. So we know we can pray for him and we can hope that he does well, but we got to understand that all of these people, we could all fight, but they're all evil. To be the president, you got to have some sort of psychotic about you. I don't care who you are. You can love Obama all you want. To be a president, you got to be psycho. You got to be psycho. I mean, dude, you're in charge of, like, hey, yeah, send these drones over here and take out these innocent families. You got to be a psycho to want to rule the world. That's why it's like, look, we need to make Sheriff Grady president. I agree. Sheriff Grady would be dope if we could. But in all reality, we need him to keep catching people, because if he went and became a politician, guess what? He'd be just like them in the end, because man is easily persuaded, dude. Straight up, we're human beings. That's why you could go ahead, take this government, we could cut it up, we could get rid of everybody, we could start from scratch, and we're going to be in the same damn position. Give it 250 more years. Yeah, it might start off, patriotic, but give it 250 years. That's how long societies last. Isn't that about it? Aren't we pushing 250? Isn't that the longest that a superpower's ever gone? Why hang a picture of Jesus when it is incorrect? Because he claims to be a Christian. That's why. Why ask questions that don't make sense? If he claimed to be an atheist, then yeah. Is that why he says he's not going to heaven? I mean, I question what he is. And it's not for me to question. And it's not for you to question. It's his life. But it's our discernment to know what's going on. It's not our judgment. But I can say this, I don't think Trump's, or any politician for that matter, is Jesus-like. Like, I wouldn't put my trust in him. No way. There's very few at this point, other than my family. There's very few that I put my trust in anymore. Very few. Can't really trust your... It used to say, go to your church. Go talk to the priest. Nah, would you guys let your kids stay the night at the church? You gonna let your kids stay the night with the priest? Like when we were kids? I don't think so. I hope not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But probably not. Probably not. You see all this shit, the sick stuff going on with the student or the teachers. So you go to what? You're going to go to your teacher? It's pretty disgusting. It's pretty fucking gross, bro. Fuck that. A red horror movie concept. It is. It is a bad, but unfortunately that's life, bro. That's life. Life is a bad horror movie. What we've been watching is a bad... Look, dude, that Pam Bondi trial, bro. Come on. That was the world stage at its peak. We were watching actors play their role at their best. Come on now. We were watching pedos yell at pedos, calling pedos, pedos, pedos. Like, what? We saw that. And then people argued. That's the best part of it all. People were defending one pede over the other. It was amazing. I sat back and listened to, I had 30,000 messages that day. Do you realize how many people fought over nothing? It's fucking hilarious. Franklin cover-up was out of Omaha, Nebraska. Okay. You know what I'll do? I'll type it in right now. I got you, bro. Let me see. Better not be no weird shit, bro. Taking your, I'm trusting you. I better not hit play and it be some weird stuff. 1988. Okay, this is an old one, bro. Oh, this shit's deep. SC, peace, CP, 19. Yeah, bro. In the 80s, bro, this shit seems way, way creepier. I don't know why, but something about looking at a 1980s newspaper gives me the heebie-jeebies. For real. Yeah, bro. I'm going to look into that some more, man. But that story, from what I looked at it, because I look at a lot of stuff, it looks like the shit I see every day. You should see my algorithm, bro. I've got like 6 different Chromes. You should see a couple of my algorithms. When I was, before it got to like Isolot and Iran and all that, bro, I was doing stories like this every day, talking about, I was going deep into the public schools and exposing teachers. I was getting down. Go watch my old shows. None of them are monetized, so I'm not getting none of it. Go watch them, though. YouTube definitely demonetized all my old shows because I didn't care. Yeah, I do too, Greg. I do too. And that's why I get annoyed when people come in here and be like, bro, you're blind. You don't see the truth. No, man. I've been seeing it so much, bro. All I could do is try to like give you all the seeds and let you guys do your research, man. I don't expect y'all to like what I show you. I don't say, yo, that's not the word, bro. No, it is take what I'm showing you and say, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Exactly like the photo thing. Look into it. Boom. Then all of a sudden, you do your own research. I planted the seed. You do your research. That's how I try to run things. I hate it being called MAGA and like a rhino. I'm not neither one. I do want to make America great again. I support MAGA, but I'm not a rhino. I don't love rhinos at all. Not at all. So the assumptions are crazy to me, and it's fine. I'm cool with it. It's okay. Because I ride with the right way more than the left, but it has nothing to do with the right. It's who's right. It has nothing to do with like the right wing, because I can't stand the right wing, the left wing. If y'all really, really stand on it like, yo, Marco Rubio's my guy, man, whatever, bro. I'll still rock with you and I get it. But I have no faith in that guy. I don't look up to him. But I sure as shit, I'm going to cover him and we're going to watch him and we're going to hear what he says and we're going to study him and we're going to use our discernment and we're going to find out what the hell's going on. If you don't think I watch these press conferences and get offline and go look up what's going on and dig deep into it, y'all are crazy. Of course I do. The whole point is to show you guys and to be able to make y'all laugh and to show you in an environment that can make us laugh and have these conversations. Like, you know, like I watch a lot of channels where I watch when they present the politics, you lose me in about 20 minutes, bro. You can't keep me because you don't know how to present it right. You just don't. I have had conversations with the author. Oh, damn, bro. Maybe you could, yeah, man. I would like to chop it up with you one day, bro. That's cool. If you're demonetized, nah, I'm not demonetized now, bro. No. I said my videos from like 2 years ago are. Hell no, now. Shit. Yeah, I'm about to hit the ad right now. That's the J in me. Be honest, guys. Did an ad just pop up? Let me know. Gary Webb. I know about Gary Webb, bro. I know about Gary Webb. Gary Webb's a crazy. He's from Cleveland. He's from Ohio, bro. He worked at the Cleveland Plain Dealer. No ad? Cool. Do you guys have what? Do you guys have like so you guys don't get ads? But yeah, I know who Gary Webb is. He got unalived. If it's the same guy I'm thinking of. Dude, I watched the movie. Did you see the movie that he's in? Bro, yeah. I know all about it. I'm from Cleveland, dude. He was a writer at the Plain Dealer. He's the one that covered Rick Ross and the whole shit going on with the crack days. Yeah. Yeah, there was, dude. It was, I forget what it's called. You have to give me another day to figure it out. I want to read the book. I would love to read what he had to say, but I definitely remember it clear as day for sure. Gary Webb he's a legend to me. But it is the same guy. He exposed the whole entire crack cocaine era. They told his ass, they said, bro, if you don't shut up, we're gonna unalive you. And he ended up coming out with the show. Remember, Greg? He came out with the TV show, like a little series about everything, and they unalived him. That's how deep this stuff goes, you guys. The Bushes were involved. John Kerry was involved. The Clintons were involved. It goes deep. This shit's been going on for a really long time. Yeah, man. Bill Clinton is pretty much, I would say, responsible for the 80s, dude. He was the one bringing Armenia, Arkansas. Bro, he was bringing in all the cookie. Dude, yeah, man. That's how he got to where he was at. They used Arkansas as a hub. They used Clinton. That's how he got it. Ah, man, what's the name of the movie, bro? Tell me the name of the movie, bro. What's the name of it? Look up the movie about Gary Webb. You didn't think I would. Greg didn't think I would know who Gary Webb was. I know you didn't. I know you're like, nah, you don't know who Gary Webb is. Yeah, bro. I love y'all. Y'all are smart as hell, bro. Throughout the day, I be getting a lot of real smart people and then a lot of stupid people. Yep. And then they framed all the blacks. All the black in California, Rick Ross, the real Rick Ross, not the rapper, the real Rick Ross. They introduced him to crack. They gave him plugs. And then they busted them all. Ain't that some shit? Go look it up. That's a real thing, bro. That's not like us. Me and Greg are just trying to no, I'm just met Greg, bro. That's a real thing. Rodney Stitch. No, I don't know about Rodney. Don't know about Rodney. No, don't know, buddy. But man, it's been fun chilling with y'all. I done kept like 160 y'all just chilling. Where are we at likewise? Did we get to 500? We're 28 away. No way are we going to get 28 likes. No way. If ever, you know what though? There is 160 people in here. Everybody hit the like. That hasn't hit the like right now, we would get to 500. Rodney Stitch wrote The Defrauding of America. Man, do you think he's on I'm gonna put him in here too, because I like to listen to at this because my eyes are real bad. I like to listen to books on like tape or YouTube. What's his name again? Rodney what? Not Rodney Dangerfield, not Rodney P. What's his freaking name again? Hold on. Rodney Stitch. Alright. We looking up Rodney Stitch. I'm assuming he's not white. I'm just guessing. He is! Dude, a white guy named Rodney. Bro, you better watch out with the white guy named Rodney. They don't play around. Oh, yeah, he was a kingpin, too. A white guy named Rodney that was a kingpin. That's pretty gay. It's fitting. He is. I thought for sure he'd be black, dude. When you said it, I was like, oh, yeah. I really don't know any white dudes named Rodney. Well, just found one. And he just so happens to be a drug kingpin. No pun intended. That's crazy. What did he do? What was so special about him? Did he just make a shit ton of money? Oh, he was an air pilot. Federal agent. Oh! He was the pilot for he was the pilot for what's his name? Now I know who the hell he is. Bro, it's 5 in the morning almost here. Now I know. Yeah, he was the pilot for it all. Oh. No, he was the pilot. I get it now. I get it. I know who he is now. Bunch of Roblox purchases in the bank statement. Debit card purchase 727.10. See, dude, we're uncovering something. We knew. Hugh, good job, bro. Ryan, wake up and screenshot this shit. That's big time. It makes sense. So again, back to that, bro. We need to go ahead and get this shit out of our schools. We need to fight for that stuff. I hope people wake up. I hope that story gets bigger. I hope it had 50 views. That's sad, dude. That's sad. Nobody cared. I don't know. That stuff always hurts my soul when you see real like content that has like 80 views, 60 views, and you're like, yo, the whole world should have seen this. I don't know. Oh, what year was it? Dude, I didn't even know what Roblox was until I started doing YouTube. I think that used to be a troll. Who was around back when everybody used to ask about Roblox? Dude, I used to get pissed when people used to ask me, bro. Like, really? Yeah, no, Greg, they don't. See, the stuff that me and you were talking about, this what I was trying to tell to the people I normally talk to. Like, bro, this stuff's been going on for so long that we're like, this shit that's coming out now, we're just like, yo, we've already been through it all. Like, we're not shocked over this stuff. Damn. Yeah, cognitive I know what you're saying. Yes, I'm disconnected from it. You definitely do. You get desensitized. 2019. It was what, when Roblox came out? I started streaming in like 2021. Nah, man. Nah, it seems like you might be a little bit older, so you know some older stories. I want to know them. I honestly go back as far as getting into local stuff in that. Oh, MK Ultra? Oh, yeah. I used to have a channel called Strange Days. Yeah, I can tell. You're like a couple so you've got stories that I don't know, bro. I could use them. I know asking you to get on Instagram or to get on Discord's probably asking a lot. No pun intended. I hope don't get mad. But I know getting people that are 60 and over on that is impossible. But bro, you could shoot me mad info that way. But yeah, you can, and I can shoot you to a whole lot of cool sources. I've got a lot of, dude, I've got over 450 videos. I've hit every topic you could possibly think of. More than once. Oh, trans or trance? September 2006? What? And I'm just now hearing about it in 2023. Trans. Nah, never heard about it, bro. Dude, do you think that was true? Do you think that Epstein shit was true with him on the Xbox? I don't believe that. There's no way. Dude, Hugh did a great job. Damn right. Hugh's the homie. Came through. Like I said, I planted the seeds. Y'all we could all work together. We could crack these people, bro. We don't have to fight. We don't. And people like Hugh and people that stick around and rock with me know that's how I feel. I mean, I heard Fortnite is just as bad as Roblox. Same with Snapchat. I did a Sheriff Grady. No, was it Sheriff Grady? It was a different police officer doing a Sheriff Grady bit talking about Roblox and all that stuff. I've got many different cops that do that same bit around the country. They're just not as good as him. He's a gangster at it. He's an OG with it. Straight up. You can't mess with Sheriff Grady. Holy cow. I know a bit about corrupted politicians, law enforcement. Yeah, you know some shit. Dude, you know what's crazy? You're 66. And you guys won't believe this. Maybe you will. Did you know my audience? Here, I can tell you guys. I'll look it up real fast. I'll tell you. Dude, my audience, my main people that watch my show are 66 and older. And here, I'll tell you the these analytics. It's crazy. You guys wouldn't believe it. Because the way the comments are, you would think that it's just a lot of kids. But oh wow, dude, I done went way over 12,000 subs. I'm at 12,038. Hit the sub if you haven't hit it. Shoo, we got like 120 something subs a day. Hold on, guys. So, anyways, audience. That's what I was looking at. Sorry, guys. I got a little sidetracked. You guys can tell I'm ADD as hell. Hope y'all don't mind chilling. I hope you guys are enjoying kicking it. I like kicking it too, man. I don't just like playing videos. Like if you watch my old streams, all I did was talk. I didn't even really play videos. And then I realized that it's a lot. It's easier to play the video than talk. And that's how you react, not just talk. Because if I talk for too long, I'm gonna start swearing, and I don't swear in my stuff. So here we are. Here I am. Let's get down to it. Age group. Boom. 30%, 65 and over. 23%, 55 to 64. 19, 45 to 54. 17, 35 to 44. 8, 25 to 34. 1, 18 to 24. And damn right, 0.1 under 18. I ain't got nobody, no youngins. And then one other real fast. 72% United States, 5.5% Canada, 5.5% UK, 2.5% Australia, 2.5% Germany, and then I think South Africa is the next one. Yeah, and then South Africa and India. Those are my top people that be watching me. I mean, I've got hundreds of different countries that watch. But how old are you, Hugh? He said, I'm not even close to that. How old are you? How old are y'all? I don't know how old everybody is. I think it's a very wide range. 30%. Do you know how many views I have though? Like 30% on, hold on guys, hold on. 30% on 2 million. So, 30% of 2 million. 4 Aussies watching. That's awesome. Well, that's because of the time too. I love it. That's why I like going. That's why I'm going to start going late at night and going into the morning. 40 seconds. Nice. So I got a good little, you're in your 40s. I'm in my 40s. We got everybody. We got every range here. That's why I love it. I can rock with all y'all. I don't age discriminate. I get it. I got a Discord. I understand you youngins, and I get and I understand you. Look, I'm best friends with my mom. She's your age, Greg, and she's cool as hell, bro. She's not a boomer like the rest of the boomers. So I get it. There's some cool cats out there still. I get it. One of my best friends on Discord, he's like 50 something. How you doing, Thomas? Good morning. Good morning. You're Gen X? Nice. So you're 80, 1980. I'm gonna guess 80 or 79. I'll tell you, I'm 82. I'm Gen Z, right? Wait, no, I'm a millennial. I'm a millennial, but I'm like a fringe millennial. I'm like the fringe. I'm right on the millennial / Gen X. If I was born like a year sooner, but I went because I was young, because I was always younger than everybody else. I hung out with Gen X. A lot of cool in the know folks. It's kept it offline though. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. I could dig that 1,000%. Definitely not gonna hit that 500, but I don't give a damn. I've had a really good night tonight, chilling with y'all. I could stick around for like 5 more minutes. What else y'all want to talk about real fast? You overwhelm me. The Franklin cover up is something I'm gonna look into. So I got the Franklin cover up, and I got the Rodney Stitch. Even though I know who Rodney Stitch is now. Familiar with Aaron Russo? Nah, bro. Hey, you're hitting me. Look, bro, you're making me feel stupid now. Hold on. Now I gotta look. I was getting ready to get off. Aaron Russo. What is he? All right. Nope. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Bro, when I hit double S's and stuff, I be hitting that shit hard. I'm like, S. Actor, film producer. What did he produce? American Freedom to Fascism. Alex Jones. Oh, yeah, I remember this. I remember this guy now. Yeah. I didn't know his name. Yep. I do. What about him? Do I need to go back and watch an Alex Jones interview with him? I love watching Alex. I watched him break down the files the other day. It was kind of interesting. Just find the online movie titled Freedom to Fascism. All right, hold on. Found it right here. America, Freedom to Fascism. It's right here, Bubba. 2006. Found it. The movie is close to 2 hours. OG interview Tim with Trump. Hey, Trump wouldn't want me to interview him because I would give him them tough questions. He'd be like, he would like me though, bro. I wouldn't be disrespectful, but I would definitely be asking him some questions. I wouldn't want to interview Trump. No. I don't want to even that. I don't want to like, girl. People were like, oh, you could get Joe Rogan. No, I don't want to be Joe Rogan famous, even if I could. I don't want to be. I want to be Tim famous. I want to be Tim famous, which is just not Joe Rogan famous. I don't want, nah, bro. I just want to do my thing and let the good people remember me and everybody else just go away. Straight up. All y'all people that remember me, I love y'all to death. Those are the only ones I want to remember me. The rest of y'all, I hope y'all forget me. For real. For real, for real. It's funny, man. It's funny. Y'all are funny. AJ, where are you from? You hear me, though? I know you get it. Where are you from? Let me see about you. I'll look into you. It's your first time being here. Hope you had a good time. Hope you were chilling. Oh, Illinois, that's cool. You're right by me. I'm in Ohio. I was just talking to Floppy. Thank you. Thank you. Hope I entertained y'all. I was trying to just look, bro. I did what I had to do, and then I said, let's kick back. I rolled some up and just said, let's kick back. Let's kick back. I love it. So I'm in Columbus. I'm from Cleveland. You're probably not too far, to be honest. Where are you from again, Hugh? You said South Africa. You ain't from South freaking Africa. Where are you from, bro? You from Cleveland, aren't you? How about former Los Angeles FBI director? Yeah, I know who Ted Gunderson is. Absolutely. Kick it with Drew? Who, Doc? Oh, you're from Cali. That's right. Okay. You said South Africa, dickhead. You caught me while I was slipping. Yeah, Ted Gunderson was a patriot, bro. They murked his ass in the woods like that, bro. They pulled him over and did him dirty, man. It was gangster that they got him out of jail like that, though. Yeah, Ted Gunderson was a patriot. He was a patriot, bro. Chip Tatum. All right. I've been down the Gunderson rabbit hole for sure. Definitely gone down the Gunderson. If you know anything about truth, I'm sure you've gone down the Gunderson rabbit hole. We all have, right? When you out of Oregon, Cali. No, it was Oregon. It was the Oregon standoff, wasn't it? Then they locked his ass up. It was just the feds setting him up. In Nam. Back in Nam. James Jones. What about Medina, Ohio? He's from Parma, Ohio. Nice. You're from Medina? What's up, bro? Who's from Parma? Oh, Drew Carey. Yeah. Drew Carey's he's from Cleveland. Huh? What about Medina, Ohio? What's in Medina, Ohio, James? What's in Medina? No, Parma, U.S. Clevelanders don't claim. Yeah, nah, Parma's the outside of Cleveland. What's up, Fred? What's good with you, man? Good morning. Maple syrup in Medina. Is there? I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that. A child, I lived in Kent, Ohio. Oh, bro, I went to Akron University. A lot of people I know went to Kent. Kent's a fun time. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Oh, I don't know if they do. I'll have to look into that, bro. A syrup fest. What kind of syrup are we talking about here? Oh, maple. Never mind. Lived in Oberlin. I remember Oberlin. We used to play. They had a really dope baseball team. Hi, Candy. Good morning. I was just getting ready to get up out of here. You always show up as I'm getting ready to leave. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oberlin was dope. Kent State was fun. Ryan's asleep, which is where I need to go. I'm going to go ahead and I got to go to you. I think it's a good time to call it. Candy, this hits for you. I'm calling it a night, though, man. It's been 11 something hours. I just started chopping it up with you guys. Ended up talking way longer than I planned, but I really do enjoy. I love talking to y'all. I really enjoyed kicking it with y'all. Hope you guys had a good night. Hope you guys hit the sub, come back through, kick it with me, say what's up. Whatever. You know, it is what it is. But Candy, man, and be safe out there. Let me ask you real fast, Candy, what's your snow like? Hey, good night, Bubba. Good night, Bubba. Hold on real fast. If you're still there, Candy, how much snow you got? I was talking to my buddy David was in here, and he said he got a ton of snow. I played that video. There was like feet of snow. You be safe out there, girl. Love you. You be good. But Franklin will blow your mind, and the child victims were just 27 inches. Damn, that's like fun 3 times over, 4 times over, Candy, if you know what I'm saying. She's in Massachusetts. Hey, man, stay safe out there. Make sure you got blankets, candles, and some food put together in case your electric goes out. All right, Candy, you heard it from me. And make sure you roll up some shit so that when it's rolled up, if you need to, it's already ready to rock and roll. Make sure you're prepared. Please, do it for me. Do it for me, Candy. Go freaking be prepared, please. Stay safe out there. I love you guys. Have a good day. Good morning. Good night. And keep that snow. Hey, look, we got like 3 inches of snow, and it's 16 degrees out here. I got a jacket on. You know? I turned off the heat and got a jacket on. I mean, not off, but I turned it down and just wore the jacket like so I could chill. I like this though. But all right, man, y'all be good. Much love. Candy, stay safe out there. Everybody, thanks for kicking it. Be good, be safe. Again, watch out. Watch your kids and what they're doing, and let's continue this conversation again, man. There's a lot more to be looking into all this. But that being said, love y'all. Peace. I'm outie. God bless.